Spirit of the pen, O spirit of the pen, you are the connection of my past life, and I am the continuation of your existence in this life. If you wish to rekindle our destined ties, please draw a circle upon the paper. In the dimly lit room, only a flickering candle cast a feeble glow. Two girls clasped a pen with their right hands, the tip delicately grazing the paper as they chanted the incantation to summon the spirit of the pen repeatedly. After a moment of stillness, one of the girls could no longer contain her voice. Nan, it seems there's no response. Shall we just give up? The girl, approximately 20 years old, wore a loose-fitting white t-shirt adorned with a charming cartoon cat. Her gentle countenance and petite frame radiated a delightful charm. Though she spoke with skepticism, the subtle anxiety in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. In her mind, the likelihood of anything occurring was 99. 9 negligible. Yet what are the remaining 0? 1? If it were to manifest, she feared she might never find peace again. Come on. What are you afraid of? Let's wait a little longer. The girl named Nan astutely sensed her companion's trepidation. Her name was Su Xiaonan, draped in a soft green maxi dress, her graceful silhouette subtly hinting at a mature femininity. Yet her face, illuminated by the candlelight, appeared somewhat pale. Confronted with her thoughts being laid bare, the girl vehemently denied, "I am not scared. I merely believe there are no such things as ghosts." Su Xiaonan's expression suddenly took on a serious tone, urgency lacing her voice. Hui, is it your hand that's moving? Before them, the pen began to sway gently, tracing an irregular curve on the paper. At that moment, Jiang Weihua's complexion drained of color. She abruptly released her grip and recoiled with a scream. "I didn't move. It wasn't me, it was..." "Haha, and you claim you're not afraid." Seeing Jiang Weihua's terrified expression, Su Xiaonan could not suppress a laugh. "All right, I was just teasing you. There's no ghost." Su Xiaonan set the pen down and stepped closer, playfully pinching her adorable cheek. "Look at how frightened our little princess is. Get away from me." Jiang Hui was flustered and annoyed. "Must you make such jokes at a time like this?" Su Xiaonan placed her hands on Weihua's shoulders, grinning. "You're the one who said you weren't scared. I refuse to partake in this dull game any longer. I'm going to take a shower and sleep." Jiang Hui huffed, pushing her away, and turned on the light, preparing to head to the bathroom, while Su Xiaonan settled onto the living room sofa. Suddenly, Jiang Hui seemed to sense something and turned back sharply. Nan, don't you think this place feels a bit eerie?" "Not at all." Su Xiaonan, already reclining on the sofa, was absorbed in her phone when she glanced at her. "Are you afraid to shower alone? Shall I join you?" "No, I..." "Ah!" Jiang Hui suddenly shrieked, pointing at the table. "Look, that is..." Su Xiaonan laughed. "Pleased with your acting skills, you think you can scare me." Before she could finish her sentence, she too gasped and leapt to her feet, dropping her phone to the floor. The pen from their game still stood upright on the paper. The tip of the pen slowly moved, sketching a perfect circle as if drawn by a compass. The two girls clung together in terror. Nan, was that you?" "Of course not, I couldn't have done that." "What now? What should we do?" "I have no idea." A hazy, ethereal figure observed the two girls before him. A look of helplessness etched across his face. His name was Lin Yuan, drawn to their summoning. Though they had called him forth, he had left them in a state of disarray. Indeed, those who claimed to be aficionados of the supernatural were merely bravado, none truly wishing to encounter a ghost. Nan, what should we do? Do we need to send the spirit of the pen away?" "Yes." Gathering her courage, Su Xiaonan stepped forward and grasped the pen. "We must send the spirit away, otherwise we could encounter grave troubles." Watching her anxious demeanor, Lin Yuan longed to reassure her that ending this would not lead to any dire consequences. At worst, it might only bring about minor inconveniences. As a ghost, he possessed a unique trait, the ability to absorb human wish power. Humans could make wishes to him, and if he sensed them, he could respond and fulfill their desires. However, once a wish was granted, the humans were obliged to repay it. In this exchange, humans would lose their luck, while he would gain wish power. Su Xiaonan's desire to see a ghost had been fulfilled with Lin Yuan's appearance before her. Since the wish had been granted, it was time to repay. Su Xiaonan's luck would transform into wish power for Lin Yuan to absorb. Afterward, if her constitution were weak, she might fall ill as a result. But that would be the extent of it. Unbeknownst to the two girls, Lin Yuan's presence had come with such implications. However, they believed that since they could summon a ghost through this method, Failing to send the spirit of the pen away might indeed lead to the entanglement described online. Spirit of the pen, in my youthful ignorance, I should not have disturbed you. Please return if you have already departed. Kindly move the pen off the paper. Su Xiaonan stared anxiously at the pen in her grasp, her face pale. Yet, she was already displaying bravery, while Zhang Huihui trembled in fear. She covered her eyes with her hands, yet could not resist peeking through her fingers, her gaze catching a glimpse of a figure. It was a blood-soaked, spectral silhouette, standing before Su Xiaonan, slowly bending down to grasp the pen from the table. His body appeared as if crushed by a heavy object, half of him grotesquely mangled and covered in blood, an utterly horrifying sight. Ah! Upon witnessing this eerie scene, Zhang Huihui could no longer contain her scream. Her outcry startled Su Xiaonan. What's wrong, Huihui? A ghost, right in front of you. He's covered in blood, so terrifying. What Zhang Huihui described was precisely how Lin Yuan appeared at the time of his death. That day, he had been struck down by a truck running a red light, dying instantly. Perhaps it was the intense bitterness and resentment within him that transformed him into a ghost. Having become a ghost for 3 months, he had gained extraordinary powers through a twist of fate, nearly omnipotent. Yet, all these abilities were rendered useless. To wield any power required energy, and his source of energy was derived from human wish power. For 3 months, he had scarcely acquired any wish power. He was like a mage with formidable skills, but devoid of mana, effectively powerless. He could sense his spiritual form beginning to dissipate. If he could not acquire wish power soon, he might completely vanish in a few months. Regrettably, every summoner had been too frightened to make a request. Thus, he had only garnered a meager amount of wish power. This time would likely be no different. He was mentally prepared and did not feel overly disheartened. He held the pen, moving it slowly across the paper. This was Su Xiaonan's request. By fulfilling it, he would naturally gain wish power. Though it would be minuscule, almost negligible, he was not in a position to be choosy. As the pen tip neared the edge of the circle on the paper, Su Xiaonan seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly exclaimed, "Spirit of the pen, might I ask you to refrain from leaving just yet?" Lin Yuan halted his movement, the pen ceasing to glide. Zhang Huihui was engulfed in panic. They were on the verge of sending the spirit away. Yet Su Xiaonan had suddenly made such a request. She even questioned if Su Xiaonan had been possessed by the ghost. "Nin, what are you doing? I have something to ask the spirit." Su Xiaonan's demeanor was remarkably composed, having regained her composure from earlier distress. Though encountering a ghost was undeniably surreal, the spirit before her appeared to harbor no malice. At this moment, she felt a wave of courage wash over her. Su Xiaonan pressed her lips together, gazing at the pen tip poised on the paper, understanding that the spirit awaited her inquiry. "Spirit of the pen, I wish to know whether I will pass my upcoming exam successfully." Chapter 2. Where there is a demand, there is a response. Su Xiaonan, a senior at Zhengzhou University, found herself on the brink of graduation with one final exam still to conquer. In just 2 days, she was scheduled to retake the assessment. Her institution, a prestigious university, upheld rigorous academic standards, and failing this exam could jeopardize her chances of obtaining her degree. Fortunately, she had recently secured an excellent job with Longqing Group, the largest enterprise in Zhengzhou City, promising a bright future with substantial benefits upon her transition to a permanent position. However, the prospect of not graduating loomed over her, threatening to shatter her hard-won opportunity. Thus, the upcoming examination weighed heavily on her mind. As the exam approached, a wave of apprehension washed over her, leaving her devoid of confidence. To her astonishment, she inadvertently summoned the pen fairy today and whimsically considered inquiring about her impending test. Her gaze fixated on the pen's tip as it hovered over the paper, a blend of anticipation and trepidation coursing through her veins. For Lin Yuan, foreseeing such a future posed no challenge. The pivotal factor rested on Su Xiaonan's intense desire to uncover the answer to her query. Those who sought his assistance must possess a yearning that matched the weight of their wishes. If Su Xiaonan lacked a profound longing, he would be unable to extract sufficient willpower from her, rendering the foresight unattainable. When he employed his abilities to fulfill the wishes of others, the luck of the wishmaker would be directly converted into willpower. He himself would not expend any energy. However, upon granting a wish, he would acquire a fraction of willpower, precisely 10 of what was consumed in the process. The magnitude of the task determined the extent of his gain. larger matters yielded greater rewards, while smaller ones yielded less. Overall, this transaction adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange. In 01, not even he could contravene this principle, for violating the law of equivalency would incur karmic consequences. From Su Xiaonan? He sensed a sufficient yearning, thus she could indeed receive her answer. It appeared that he would be able to gain a little more. With a flick of his mind, Lin Yuan drew forth her willpower, and a vision along with information materialized before him. Su Xiaonan did not pass her exam, but she was only a few points shy. If she could correctly answer just 2 more questions, she would succeed. Lin Yuan, gripping the pen, maneuvered the tip across the blank paper, marking an X to indicate a negative outcome. Su Xiaonan's expression shifted, though this result did not entirely surprise her. She was acutely aware of her own performance. Yet a sense of disappointment lingered. She had prepared extensively for this exam, enlisting Zhang Hui's assistance whenever possible. To her dismay, she had still failed. What on earth should I do now? Su Xiaonan lamented, rubbing her forehead in frustration. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Perhaps the Pin Fairy could assist her. Pin Fairy, could you help me pass this exam? She implored, her heart brimming with hope. Enlisting a spirit's aid for her examination felt like a whimsical notion. Yet with the presence of a ghost, such a request was not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, she found herself devoid of alternatives. What if it actually worked? The pen tip continued to glide across the paper. And this time, the Pin Fairy directly inscribed a phrase. Where there is a demand, there is a response. Su Xiaonan's face lit up with astonishment at the words on the page. This Pin Fairy was indeed remarkable, proclaiming that all requests would be met. Yet, soon anxiety crept back into her heart. After all, this was a spirit. What reason did it have to assist her? What price would she have to pay? She understood that nothing in this world came without a cost. Every seemingly fated gift bore an unseen price tag. Pin Fairy, what must I offer in return? She inquired, her mind racing. The pen tip resumed its motion, and soon several characters appeared on the paper. Equivalent. This was easily comprehensible. The Pin Fairy meant that she needed to engage in a transaction of equivalent value. But what could she possibly offer that would hold value for a ghost? She pondered this conundrum, yet a sense of reassurance washed over her. Regardless of whether the benefactor was human or spirit, if they were to selflessly offer their assistance, it would leave her feeling unsettled, even questioning whether it was some kind of conspiracy. However, if a clear price was established, her unease subsided. After all, it was a mutually beneficial exchange. She pressed on with her inquiry, what must I use to pay the price? The pen tip moved again, revealing another word, luck? Luck? Su Xiaonan was uncertain about what the Pin Fairy meant by luck, prompting her to ask urgently, what do you mean by luck? However, this time the pen remained still. It was too complex to explain, and Lin Yuan could not possibly write an extensive explanation on a single sheet of paper. He felt that, with a bit of thought, she should be able to deduce its meaning. Seeing that the Pin Fairy offered no further response, Su Xiaonan surmised that the answer to her question was convoluted, hence the silence. The term luck was not difficult to interpret in this context. It could refer to fortune, destiny, or fate. Perhaps it would influence her future prospects. This notion was acceptable to her. To gain something, one must inevitably offer something in return. After deliberating, she resolved to let the Pin Fairy assist her. All right, Pin Fairy, our transaction is established. I request your help in passing the exam. As soon as she uttered these words, the pen tip marked a check on the paper. Receiving this affirmation, Su Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. The Pin Fairy seemed rather benevolent, not embodying any malevolence. Suddenly, she turned to Zhang Hui beside her and whispered, Hui, do you have anything you wish to ask the Pin Fairy? No, nothing. Zhang Hui hastily waved her hands. Her face pale, unwilling to inquire further, in a barely audible voice, she urged, Nan, quickly, let the Pin Fairy depart. Very well, Su Xiaonan replied, her gaze returning to the paper. Pin Fairy, we have no further matters to address. May the mountains remain green and the waters flow clear. Until we meet again, please return to your place. If you have already departed, kindly move the pen off the paper. As her words concluded, the pen tip glided across the paper, drawing a straight line until it was lifted off the page and lay upon the desk. Observing this, Su Xiaonan's expression relaxed entirely. The Pin Fairy had departed. This spirit was indeed wonderful. providing answers to questions and fulfilling requests without unnecessary delay. After encountering the Pin Fairy, she felt that perhaps ghosts were not so terrifying after all. Nan, has the Pin Fairy left? It seems so, Su Xiaonan replied, glancing at the pin resting on the desk. She approached Jiang Huihui and gently pinched her pale cheek. Don't be afraid. It's all over now. Jiang Huihui's complexion gradually returned to normal, yet concern quickly surfaced again. Nan, did you make some kind of deal with the Pin Fairy? Yes, but it's nothing to worry about. The Pin Fairy assured me it was an exchange of equals. If that's true, then I should have no issues with this exam. But it's a ghost. Can we really trust it? I believe it should be fine. Su Xiaonan had no concrete evidence, relying solely on her instincts. But it's all right. If it doesn't work out, I shouldn't have to sacrifice anything. And if it does come to fruition, even if I have to pay a small price, that's acceptable. Jiang Huihui remained uneasy, fretting for her friend. What if the price is something we cannot bear? It shouldn't come to that. Su Xiaonan reassured her, it's all about equivalent exchange. She gazed into Jiang Huihui's eyes, understanding her concerns. It has no reason to deceive me. I'm just an ordinary person. What could it possibly gain by tricking me? I trust my instincts. This time, I will definitely pass my exam. Su Xiaonan's heart brimmed with joy at the thought of having a ghost assist her in her examination. It felt incredibly cool. A tale she could boast about for a lifetime. As for the price, as long as it was an equitable transaction, she was confident she could manage it. After all, it was merely an exam. No matter how severe, it surely wouldn't cost her life. Well, let us hope so, Jiang Huihui replied with a hint of resignation. Chapter 3. I will never starve. His father's abilities were commendable, and fortune favored him. After a few years of diligent work, he caught the attention of a discerning boss, who chose to keep him close at hand. A decade passed, and gradually, he achieved a measure of success, accumulating a substantial fortune. During this time, his father returned to their homeland in search of them, but by then, Lin Yuan's mother had already passed away, and Lin Yuan had long since left their former residence, leading a transient life. Subsequently, his father fell ill, his health deteriorating, prompting him to return home for recuperation while persistently seeking Lin Yuan. It was only a week before his father's demise that they were finally reunited. In that moment, gazing upon his ailing father, Lin Yuan felt an unusual calm. There was no sorrow or resentment, for he had long believed that his father was already deceased. Over the years abroad, his father had remarried, yet tragedy struck when his wife and daughter perished in a calamity, leaving Lin Yuan as his father's sole heir. Ultimately, he unexpectedly inherited a vast estate, which included an inexhaustible sum of cash and a grand villa. Since his mother's passing in his early teens, he had dropped out of school to work, earning a meager income that barely sustained him, living a rather arduous life. Suddenly inheriting a fortune that he could never have earned in a lifetime should have irrevocably altered the course of his destiny. Indeed, it did, but in a manner that hastened his demise. After attending to his father's funeral arrangements, he envisioned a promising future. A future where he could luxuriate in life's pleasures, free from the drudgery of monotonous, low-paying jobs. He imagined pursuing his desires, traveling the world to the locales of enchanting tales, chasing poetry and distant dreams, engaging in endeavors he had once deemed unattainable, as long as he refrained from reckless self-destruction. He could live a life of ease and contentment. Alas, fate is capricious. A tragic accident claimed his life. That wealth became irrelevant, for the deceased have no need for money, nor can they spend it. Merely a month after inheriting the fortune, he departed without ever experiencing the transformative impact of his newfound wealth. He had even ordered a beloved Panamera, yet before it could arrive, he was gone. Such is the unpredictability of fate. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. One can never discern whether an event is a boon or a bane. Perhaps both he and his father were destined to remain financially cursed. His father fell gravely ill after amassing wealth, and he met his end by a collision shortly after inheriting his estate. He was indeed taken by that sudden windfall, for without it, he would not have been at that place at that time. With his demise, the unspent money became a source of lingering resentment. Perhaps it was this very resentment that tethered him to this world, transforming him into a specter. He faintly recalls that after his death, his spirit drifted home and became ensconced within a stone, nurturing itself therein. This stone, which he had fortuitously discovered in his youth, was something he could not identify but found beautiful enough to keep. It was black, roughly the size of a fist, with an unusual shape. Lacking toys in his childhood, he had treated this stone as one. Because it was a fragment of his childhood memories, he carried it with him through several relocations. It was this stone that bestowed upon him his current powers. It is a remarkable coincidence that evokes admiration for the wonders of fate. Upon his initial death, his resentment was profound, yet as time passed in his ghostly existence, his humanity waned. His grievances nearly dissipated. Now, even if the driver who struck him were brought before him, he would exhibit little reaction. This is the reason he could maintain a clarity akin to that of a human. Despite his ghostly form, he is not swayed by obsessions or emotions. He no longer mourns the past or harbors resentment. Instead, he must contemplate how to prevent his essence from dissipating entirely. Each day of his existence consumes energy, sourced from human will. This will sustains his spiritual form and enables him to wield various abilities. The source of this will is singular, fulfilling the wishes of others. However, thus far, only the girl named Su Xiaonan has made a wish. Presently, that wish remains unfulfilled, and he cannot yet harness any willpower. Once realized, he would receive approximately 0.1 units of willpower. Not much, primarily because it pertains to a simple matter. Currently, his total willpower stands at a mere 0.3, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. To conserve energy, he spends most of his time in a dormant state, awakening only for a few hours each day around dawn. It is during these hours that he senses the summons of humanity. Yet, he does not worry excessively. After all, he has a few months' time. In this bustling city, with so many people, he might encounter another who seeks to make a wish. Furthermore, those two girls are likely to return to seek him out. After all, how many can resist the allure of wish fulfillment? As long as there is a fervent yet unattainable desire, individuals are willing to negotiate with a ghost. Throughout their lives, people face countless challenges that cannot be surmounted by their own efforts, and he, as a ghost, is unlikely to starve. Chapter 4. The Fulfillment of Wishes. Just exiting the examination hall, Su Xiaonan's footsteps were remarkably buoyant. It was a rare occasion for her to feel such elation post-exam. This time, she possessed absolute confidence. Even if the King of Heaven himself appeared, she firmly believed she would not fail. Upon arriving at the school gate, Su Xiaonan took out her phone and called Zhang Huihui. Zhang Huihui, her closest friend, was the first person she wished to share her joy with. Huihui, where are you? Zhang Huihui's voice came through the line. I'm at school. What's up? You sound so cheerful. Did something good happen? Wait, weren't you looking glum this morning when you went for the exam? It's precisely because the exam is over that I'm happy. Did you pass? Su Xiaonan's delight was impossible to conceal. Absolutely, hurry over. I'm at the school gate. I'm treating you to a feast. Yay. I'm on my way. Quickly. Su Xiaonan hung up, and before long, she spotted Zhang Huihui jogging towards her from a distance. She rushed forward, excitedly grasping Zhang Huihui's hand and then embracing her, overwhelmed by joy. Let go. You're choking me. Zhang Huihui squirmed, attempting to break free from her grasp. Su Xiaonan released her, laughing. Huihui, have you gained weight lately? I can barely hold you. Zhang Huihui shot her a glare. That's because you keep enticing me to late-night snacks. What do you feel like eating? Choose anything. Today we won't skimp with you saying that. I've lost my appetite. Don't. On such a joyous day, we must feast to celebrate. How about barbecue? Perfect. Let's have barbecue. Su Xiaonan linked arms with Zhang Huihui as they headed out of the school. They boarded a bus to a shopping mall a few kilometers away. On the bus, Zhang Huihui whispered, Nan, I recall you saying you lacked confidence before the exam. Why do you feel so certain now that you've finished? Su Xiaonan leaned closer to her ear, recounting her experience during the exam. Though her voice was low, her excitement was palpable, for she had truly passed this exam with the help of a ghost, and it felt utterly fantastic. Before the exam, she had wondered whether the spirit of the pin would appear and how it might assist her in cheating, but she could not have guessed. Once in the exam room, when the invigilator discovered the papers, she thought the spirit would not come. Yet at the moment she picked up her pen, her mind was astonishingly clear and agile. Her writing flowed as though guided by divine intervention. The questions she had previously found daunting now seemed exceedingly simple. In that instant, her entire being felt as if it were possessed by a mysterious force, solely focused on assisting her with the answers. After completing the exam, with 40 to 50 minutes remaining, She even reviewed her answers. Some of them, astonishingly, she could not comprehend, as if she had suddenly become an imbecile. Nevertheless, she calculated that even if she got a few questions wrong, she would certainly score above 80, ensuring her success. Zhang Huihui suddenly grew anxious, lowering her voice. So, you're saying it was the pin spirit that helped you pass the exam? Su Xiaonan nodded earnestly, convinced that this was not her own doing. The state she experienced during the exam was something she had never encountered before. The sensation was remarkable, and she yearned to experience it once more, for it was undeniably exhilarating. However, if it involved the pin spirit, what would be the cost? It had explicitly stated that a price must be paid at its fine. Su Xiaonan replied nonchalantly, gazing out the window. We're almost at our stop. We need to get off. As they approached the bus's rear door, she continued, the pin spirit mentioned equivalent exchange. It's just an exam. Even if there is a price to pay, it should be within my capacity to bear it, so it's all good. But Nan, do take care of yourself in the coming days. Got it. Hui's mom. Zhang Huihui pinched her. Just then, the bus came to a gradual stop, and the doors opened. Su Xiaonan stepped off, turning to look at Zhang Huihui, who was about to disembark. At that moment, an electric bicycle suddenly careened in from the side. The rider, a woman in her 40s, was speeding along and, upon spotting Su Xiaonan, who had just alighted from her vehicle, she was taken aback, failing to brake in time. In her panic, she accidentally twisted the throttle, and it seemed inevitable that she would collide with Su Xiaonan. In a reflexive attempt to evade, Su Xiaonan stumbled and fell, the electric bicycle rolling over her feet. Both the bicycle and its rider toppled to the ground, landing atop Su Xiaonan. She cried out in pain. Xiaonan, are you all right? Zhang Huihui rushed down from her vehicle, anxiously checking on Su Xiaonan's condition. It hurts, my foot. Su Xiaonan's face contorted in agony, revealing the severity of her injuries. The electric bicycle rider scrambled to her feet, and Zhang Huihui promptly lifted the bicycle. Examining Su Xiaonan's ankle, it was already swollen, and the bicycle had also struck her calf, leaving the skin red and bruised. A sharp object on the bicycle had even cut a gash on her calf. Enduring the pain, Su Xiaonan glared at the woman who had collided with her. How could you ride so recklessly? Didn't you see me when you were speeding? Initially flustered, the woman soon regained her composure, planting her hands on her hips with an air of indignation. Are you blaming me? How was I to know you would suddenly step out? You should have looked before exiting. I haven't blamed you yet, and I fell too. You hit me and still have the audacity to find fault? It's clearly your recklessness that caused this. Su Xiaonan, growing increasingly irate, attempted to rise but was met with a searing pain in her ankle. Zhang Huihui quickly supported her. How's your leg? Do you need to go to the hospital? The woman overheard and shouted defiantly, Stop pretending. It's not that serious. Why would you need a hospital? Don't think you can extort money from me. Su Xiaonan, furious, retorted. How shameless can you be? You're the one who hit me. The woman, equally unyielding, shot back. It's your own fault for not watching where you're going. You deserve to get hit. Zhang Huihui interjected angrily. You're being unreasonable. If you hadn't sped, you wouldn't have collided. I was driving normally. She just jumped out in front of me. If I hadn't collided with her, I would have hit you instead. You brought this upon yourself, and you have the nerve to accuse me. Young lady, have you no shame? I see your kind all the time, trying to pull scams. The woman displayed an utterly unreasonable demeanor, appearing quite boorish. Su Xiaonan's face turned ashen. She had never encountered such a person before. Xiaonan, don't argue with someone like this. Let's call the police and let them handle it. Yes, let's call the police, Su Xiaonan nodded, no longer wishing to engage in discourse with the woman, knowing it would lead nowhere. Zhang Huihui immediately pulled out her phone and dialed the police. Fine, call the police, the woman said, her bravado wavering slightly, yet she continued, Do you think I'm afraid of you calling? Look at how you're dressed. Revealing so much. Are you out here selling yourselves? Just wait until the police arrive and see who they take in. What are you saying? Su Xiaonan erupted in anger. You're the one who's selling yourself. Struggling to advance, Su Xiaonan would have lunged at the woman if Zhang Huihui hadn't held her back. The woman smirked triumphantly. What's wrong? Am I hitting too close to home? I've seen your type before. Young girls like you, not learning proper behavior, but out here selling yourselves and trying to scam people. Your parents know how you behave. If they raised you this way, they can't be good people themselves. The woman continued her tirade, while the two students, still unacquainted with the harsh realities of life, found themselves unable to win an argument against such a vulgar individual. At that moment, a crowd gathered around, many taking videos with their phones. Su Xiaonan's face turned pale with rage. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want a beating?" she seethed. "You uncouth wretch, go ahead, try touching me." Su Xiaonan could no longer contain her fury, enduring the pain in her ankle as she broke free from Jiang Huihui's grasp and charged at the woman. Xiaonan, don't be impulsive." Jiang Huihui's warning was cut short as Su Xiaonan lunged forward, delivering a slap to the woman's face. With a temper already on edge, Su Xiaonan could not bear the baseless accusations, especially those that insulted her parents. "You little brat, how dare you hit me?" The woman screamed, retaliating as they grappled with one another, hair clutched tightly as they pulled and tore at each other. Soon, both women found themselves on the ground. Jiang Huihui rushed forward, attempting to separate them, but both had lost their senses in the heat of the moment. She could only discreetly kick the woman a few times. The scuffle finally ceased with the arrival of the police. Chapter 5. The Cost of Wishes. Once the police arrived, the brawl came to an end, and after assessing the situation, Su Xiaonan was taken to the hospital. It was then that she gradually began to comprehend the true meaning of the price mentioned by the spirit she had invoked. In her pact with the spirit, she had sacrificed her fortune. The ensuing series of unfortunate events were the consequences of her misfortune, the very price she had paid. Her ankle injury was quite serious, necessitating hospitalization. During her stay, she inexplicably developed a high fever, fainting at one point, and it wasn't until several days later that she finally showed signs of recovery, yet she remained confined to the hospital. However, the incident involving the accident was far more complicated. Although Su Xiaonan was certain that she had just stepped out of her vehicle when the woman collided with her seconds later, the woman adamantly insisted that Su Xiaonan had failed to watch where she was going when she exited. With no surveillance footage nearby and the scene having been tampered with, the police were unable to ascertain the truth. Ultimately, based on experience, they determined that the woman bore the primary responsibility. Yet, the woman refused to accept this verdict, adamantly denying any wrongdoing and unwilling to pay a penny. The police found themselves powerless against her obstinacy. Su Xiaonan's parents arrived as well, repeatedly visiting the woman's residence, but she displayed a blatant disregard for their efforts, adopting a "you're not getting anything from me" attitude. And no matter what they said or did, she refused to part with a single cent. At times, the law proves ineffective against individuals who care for nothing. Pursuing legal action would be a lengthy process, consuming time and money, and it was unthinkable to sacrifice their resources for such a rogue. Ultimately, Su Xiaonan's parents had no choice but to abandon their quest for compensation. Now, half a month had passed, and Su Xiaonan had nearly recovered, soon to be discharged from the hospital. Lying in her hospital bed, she glanced at the comments on her phone, infuriated enough to hurl it onto the bed. What sort of people are these? She placed her hand over her heaving chest, attempting to quell her rising anger. That day, the video of her altercation with the woman had been edited and posted online. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, but the problem lay in the sensationalized title crafted by the uploader to attract attention. Furthermore, the comments were infuriating. Is this the quality of university students? Maybe they're just working part-time. Their main gig is at a club. I know them. They're really nice in a way. It seems that lady wasn't wrong about them. Similar distasteful remarks proliferated, causing Su Xiaonan's blood pressure to spike. She never expected such absurd reasoning from people who fabricated rumors with ease. Although such comments were in the minority, they stood out glaringly and were deeply aggravating to those directly involved. She reported the uploader and those spewing vitriol in the comments, yet her fury remained unsatisfied. She longed to confront those individuals and give them a good beating. Why am I so unfortunate? Su Xiaonan pondered. Had it not been for her pact with the spirit, she would not have been so certain of passing her exams. After finishing her test that day, she would not have gone out to celebrate with Jiang Huihui, and thus would not have encountered that incident. Was this truly the price the spirit had spoken of? The spirit had mentioned that the cost she needed to pay was her fortune, and the root of the matter seemed to be her loss of luck, which meant that no matter what choices she made, she would face misfortune. Although it was impossible to verify, she felt it to be true. After all, the string of calamities that had befallen her was undeniably abnormal. At that moment, Jiang Huihui pushed open the door to the ward, entering with a food container in hand. Xiaonan, feeling better? Jiang Hui approached the bedside, setting the food container on the table beside her. Much better. I should be discharged in a couple of days, Su Xiaonan replied, her mood lifting upon seeing her dear friend, as she eyed the food container with curiosity. What delicious treat did you bring me? I made you chicken soup, Jiang Hui replied. Su Xiaonan sat up. You know me best, Hui. Jiang Hui settled beside her, urging, eat up. It'll get cold soon. Su Xiaonan took a sip of the soup, the exquisite flavor lifting her spirits considerably. Hui, your culinary skills are consistently exceptional. I adore you, Su Xiaonan exclaimed, but soon noticed that Jiang Hui sat quietly at the bedside, her gaze fixed on the floor. Seemingly lost in thought, her mood appearing dim. What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Huh? Jiang Hui abruptly looked up, her expression flustered, as if she wished to conceal her inner turmoil. What's the matter? Is something wrong? Su Xiaonan sighed. I was asking you if something happened. No, nothing at all. Jiang Hui hastily dismissed. Xiaonan, are you feeling better? You just said there was nothing wrong, yet now you're distracted. Didn't I just ask about it? Su Xiaonan extended her arm, wrapping it around her from behind, her hand gently resting on her shoulder. What's wrong? Has someone been bothering you? Tell me, and I will help you. Jiang Hui shook her head, insisting that she was fine. Is it because of those infuriating comments online? It doesn't matter. They are just trash. Ignore what they say. Jiang Hui shook her head again, indicating it was not that. Then what is it? Jiang Hui lowered her gaze, falling into silence. All right, if you don't wish to speak, I won't pry. But if there's anything I can do to assist you, you must let me know. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Jiang Hui slowly began. Nan, are you certain that your exam issues are connected to that spirit pin? Su Xiaonan took a bite of chicken. Yes, I am quite certain. Why? What is the price you think you have paid? What do you believe it truly is? Jiang Hui pondered. I suppose the price is my hospitalization, isn't it? I must be rather unlucky, and I've never been this unfortunate before. Jiang Hui nodded in agreement, lapsing into silence once more. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over Su Xiaonan. What's really wrong? Jiang Hui remained silent for a moment, a flicker of hatred flashing in her eyes. I saw him again. Su Xiaonan's eyebrows shot up. Who? The one responsible for my brother's death. Jiang Hui's voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes moistening without her realizing it, a single tear cascading down to her hand. Su Xiaonan's expression shifted dramatically as she lowered her voice. You mean that the murderer who killed your brother? Jiang Hui nodded, her voice choked. Yes, he is still alive and well, but my brother is gone forever. How can such a monster kill without facing any punishment? Just a few years, and he gets to live like a normal person, while my brother will never return. Su Xiaonan felt a weight settle in her heart. This incident had occurred during Jiang Hui's high school years, a time when they were still strangers. Jiang Hui's brother, Jiang Jia, was murdered by a classmate when he was merely 12 years old. Jiang Jia was introverted and often bullied by a group of classmates who extorted money from him. At first, he confided in his parents and teachers, but once his tormentors learned of this, the bullying escalated and no one could rein them in. Their actions grew increasingly outrageous. One day, they lured Jiang Jia to a forest a kilometer from school, where they brutally beat him to death. They then retrieved a shovel from home, dug a grave, and buried his body. The following day, they returned to school as if nothing had occurred. Ultimately, the truth came to light. The four who had killed Jiang Jia were arrested, yet he never had a chance to see justice served. Due to their ages, the assailants faced no criminal charges. Initially, Su Xiaonan had learned about this tragedy online, where she vehemently condemned the killers. Later, upon meeting Jiang Hui, she learned the details of the incident. It was undeniably unjust. Clenching her fists, Su Xiaonan reflected on how even if this tragedy had befallen someone entirely unrelated to her, her sense of justice would compel her to loathe the murderers. An eye for an eye. This is the most fundamental sentiment, the very essence of justice in every heart. If it were an act of desperation or an accident, it might be somewhat excusable. But this was a malicious, intentional act. She could not fathom the agony the victim's relatives must endure, knowing the murderer would escape consequences. Even after years, their emotional scars remained unhealed. Suddenly, Su Xiaonan recalled Jiang Hui's earlier inquiry. Hui, are you suggesting that the spirit pen.it should be cursed? Jiang Hui exclaimed vehemently, her once innocent, cherubic face now etched with resentment. In a small restaurant, not far from Zhengzhou University, Su Xiaonan and Jiang Huihui seated themselves in a secluded corner. They had just ordered 2 servings of fried noodles and were awaiting their meal. Jiang Huihui's expression was dark, her pale face devoid of emotion, her hands clenched tightly beneath the table, nails digging into her flesh. A surge of intense hatred roiled within her. The individual who had taken her brother's life worked here. For days, she had been restless, haunted by her brother's visage, plagued by nightmares of him covered in blood. Pleading for her help, she longed to grasp his hand and pull him back, yet something held her back, preventing her from reaching him. Then she saw the face of the one who had murdered her brother, grinning malevolently as he wielded a heavy stone to crush her brother's skull until he could no longer move. Yet she was powerless to intervene. Waking from her torment in despair, it had been over 5 years. And she had thought she had put the past behind her. But the moment she laid eyes on that person, all those buried memories surged back uncontrollably. The pain and hatred were as fresh as ever. Her brother was gone, yet that person lived on, thriving no matter how she tried. She could not relinquish her hatred, and she doubted her brother's spirit would ever find peace. Su Xiaonan observed her friend's face. Feeling a pang of sorrow, Jiang Huihui had become gaunt over the past few days, dark circles under her eyes, appearing somewhat disoriented. Today, having just been discharged from the hospital, she had insisted on visiting this place with Jiang Huihui. Huihui, let us confirm first. What if you're mistaken? After all, so many years had passed. That person should have changed significantly, and there was a possibility Jiang Huihui could be mistaken. Su Xiaonan hoped for that very outcome. If that truly was the murderer of Jiang Huihui's brother, it would be unbearably cruel to have him so close at hand. At that moment, a boy of about 17 or 18 emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of fried noodles and setting them before the 2 girls. He was tall, with a fair complexion and a bright, sunny smile. Upon seeing him, Jiang Huihui's muscles involuntarily tensed, her grip tightening to the point where her nails nearly pierced her skin. Su Xiaonan understood immediately that this boy was indeed the one Jiang Huihui had mentioned. She discreetly nudged Jiang Huihui's foot to signal her to remain calm. As the boy placed the dishes on the table and turned to leave, Su Xiaonan abruptly called out, "Hey, handsome, what is your name? Mind if we get acquainted?" The boy paused, taken aback, then turned to face Su Xiaonan, smiling as he replied, "Hello, I'm Li Xian, the new beginning. Su Xiaonan nodded, then inquired, "Handsome, where are you from?" "I am from Nan. Li Xian seemed to suddenly recall something, quickly altering his response, "I'm from Zhengzhou. You look quite familiar. I thought we might be from the same hometown. I'm from Nanqiu County." Su Xiaonan observed Li Xian's reaction closely, aware that Jiang Huihui's family was indeed from Nanqiu County, and the murderer of her brother also hailed from there. Li Xian's expression subtly shifted, but was quickly masked. "No, I'm just a local. Su Xiaonan turned her attention back to her plate of noodles. Li Xian continued to gaze at her, then asked, "Beautiful, what is your name? Let us exchange contact information." "Sure," Su Xiaonan replied, tapping a few buttons on her phone to bring up her WeChat QR code. "Here, you scan this to." Li Xian took out his phone and added Su Xiaonan on WeChat. "Beautiful, what is your name?" "I'll let you know on WeChat," Su Xiaonan said, dismissing him afterward. Disappointed, Li Xian returned to the kitchen. After a while, Su Xiaonan and Jiang Huihui stood up to leave the restaurant. Once outside, Jiang Huihui could no longer contain her emotions. Her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Su Xiaonan grasped her wrist, looking down at Jiang Huihui's face. "Huihui, are you sure it was him? Didn't you say his name was Li Xingyu?" "It's him, without a doubt," Jiang Huihui affirmed resolutely. "When my brother was being bullied, my father and I visited their home, and I saw him then. Though we didn't meet often, after all these years, I remember that scar on his hand very clearly. He must have changed his name." Su Xiaonan nodded. "It's only natural for someone who committed such acts to change their name. He probably wouldn't dare to continue living under his old identity. Furthermore, when I asked Li Xian where he was from, he initially mentioned something with Nan but then corrected himself to say he was local. That's quite odd. How could someone forget their hometown?" Su Xiaonan sighed. "He appears completely normal. If it weren't for those who knew him before, who would suspect he was once a murderer? Li Xian, he wants a fresh start, a new beginning. He still has a chance. But my brother does not have that opportunity." Jiang Huihui's body trembled lightly, her voice thick with tears. "He has completely moved on from that past. He doesn't have to pay for the harm he inflicted on others. Nor does he bear any guilt." He can live well, just like anyone else, without any differences. But why? Why does he get to start anew while my brother? Jiang Huihui broke down in tears, her petite frame appearing fragile, as if it could shatter with a single touch. This was indeed profoundly unfair. Su Xiaonan placed her hand on Jiang Huihui's shoulder, her expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Though she was not directly involved, she could no longer bear to witness the situation. Such matters were in stark opposition to her values. Typically, if a character in a television drama or novel she was watching had committed grave sins only to repent and subsequently be forgiven, with all their past transgressions wiped clean, she would be enraged for days on end. Why should the mistakes of the past be absolved simply because one has chosen to amend their ways? Had anyone sought the opinions of the victims? On what grounds could forgiveness be granted at will? Mistakes, once made, ought to be met with appropriate consequences, even if one has chosen to reform. Only then could the victims find solace. However, she understood that Li Xian would likely escape any form of punishment, as societal norms would not permit it. Must they then wait for divine retribution to claim such a demon? The only alternative would be to wait for him to die of old age. Yet, there are times when one must simply accept reality. Hui, do you wish to harness the power of the Pin spirit to kill him? Jiang Huihui's voice was barely above a whisper. If I had never encountered him, perhaps I could have moved on, but having met him, I cannot simply pretend nothing ever happened. My mind is consumed with thoughts of my brother. He is terrified, calling out for help, for the one who took his life continues to thrive in this world. And he cannot find peace. I can never accept this. Su Xiaonan sighed helplessly, gently embracing her. She noticed the resilience hidden within Jiang Huihui's tear-filled eyes. After a moment of silence, she spoke. I know this may not be the most favorable thing to say, but let it go, Hui. You have your own life to live. Risking your future for such a scoundrel is not worth it. The Pin spirit is not something we can control at will. To command it to act, one must offer something of equal value in this world. Nothing comes without a cost, and the Pin spirit has clearly stated that it demands equivalent trade. She merely sought the Pin spirit's assistance for her exams, and calamity followed in its wake. What if Jiang Huihui were to ask the Pin spirit to take a life? Surely, only a life could equate to another life. She did not wish for Jiang Huihui to sacrifice her own existence over this matter. Upon finishing her words, Su Xiaonan retrieved a tissue from her pocket to wipe the tears from Jiang Huihui's face. Hui, please do not do anything foolish. You have a beautiful future ahead of you. You still have your parents. Think of them. They have already lost your brother. Do you wish for them to lose you as well? Without you, what would they do? Though I know I should not say this. Let the past remain in the past. We can only look forward. Jiang Huihui remained silent, her expression torn. This was indeed a challenging decision. Her hatred was intense, yet to seek vengeance would cost her life. She had too many ties to this world, and she truly did not wish to die. After a long silence, Jiang Huihui finally spoke. You are right. The Pin spirit may not fulfill my wishes, and I might have to pay with my life for my desire. Engaging in such actions is no different from wielding a knife to kill him myself. I truly should not act recklessly. Su Xiaonan gazed at Jiang Huihui's face, where hatred and resentment still lingered in her eyes. She was struggling to conceal these emotions, but she was not adept at hiding her feelings. Su Xiaonan understood Jiang Huihui's character well. Though she appeared innocent and fragile, once she set her mind to something, she was as unyielding as a force of nature. Yet, Su Xiaonan could only guide her slowly over time. Eventually, time would allow Jiang Huihui to find calm. Huihui, let us return for now. Su Xiaonan took Jiang Huihui's hand and led her forward. Their residence was not far from where they stood. Just as they had walked a short distance, Jiang Huihui suddenly exclaimed, "Be careful, there is something above." Before Jiang Huihui could finish her warning, Su Xiaonan felt something fall from the sky and strike her head. Her mind spun momentarily before pain surged through her. Warm liquid began to flow from her scalp. She pressed her hand against her head, only to realize it was blood. Looking down, she saw it was an apple. An apple had fallen from a height and struck her head. The dizzying sensation intensified, and she felt the ground spinning beneath her. Her body weakened, and she collapsed uncontrollably. Jiang Huihui rushed to catch her. Nan, are you all right? Jiang Huihui covered the wound on her head, watching the blood flow with a frantic expression, nearly on the verge of tears. Help me, Help! Su Xiaonan uttered before losing consciousness. Zhang Huihui quickly reacted, pulling out her phone to call the police and summon an ambulance. She never expected that Su Xiaonan, having just been discharged from the hospital, would find herself back in again. Please hold on, Nan Nan. The ambulance is on its way. Chapter 7. An unquenchable hatred. Su Xiaonan found herself readmitted to the hospital, merely hours after her previous discharge. After several minutes of emergency care, she awakened, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Having been hospitalized twice in quick succession, Su Xiaonan was certain that all of this was connected to the ill-fated transaction. Her misfortune stemmed from a loss of luck, resulting in these calamities. She had believed the worst was behind her, only to discover further complications. She was uncertain whether this streak of bad luck would persist or if it was merely a phase. Regardless, she felt a growing sense of regret. It was merely an exam. Even without the Pin Spirit's aid, if she had put forth effort, she could have succeeded. Yet, she had chosen the path of least resistance. Now she realized that the price of dealing with the Pin Spirit was not one to be taken lightly. That apple had nearly cost her life. However, there were no surveillance cameras, and no one was willing to take responsibility for the incident. The police conducted an extensive investigation but ultimately could not identify the individual who had tossed the apple from above, only narrowing it down to a few floors. There was no way to pinpoint a specific culprit. She understood that the chance of finding the person who had struck her with the apple was slim to none. As long as that individual refused to confess, it would remain an unsolved case. As for the medical expenses, she would have to bear them herself. This was the second time, and it left her feeling utterly frustrated. If this state of affairs continued, who knew what might happen next? If the next object to fall from above were not an apple, but a flower pot, she would not merely be injured. She could lose her life. It dawned on her that even a slight loss of luck could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, it was not just her health that had suffered. She had also lost her job. After nearly half a month in the hospital, she had intended to return to work upon discharge, having already made arrangements. Unfortunately, she had been readmitted. And in turn, she had not worked for nearly a month, and her supervisor was displeased. She had been let go. Furthermore, she had been blacklisted by the HR department of Longqing Group, rendering her ineligible for employment at any of its subsidiaries in the future. I am truly cursed. Su Xiaonan lamented helplessly. When it comes to the supernatural, it is best to maintain a respectful distance. I must never involve myself in such matters again. She regretted her transaction with the Pin Spirit. The supernatural should not be trifled with by humans. A sudden wave of unease washed over her. She thought of Zhang Huihui, whom she had not seen for 2 days. She had already been hospitalized for over 10 days. Initially, Zhang Huihui visited her daily, but now 2 days had passed without a sight of her. I hope Huihui is not in despair. On the day she was struck by the apple, she had clearly seen the look in Zhang Huihui's eyes. She knew that Zhang Huihui could not simply let go of the incident. She was tormented by the past, and there was no telling what she might do. Currently, she was in the hospital and unable to keep a constant watch over Zhang Huihui. No, she absolutely could not allow her to act impulsively. In a hurry, she sent a message to Zhang Huihui. Huihui, where are you right now? Before long, she received a reply. I'm at home. The home Zhang Huihui referred to was their shared rental apartment. In their second year of university, they had moved out of the dormitory and into a place of their own, where they had lived together for 3 years. Huihui, please do not do anything reckless. Whatever you are planning, can you wait until I'm discharged? After sending the message, Su Xiaonan anxiously awaited Zhang Huihui's response. Soon, her phone chimed, and she hurriedly opened it to read Zhang Huihui's reply. What's going on with you today? Am I planning something reckless? It's nothing. I just suddenly felt uneasy. I'm glad you're all right. How is your injury? I'll be discharged tomorrow. Please come pick me up. Although the doctor had suggested she stay a few more days, she was determined to leave the hospital the next day. She was simply too worried. Besides, she was almost fully recovered. Okay, I'll visit you at the hospital tomorrow. Zhang Huihui replied with a playful emoji. I am going to sleep now. You should rest early too, since you are a patient. Good night. Su Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zhang Huihui refrained from acting rashly during this time, she would gradually find peace. Time has a way of softening all wounds. In the dead of night, the streets were nearly deserted, with only an occasional car racing by at an intersection. Zhang Huihui stood alone by the roadside, allowing the chilly evening breeze to whip against her frail frame. She was dressed too lightly for the weather, and her body occasionally shivered from the cold. She appeared lost, standing there in solitude for nearly an hour, still unable to convince herself to let go of the matter. Now, whenever she closed her eyes, the haunting images replayed in her mind. Her brother was crying for help, yet she felt powerless to intervene. She knew that her brother could find no peace even in the afterlife. The very person who had taken her brother's life was right before her. Why could she not do anything for him? Tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, self-reproach, sorrow, and resentment. If she hadn't encountered Li Xian, perhaps it would have been easier to bear. Yet, having seen him, she could no longer pretend that nothing had transpired. Deep down, she understood that she ought to take action, that she must see it. That moment, her phone chimed, a message from Su Xiaonan illuminating the screen. As she read the words, her vision blurred with tears. In this world, there were far too many things that weighed heavily on her heart. She could not let them go, and this was the very reason she struggled to find resolution. She recognized that Su Xiaonan was right. The best choice was to accept reality. Time could dissolve all wounds. Yet, she was unwilling. She could not relinquish these burdens. Why was it that the one who had so cruelly taken her brother's life could continue to live as if nothing had happened? Regardless of whether he had reformed, one ought to be accountable for the deeds they had committed. She had just spoken with her parents on the phone. She refrained from mentioning her encounter with Li Xian, instead, only bringing up her brother. The moment his name was uttered, her parents' demeanor shifted, the weight of grief settling heavily upon them. Even her father, usually stoic, succumbed to tears. That incident had inflicted profound wounds upon them. Scars that would never fade. As relatives of the victim, they would bear this sorrow for the remainder of their lives. Yet, the perpetrator needed not even feign remorse to begin anew. She pondered whether the one who had slain her brother still recalled that day, whether he thought of it often, or if he felt any genuine contrition. But such thoughts were inconsequential. If he sought repentance, he could go to the king of hell. She merely wished to send that man to meet his end. Life for a life. This was the essence of fairness. After replying to Su Xiaonan, she withdrew her phone, and before her, her brother's face seemed to materialize once more. He was pleading for her help. He was in pain, filled with fear, and as his sister, she felt compelled to act. Xiaojia, do not fear. I shall avenge you. He will soon perish. Nan Nan, I am sorry. I cannot heed your advice. Furthermore, I do not wish to implicate you. She recognized that this was the course of action she must take. If she did not pursue this, she would never forgive herself. It would drive her to madness. She crouched down, kneeling on the ground, retrieving the paper and pen she had prepared. The timing was reminiscent of their last summoning of the Pin Spirit. The location was not far from their rented accommodation. The Pin Spirit should be able to sense it. However, regardless of whether the spirit appeared or was willing to assist her, her decision was made. She would exact her brother's revenge, even if it meant facing it alone. Grasping the pen, she stood it upright on the paper. Inhaling deeply, she envisioned the day she had summoned the Pin Spirit with Su Xiaonan, recalling the spirit's fearsome appearance. Though it had terrified her then, rendering her trembling and plagued by nightmares for several days. Now, she felt no fear. Pin Spirit, you are my past life. I am your present. After a brief moment, the atmosphere around her grew ominously chill, a foreboding presence drawing near. Then, something cold brushed against her hand. The pen, influenced by an unseen force, began to glide across the paper, tracing a perfect circle. I, in the dead of night, Lin Yuan, just awakened from slumber, sensed a powerful yearning. This summoning was unlike any he had encountered before. The other party seemed to be calling for him by name. The intensity of the desire was unlike anything he had felt since becoming a ghost. Clearly, the matter at hand was extraordinary. Yet, to him, all matters were perceived equally. There was no distinction between difficulty and simplicity, only the strength of the yearning mattered. Few had seen him, and only Su Xiaonan had made a wish to him. Could it be her? Regardless of who it was, Lin Yuan resolved to follow the pull of that desire and set off immediately. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at a crossroads. There, a girl knelt on the ground, clutching a pin, her seemingly frail face betraying a resolute expression. Spotting Zhang Huihui, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of surprise. This timid girl had actively sought him out. and her yearning was remarkably potent. Yet, since he had arrived, as long as the price was right, any wish could be fulfilled. Chapter 8. Her revenge. Gazing at the circle on the paper, Jiang Huihui felt the atmosphere grow increasingly sinister. Reminiscent of the previous occasion when they had summoned the Pin Spirit, the spirit had arrived, yet the once timid girl felt no fear. Instead, a smile graced her lips. The Pin Spirit had come, and her wish would soon be realized. After all, the spirit had claimed that all requests would be answered. However, she had yet to confirm whether this Pin Spirit was indeed the same one from their previous encounter. In haste, she inquired. Pin Spirit, have we met before? No sooner had she spoken than she felt a force guiding the pin, leaving a mark on the paper. A hook? Jiang Huihui exhaled in relief. It was indeed the same spirit from that day. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself voiceless. Hesitation crept in. If she demanded the spirit to take a life, would she not be putting her own life at risk? But this hesitation was fleeting. She had already resolved to act before summoning the spirit. Pin Spirit, I wish to request your assistance in a matter. She inhaled deeply, her gaze steady despite its fragility. I wish to kill someone. Is that possible? Upon uttering those words, the atmosphere thickened with an even darker intensity. The wind howled, ruffling the papers scattered on the ground. Her breath quickened as she pressed down on the fluttering sheets with her other hand, anxiously awaiting the spirit's response. The wishmaker was human and bound by moral considerations. Yet Lin Yuan had long shed his humanity, the remnants of which had faded away over the months. He cared not for morality, nor for the weight of emotions. Regardless of what people asked of him, as long as they could muster enough yearning, he would grant their wishes. This was a transaction. He bore no responsibility for the consequences. That burden fell solely on the wishmaker. The pen moved swiftly across the paper, forming crooked letters. All requests will be answered. Jiang Huihui's excitement surged. The last time, the spirit had said the same. She had feared that her request to kill would be denied. But it appeared the spirit was indifferent to such matters. If the spirit could intervene, it would ease her conscience. At least she would not be a murderer, and her parents would not bear the shame of having a daughter who had taken a life. The man she sought vengeance against had committed numerous atrocities. He had killed her brother but had evaded justice due to his age. Now, he lived freely, seemingly having forgotten the past. Such a person deserved retribution. He must pay for his actions. He had no right to live. I hope you will kill him. Jiang Huihui recounted the details of her plight. Pin Spirit, your act of killing him would indeed be a service. To a ghost, intervening in human affairs was frowned upon. It bore no relation to the concepts of justice or evil. Such distinctions were merely human constructs, devoid of significance beyond the realm of humanity. Yet Lin Yuan merely fulfilled the wishes of others, free from the burden of karma. All consequences lay with the wishmaker. He inscribed the words on the paper. Who, where, when, beyond that, he showed no interest. Jiang Huihui contemplated the implications of those words. According to the Pin Spirit, she could determine when and where Li Xian would meet his end. The sooner, the better, as far as she was concerned. As for the location, it mattered little, but she hoped to witness his demise firsthand. Though she had always been timid, fearing the sight of death, she would not flinch if the victim were her enemy, the one who had taken her brother's life. The person I wish to kill is named Li Xian. His face appeared in her mind, a visage she had seen that fateful day. Originally named Li Xingyu, he had changed his name after killing her brother and now worked in a restaurant. As for the time, she wished it to be tomorrow morning, ideally in her presence. The location was flexible. After conveying her wishes, she quickly inquired, Pin Spirit, is this information sufficient? Do I need to provide anything else? For Lin Yuan, the details were adequate. The image of the target materialized before him. With enough energy, he possessed limitless capabilities and knowledge. The brief calculation revealed everything he needed to know. The target was indeed the one who had killed her brother. Such malevolence at a tender age warranted a death sentence in the eyes of most. Yet Lin Yuan was unconcerned with such judgments. To him, there was no morality, only transactions of equivalent value. The actions of Li Xian were inconsequential. What mattered was whether Jiang Huihui could pay the price. He marked the paper with a check, indicating that it was sufficient. Suddenly, Jiang Huihui felt a hollow emptiness within her. The matter of her revenge seemed to be settled. As long as the Pin Spirit consented, there should be no issues. However, this was a transaction. Take a life. What price must she pay? She yearned to know if her own life would be forfeit. What must I sacrifice? Lin Yuan exhibited remarkable patience, answering every inquiry posed to him, for he understood that in addressing these questions, he could also acquire a measure of willpower, albeit a scarce amount. With deft control over the pen, he inscribed a single character on the paper, Yun. Subsequently, he pinned 2 more characters, Dongjia. The meaning was unmistakable. Zhang Huihui needed to offer a sacrifice of fortune equivalent to the matter at hand. What was this fortune? From Su Xiaonan, she had gleaned a general understanding. The rapid succession of Su Xiaonan's hospital visits and the loss of such a promising job could hardly be deemed coincidental. This was likely a consequence of lost fortune. Yet, it also implied that the Pin spirit did not seek her demise directly. What she needed to relinquish was a fortune equivalent to the act of extinguishing Li Xian's life. But how much precisely? Could you enlighten me? Upon observing the numeral, Zhang Huihui surmised that it signified she would forfeit 11 units of fortune. However, the exact nature of this amount remained unclear to her due to the lack of a comparative context. Zhang Huihui then inquired, "Will I die after my wish is granted?" The paper revealed more characters. Not necessarily. This was a question concerning the future, necessitating the consumption of willpower to speculate on what lay ahead. Although it was highly probable that Zhang Huihui would meet her end, Lin Yuan would not hastily respond without a glimpse into the future. I understand. Uncertainty, at least, afforded her a glimmer of hope. Now, she had gleaned all that she needed to know and had no further inquiries. Pin spirit, regardless of the price, I fervently wish for Li Xian's demise. Please, fulfill my desire. Transaction completed. Lin Yuan inscribed these 4 characters upon the paper. He had sensed the girl's willpower, ample enough to achieve this task. Now, he would utilize this willpower to orchestrate a future for Li Xian. Specifically, that Li Xian would perish by tomorrow morning. This endeavor consumed a total of 10 units of willpower, all derived from Zhang Huihui's fortune. However, upon the completion of this task, Zhang Huihui would be obliged to repay her debt. Lin Yuan would acquire 1 unit of willpower, also extracted from Zhang Huihui's fortune. In total, Zhang Huihui would lose 11 units of fortune. Had Lin Yuan chosen to kill directly, he would not have needed to expend such considerable willpower. This amount could have sufficed to eliminate many individuals. Yet he refrained from directly intervening in mortal affairs. He merely facilitated Zhang Huihui's wish, orchestrating Li Xian's fatal destiny. It was Zhang Huihui who was responsible for the act. Now, they awaited the appointed hour. When all would unfold inevitably, Zhang Huihui grasped the pen tightly, closing her eyes. At this moment, her emotions were tumultuous. She knew her wish would soon be realized, and she could exact her revenge. Her brother would finally rest in peace. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a sense of disorientation, as though her very essence had been drained. Perhaps it was the knowledge that she too might soon embrace death. Once a person becomes aware of their impending demise, their perception of all things transforms. Pin spirit, thank you. You have avenged me greatly, and if I survive, I shall devote the remainder of my life to serve you. Lin Yuan remained silent. The likelihood of Zhang Huihui surviving was exceedingly slim. An ordinary individual typically possesses around 10 units of fortune, and her total expenditure of 11 units essentially sealed her fate. After all, the cost of seeking another's life is not a trivial matter. Furthermore, even if Zhang Huihui were to survive, he would not direct her actions, as this would be tantamount to directly meddling in the affairs of mortals, thus incurring the consequences of karma. Is there anything I can do for you? If so, please let me know. Though there were indeed tasks he could undertake, Lin Yuan nonetheless marked a cross on the paper. Pin spirit, please return to your position. Lin Yuan departed, and the surrounding atmosphere grew less foreboding. Zhang Huihui sensed the hand that had shared the pin with her vanish. The pin spirit had departed. Yet, she remained kneeling on the ground, her body appearing frail against the biting wind. Chapter 9. Memories of the past. Lin Yuan returned to his villa. As a spirit, he found solace only in the places he had known in life. Spirits do not belong to the mortal realm and are met with rejection wherever they tread. Without strong attachments and obsessions, they swiftly fade away. The villa was filled with remnants of his past, objects that still retained his essence. These items possessed a subtle connection with him, and only in such an environment could he experience a diminishment of that rejection. Lin Yuan entered the stone, within which lay a space of several dozen cubic meters. It was not vast, but with each unit of willpower he acquired, the space expanded incrementally. Here, he wielded control over all. This realm was as though it had been crafted for him. Within this sanctuary, he faced no rejection from any force. Had it not been for this, his spirit would have long since been fragmented. He harbored an intuition that this stone was a form of treasure, and he, its vessel. The stone had supplanted his corporeal form, and now they existed as one. He sensed that something significant would soon transpire. Though that awaited the fulfillment of Jiang Huihui's wish and the willpower she would owe him. But that moment was imminent. Tomorrow in the early hours, Li Exine suddenly awoke from a nightmare, bolting upright. Panting heavily, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, he hastily turned on the room's light, surveying his surroundings, and upon finding nothing amiss, he gradually regained his composure. He had been jolted awake by a harrowing dream. It felt so vivid that even upon waking, the remnants of fear lingered in the dream. Darkness enveloped him, as if someone were calling his name. He could not discern the words, prompting him to approach and listen more closely. He groped through the blackness, faintly perceiving a figure. It was that person calling him. As he drew nearer, he longed to understand what they were saying. Finally, he heard it. Li Xingyu, that was his name. One he had not heard in a long while. He had wished to forget it entirely. No, I am not that. I am Li Exine. He attempted to flee, yet a strong hand seized him, rendering him powerless to escape. Then, a face loomed before him. Dio, you remember me? Upon seeing that visage, he awoke with a start. He had believed he had long since buried those memories, yet they resurfaced in his dream. Luckily, it was merely a dream. Li Xingyu. He had not thought of that name in ages, having sought to sever ties with his past. He had renamed himself Li Exine, signifying his intention to cast aside all that had come before and start anew. He had embraced his new identity, considering himself a wholly different individual. As for Li Xingyu, that name had no bearing on him. The actions of that person were no longer his concern. Yet today, he realized that no matter how fiercely he denied it, he could not entirely erase the legacy of being Li Xingyu. Jiang Jie, he recalled that name, as well as the face that had appeared in his dream. A timid and introverted boy, Jiang Jie had been a target of relentless bullying at the hands of Li Exine and his companions, who had mercilessly extorted money from him. To them, Jiang Jie's only purpose was to provide amusement. With mediocre grades, even when he reported their misdeeds to the teacher, the reprimands were merely cursory, and if parents were informed, it was hardly a matter of consequence. At worst, he would face a scolding at home. And even if the situation escalated, he likely would not receive a beating. Jiang Jie had grown accustomed to being scolded, not caring in the slightest. However, any frustrations he endured at the hands of teachers or parents would be projected back onto Jiang Jie with even greater intensity. Eventually, when they resumed tormenting Jiang Jie, there was no longer any cost involved. For Jiang Jie had ceased to report their actions in their youth. They believed that bullying others was a sign of coolness. They even thought that killing someone would be an enviable experience, one that would earn them admiration and respect, and they had boasted about their achievements. Looking back now, he realized they had been incredibly naive. Even foolish, he still regretted that incident. Had he not taken a life, he would not have had to live in hiding, nor would he constantly worry about being recognized. The title of murderer was far from flattering. And wherever he went, if that secret were to come to light, he would no longer have a place in society. The overwhelming majority of people would not envy him for having killed. They would only view him as a scoundrel. More than 5 years had elapsed since that fateful day, yet the memories surged uncontrollably, each scene as vivid as if it had occurred yesterday. That day, they had been caught bullying Jiang Jie by their teacher, who was evidently in a foul mood. Not only did the teacher scold them, but he insisted they contact their parents, at the time. He had been furious. Although Jiang Jie had not been the one to inform the teacher, he had directed his anger solely at Jiang Jie. After school, he and 2 others cornered Jiang Jie and dragged him to the woods outside the school. He had nearly forgotten the appearances of those 2 accomplices, only vaguely recalling their names. After that incident, they had severed all ties. However, he vividly remembered Jiang Jie's pleas for mercy. In those moments, he had relished the power he wielded. Perhaps in a fit of desperation, Jiang Jie had even bitten him, igniting his fury. Jiang Jie had rarely dared to resist. After all, He was shorter and frielier than any of them. The bite infuriated him, and he kicked Jiang Jie to the ground. In that instant, he merely wished to reassert his dominance, ensuring Jiang Jie would never dare cross him again. Spotting a rock nearby, he approached, picked it up, and hurled it at Jiang Jie's head with all his might. He had never intended to kill. He merely sought to teach Jiang Jie a lesson. Yet in his rage, he had lost control. He could not recall how many blows he had struck, but when he finally ceased, Jiang Jie's head was drenched in blood, his skull nearly deformed from the assault. He kicked Jiang Jie with his foot, but Jiang Jie lay motionless on the ground, utterly incapacitated. At that moment, clarity washed over him. He had killed Jiang Jie. Panic surged within him, yet he swiftly masked his turmoil. To display fear in front of these individuals would be utterly humiliating. He was dead, and we are all complicit in this. No one is to speak of it, however. If any of you dare to utter a word, it will spell doom for us all. His feigned composure quelled the anxiety of the two others. Let us find something to bury him with, ensuring he remains undiscovered. His home was not far from the school. He raced back to fetch a shovel, then returned to the scene, digging a pit in which he interred Jiang Jie. Subsequently, the three of them synchronized their stories to guarantee that this incident would not trace back to them. He believed he had crafted an impeccable facade, yet the following morning, their misdeeds were laid bare. They were taken away by the police, and during the interrogation, he realized how riddled with holes his prepared alibi was. Moreover, those two disloyal companions pointed fingers at him, claiming he was the one who had struck. While they merely failed to intervene in such a predicament, he had no choice but to confess. He initially thought this would be a grave matter. Fear rendered him trembling. After all, a life had been extinguished, and he was the perpetrator. Yet, the reality diverged from his expectations. Despite the overwhelming evidence, despite the severity of his crime, despite the considerable malice he harbored, the repercussions were not severe. He bore no criminal liability, receiving only a few years of admonition before being released. First, he took pride in his actions, considering them a noteworthy achievement. Each time he boasted to those around him about that experience. He was met with awe-filled gazes. However, as he aged, such admirers dwindled. Having dropped out of school early, he was compelled to shoulder the burdens of life. It was only after stepping into society and enduring its harsh realities that he came to realize how foolish he had been. That was not an achievement, nor was it worth boasting about. It only served to alienate him, inviting disdain, rendering him undesirable even for menial work. His parents were also dragged down by his actions. They had once been relatively affluent, running a business that netted them hundreds of thousands annually. However, after that incident, their enterprise collapsed, leading to substantial financial losses and incessant public scrutiny, ultimately forcing them to labor in a factory. Over the years, they had relocated multiple times, each new place fraught with the anxiety of being recognized. Now, genuine regret consumed him. That incident had wrought him considerable trouble. Had it not transpired, even with poor academic performance, he could have inherited the family business and led a reasonably comfortable life. Yet, it was not too late for clarity to dawn. He was still young, even having strayed from the righteous path. He had opportunities for redemption. This was the advantage of youth. Making mistakes was not a cause for despair. He had long resolved to forget the past. Yet today, for reasons unknown, memories of Jiang Jie intruded upon him. Feeling a surge of agitation, he lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. After a few puffs, an overwhelming sense of unease washed over him. He could not shake the feeling that something ominous was on the horizon. He picked up his phone and called his mother. Chapter 10. Old photographed the call connected swiftly, and he heard his mother's voice on the line. Hello? Who is this? Her voice was groggy, indicating he had roused her from slumber. However, the sound of her voice brought him some comfort. Mom, it's me, son. His mother immediately snapped awake, sitting up in bed, her tone shifting to one of concern. What's wrong? Did something happen? Li Xian understood that his mother had misconstrued the call. A midnight phone call would naturally incite her worries. This misunderstanding tugged at his heart, as in his parents' eyes. He was merely a troublemaker. This was true, yet he had resolved to amend his ways. He hurriedly reassured her. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. I just miss you. Thank goodness, she sighed with relief on the other end. But why are you calling at this hour? How have you been? You need to focus on your job. Just keep working there. Your father and I are trying to find you another opportunity through our connections. You haven't caused any trouble, have you? Lee Xian exhaled deeply. No, don't worry, Mom. I've changed. I will never cause any trouble again. I promised. I just wanted to check in on you. How have you both been? Ah, his mother sighed, hesitating before finally saying, we're all fine. You don't need to worry. Though she said this, Lee Xian was acutely aware that his parents were not truly well. They constantly worried that one day they might be recognized as the parents of a murderer. If that day came, they would have to uproot their lives once more. After a brief conversation with his mother, Lee Xian felt his eyes welling with tears as he hung up, his heart heavy with the weight of his actions. Everything his family endured was a consequence of his choices. He had not only ruined his own life but had also burdened his parents. If given another chance, he would never dare to take a life again. However, life does not grant second chances. All he could do was strive for redemption. This was the reason he had chosen the name Lee Xian for himself. He turned off the light, preparing to return to sleep. Yet for reasons unknown, memories from the past surged forth, swirling chaotically in his mind. Jiang Jie's visage haunted him, a grotesque and horrifying image of his face before death, though he had long since buried those memories. Today, they resurfaced uncontrollably. Unable to contain his rising frustration, he abruptly sat up in bed and cursed, "Damn it, why can't I stop thinking about these troubling matters? It seems I won't be able to sleep tonight." He reached for his phone to check the time. Just as the screen illuminated, a ghastly face materialized before him. It was a boy, his face smeared with blood. Icy eyes locked onto him. He recoiled in shock, hastily tossing the phone aside, where it tumbled onto the bed, flipping over. How could this be? His heart raced. He recognized that image. It was a photo he had taken the day they murdered Jiang Jie. But that phone had been discarded years ago. The one he currently used had only been purchased a few months prior. How could such an old photo appear on it? Furthermore, he certainly had not set such a terrifying image as his wallpaper. Had he misread it? Cautiously, he extended his hand to flip the phone back over. The screen now displayed a vibrant young woman. This was indeed his current wallpaper. He sighed in relief, attributing his earlier vision to an overactive imagination. It was now 3 a.m. and he had to work at 9, leaving him with 6 hours. However, regardless of how he tried, sleep eluded him. With no desire to engage with his phone, he sat on the bed. Lost in thought that as he shifted slightly, he felt something beneath his hand and quickly withdrew it. Realizing what it was, he reached out again to feel the object. It was a smooth piece of paper. The texture suggested it might be a photograph. He had no recollection of placing any photographs on his bed. He immediately turned on the light, the harsh illumination flooding the room, and squinted until his eyes adjusted. Finally, he discerned the object in his hand. It was indeed a photograph, an old photograph depicting 3 individuals, himself and 2 classmates. They were the trio that had murdered Jiang Jie. Yet, he had not been in contact with those 2 for a long time and had long lost their connection. In fact, if not for this photograph, he would struggle to recall their faces. How could this photograph still exist? Hadn't he discarded it ages ago? He retrieved a lighter, intent on burning the photograph. He wished to rid himself of anything that reminded him of the past. As the flame ignited the paper, he suddenly noticed another figure within the photograph. Upon seeing this person, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. How could it be? Had he misjudged? He quickly extinguished the flames, enduring the pain in his hands as he scrutinized the photograph more closely. It was not just 3 figures. There was a 4th. The 4th person stood in an inconspicuous corner behind them. How could this be? The figure captured in the photograph was none other than Jiang Jie, quietly observing them from the shadows. Jiang Jie's position was eerily unsettling. From any angle, his eyes seemed to bore into Lee Xian's soul. A chill crept over him. As he examined the background of the photograph, horror washed over him once more. The image had been taken in the very woods where they had killed Jiang Jie. However, while he had taken pictures with those 2, he had never snapped one in that particular grove. What on earth was this photograph? At this moment, the atmosphere in the room turned chillingly ominous. Damn it, this is truly cursed. Once he had resolved to start anew, he believed he had incinerated all remnants of the past. It was impossible for any loose ends to remain. Even if they did, they could not resurface at this moment. This is truly bizarre. I should just dispose of this item. The room became suffocatingly cold, the chill permeating his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He was frightened. Yet, there was nothing to fear. There were no ghosts in this world. Even if there were, he had been dead for so long that it was unreasonable for vengeance to arise at this moment. After all, more than 5 years had passed, and he had surely forgotten the events of that time. Regardless of how intense the hatred may have been, it ought to be laid to rest. Once again, he struck a match, preparing to incinerate that cursed photograph. Yet at that moment, the figure in the photo transformed once more. He and his 2 friends appeared unchanged, but the figure in the lower left corner, Jiang Jie, was the one who had altered. The Jiang Jie in the photograph seemed to have come back to life, blood streaming from his body, his eyes filled with hatred. The Jiang Jie in the image reached out, slowly moving as if attempting to grasp him. Witnessing this bizarre transformation, he was nearly compelled to discard the photograph in fright. His entire body trembled, and the lighter extinguished abruptly. This photograph was too sinister. It must be destroyed. He did not wish to contemplate whether his vision was deceiving him. It was inconsequential. What mattered was that the photograph had to be burned. His trembling hand incessantly pressed the lighter, but it refused to ignite. A chilling thought surged within him, yet he struggled to suppress his spiraling thoughts, adamant not to let his imagination run wild. How could there be ghosts? If ghosts truly existed, he would have faced retribution long ago. He had killed Jiang Jie, and though many years had elapsed, he was still living well. Moreover, countless individuals had taken lives. Who among them had been slain by a ghost? Furthermore, even when Jiang Jie was alive, he feared him. In death, he would be even less inclined to seek revenge. Despite repeatedly reassuring himself that it was impossible for a ghost to come after him, his body continued to tremble. This terror was unlike anything he had ever experienced. When he had slain Jiang Jie, though fear had gripped him, it had not reached this magnitude. Later, when the truth was revealed and he was taken by the police, he had not felt such dread. He knew that even if he had taken a life, he would never face death himself. But now, the stakes felt different. He sensed danger looming. Burn it, and all would be well. He trembled as he attempted to ignite the lighter once more, but his shaking hands extinguished the flame almost instantly. Clenching his fist, he struck his arm with force, the pain grounding him in reality. This time, his hands steadied. The lighter ignited swiftly, flames voraciously consuming the photograph. He felt the searing pain of the fire on his skin and hastily discarded the photograph to the ground in that fleeting moment as the photograph fell. He seemed to see his own visage altered within it. He was drenched in blood, sprawled on the ground, his head appearing as if it had cracked open. Yet before he could discern more, the flames had entirely devoured the photograph. The eerie image was reduced to ashes, yet he felt the atmosphere in the room grow even more oppressive. A chill enveloped him, prompting him to retreat to his bed, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket. Yet that coldness could not be dispelled. It emanated from within him. His feared, and no matter how tightly he cocooned himself, it lingered. His gaze fell upon the bed, and he suddenly let out a piercing scream. Unbeknownst to him, another photograph had appeared on the bed at that moment. The entire bedroom seemed to plunge into a frigid winter. Chapter 11. A Life for a Life. Li Xian's gaze fixated on the bed, his eyes betraying signs of anxiety akin to a cat subjected to severe fright. As he beheld the photograph, his body quivered uncontrollably. Though the photograph was pinned beneath the bedclothes, he could not see its contents. Yet an overwhelming sense of dread coursed through him. This was likely the same photograph he had just incinerated. He pressed his hand against his chest, feeling the frantic rhythm of his heart, and took a deep breath. Despite his trepidation, he knew he had to ascertain the truth. Otherwise, a sense of unease would haunt him for a lifetime. His trembling arm extended from beneath the covers, his palm inching closer to the photograph on the bed. The nearer he drew, the more violently his hand shook. Do not be afraid. He lacks the courage to seek revenge against me. If he dares approach, I shall kill him again. Jiang Jie had feared him in life. In death, he should fear him even more. Could a dead man truly be more formidable than when he was alive? His hand finally made contact with the photograph. But the moment he touched it, it felt as though he had been electrocuted, and his hand withdrew instinctively. He was still unprepared. What if he turned it over and discovered that it was indeed the photograph he had just burned? He did not know. All he was certain of was that it would drive him to madness. Yet, if he did not confirm it, he would still lose his sanity. He fought to quell his inner turmoil and reached out to the photograph once more. It appeared deceptively light, yet his hand felt as if it were attempting to lift a weight of 1,000 pounds, refusing to turn it over. His eyes brimmed with terror and anxiety, for he dreaded the outcome. Nevertheless, regardless of his fear, he had to confront the truth. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he flipped the photograph over. Yet the instant he beheld its contents, he felt as if he had lost his mind. His eyes turning crimson. How could this be? How could it be like this? The photograph depicted 3 boys. One was his younger self, while the other 2 were the companions with whom he had murdered Jiang Jie. In the lower left corner, a shadowy figure could be discerned, glaring at them with eyes full of resentment. It was the same photograph. He had indeed burned it, yet some supernatural force had willed it back into existence. At that moment, the photograph underwent another eerie transformation. The version of him captured in the image was inexplicably bleeding from the head. The individuals within the photograph appeared to have come alive, their faces a mask of terror and unbearable pain. Faint cries echoed in his ears. Those were voices pleading for help. The version of him in the photograph was begging him for rescue. Fear drove him to insanity. He could no longer bear to look, screaming in a grotesque expression of horror. His hands gripped the photograph with ferocity, tearing it to shreds. Only when the photograph had been reduced to fragments, and he could no longer tear it apart, did he cease. He hurled the remnants into the air, the pieces scattering against the ceiling and drifting down like confetti. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the fluttering scraps. Seething with rage, so much time had elapsed, yet that wretched soul dared to seek revenge against him. How dare he? Although he had been the one to kill Jiang Jie, he had already paid the price for his actions. Why should Jiang Jie still seek him out? For all these years, he had lived in constant fear, concealing his identity to avoid the past resurfacing. He and his family had borne the brunt of others, leading his parents to shutter their business and suffer significant financial loss. We have already sacrificed enough. What more do you want? He glared at the drifting scraps of paper, shouting aloud at that moment. The fragments underwent a grotesque transformation. Each shard bore a twisted visage. The faces were stained crimson with blood, yet he could still recognize them as Jiang Jie's. Jiang Jie was watching him. Those eyes, once filled with cowardice and fear at the moment of his death, now brimmed with vengeance. It was him. It was truly him seeking to exact retribution. Why, after all this time, could he not let it go? You are dead. Though I took your life, I have paid the price. Why are you still dissatisfied? Our grievances have concluded. You cannot seek revenge any longer. Yet, no matter how much he pleaded, those faces continued to glare at him with resentment. In that moment, he felt the weight of countless eyes upon him. Those eyes were like blades, piercing him with unrelenting ferocity. He finally understood that begging for mercy would not resolve his predicament. His cowardice would only incite further madness in his adversary. Just as they had tormented Jiang Jie in the past, when he had pleaded for mercy, they had only reveled in the thrill. Now, Jiang Jie merely wished to witness his degradation, but he would never reveal such vulnerability. With a sudden surge of determination, he flung the blanket aside, letting it fall to the floor. He stood upon the bed, his fear transforming into fury. You are merely the worthless wretch I killed. How dare you confront me? I fear you even when you were alive. What can you do now that you're dead? I can kill you once, and I can do it again. If you possess the courage, come forth. Let us settle this with blades in hand. Why should he fear a useless specter? He leaped from the bed, seized a fruit knife from the table, gripping the handle tightly as he wildly slashed through the air. Come on, if you dare, show yourself. I can kill you again, he shouted, the knife slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. In that moment, he felt no fear at all. Ghosts were nothing to be afraid of. He had the audacity to take a life, so why should he fear a ghost? He wielded the knife, swinging it for some time, until exhaustion overcame him, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet the chill that lingered within him remained. Once the fury had subsided, fear surged anew from the depths of his being, more intense than before. Now, he finally recognized the reality. He was afraid, had always been afraid. In this moment, he was no different from the Jiang Jie they had once bullied. He was on the brink of collapse. I cannot die. I am not even 20 yet, and I have much left to accomplish. My life stretches before me. I never intended to kill you. You bit me? And in my fury, I acted impulsively. I truly did not wish to take your life. Spare me. I have already faced punishment. I have genuinely reformed. His crimes had long been absolved. Even the police would not pursue him further. Moreover, he had truly changed. At the very least, he had not committed further wrongs. Spare me, he pleaded weakly, his voice becoming hoarse. Yet there was no response, only the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid. Perhaps that was the answer. He would not be forgiven. Trembling, he picked up the shards of the photograph scattered on the ground, and suddenly, blood began to ooze from those fragments. The blood clung to his hands. In terror, he cast aside the shards, desperately wiping the blood off his hands with his clothing. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the blood would not be removed. Just like his sins, which could never be cleansed on the ground, each shard continued to bleed, the blood nearly staining the room's floor crimson. He clasped his hands around his head, screaming in agony. He would not attain forgiveness. He had taken a life. If he were not the murderer, he would still deem the killer unforgivable. As the victim, how could Jiang Jie ever forgive him? He believed the cost he had paid was trivial compared to the loss of Jiang Jie's life, the grief of parents losing their son. Were it him, resting beneath the 9 springs, he too would find no peace. More and more blood flowed from the fragments of those photographs, pooling into a crimson lake on the floor. There was no place left to stand. His feet, clothes, and hands were all stained with blood. The ground resembled a fountain, continuously gushing forth blood, soon accumulating to several centimeters in depth. The grotesque and bloody scene drove him to despair. He struck the ground with all his might, splattering blood that landed on his face and lips. After a while, the blood on the ground reached a depth of over 10 centimeters, submerging most of his body. Perhaps, before long, this blood would completely engulf him, drowning him. But at that moment, his eyes, filled with terror and despair, suddenly calmed. He finally understood what he must do. This was the price he had to pay. He should have acted thus long ago. Taking a life requires a life. Debts must be repaid. This is a fundamental truth, a principle understood by all. Ha ha ha, he laughed maniacally, rising from the ground, his voice laced with madness. Wading through the blood, he approached a wall, dipped his finger into the blood within the room, and wrote in large characters, "A life for a life." The blood in the room quickly faded, and his bedroom returned to its previous state, as if everything that had just transpired had never happened. Only the wall bore the 4 sinister blood-stained characters, and on the floor lay a photograph. He walked over, picked up the photo, and clutched it tightly in his palm. Then, he proceeded to the bedroom door, pulled it open, and stepped out of the room. Chapter 12. The Falling Incident. Nan, why are you discharged so early? Jiang Huihui spoke on the phone while walking. From the other end, Su Xiaonan's voice came through, filled with complaints. I missed you. Since you didn't come to see me, I had no choice but to leave the hospital early, if following medical advice. She was not supposed to be discharged today, but she was deeply concerned for Jiang Huihui. She feared that Jiang Huihui might do something behind her back. Having experienced the price of making wishes to the spirit of the pin, she understood all too well. If Jiang Huihui wished for the pin spirit to take a life, she could only dread the cost that would entail. But as long as she remained by Jiang Huihui's side, perhaps she could guide her away from such actions. Not at all. I was just about to come see you, Jiang Huihui replied with a smile. Her complexion was poor, pale without a hint of color, and her spirit seemed quite depleted. Yet she made every effort to disguise it, trying to keep her voice from sounding too weak. Really? Of course. I'm not far from the hospital right now. I'll be there shortly. All right, I see I misunderstood you. Su Xiaonan chuckled. I just left the hospital and am on the road in front of the entrance. Where are you? Hey Nan, over here. Jiang Huihui's voice suddenly reached Su Xiaonan's ears. She looked over to see Jiang Huihui waving at her from across the street. All right, I see you. Wait for me. I'm coming over. Don't move. I'll come find you. No need. It's just across the street. Su Xiaonan hung up the phone, noticing that the light was green, and walked across the road. Jiang Huihui hurriedly ran toward her, and they met in the middle of the street. Nan, Jiang Huihui pointed at the bandage on Su Xiaonan's head. Isn't it too early for you to be discharged? Su Xiaonan grasped her hand and smiled. I'm fine now. I'm almost healed. Just a bit dizzy occasionally, but I'll be all right with some rest. However, during this time, you must take good care of me. I'm the patient, Zhang Huihui joked. Why don't you stay in the hospital for a few more days? I'll take you back now. Su Xiaonan hugged her, resting her head on her shoulder. No, I've decided to stick with you. You'll never be able to get rid of me. Zhang Huihui pushed her away, exasperated. Fine, fine. I'll begrudgingly take care of you for a few days. I knew you were the best. Huihui. After Su Xiaonan spoke, she noticed Zhang Huihui's pallor was quite alarming. Her face was ashen, with dark circles faintly visible around her eyes, causing her to worry. What's wrong? You don't look well. Zhang Huihui linked her arm with Su Xiaonan's, her gaze drifting elsewhere. It's nothing. I just didn't rest well yesterday. It really just that. Su Xiaonan suddenly felt a foreboding sense, fearing the worst might have occurred. Zhang Huihui shook her head. I've been struggling with insomnia these past few days, unable to sleep, which is why I appear so unwell. I said again. Su Xiaonan began but fell silent. Zhang Huihui must have been reminded of Zhang Jie. For some time now, Zhang Huihui had been tormented by those memories. Yet, she should not bring them up. It would only deepen Zhang Huihui's distress. She quickly changed the subject. All right, let us head back. You need to rest properly. Zhang Huihui supported her as they walked back, and Su Xiaonan sighed, choosing not to say more. The hospital was not far from their school and residences. A mere 10-minute walk would suffice. Throughout the journey, both fell into a deep silence, the usual endless chatter replaced by an awkward atmosphere. Su Xiaonan felt a persistent unease and could not help but voice her concern. Huihui, have you summoned that pin spirit again? Huh? Zhang Huihui seemed lost in thought and did not respond immediately. Su Xiaonan repeated her question. Zhang Huihui calmly shook her head. No, I haven't. I did consider it, but it didn't appear. The pin spirit cannot be summoned at will. Hearing Zhang Huihui's words, Su Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zhang Huihui had not taken that step, there was still hope. Zhang Huihui looked at her, a sense of relief washing over her. Don't worry, I've moved on from that. I can't ruin my life over someone like that. One must always look ahead. Yes, we must look forward and not let ourselves be dragged down by such scum. He will surely face retribution. Su Xiaonan knew Zhang Huihui could not truly let go. That was not something one could achieve in a short time. But as long as she was no longer fixated on revenge, that was enough. At that moment, she suddenly sensed a stir in the surroundings. There was a shopping mall nearby, typically bustling with activity, but now many people had stopped, pointing and murmuring, their gazes fixed above them. Huh? What is going on? Su Xiaonan raised her brows in surprise and looked up. Nan, be careful. Zhang Huihui also noticed. On the roof adjacent to them stood a figure, who suddenly leaped from the top. Plummeting rapidly. At that moment, the person was directly above them. If that individual fell, they could be struck. Seeing this, Zhang Huihui yanked Su Xiaonan with all her strength. Upon witnessing the scene above, Su Xiaonan felt a wave of panic and retreated. Only to stumble, before she could rise, a deafening crash filled her ears. Bang! The person fell like a heavy sack, crashing to the ground right in front of her with a thunderous sound. The force of the fall shattered the individual's bones and ruptured their insides. Blood splattering from the mangled body. The blood even splattered onto Su Xiaonan. Su Xiaonan let out a shriek, but it was not from fear of the scene. It was from pain. My leg. The individual's fall had landed squarely on her leg, and she felt as though her leg might shatter. The intense pain compelled her to cry out, leaving no time to fear or be shocked by the sight of someone falling before her. Su Xiaonan's face contorted in agony. My leg, it's going to break. Hang in there, Nan. Zhang Huihui looked on in horror at the scene, filled with both fear and urgency. Although this was not the first time Su Xiaonan had been struck, and the previous incident had been severe, this time, it was a corpse that had fallen on her. The body that lay on the ground was already a mangled mess, and she could even smell the overwhelming stench of blood. This was a sight she had never witnessed before. Around them, people screamed and scattered, keeping their distance, none daring to approach to check on the situation. But she had to save Su Xiaonan. Summoning her courage and suppressing her fear, she pushed the bloodied corpse aside. Then, she could not bear to look at the body again and hurried to Su Xiaonan's side. Nan, how's your leg? I don't know. It hurts so much, Su Xiaonan exclaimed. Tears streaming down her face. Hang in there. I'll call for an ambulance right away. Jiang Huihui, in a state of panic, hastily retrieved her phone, poised to make a call, when her gaze inadvertently fell upon the lifeless body on the ground. In that fleeting moment, upon glimpsing the face of the corpse, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Yes, it was him. Until now, engulfed in turmoil, she had failed to realize that the individual who had plummeted from the building was Li Xian. At this moment, confronted with the sight of the corpse, her strength seemed to drain away, leaving her weakly collapsed on the ground. The spirit of the Pin Fairy, having fulfilled its promise, had brought her wish to fruition. Her nemesis lay dead before her eyes. Yet, as the Pin Fairy demanded an equal exchange, it would soon be her turn. She must repay this debt. Chapter 13. Just Desert. Su Xiaonan detected Jiang Huihui's abnormal demeanor, suppressing her pain and fear as she gazed at the body on the ground. Initially, the corpse had been face down, but in her frantic attempt to save her, Jiang Huihui had turned the body over. The face of the deceased lay partially exposed, its profile directed towards them. Despite only half a visage being visible, Su Xiaonan instantly recognized the individual. It was Li Xian. After all, he was a murderer. Even a single encounter had left an indelible impression. A chilling sense of horror surged from the depths of her being, prompting an involuntary shiver. Hui, is it really you? Su Xiaonan inquired, her voice trembling. Jiang Huihui met her gaze, her expression awash with regret, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Xiaonan understood without requiring further explanation. What an uncanny coincidence it was, Li Xian's abrupt leap from the building, culminating in his demise right before them. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated. The architect of this arrangement could not possibly be human. She comprehended that Jiang Huihui had struck a bargain with the Pin Fairy. There were no other conceivable explanations. I'm sorry, Nan, I truly didn't foresee this. Jiang Huihui choked on her words, unable to articulate further. Su Xiaonan shook her head, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She did not harbor resentment towards Jiang Huihui. Her injuries were merely the result of unfortunate circumstances. Such occurrences were not unprecedented for her. Though her wounds would heal, what fate awaited Jiang Huihui? The nature of this transaction demanded reciprocity. At that moment, the distant wail of sirens pierced the air, as ambulances hastened to the scene. Upon the arrival of the police, the area was swiftly cordoned off, and both Li Xian and Su Xiaonan were transported to the hospital, with Jiang Huihui following closely behind. Li Xian was rushed into the emergency room, but shortly thereafter, the doctors pronounced him dead. In stark contrast, Su Xiaonan's injuries were relatively minor. She had sustained a fracture to her left leg from the impact, necessitating hospitalization. This marked her third visit to the hospital within a short span. Following the incident of the fall, the police promptly initiated an investigation. They swiftly uncovered Li Xian's identity. His real name was Li Xingyu, currently employed at a local restaurant. Those who had recently interacted with him reported no signs of abnormal behavior. Acquaintances insisted that he would never take his own life, especially his parents, who firmly believed that Li Xian had been murdered. The police regarded the case with utmost seriousness and conducted a thorough inquiry. They discovered that 5 years prior, Li Xian had committed murder. However, due to his age at the time, he had escaped sentencing, and the incident had sparked considerable outrage online, with the internet inundated with vitriol directed at him. In the intervening years, Li Xian had changed his name, left his hometown, and taken up odd jobs elsewhere, but upon his identity being revealed, he was forced to resign and had only been in Zhengzhou for 2 months. No one around him was aware of his dark past. Yet, the police unearthed peculiarities within the apartment Li Xian had rented. On the walls of the room, several words were scrawled in blood. Murderer pays with his life. They surmised that Li Xian's death was likely linked to events from 5 years ago. However, upon further investigation, they dismissed this conclusion. Tests revealed that the blood belonged to Li Xian, and the handwriting appeared to be his own. Moreover, there were no signs of a struggle, nor any evidence of another person being present. It could be conclusively determined that Li Xian had exited his residence of his own volition. Surveillance footage captured him near the site of his fall, showing him ascending to the rooftop alone at 5 in the morning, remaining there until he leaped at 9:30. The police found no traces of another individual at the scene. Additionally, they discovered a photograph clutched in Li Xian's hand. Even after his fall, he had desperately held on to it. The picture depicted Li Xian as a child, featuring 4 individuals. Upon identification, one of those in the corner was Jiang Jie, the victim from the previous incident. The other two were accomplices who had participated in the murder alongside Li Xian. All evidence suggested that Li Xian had succumbed to guilt over that past tragedy, leading him to take his own life. While this theory appeared plausible, the police remained perplexed. After all, 5 or 6 years had elapsed since the incident, and Li Xian had not encountered any significant misfortunes recently. His life seemed relatively stable. What motive could he have had to feel remorse over past events to the extent of suicide? Furthermore, they had interviewed those close to Li Xian, who revealed that he had previously boasted about his murderous deeds, only refraining from such displays in recent years due to fear of societal judgment. Li Xian had never genuinely regretted the incident. If he felt any remorse, it stemmed from the inconveniences it had caused him in life. Such a person, they reasoned, could hardly be driven to suicide out of guilt over something that had happened 5 years prior. This raised significant doubts. The police expanded their search, which led them to an astonishing coincidence. At the scene, a college student had sustained an injury to her calf from the falling Li Xian and was subsequently hospitalized. This student was Su Xiaonan, and the companion by her side was Jiang Huihui. The eeriness of the coincidence sent shivers down their spines. Jiang Huihui was, in fact, the elder sister of Jiang Jie, the victim from years ago. The very person who had taken her brother's life had leapt to his death before her eyes. Furthermore, Jiang Huihui had visited the restaurant where Li Xian worked 3 times in recent weeks. These coincidences compelled the police to suspect that Jiang Huihui had recognized Li Xian as her brother's murderer and had harbored murderous intent. This was a premeditated act of murder. The police promptly initiated an investigation into Jiang Huihui, as she was the only individual with both motive and recent contact with Li Xian. They summoned her for questioning, but it was evident that she was concealing something. Just as they believed they might extract crucial information, Jiang Huihui lost control of her emotions, exclaiming that Li Xian had received his just deserts and deserved his fate. After that, she fell silent, refusing to cooperate with the investigation. The police began to suspect they had found their suspect. However, as they gathered more evidence, their hopes dwindled. Jiang Huihui had neither the time nor the means to commit the crime, and there was no one in her vicinity who could have acted on her behalf. She may have had a motive for murder, but the possibility of her being the perpetrator was non-existent. Ultimately, the police concluded that Li Xian's death was a suicide. Furthermore, it was revealed that he had spoken with his mother in the early hours before his death, suggesting that he may have already been contemplating suicide at that time, which explained his erratic behavior. The media subsequently picked up the story, and public sentiment overwhelmingly deemed Li Xian's demise as just retribution, a collective relief. If he had been murdered, then his killer had rendered a service to society. If it was indeed suicide, then it was an act he should have committed 5 years ago. Only Li Xian's parents continued to advocate for their son's innocence, asserting that this could not possibly be suicide. They knew their son well. Everything had seemed fine, so how could he have suddenly taken his own life? Li Xian's parents made several visits to the police station, but lacking evidence, they could not sway the outcome. Ultimately, the police defined Li Xian's death as a suicide. Jiang Huihui gazed at her phone, tears streaming down her face. After more than 5 years, her brother had finally attained justice. The individual responsible for his death had received the punishment he deserved. She conveyed this news to her parents, who were overwhelmed with emotion and wept. Although they believed Li Xian had taken his own life, they felt it was a form of retribution for Jiang Jie. Though the deceased could not return, the fact that the perpetrator had faced justice meant that he could find peace in the afterlife. As Jiang Huihui perused online reports regarding the incident, the public's outcry was uniformly condemning of Li Xian. Reading the comments from netizens, tears of solace filled her eyes. This was indeed the fate Li Xian deserved. Even in death, he remained scorned. For justice exists in the world. Yet, this justice had come far too late, and at a tremendous cost to her. Nevertheless, in the days that followed, her heart felt unusually tranquil. She had braced herself for whatever lay ahead. Achieving such an outcome made every sacrifice worthwhile, and no matter what price she had to pay in the future, it mattered little. One must always bear the consequences of their choices, Li Xian had. And so would she. However, she felt an immense sense of guilt towards Su Xiaonan. Su Xiaonan had worried for her, yet in her pursuit of vengeance, she had inadvertently led Su Xiaonan back to the hospital. While this had never been her intention, had it not been for her, such events would never have transpired. Jiang Huihui withdrew her phone and sighed, uncertain of how much longer she had left. She resolved to spend whatever time remained with Su Xiaonan as a form of penance for herself. Chapter 14. The token. Lin Yuan sensed a surge of willpower coursing through his body. Rousing him from slumber, it was the power of Jiang Huihui's repayment. This signified that Jiang Huihui's wish had been fulfilled, and soon she would experience the repercussions of her lost fortune. However, Lin Yuan was indifferent to such matters. In this world, to obtain something, one must always pay a price. He had assisted Jiang Huihui in realizing her desire, and in turn, she had repaid her debt. Thus, their transaction was complete. Each party had gained what they sought. As the surge of willpower coursed through his being, Lin Yuan felt his once precarious and crumbling body regain its strength. Though it amounted to merely 1 point of will, for him, it was substantial. Indeed, it represented the greatest reservoir of willpower he had acquired since becoming a spirit. For at least a year, the risk of his dissolution would be abetted, in terms of the hierarchy of spirits. He had previously been exceedingly weak, equivalent to a mere remnant soul. Remnant souls are the lowest echelon of spirits. Upon death, a person's essence dissipates, forming multiple remnant souls that retain almost none of the deceased's memories, akin to flickering flames that might extinguish at any moment. Typically, remnant souls are guided to the underworld, though a few linger on Earth due to unique circumstances. These souls lack any volition, unable to influence the world of the living or engage in communication, ultimately fading away over time. Their inherent weakness renders them unworthy of the title spirit. Yet now, he had ascended to the status of a wandering soul. Wandering souls, propelled by intense obsessions, possess a relatively intact essence, which allows them to temporarily remain in the mortal realm. Although their power surpasses that of remnant souls, they still remain quite feeble, incapable of directly affecting objects or causing harm to others. Moreover, prolonged interaction with humans might adversely affect them. Normally, despite the strength of their obsessions, wandering souls can only exist in the human realm for a few months before degrading into remnant souls, gradually dissipating or returning to the underworld. However, Lin Yuan harbored no such anxieties. Even when he was as weak as a remnant soul, as long as he retained a glimmer of willpower, he would not vanish. Maintaining a clear sense of self and the capacity for human-like thought, he was better equipped to adapt to the human world than other spirits. Yet, his current strength was still pathetically inadequate. Although, under conditions of sufficient willpower, he could achieve almost anything, the crux of the matter lay in the scarcity of his willpower. Should he encounter other spirits or emissaries, merely locating him would pose a significant challenge given his current level of willpower. Even if he were capable of dealing with them, the excessive consumption of his willpower would leave him exceedingly weakened. It was imperative to acquire more willpower. Possessing around 10 points would ensure his safety. What was that? Lin Yuan's attention was suddenly captured by an object. Following Jiang Huihui's wish fulfillment, the increase in willpower had induced some changes within the stone. An additional item had materialized within it. It was a black object, resembling a token, suspended in the air. Everything within this space was under his dominion. With a mere thought, the token flew into his hand. The token, crafted from a similar stone as the one accommodating his form, was entirely black, devoid of any inscriptions or patterns. The moment he grasped this object, Lin Yuan understood its significance. It was a token of trust. Should he bestow it upon someone, they could forge a covenant. I see, this is precisely what I need at this juncture. With a flicker of thought, a character materialized upon the black token. Will, this token could be granted to an individual capable of serving him at the opportune moment. Unlike ordinary spirits, who instinctively devour remnant souls or siphon human fortune to augment their power, he would not engage in such practices, as they would subject him to karmic retribution and lead to the loss of self-awareness. Losing self-awareness in the vast majority of one's memories is tantamount to death. Therefore, he could only strengthen himself through the absorption of willpower. Logically, a spirit of his nature should never lack individuals willing to make wishes. Humans are perpetually driven by desires, often yearning for what they cannot achieve. After all, life seldom unfolds as one wishes. Many would be inclined to make wishes to him. Yet the conundrum was that people were oblivious to his existence. Without knowledge of him, they could not act accordingly. Moreover, he lacked the means to reveal himself to them. Actively communicating with humans would incur karmic consequences, as it contravened the rules of the mortal realm. Even if someone summoned him, he could not command others to act on his behalf, lest he face karmic repercussions. Relying solely on serendipity to gradually unveil his existence to the world would entail an excessively protracted timeline, perhaps a decade or two before he garnered any semblance of notoriety. While it was highly improbable that he would dissipate due to energy deficiency during this span, such a lengthy duration posed risks of unforeseen incidents. The token could resolve this dilemma. Through the token, he could establish a covenant with an individual, thereby designating them as his emissary to convey his will in the human realm. Regardless of the actions taken by that person, he would not suffer karmic consequences. Once he identified such a person, all matters he found inconvenient to address could be delegated to them. Furthermore, the token possessed a degree of binding power. Once the covenant was forged, the individual would be bound to absolute loyalty, incapable of betrayal. Even upon the expiration of the covenant, they could not divulge any information regarding him in any form. With such a subordinate, not only could he disseminate news of his existence, but they could also assist him in managing various affairs, yielding nothing but benefits for him. However, the choice of candidate remained elusive. Yet Lin Yuan felt no urgency. After all, his ambitions could not be accomplished in a day. He could afford to wait patiently. He had a year at his disposal. Even in the face of misfortune, he was bound to encounter the right individual. This world was never short of those with desires. Even if people remained uncertain about whether deities could fulfill their wishes, the practice of seeking divine intervention was far from uncommon, and he was certain to assist individuals in realizing their aspirations. Even if it required a price, many would not refuse, viewing it as a fair exchange. However, people were yet unaware of the spirit capable of fulfilling their wishes. Soon, however, they would come to recognize his existence. Chapter 15. Revenge begets revenge. In the hospital room, Zhang Huihui was aiding Su Xiaonan as she struggled to descend from the hospital bed. More than 10 days had elapsed since Su Xiaonan's injury, and only now could she manage to walk with difficulty. According to the doctor, she required at least another half-month of recovery before she could walk normally, and full rehabilitation would take over a month. Nonetheless, she was now able to be discharged, needing only to recuperate at home. Su Xiaonan's parents had visited her, staying for a few days, but due to their overwhelming commitments, they could not provide continuous care. Initially, they had intended to hire a nurse to assist her during this period of limited mobility. However, Zhang Huihui volunteered for the task, feeling that Su Xiaonan's injury was closely intertwined with her own actions. Had it not been for her dealings with the spirit of the pin, Su Xiaonan would not have found herself readmitted to the hospital so soon after her discharge. As she supported her, Zhang Huihui handed over a crutch, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Nan, I am truly sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have. Su Xiaonan feigned irritation. All right, how many times have you apologized over the past few days? My ears are growing calloused. She took the crutch, tucking it under her arm. I have never blamed you. It's merely my own misfortune. Of all the people, why did it have to be me? If that's not bad luck, then what is? If anyone should be blamed, it ought to be that spirit of the pin. Ever since that transaction, my luck has plummeted. First, it was the apple, then a corpse. What else might come next? The mention of the spirit of the pin cast a pall over the atmosphere, worry etched upon both young women's faces. Since Su Xiaonan's hospitalization, she had been readmitted on 2 occasions, each time on the very day of her discharge. She was at a loss as to how long this string of misfortune would persist. If it were to follow her throughout her life, she couldn't fathom how she would cope. Yet, casting a glance at Zhang Huihui beside her, her concerns shifted entirely onto her friend at Su Xiaonan sighed. Huihui, have you sensed anything unusual? Zhang Huihui understood the unusual to which Su Xiaonan was referring, given that she too had made a pact with the spirit of the pin. She shook her head, her tone calm. No. Everything has been perfectly normal lately. In recent days, she had been anxious about encountering unforeseen calamities, even preparing a farewell letter. After all, the spirit of the pin had spoken of equivalent exchanges. She had taken Li Xian's life, and it was likely that her own life was forfeit. Yet, nothing had transpired. She had been completely well, unlike Su Xiaonan, who had been beset by misfortune, nor had she fallen ill. Everything around her felt entirely ordinary. That's good. Su Xiaonan leaned closer, lowering her voice. Perhaps the spirit of the pin believes he deserves to die, which is why he hasn't sought any price from you. Zhang Huihui smiled faintly and nodded. However, she did not share that sentiment. During her exchange with the spirit of the pin, she was certain that it held no regard for human morality. it would not refrain from demanding a price simply because Li Xian was deserving of death. Yet the spirit had also mentioned that she might not necessarily die. The spirit would not directly claim her life. She would merely lose her fortune, with her survival being irrelevant to the spirit. Perhaps it was due to her recent caution. Su Xiaonan, with great effort, took a step forward, leaning heavily on the crutch. Let's go. From now on, I must acclimate to life with a crutch. However, she was relieved to finally be discharged. I was nearly driven mad during my stay in the hospital. Indeed, at last, you are discharged. Congratulations. Wait, don't congratulate me just yet. Recalling her previous 2 discharge experiences, Su Xiaonan's expression shifted, and she shook her head, a hint of terror flashing across her delicate features. She let out a long sigh, her eyes widening as she gazed at Jiang Huihui. We cannot rush to celebrate with champagne just yet. Jiang Huihui pondered for a moment before hastily nodding in agreement. Some matters could not be dismissed as mere superstition. Su Xiaonan had expressed her desire to be discharged from the hospital on 2 occasions. Yet on both days of her intended release, she found herself readmitted. Now, she had become somewhat of a minor celebrity in this establishment, her peculiar experiences circulating among the doctors and nurses as the latest gossip. Thus, this time, caution was paramount. Su Xiaonan gazed earnestly at Jiang Huihui. I am relying on you, my guardian angel, to ensure my safe return home. Once I am back, I shall not step outside until I am completely healed. Her fear was palpable. Jiang Huihui nodded solemnly. Rest assured, fragile flower, I shall see you home safely. This time, they had to be vigilant of the skies above, ensuring that nothing would fall upon them again. Su Xiaonan pondered every possible danger that could cause her harm. The vehicle too, they must be exceedingly cautious. Should they encounter any cars on the road, they ought to keep their distance, even at a green light. Approaching the crosswalk with utmost care, Jiang Huihui patted her chest in reassurance. Do not worry, delicate blossom. This time, there shall be no issues. She had navigated these past few days in the same manner. All right, we should be on our way, Su Xiaonan declared, taking a deep breath. One arm draped over Jiang Huihui's shoulder while the other supported herself with a cane. As they exited the ward, the duo successfully made their way out of the hospital and arrived at the entrance. Jiang Huihui surveyed their surroundings and inquired, shall we take a cab or walk back? Although it was merely a 10-minute journey, given Su Xiaonan's limited mobility, a taxi seemed preferable. Yet, the two felt a sense of impending misfortune. What if further calamities awaited them in transit? After all, taking a cab would relinquish their control over fate. They exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, and simultaneously suggested, perhaps we should walk back instead. They chuckled at their shared intuition. Just as they were about to head towards their residence, a man in his 40s approached from a distance. His strides were brisk, as if he were in a hurry, and he carried something in his hand that exuded an ominous aura. The street was bustling with pedestrians, who instinctively parted ways upon noticing him. Jiang Huihui also sensed something amiss upon catching sight of the man. An inexplicable dread washing over her, a sense of familiarity struck her. She felt she had seen him before, yet could not place where. The man advanced rapidly towards Su Xiaonan and Jiang Huihui. Nan, that man seems off. Let's move quickly, Jiang Huihui shouted suddenly, supporting Su Xiaonan as they attempted to navigate towards the crowd. Each time Su Xiaonan was discharged, misfortune seemed to follow. Now, they were both on high alert, eager to distance themselves from the man. However, Su Xiaonan's mobility was compromised, and their pace was sluggish. Before they could reach the throng, the man was no more than a few meters away. A chill crept up Jiang Huihui's spine as she turned to glance back. Suddenly, the memory flooded back to her. A few years prior, she had encountered this very man. After her brother was tormented by Li Xian, she had visited Li Xian's family with her parents. And it was then that she had laid eyes on him. He was none other than Li Xian's father. Though older now, he bore a striking resemblance to the man she remembered. He was fiercely protective of his son, even when Li Xian had wronged others, merely offering half-hearted reprimands. Had he not been such a father, Li Xian would not have turned out the way he did. Jiang Huihui had found the man detestable then, and despite the years that had passed, his face remained etched in her mind. It's him, a relative of Li Xian. Nan, you must flee. He is after me. As the man surged forward, Jiang Huihui abruptly released her hold on Su Xiaonan and positioned herself in front of her. Su Xiaonan reached out to grasp her, but Jiang Huihui shoved her away. Go. I do not wish to involve you in this. I promised to see you home safely, but now I can no longer do so. You must escape. At the instantly Xian's father appeared. Jiang Huihui understood the price she had to pay in the past. She had been wrongfully suspected of murdering Li Xian, and despite the lack of evidence, his parents had made a scene at the police station, insisting on her guilt. There was no doubt that this man was coming for her. The inevitable had arrived. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself against the tumult of emotions swirling within her. She had long prepared for this moment. It was a fate she could not evade, a consequence she must bear for the life taken. She accepted it with composure. Yet, she could not allow Su Xiaonan to be ensnared by her plight. Su Xiaonan attempted once more to reach out, only to see Jiang Huihui charge forward. The moment the man laid eyes on Jiang Huihui, his expression twisted with rage. He sprinted toward her, producing a large wrench from his person, and without hesitation, swung it towards her head. The sound of impact rang out as Jiang Huihui felt an excruciating jolt to her skull, her vision darkening, followed by a searing pain as warm blood began to flow from her head. Her consciousness dimmed. Her body seemed to lose its autonomy, wavering on the brink of collapse. The man, devoid of mercy, lifted the wrench once more. The second blow struck her head, obliterating her already fragile awareness. Yet, in her final moments, she felt no regret, for this had been the conclusion she had chosen. Chapter 16. The unpredictability of life and death. Jiang Huihui collapsed helplessly to the ground, yet the man showed no signs of relenting. His face was a mask of hatred, fueled by boundless fury. Consumed by these emotions, he had lost all rationality. His sole desire was to kill, indifferent to the consequences or compassion. He stepped closer to Jiang Huihui, wrench in hand, continuing to strike her head mercilessly. Though he had no evidence, he was convinced that Jiang Huihui bore responsibility for his son's demise. There was no conceivable way that Li Xian would take his own life. He had been thriving, so what remorse could he possibly feel? That incident had occurred over 5 years ago. What was there left to feel guilty about? He firmly believed that Li Xian had been murdered, and the only suspect was Jiang Huihui. Lacking proof would not deter him from seeking retribution for his son's death. If the police could not solve the case, then he would take matters into his own hands. With the wrench hoisted high above his head, he aimed it once more at Jiang Huihui. His heart was filled only with vengeance for the one he held responsible for his son's death. Help! Someone help! Su Xiaonan screamed in a frenzy, having emerged from her initial shock. Clutching her cane, she endured the pain in her leg and rushed forward without a thought. The cane struck the man's head. Though it did little damage, it succeeded in halting his assault on Jiang Huihui. Angered, the man seized the cane from Su Xiaonan's grip, casting it aside as it struck her, with her leg already injured. She lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. The man glanced at Jiang Huihui, believing her to be beyond salvation, then turned his gaze to Su Xiaonan, charging towards her. Blinded by rage, he had crossed a line. Having already taken a life, he saw no retreat. Why not take a few more along with him? After all, Su Xiaonan had been present at the scene of Li Xian's fall. Perhaps she too was complicit in his demise. As the man bore down upon her, Su Xiaonan let out a terrified scream. This moment marked the closest she had ever been to death. Faced with an enraged man wielding a weapon, she felt utterly powerless. Just as she struggled to rise, he was already upon her. He raised the wrench high, prepared to strike. Su Xiaonan instinctively raised her arm in defense. Perhaps this was the fate that awaited her and Jiang Huihui. The price of their deal with the spirit. Anticipating the wrench's descent, she braced herself for impact, yet seconds stretched on without it striking her. The cacophony of shouts and scuffles erupted around her. Su Xiaonan lowered her arm, looking around. The initial panic had subsided, as several men seized the opportunity to rush the assailant from behind, subduing him. Had they been saved? Su Xiaonan exhaled a long breath. Having truly believed she would perish, she hurriedly stood and rushed towards Jiang Huihui, desperate to assess her condition. Jiang Huihui lay on the ground, her pallid face devoid of expression, her breathing faint. She had lost consciousness. Blood pooling around her. Someone save her. Please, someone help. Su Xiaonan cried out, her voice hoarse. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at Jiang Huihui's condition. I beg you, please save her. Fortunately, the incident unfolded at the hospital entrance. Prompting swift action from the medical staff, a team of nurses and doctors rushed in with a stretcher. "Quick, help her!" Su Xiaonan's eyes brimmed with desperation as she watched the approaching medical personnel. They swiftly transferred Jiang Huihui onto the stretcher and rushed her towards the emergency room. Su Xiaonan attempted to follow but stumbled after a few steps, the pain in her leg flaring up once more, rendering her nearly immobile on the ground. "Huihui, you must be all right." Tears blurred her vision as she turned back to face the instigator of this chaos. The man was still pinned to the ground. Though he had lost the strength to struggle, his mouth spewing curses, "Let me go! Let me go! I will kill you all! I will kill you!" A surge of hatred welled up within Su Xiaonan's heart. It was all because of this man. He was the one who attacked Jiang Huihui, leaving her fate uncertain. This man was none other than Li Xian's father. Li Xian had killed Jiang Jie. And now this man had assaulted Jiang Huihui. Even she herself had narrowly escaped being killed by him. How could she possibly not harbor resentment towards such a person? Enduring the pain in her foot, she stood up and limped over. One of the man's hands was being pressed to the ground by someone, and she lifted her foot, bringing her heel down forcefully upon his fingers. The man let out a piercing scream. "Ah, wretched woman, I will kill you. Let me go." Hearing his threats only fueled Su Xiaonan's resolve. "Your son murdered Jiang Huihui's brother, and today you came to kill her, almost taking my life as well. You and your son are scum, utterly unworthy of existence." With that, she delivered another kick to the man's face, causing blood to flow from his nose, rendering his features a gruesome mess. The onlookers did not intervene. Rather, they intentionally stepped aside, allowing her to exact her revenge more easily. They had witnessed the preceding events with clarity. A girl had been attacked, her life hanging in the balance, and Su Xiaonan had nearly been assaulted herself. It was hardly excessive for her to beat up this perpetrator, especially given the context. Moreover, from Su Xiaonan's earlier words, they grasped the situation's gravity, and many felt the urge to join in the assault. Su Xiaonan was nearly beside herself with rage. She reached out, seizing the man's hair, and began to claw at his face relentlessly. Soon, his visage was left bloodied and disfigured by her assault. After a short while, she found herself exhausted, collapsing weakly to the ground, her eyes filled with sorrow. Even if she were to kill this man, it would not change the uncertainty surrounding Jiang Huihui's fate. In the distance, the sound of sirens approached. The police had arrived. They apprehended the man and began questioning the witnesses. Ultimately, the man was taken away in a police vehicle. As Su Xiaonan watched the squad car depart, a sense of bewilderment enveloped her. The surreal nature of the events that had transpired left her feeling as though she were trapped in a dream. Yet this dream refused to dissipate, and the reality surrounding her continually reminded her of its authenticity. The chain of events had been set into motion when she and Jiang Huihui had played the pencil spirit game. Had that incident never occurred, had they not summoned the spirit, this calamity might never have unfolded. It was all her fault. "Huihui, please be safe." She picked up her cane and, with great difficulty, stood up from the ground. Limping towards the hospital, if Jiang Huihui were to die as a result of this, she would be forever consumed by guilt. Chapter 17. Only a miracle, auntie. Please hurry. Huihui, she's in trouble. Outside the emergency room, Su Xiaonan had called Jiang Huihui's parents, informing them of her dire situation and urging them to come to the hospital immediately. Her voice trembled, tears streaming down her face and splattering onto her phone. Her expression a mask of anguish. She was attacked, yes, by that man, Li Xian's father. He has been taken by the police. I'm here at the hospital waiting for you. Please hurry. After hanging up, Su Xiaonan wiped her tears away. Still unable to process the events that had just unfolded. Her dearest friend had been assaulted right before her eyes, and now she was fighting for her life, the outcome uncertain. While speaking with Jiang Huihui's parents, she could sense their heartbreak and shock. The news of their daughter's peril was like a thunderclap, shattering their world. And all of this stemmed from her and Jiang Huihui's ill-fated decision to summon the pencil spirit. The weight of sorrow and guilt made her feel as though her soul had been stripped away, her gaze becoming vacant. Slowly, she approached a nearby chair and sank into it, her vision blurred by tears that obscured her surroundings. Hours later, the emergency room doors swung open abruptly, and a doctor emerged. Upon seeing him, Su Xiaonan disregarded the pain in her leg and stood up, rushing toward him. "How is she?" What about Jiang Huihui? Is she out of danger? The doctor looked at her, his eyes filled with complexity, as he removed his mask and shook his head gravely. She is not awakened. We are doing our utmost to save her. But her injuries are too severe. Alas, she remains in critical condition. Su Xiaonan stepped back in despair, returning to her seat, her gaze once again lost in a daze. The doctor inquired, "Where are her family members?" Su Xiaonan, her eyes unfocused, murmured softly, "Her family is out of town, on their way here. They just called me. They might not arrive until the early hours." The doctor sighed heavily. Su Xiaonan pressed on, "Does she still have a chance to wake up?" The doctor shook his head in resignation. If her parents had arrived sooner, perhaps they could have seen her one last time. Su Xiaonan bowed her head, choking on her sobs, the weight of grief rendering her speechless. Memories flooded her mind. Since meeting Jiang Huihui, they had hardly spent a moment apart in their freshman year. They had quickly formed a close bond despite their contrasting personalities. They had even moved out of the dormitory to live together off campus. Jiang Huihui was an excellent cook, often taking care of her and shouldering most of the household chores. Su Xiaonan would often joke that if she were a man, she would marry Jiang Huihui and never part ways. During her recent hospitalization, Jiang Huihui had been there for her, providing meticulous care. The warmth of those memories brought only sorrow at this moment. The vibrant person who had shared laughter and joy with her was now on the brink of disappearance. She wished fervently that this were merely a dream, a nightmare from which she could awaken. Yet, tragically, this was reality. If only she had not insisted on playing the pencil spirit game that day. Perhaps none of this would have happened. If Jiang Huihui hadn't come to the hospital to look after her, she would not have been in such peril today. When calamity strikes, one realizes that even the smallest decisions can lead to vastly different outcomes. Had any one of those events not occurred, this tragedy would not exist. But the world offers no what-ifs. It's all my fault, all my fault. She buried her face in her hands, tears streaming down as images of Jiang Huihui shielding her flashed through her mind. Guilt, remorse, and sorrow threatened to engulf her entirely. Suddenly, she lifted her head and looked at the doctor. Is there truly nothing that can be done? The doctor shook his head helplessly, feeling a sense of regret himself. He recognized both girls. Su Xiaonan had been hospitalized frequently, and Jiang Huihui often visited her. He had been the one to attend to Su Xiaonan after she had been knocked unconscious by an apple. Su Xiaonan's bizarre experiences had become the talk of the hospital. He never expected that on the day she was to be discharged, such a tragedy would occur. Previously, it was only Su Xiaonan who had been injured, and her wounds were not severe. But today, Jiang Huihui's life was at stake. Without a miracle, she would surely perish. Though the doctor had witnessed death countless times, the thought of such a young life being extinguished was still disheartening. He sighed, her injuries are far too grave. Had she not been brought to the hospital in time, she likely wouldn't have made it this far. Su Xiaonan said nothing more, burying her head in her knees and weeping uncontrollably. The doctor's words felt like a death sentence for Jiang Huihui. Observing Su Xiaonan's profound grief, the doctor quietly left. After a while, Su Xiaonan seemed to have an epiphany. She suddenly sat up, her tear-swollen eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. A thought had flashed through her mind, now firmly embedded in her consciousness. If humans could not save Jiang Huihui's life, perhaps only a miracle could. She recalled the pencil spirit. The spirit had claimed, "Whatever one seeks, one shall receive." Could the pencil spirit save Jiang Huihui's life? Like a moth drawn to a flickering flame in the darkness, she rose hastily, eager to reach that faint glimmer. Human medicine could not rescue Jiang Huihui, but that supernatural force surely could. With her cane in hand, she took a few steps forward, but soon halted again. Was she truly willing to do this? All the tragedies of the day stemmed from their wishes. Everything they were enduring was the consequence of their desires. Had they never made those wishes, they would be living happily now. Each wish only plunged her deeper into misfortune. The pencil spirit, which answered every request, seemed to be an ominous force. What calamity might befall her should she wish again? Yet humans are such creatures. Even when aware of the potential costs, they cannot help but yearn to hold on to certain aspects of life. Su Xiaonan's resolve began to solidify. Huihui, I will find a way to save you. With her cane, she stepped forward once more. This time, she did not hesitate, her strides growing larger and faster. Her determination solidified further. No matter what, she would summon the pencil spirit. At the very least, she would fight for Jiang Huihui. Otherwise, she could find no peace. Since everything began with her, it was only fitting that she bring it to a close. Chapter 18. A wish. Once more in the dimly lit room, Su Xiaonan held a pen, its tip pointed downward, poised above a sheet of paper. Pencil spirit, are you there? I beseech you, please come forth. Hours have elapsed, and she is on the verge of breaking down. Yet the pen remains still, devoid of any abnormality as before. Why? It was supposed to be the same as last time, yet nothing has transpired. Could it be that the spirit of the pen has forsaken her? However, Jiang Huihui had indeed summoned the spirit. Otherwise, she would not be in such a state. Could it be the hour that is to blame? She finally realizes the crux of the issue. It is only 10 p.m. The last time they called upon the spirit was around midnight. Yet the situation is dire. Jiang Huihui remains in peril, her life hanging by a thread. If she were to perish, could the spirit still offer salvation? Huihui, you must hold on. When the time comes, I will ensure the spirit saves you. Her face is etched with urgency as she anxiously awaits the passage of time. At that moment, she receives a call from Jiang Huihui's mother, who is sobbing uncontrollably. Xiaonan, how is Huihui? What is her condition? Su Xiaonan replies instantly, Auntie, I am not at the hospital. Where are you? We are almost there. Just about an hour away. Su Xiaonan reassures her, Auntie, try not to worry. The doctor has said they will call if there's any news. The absence of a call means Huihui is still safe. Jiang Huihui's mother is nearly speechless with grief, the line filled only with her sobs. After a long pause, she finally manages to say, Thank you. We will hurry to the hospital, and no need for thanks. Auntie, rest assured, Huihui will be all right. After hanging up, Su Xiaonan leans back in her chair, silently awaiting the passage of time. She repeatedly glances at the clock, her anxiety mounting until it finally strikes 11:40 p.m. She recalls that the first summoning of the spirit occurred around this very hour. With determination, she fixes her gaze upon the paper and pen before her, inhaling deeply. Spirit of the pen, I beseech you, please appear this time. Huihui is truly at her limit. She grasps the pen, positioning its tip upon the paper. Spirit, you are my past life, and I am your present. If you wish to reconnect, please draw a circle on this page. After waiting for a moment, the pen remains inert as the time not yet ripe. Su Xiaonan covers her forehead with one hand, her palm gradually descending to shield her eyes. If Jiang Huihui cannot hold on until then, even summoning the spirit may prove too late. Just as despair begins to envelop her, she suddenly senses a chilling shift in the air around her, as if something is brushing against her hand. A force guides the pen in her grasp, causing its tip to glide slowly across the paper. She swiftly removes her hand from her face, gazing intently at the paper and pen. A circle has been drawn upon the surface. Salvation is at hand. Her heart swells with joy. Spirit, is it truly you who has come? Wonderful. You have finally arrived. She feels as though an unseen hand is guiding hers, a spectral presence hovering above, its eerie essence seeping through her skin and into her very being. Yet, she is too exhilarated to concern herself with such matters. The spirit's arrival means hope for Jiang Huihui. Su Xiaonan dares not waste time. Urgently inquiring, Spirit, has Jiang Huihui made a pact with you? Is her imminent demise related to that transaction? The pen moves across the paper, forming a checkmark. Su Xiaonan instantly comprehends the spirit's message. Her suspicions were correct. This is the very reason for Jiang Huihui's current plight. The spirit demands an equivalent exchange. With Li Xian's death, Jiang Huihui is destined to perish as well. Only life for life constitutes a fair trade. Spirit, can you save her? Upon asking, Su Xiaonan anxiously watches the paper. Another checkmark appears. She exhales with relief. If the spirit has spoken, then Jiang Huihui will surely be saved. This spirit may be a harbinger of misfortune, yet it seems to respond to requests without concealment. I implore you to save her. What is the cost? As soon as she speaks, anxiety grips her once more, her eyes fixed on the white paper. She can barely breathe from the tension. The pen halts for a moment before beginning to move again, inscribing a twisted character upon the page. Fortune. Su Xiaonan realizes the spirit seeks fortune, yet this is not the answer she desires. She yearns to know whether she herself will perish. I want to know, will I die? The pen shifts again, writing 3 characters. Do not know. Should this wish be fulfilled, there is a 99% chance she would die. However, as long as there is a one possibility of survival, Lin Yuan would not provide a definitive answer. But deep down, Su Xiaonan already knows the truth. Given the nature of equivalent exchange, saving a life and taking one are fundamentally the same. Jiang Huihui had posed the very same question, receiving an identical response. Yet now, she is on the brink of death. In this moment, Su Xiaonan feels as if the air has been let out of her. Her strength utterly depleted. This is her greatest fear, but it has come to pass, and truth, she had suspected as much, yet a flicker of hope had lingered. Now, that glimmer has been shattered. Is this truly the only way? To exchange her life for hers? Though she shares a close bond with Jiang Huihui, the thought of sacrificing her own life is simply unfathomable. How many individuals would willingly trade their existence for another's? In moments of impulse, one may act recklessly to save another, with the rescuer perishing while the saved lives on. But if the rescuer were forewarned of such an outcome, would they still impulsively choose the same path? It is hard to say, though it is likely they would not. Life is precious and beautiful. It is a singular gift bestowed upon each person. Who would willingly relinquish it? She cannot trade her life for Jiang Huihui's. Tears once again streamed down her face, droplets falling onto the paper and soaking its surface. Spirit, I cannot forfeit my life. I cannot do it. Yet, she feels a deep-seated unwillingness. Spirit, you are all-powerful. Is there truly no other way? I wish for her to live, and I wish to live as well. I cannot exchange my life. Can it be something else? Or, if there is something you wish for me to do, I will do it. No matter what it entails, Su Xiaonan pleads. After a long silence, the pen remains motionless upon the paper. The spirit neither confirms nor denies her request. Spirit, have you departed? Su Xiaonan's anxiety resurfaces. If the spirit has left in anger, Jiang Huihui's hope would be extinguished. She senses the unseen hand still gripping the pen, and her heart calms. Please, tell me if there is another way to save her. I will agree to anything. As long as it does not require my life. She continues to fixate on the pen, her heart racing with trepidation. After a brief pause, the pen moves, swiftly drawing another checkmark on the paper. Su Xiaonan's excitement surges. Spirit, thank you. I will do whatever you ask, as long as we both survive. At that moment, her phone suddenly rings, the caller ID revealing Jiang Huihui's mother. She quickly answers. Auntie, what is it? Have you arrived at the hospital? The line is filled with anguished sobs. Jiang Huihui's mother struggles to speak through her grief. Su Xiaonan's heart sinks with foreboding. Auntie, is it Huihui? She has passed, comes the wretched reply. The sobs intensifying. After a long silence, Jiang Huihui's mother finally manages to say, it was just a few minutes ago. Her voice breaks, unable to continue. Auntie, please wait for me. I will arrive shortly. I want to bid Huihui farewell. Hanging up, Su Xiaonan stares at the paper before her, a torrent of anguish surging within her. She cannot bear to witness Jiang Huihui's departure. Huihui is still so young. Her life should have been filled with promise. She deserves to blossom fully, not to wither like a flower that has barely begun to bloom. All of this turmoil has arisen because of her. Thus, she must bring it to an end. Spirit, I have made my decision that I will save her. What are your terms? Chapter 19. Resurrection. When Su Xiaonan arrives at the hospital, nurses are wheeling Jiang Huihui's lifeless body from the ward. Jiang Huihui's parents are engulfed in grief, their daughter's demise shattering them. They have endured unimaginable hardship. Their son murdered by Li Xian, and now, in a cruel twist of fate, their daughter has fallen victim to retribution. Though Li Xian has met his end and his father will face justice, perhaps not death, he will scarcely see the light of day again. Those who took their lives are paying the price. Yet, if given the choice, they would wish that none of this had ever happened. That their children were still alive. They had 2 children, and now both have departed before them. Such a blow is unbearable for any parent. Their anguished cries echo through the air, still unwilling to accept the reality that their daughter is gone. The sorrow of losing both a son and a daughter will haunt them for the rest of their lives. Time alone will not heal such wounds. Perhaps only in death will they find solace. Uncle, Auntie, Su Xiaonan approaches with difficulty. Leaning on her crutch, Jiang's mother looks up, her eyes swollen with tears. Xiaonan, you have come? Auntie, I wish to bid Huihui farewell. Jiang's mother remained silent. Consumed by profound sorrow, Su Xiaonan approached the medical personnel and inquired. Could you please wait a moment? I wish to bid her a final farewell. Several nurses nodded, for they could not be so unfeeling and were willing to grant the bereaved some time. Su Xiaonan cautiously walked forward, assisted by a nurse who stepped up beside her. At that moment, Jiang Huihui lay beneath a white cloth, her body entirely obscured. Su Xiaonan reached out, intending to lift the cloth. The nurse cautioned, "Her wounds are quite its best not to." Su Xiaonan understood the nurse's implication and shook her head. The injury on Jiang Huihui's head was horrific. It was better not to look, lest it evoke fear or deepen her sorrow. Yet, she felt no fear, for Jiang was her dearest friend. She gently bent down and lifted the white cloth covering Jiang Huihui. The blood on her head had been nearly cleaned away. But the wound appeared even more shocking as a result. She had been present at the scene. That man had been utterly deranged, intent on murder. Huihui, gazing at the injury, tears streamed down her face once more. She extended her hand, her palm softly resting on Jiang Huihui's face, which had grown cold to the touch. "Huihui, you." Su Xiaonan choked on her words. "If you hadn't shielded me back then and had just fled, would you still be alive? I have brought you this misfortune." Her tears fell upon Jiang Huihui's body. She recalled the spirit of the pin, having accepted a pact with it, beseeching it to save Jiang Huihui. The spirit had agreed. Yet, why had it come to this? Her hand weakly slipped from Jiang Huihui's face, and she nearly collapsed, saved only by the nurse who steadied her. Su Xiaonan turned to a doctor and asked, "Doctor, is there any possibility she is still alive?" The doctor shook his head, resigned. If they were not absolutely certain, they would not have declared the patient deceased, as long as there was a breath left in the patient. Even if they believed resuscitation was impossible, they would endeavor to save her. But Jiang Huihui was indeed gone. Su Xiaonan looked at the doctor, pleading, "How can this be? The spirit promised me she would not die. Please, continue to resuscitate her. She must still be alive." The spirit of the pin had fulfilled every promise, never once failing. Jiang Huihui could not possibly be dead. Su Xiaonan's words drew the gaze of Jiang Huihui's parents towards the doctor. Their eyes filled with hope, unwilling to accept such a grim reality. The doctor looked at them, shaking his head. "She is truly gone. You must accept this reality." Su Xiaonan insisted, "No, she isn't dead. She can still be saved." The doctor merely shook his head in resignation, refraining from further discourse. In times of sorrow, reasoning often eludes the grieving. There was no need to argue with Su Xiaonan or attempt to reason with her. Once she had vented her grief, she would naturally come to terms with the reality. Su Xiaonan sought to continue her plea when Jiang Huihui's mother approached and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Xiaonan, thank you for everything you've done for her." But Jiang Huihui's mother choked on her words, her heart heavy with the impossibility of accepting her daughter's death. After a moment, having calmed herself, she said, "Let her rest." Just then, a nurse prepared to cover Jiang Huihui with the white cloth once more, but Su Xiaonan suddenly reached out to stop her. "Wait, let me stay with her a little longer. Just a moment." Su Xiaonan gazed at Jiang Huihui, her hand resting on her chest, and no matter what the doctors said, she could not believe Jiang Huihui was truly gone. This was simply impossible, for the spirit had promised to save her. Yet, Jiang Huihui's heart had ceased to beat, her chest chillingly cold. This was to be expected. If there were signs of life, the doctors would not have declared her deceased. How could this be? She found it hard to accept. Had the spirit of the pin deceived her? Desperately, she closed her eyes, preparing to withdraw her hand. But in that instant, she felt a faint flutter from Jiang Huihui's chest. A heartbeat. She quickly checked again. Though it was faint, it was indeed a heartbeat, not a figment of her imagination. Su Xiaonan turned to the doctor, exclaiming, "Look, she has a heartbeat. She isn't dead." A rush of joy surged through her entire being. The spirit had not deceived her. Jiang Huihui was truly alive. The doctor, however, remained motionless, believing this to be Su Xiaonan's refusal to accept reality. Growing anxious, Su Xiaonan shouted, "Really, she is alive. Please, look." She placed her hand to Jiang Huihui's nostrils and felt a slight breath. Exclaiming in excitement, "She is breathing." Jiang Huihui's mother, with tears in her eyes, suddenly gleamed with hope, rushing to check her daughter's body, a spark of joy illuminating her face. "She is alive. She is alive." Her voice trembled with elation, prompting the nearby medical personnel to spring into action, examining Jiang Huihui. Jiang Huihui's father hurried over, asking, Is our daughter alive? Jiang Hui's mother replied excitedly, she is alive. She has a heartbeat. At that moment, the doctor examining Jiang Hui's body displayed an expression of shock. Quickly, she is still alive. Move her back to the resuscitation room. His face was a mask of disbelief. Merely an hour prior, Jiang Hui had exhibited no signs of life, prompting them to declare her deceased. Yet, they had just discovered she had suddenly regained both breath and a heartbeat. Initially, the heartbeat and breathing were weak and sporadic, but gradually they became steady and strong. This was nothing short of a miracle. Just moments ago, Jiang Hui's parents had felt as though the world had crumbled around them. Now, a glimmer of hope had returned. Doctor, please save my daughter. I beg you, you must save her. They grasped the doctor's arm. Pleading fervently, we will do our utmost. Please step aside and do not hinder the resuscitation. Jiang Hui's parents quickly cleared a path, and the medical personnel swiftly wheeled Jiang Hui back, while the doctor hurried into the resuscitation room to commence life-saving measures. As the door to the resuscitation room closed, the joy on Jiang Hui's parents' faces morphed into anxiety and concern. The daughter they had believed dead had returned to life, signaling a flicker of hope. However, if that flicker were to extinguish once more, it would be an unbearable blow to them. Su Xiaonan looked at them and said, Uncle, Auntie, do not worry. Hui will be just fine. Xiaonan, thank you. Jiang Hui's mother grasped Su Xiaonan's hand, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. If it weren't for you, perhaps, thankfully, you discovered her in time. If it had not been for Su Xiaonan, Jiang Hui's condition may not have been detected until much later. Risking the chance for resuscitation, it's all right, Auntie. We will wait patiently. Good news will surely come, Su Xiaonan replied, her eyes becoming misty once more. Deep down, she knew there would be no good news. Jiang Hui would not die. But she would not awaken either. At least, not for several years. Chapter 20. The Spirit's Messenger. 10 days later, in the hospital, Su Xiaonan pushed open the door to the ward and entered. Inside, Jiang Hui's mother was tending to her daughter, wiping her body. Upon hearing the noise, she paused and turned to look. Upon seeing Su Xiaonan, a faint smile broke on her face. Xiaonan, you have come. Su Xiaonan approached her. Auntie, I came to see Hui. How is she? Jiang Hui's mother appeared haggard, her expression somber. The doctor says she is much better and out of danger. But Jiang Hui's mother could not hold back her tears, her hopes for her daughter's awakening feeling exceedingly bleak. Although this outcome aligned with what the spirit of the pin had foretold, Su Xiaonan felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Jiang Hui's mother took Su Xiaonan's hand, and they sat together on a bench beside the bed. Xiaonan, you have endured so much during this time. Thank you for helping Hui. If it weren't for you, perhaps her condition would have been far worse. Though Jiang Hui's mother remained heavy-hearted, she was in a better place than she had been on that fateful day. For them, this was a stroke of fortune amidst their misfortune. After all, their daughter was still alive, and there remained a glimmer of hope for her awakening. As long as there was hope, they could persevere. Even if that hope was faint, it served as their spiritual anchor. Su Xiaonan shook her head. I merely stumbled upon her. Besides, Hui is my best friend. Had she not shielded me from that man, perhaps things would not have escalated to this point. Assisting her in this way is no burden at all. You are not to blame. The police consulted with us. We understand the situation at that time. That man was indeed targeting her. You have done much for her, but sadly, we do not know if Hui can feel it. If she were aware, she would surely be overjoyed. Jiang Hui's mother continued. You cannot imagine the despair that engulfed me when the doctor declared Hui dead. In that moment, it felt as though the sky had fallen. I could hardly fathom the thought of continuing to live. I had even resolved to take care of her funeral and then end my own life. Su Xiaonan comforted her. Auntie, do not grieve too deeply. Hui will surely awaken. Did the doctor not also declare her dead before? Yet, a miracle occurred. There will be another chance. Jiang Hui's mother nodded. Yes, let us hope so. Regardless of whether Hui would awaken, at the very least, they had found a reason to keep living. They had endured such despairing moments together. For them, as long as hope remained, it was already a blessing. That Su Xiaonan inquired, Auntie, what do you plan to do next? Jiang Hui's mother sighed and replied, After a while, once Hui's condition stabilizes, we intend to return to our hometown and bring Hui back with us. From then on, I shall cease working and dedicate myself entirely to taking care of her. Su Xiaonan nodded in understanding. The two fell into a momentary silence, after which Su Xiaonan rose, taking the towel that Jiang Hui's mother had used to wipe her daughter's body. "Allow me to assist, Annie. No, let me do it," Jiang Hui's mother insisted, quickly standing. "How could I let you do such a thing? It's all right, Auntie. Hui has cared for me many times before, and I wish to speak with her for a while." "Very well," Jiang Hui's mother conceded with a nod. "I need to step out for a moment. Please speak to her as you wished, and I hope she can still hear you." With that, Jiang Hui's mother exited the hospital room, and Su Xiaonan washed the towel before continuing to tend to Jiang Hui's body. Once she finished, she gazed at Jiang Hui's face and softly said, Hui, this is all I can do for you at present. I can only preserve your life, but I cannot awaken you. Rest assured, I will find a way for you to awaken. The spirit has promised, and there shall be no issue." Previously, the doctors had declared her deceased, yet that spirit had brought her back to life. It is capable of anything. After finishing her words, she gently caressed Jiang Hui's face. "I will visit you frequently over the coming days. Eventually, your parents will bring you home, and I will not be able to see you as often. However, once you awaken, we will return to our previous camaraderie." Su Xiaonan sat beside the hospital bed, speaking to herself, uncertain if Jiang Hui could hear her. After a while, Jiang Hui's mother re-entered the room. Su Xiaonan stood up, glanced at Jiang Hui, and then looked at Jiang's mother. "Auntie, you're back. I was just about to leave." Jiang Hui's mother expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts, Xiaonan. We have been quite busy these past few days. We will surely find a way to express our gratitude to you. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to leave." "All right, Auntie, I will take my leave for now, but I will return, and if you need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will never refuse if I can help." After bidding farewell to Jiang Hui's mother, Su Xiaonan exited the hospital and returned to their shared residence. Now, she found herself alone in the house, which felt desolate and unfamiliar. Sitting before her computer, her expression was grave. After much hesitation, she finally turned it on. The spirit had granted her wish, successfully saving Jiang Hui, yet had merely allowed her to live without awakening. Go resurrect someone and restore them to normalcy demanded far more fortune than she possessed. However, she had entered into a pact with the spirit, becoming its emissary. No, it would be more accurate to say she was now a servant of the wish-granting spirit, which was the true title of that entity. Henceforth, she would be compelled to perform tasks for it, and perhaps, after a few years, she might be able to awaken Jiang Hui. Go request anything from the wish-granting spirit necessitated an equivalent exchange. Even as its emissary, this principle remained. Yet, an individual's fortune is not fixed. One might lose or gain fortune based on their actions. By becoming the spirit's emissary, as the spirit grew stronger, so too would she indirectly benefit, impacting her own fortune. Even if her current fortune was scant, the likelihood of misfortune occurring was minimal, for her identity as the spirit's emissary would provide her protection. Her hand rested on the mouse as she opened the document she had previously created. This was the task assigned to her by the spirit, to make people aware of the wish-granting spirit's existence. She selected the text with her mouse, then clicked to copy, preparing to share the story online. It was a narrative based on her experiences concerning the wish-granting spirit. Yet, as the moment to publish approached, she hesitated. She felt an unsettling notion that her actions might bring adverse consequences to the world. The wish-granting spirit could fulfill any desire, yet it bore no inherent notions of good or evil. However, those who made wishes to the spirit possessed moral distinctions. While it was improbable for all who read her story to believe her claims, should even one individual be swayed and summon the wish-granting spirit, leading to calamity, she would bear the responsibility for its emergence. At this moment, she found herself without a choice. She could not defy the spirit's will. This was the essence of their contract, which she was bound to uphold. Drawing a deep breath, she exhaled slowly. Even without my involvement, someone would undoubtedly summon the wish-granting spirit through chance. No one can prevent its revelation to the world. It is merely a matter of time, and my existence has merely expedited this process. Resolving her uncertainty, she clicked the Publish button. After completing this task, she felt as though all her energy had been siphoned away. Collapsing weakly into her chair. The world may undergo tremendous changes due to the wish-granting spirit, yet such transformations were beyond her control. She was merely a starting point. Chapter 21. The Wish-Granting Spirit in the Early Hours of the Morning. Lin Yuan awoke as usual, departing from the realm of slumber in his room. He opened his phone to check for updates online. He seldom used his phone, as engaging with the affairs of the mortal realm consumed considerable energy. Currently, he possessed 2 points of wish power. This was due to Su Xiaonan expending 6 points of fortune to save Jiang Huihui, from which he garnered 0.6 points of wish power. Furthermore, Su Xiaonan had entered into a contract with him. Accepting a token and becoming his emissary, Su Xiaonan was now obligated to perform tasks for him until the contract expired, or she passed away. He had acquired wish power and a capable individual to carry out his tasks, which could be deemed a double triumph. Continuing to browse his phone, he stumbled upon a post on a supernatural forum. The content of this post pertained to the wish-granting spirit. The wish-granting spirit was a name he had chosen for himself. He required such a title so that individuals could accurately summon him. Moreover, the name was self-explanatory regarding its purpose. He began to read the post. I am seated in a wheelchair, recounting my experience. And the reason I became disabled stems from that fateful day. Previously, I never believed in ghosts, until that night when I was compelled to do so. It introduced itself as the wish-granting spirit, capable of fulfilling any desire. However, should you encounter it, do not make a wish, for although it will undoubtedly be granted, it will bring forth endless calamity. Such stories were common on forums. After all, the purpose of a supernatural forum was to share ghost stories or post dubious photographs. The post had garnered only a modest readership, having been published for 5 or 6 days with barely 1,000 views. The comments, however, numbered in the dozens, with the majority clearly from Su Xiaonan's alternate accounts. Alongside some derogatory remarks, Lin Yuan continued to peruse the post. In our region, there exists a legend. If one lights a candle in a silent room during the dead of night, accompanied by a piece of paper and a pen, and then closes their eyes, clasping their hands together while silently invoking the name of the wish-granting spirit, provided the intent is sincere, the spirit will manifest. When the spirit appears, the pen will rise on its own. Grasping it will enable communication with the spirit. State your desire, and the spirit shall fulfill it. However, once your wish is granted, you must pay an equivalent price. This segment served to instruct individuals on summoning the wish-granting spirit. It was not overly complex. If the yearning in one's heart was sufficiently intense and Lin Yuan could sense it, the spirit would appear. A year ago, nearing graduation, I found myself failing a crucial course. The university I attended was prestigious, and according to its regulations, passing this exam was essential for obtaining my diploma. Yet, I had not diligently attended classes, and my grasp of the material was abysmal. This was my final opportunity. Should I fail again, my years of university would be rendered meaningless. At that time, I was interning at a large company, and without a diploma, I could not secure my position, jeopardizing the job I had worked hard to obtain. Thus, I recalled the legend of the wish-granting spirit. I wished for the spirit to assist me in passing the exam, but I never anticipated that this would become my gravest regret. Initially, I held little hope regarding the legend, merely attempting it as a form of psychological comfort. To my astonishment, the spirit did indeed manifest. Perhaps it was my sincerity. As the exam approached, I was genuinely distraught. Following the prescribed method to summon the wish-granting spirit, I closed my eyes and mentally called out to it. Mere moments later, when I opened my eyes, an eerie sight awaited me. The pen stood upright on the paper. Terror gripped me as a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. Although I had made this decision myself, I could hardly believe I had summoned the spirit. In that moment, I was too frightened to utter a word. Yet, at that instant, the pen began to move, inscribing several words on the paper. Words I remember distinctly to this day. Those who seek shall find. It was then that I comprehended the truth of the wish-granting spirit. I quickly regained my composure and addressed the spirit. Please allow me to pass this exam. As soon as I finished speaking, the pen marked a check on the paper. I realized the spirit had acquiesced to my request. Shortly thereafter, the pen fell to the ground, and the spirit departed. The following day, as the examination approached, a sense of trepidation consumed me. Yet, inexplicably, during the test, I felt as though I were possessed by some unseen force. Those questions, which had previously eluded my understanding, suddenly yielded their answers, and I wrote with remarkable speed. However, once the examination concluded, I found myself unable to tackle similar questions again. Thus, I passed my exam with unexpected ease. After graduation, I secured a permanent position at the company where I had interned. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, despite my previous smooth sailing, I began to make trivial mistakes at work after that day. My prior performance had been commendable, and I had always approached my tasks with diligence. Nevertheless, at critical moments, misfortunes would befall me, thwarting my efforts. My commendable record had afforded me a promotion opportunity, but now I risked losing it through my own missteps. Frustration welled within me, and I recalled the spirit of wishes I had once encountered. I desperately needed this promotion, as my family's financial situation was modest, and this advancement could significantly enhance my income. That night, I once again summoned the spirit of wishes. It reiterated that every desire summoned must be met with a corresponding response. Armed with my previous experience, I felt no fear this time. I expressed my hope for a promotion. The spirit assented. However, I held little hope, as the next day a meeting was scheduled to announce the promotion list, which I assumed had already been finalized without me. When the list was revealed, my rival exuded confidence, having apparently learned that she was the chosen one. My hopes dwindled, leading me to believe that perhaps the spirit could not assist me after all. To my astonishment, when the leader unveiled the promotions, my rival's name was replaced by mine. The incredulity among my colleagues was palpable later. I discovered that the leader had indeed intended to promote that young woman. But on that very morning, she had been caught leaking critical company secrets to a competing firm, prompting the leader to amend the list. Thus, I was promoted while she was dismissed from the company. However, following my promotion, my life did not improve and my mental state deteriorated. Not only did I continue to make mistakes at work, but my personal life also descended into chaos. A series of unfortunate events besieged me. In that moment, I realized that everything I had gained was a result of the spirit's intervention. Yet, why would the spirit assist me without reason? Was there no price to pay? My misfortunes were the cost I bore. With this realization, I vowed never to engage with the spirit of wishes again. However, it was not long before I broke my promise. A major client, who was on the verge of collaborating with our company, hesitated due to an issue caused by an intern in my team. The client opted to abandon us for a competitor. This client was crucial to our company, and my leader was furious, declaring that if I failed to secure this client and mitigate the loss, I too would face dismissal. With no alternative, I could not afford to lose my job. After much hesitation, I once again summoned the spirit of wishes. I was out of options. Everything I possessed was a gift from the spirit. Without it, I could not safeguard my current situation. Thus, I continued to trade with the spirit. This time, the spirit consented. The following day, without any effort on my part, I received a call from that client upon arriving at the office. He decided to sign a contract with us and would be arriving shortly. I retained my position. Yet I felt no joy, for I understood the price I might have to pay. Indeed, 3 nights later, as I returned home, I was involved in a car accident. It was then that I lost my leg. Only now do I fully comprehend that every gift from the spirit carries a price I had never bothered to acknowledge. I pen this narrative as a cautionary tale for all. One must never engage with the spirit of wishes, for it will not grant your desires without consequence. Every wish requires an equitable exchange, and the cost is our fortune. Once a transaction is made, countless others will follow. Ultimately, we may find ourselves devoid of all fortune, left with nothing. I implore all readers of this tale to heed my warning. Why tragedy serves as a cautionary tale. Do not attempt to summon the spirit of wishes, for it heralds the onset of misfortune. Chapter 22. Black Red is still red. Regarding the story penned by Su Xiaonan, Lin Yuan found it satisfactory. The narrative was an adaptation of Su Xiaonan's own experiences. Albeit rather conventional and cliché, nevertheless, the message Lin Yuan intended to convey was effectively communicated through this story. As a spirit, he cannot directly interfere in human affairs. He must rely on Su Xiaonan to relay such tales. The story concluded in tragedy, with Su Xiaonan repeatedly emphasizing the folly of attempting to summon the spirit of wishes. Whether this reflects Su Xiaonan's true sentiments or not, it ultimately serves Lin Yuan's interests. Her warnings may incite curiosity, prompting individuals to attempt summoning the spirit. Modern individuals are unlikely to believe in fantastical tales of effortless rewards. However, if the reward is tainted, its credibility significantly increases. The notion that a spirit can fulfill wishes without any cost is one that most would dismiss outright. And few would even entertain the idea of trying to generate interest in her post. Su Xiaonan created numerous fake accounts, putting forth considerable effort. Yet, the quality of these comments was lamentable, clearly indicative of fabricated engagement. Thank you. poster, I had never heard of the Spirit of Wishes. I was skeptical, but I decided to give it a try, and to my astonishment, I truly summoned the spirit. I am a congenital deaf-mute, and the spirit granted me the ability to hear and speak normally. Normal people cannot fathom how desperately I yearn to regain a sense of normalcy, to hear sounds, to converse with others, whatever price I may ultimately pay for this. I deem it worthwhile. However, while I am grateful to the spirit, I still advise everyone not to attempt to summon it unless absolutely necessary. The Spirit of Wishes is indeed real. It has existed as a legend in our community for ages. When I was a child, I inadvertently summoned the spirit and was terrified. I later recounted the incident to my grandmother, who scolded me, saying I was fortunate to have refrained from making a wish. Otherwise, I would have faced dire consequences. I have also heard tales of the Spirit of Wishes. A friend of mine summoned the spirit and wished to become beautiful. Within half a month, she transformed from a 200-pound individual into a stunning beauty. Yet, shortly thereafter, she was diagnosed with late-stage cancer. Alas, she is no longer with us. Had she not made a wish to the spirit, perhaps such a fate could have been avoided. Almost all comments followed a similar format, clearly orchestrated by a coordinated group. Even more perplexing was the fact that all the IP addresses originated from Zhengzhou City. Even the most gullible person would doubt the authenticity of this. Yet, amidst the sea of fabricated comments, there were a few genuine ones. Posting such a thing and employing so many fake accounts is quite amusing. Have some self-respect. At least change the IP address to avoid revealing the ruse. The story lacks substance, but the comments below are truly entertaining. The sight of those uniform fake accounts had me in stitches. I think the writing is decent. I'm looking forward to new stories. Author, please update soon. Clearly, no rational person would believe the tales within this post. Regardless of how Su Xiaonan attempts to portray her narrative, the public will remain skeptical of the existence of a Spirit of Wishes. No matter how realistic the post appears, it is ultimately futile. Moreover, Lin Yuan does not expect everyone to fully believe in the spirit's existence. As long as one or two individuals who have encountered these stories feel compelled to attempt summoning the spirit, that will suffice. If everyone were to become convinced of the spirit's existence, it would inevitably attract the attention of underworld agents. A few agents would not trouble Lin Yuan excessively. Although his wish power is limited, he could draw upon Su Xiaonan's fortune if necessary. However, should too many agents converge, he would find himself in a predicament. For now, he hopes that Su Xiaonan can elevate the Spirit of Wishes to the status of a well-known urban legend, akin to the tales of the Pencil Spirit or Bloody Mary. While 99 of people may dismiss it, even a one curiosity will suffice. Once individuals begin to experiment, some will discover the spirit's genuine existence. Those who have heard of the spirit's tales upon successfully summoning it may not harbor fear and could potentially make wishes. Ultimately, they will likely succumb to desire, inviting calamity, much like the tale of Su Xiaonan. Yet, Lin Yuan is indifferent. He is merely a spirit, unconcerned with morality. He responds to every request, operates on the principle of equivalent exchange, and the consequences rest solely with the individual. He will employ no deceit nor conceal any truths. All choices lie within the agency of humanity itself. Lin Yuan also discovered that Su Xiaonan's posts were relatively well received in this forum, largely due to the fact that the forum itself attracted very few users. This was further exacerbated by the comments beneath the posts, which were easily identifiable as those from paid commenters. Most who clicked in were quick to express their disdain. Yet, there was a certain merit to this. Even negative attention could be deemed attention. As long as people entered the forum and encountered those disingenuous comments, they would inevitably glean information about the wishful ghost immortal. In any case, the more people became aware of something, the more it would transform into a convoluted mixture of truth and falsehood. Lin Yuan tucked away his phone, choosing not to revisit the post. As a ghost, prolonged exposure to human affairs was detrimental to him, merely accelerating the depletion of his energy. His current reserves were far from abundant enough to squander. Presently, he felt unworthy of the title of Ghost Immortal. However, he believed that with time, as more individuals sought his wishes, he would naturally grow stronger. His name had already begun to circulate, albeit without creating significant waves. Yet, the stories had a subtle yet profound impact on others. Perhaps one day, someone would feel compelled to test the waters. All he needed to do was bide his time. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Just as Lin Yuan was about to delve into the space within the stone, he suddenly felt a call of desire. To his surprise, work had come to him so swiftly, he sensed that the summoning was directed towards the wishful ghost immortal. Clearly, Su Xiaonan's post had borne fruit. Chapter 23. A Life of Suffering that evening. Upon returning home, Wang Chuan slumped onto the sofa, exhaling a deep sigh. He was enveloped by exhaustion, both physically and mentally. A sense of suffocation weighed upon him, leaving him uncertain how much longer he could endure such a life. "Darling, are you back?" At that moment, his wife's voice floated from the bedroom, prompting Wang Chuan to rise with a sense of resignation. His wife had been bedridden for 4 years, and he had devoted himself to her care throughout that time. Now, he truly felt a sense of weariness. 5 years prior, when they had just married, his wife had been gentle and devoted, diligently managing their household. His career had also been flourishing, with steady promotions and increasing income. To everyone, he was the fortunate one who had achieved success in both love and career, and he had believed it as well. Back then, he could hardly have imagined a day like this. Fate, however, is capricious. The accident 4 years ago had taken away his wife's ability to walk, and their happy days had come to an abrupt end. They had been together since college, their relationship having always been incredibly strong, having once made solemn vows to be together for a lifetime. When he saw his wife, now a prisoner of her own body, he had vowed to care for her as long as she lived. Fueled by his love for her, he tended to her every need, day in and day out, despite the immense strain it placed upon him. During those days, his wife had struggled with her mental state. Often teetering on the brink of despair, it was his constant encouragement and tender care that helped her navigate through those dark times. Over the years, he could confidently say he had acted with a clear conscience in his devotion to her. Everyone regarded him as a good man. Even his wife's parents had to concede that he was more attentive to their daughter than they had ever been. Yet, 4 years had passed, and even the strongest affection had begun to wane under the relentless passage of time and the weight of life's burdens. After all, he was only human, and fatigue and despondency were inevitable. Especially now, with no glimmer of hope for the future, the end seemed all too near. At work, he faced an endless stream of tasks. At home, a mountain of chores awaited him, alongside the need to care for his incapacitated wife. He found himself with no respite, the heavy burden of life threatening to crush him. At 32, he appeared far older than his peers. He was utterly exhausted. If he knew he would die tomorrow, he would feel no fear or regret, only a sense of liberation. Now, whenever he looked at his wife, he was overwhelmed with weariness and annoyance. The once adoring partner had become an unbearable weight in his life, gradually dragging him down. He had no idea how long this existence would continue. Perhaps 10 years, perhaps 20, or even longer. But he truly believed there was no longer any hope left for him. He felt an intense unwillingness to accept this fate. Occasionally, he pondered whether shedding this burden might lead to a significantly improved life. Yet, every time he gazed upon his wife's face, his heart softened. And those words remained unspoken. Wang Chuan made his way to the bedroom, steeling himself to mask his emotions before entering. Ever since her paralysis, his wife had become exceedingly sensitive and insecure. Thus, any display of impatience on his part might provoke her. "What's wrong, dear? I'm back." Wang Chuan forced a smile, projecting an aura of tenderness that concealed the turmoil within. The woman lying in bed struggled to prop herself up. Her name was Qinya. Having been deprived of sunlight for so long, her face bore a sickly pallor, her hair disheveled and greasy. She glanced at Wang Chuan, fell into silence for a moment, and then said, "I need to use the restroom." Her expression held a mix of apology and self-reproach. She knew she had become a burden to her husband, and if it weren't for her condition, Wang Chuan would not have to endure such hardships. Wang Chuan maintained his gentle demeanor, replying, "All right, my love." He quickly moved to her side, supporting her as he lifted her from the bed. Once he had assisted her, he carried her back to the bed. "Darling, I'm going to prepare dinner. What would you like to eat today?" As he spoke, he prepared to leave, but Qinya suddenly grasped his hand, her expression turning grave. "I don't want to eat. I'm such a burden to you. You are my wife, since I married you. It is my duty to take care of you." There's no trouble in that. As he spoke, his gaze faltered, a flicker of guilt shining through his eyes. For it was a lie, he was utterly exhausted. He had no desire to cook, but rather wished to escape her presence. In solitude, he found a semblance of relief. Qinya seemed to sense his deceit. yet she remained indifferent. Let us get a divorce. My love, thank you for taking care of me all these years. You have done more than enough. I don't wish to burden you any longer. Wang Chuan's emotions were in turmoil. This was what he had longed to say to his wife. Yet he had never found the courage to voice it. Now, hearing it from her lips, he hesitated. He could not fathom why he was reluctant to let go when doing so would grant him a fresh start. Perhaps it was a matter of responsibility. Why bring this up? Qinya broke into a faint smile, one that was beautiful and reminiscent of the first time they met. In those days. Her smile had captivated him. Yet he had not seen her smile in what felt like an eternity. I have thought this through. You must be weary after all these years. I have held you back that it is time to end this. You deserve a new future. In my current state, I can only be a burden. But if we divorce, what will happen to you? Qinya shook her head. I still have my mother and my brother. They will care for me. Have you spoken to them about this? She shook her head. Not yet, but you need not worry. After all, she is my mother. Wang Chuan sighed. It had been 6 months since his mother-in-law had last visited. Recently, when he had to travel for work, he had called her to ask for help with Qinya. She had nonchalantly claimed to be busy. His mother-in-law had always favored sons over daughters, and the mother-daughter relationship had never been strong. Now, she was preoccupied with her grandson, showing little inclination to tend to her paralyzed daughter. If reading his thoughts, Qinya smiled. They just want to pass the responsibility on to you. If we divorce, they want to abandon me. Why, love, there's no need to feel guilty. You have done more than enough. If anyone should feel guilty, it is I. You owe me nothing. You shouldn't sacrifice your life for mine. Wang Chuan gazed into his wife's eyes, which were filled with unwavering resolve. It was clear that Qinya had made her decision. All he had to do was nod, and he could release himself from this burden. Yet, he still hesitated. He was a man of deep emotions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have devoted 4 years to caring for her. Stop overthinking it. This is my fate. I accept it. I just don't want to drag you down with me. Continuing this way is pointless. A smile graced Qinya's face, but her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I can sense that you are weary too, and I understand. After all this time, my legs have no chance of recovery. Moreover, we don't even have children. I cannot help you in that regard. Stop forcing yourself. Let us end this, and I will grant you your freedom. Wang Chuan inhaled deeply. His wife was right. He was indeed exhausted and had been forcing himself for far too long. Now, if he simply let go, he could find relief. All right. His voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Yet, uttering that word did not bring him the lightness he had anticipated. Instead, it filled him with an inexplicable sense of guilt and heartache. He truly loved Qinya. Otherwise, how could he have cared for her so meticulously for 4 years? Recalling their once solemn vows and the happiness they had shared brought a sharp pain to his heart. They had arrived at this juncture solely because of her legs. If only they could be restored, would it have come to this? Yet, no matter how sincere the love, it could not withstand the harshness of reality. Continuing this existence would inevitably lead to his collapse one day. Rather than enduring together, perhaps it was better to forget each other's existence entirely. After parting ways with his wife, he returned to the living room and slumped onto the sofa. His vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling. After a brief moment of daze, he made his way to the cupboard by the entrance, retrieving a bottle of alcohol. Prior to his marriage, he had abstained from drinking. Yet over the years, he had gradually learned to embrace it. Although the taste was unpleasant, it seemed like heavenly nectar compared to the bitterness of life. He began to feel a slight intoxication wash over him. He and his wife had been college classmates, having known each other for over a decade, and he had once believed they would walk hand in hand through life. Yet they had ultimately arrived at this juncture. All of it stemmed from his wife's legs. If only her legs could heal, all their troubles would vanish. Suddenly, he recalled a post he had seen online during the day. The author claimed that there existed a spirit in this world known as the wishful ghost immortal. By summoning it, one could have any wish fulfilled, though at a cost. Such tales were hardly novel, and he would never have believed them. Yet now, a thought unexpectedly crossed his mind. What if it were true? If the wishful ghost immortal truly existed, then perhaps his wife's legs could be healed. If that were the case, they could return to the happiness they once shared. But how could that possibly be real? Covering his face with his palm, tears streamed down once more. Perhaps it was worth a try. This notion lingered in his mind, growing uncontrollably until he abruptly stood up and walked to the wall. Switching off the lights in the living room. Let us give it a shot. Even if it's a farce, it wouldn't cost him anything substantial. Chapter 24. Another wish maker with the lights extinguished. Wang Chuan immediately returned to the sofa and opened the drawer of the coffee table in front of him. He remembered that it contained a blank notebook, a pen, and there were candles readily available. He lit the candle, placing it on the coffee table, then opened the notebook and uncapped the pen, resting it upon the pages. After completing these actions, he suddenly found it amusing. Had he truly lost his mind? Contemplating summoning the so-called wishful ghost immortal? Surely, it was merely a fabrication of others. How could it possibly be real? How naive of him to expect a ghost to resolve his life's dilemmas. Yet, after this self-mockery, a sense of unwillingness washed over him. After all, he had prepared everything. It seemed unreasonable to abandon it now. He resolved to give it a try. No one would know of his folly. Sitting up straight, he followed the instructions from the post, closed his eyes, and silently chanted the name. Wishful ghost immortal. Though he did not believe, at that moment, he fervently wished for the spirit's existence. If it were real, he would be willing to fulfill any demand. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his eyes and sighed. This was indeed childish. He was in his 30s, yet still believed in such nonsense. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his expression suddenly froze in disbelief. His eyes widened, filled with incredulity. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, ensuring he wasn't hallucinating. The pen stood eerily upright on the notebook, its tip pointing downward. Suddenly, he felt the air around him grow cold and foreboding. A pen could not stand on its own. Something was amiss. A ghost? Could it be that ghosts truly existed? No, the spirit, the wishful ghost immortal. I have genuinely summoned the wishful ghost immortal. At that moment, rather than feeling fear, his astonishment transformed instantaneously into elation. Wishful ghost immortal, are you truly the wishful ghost immortal? Wang Chuan's eyes were fixated on the pen on the paper, eagerly inquiring. Opposite him, Lin Yuan held the pen, making it stand upright. However, Wang Chuan was oblivious to this. The wish power Lin Yuan had sensed was indeed Wang Chuan's. Upon hearing Wang Chuan's words, he made a mark on the paper. Observing the writing in the notebook, Wang Chuan felt a surge of excitement. He rubbed his eyes once more, confirming he wasn't experiencing an illusion, nor had he lost his sanity. This was real. He had indeed summoned the wishful ghost immortal. Soon, the pen began to move across the paper, writing a sentence. All requests shall be answered. The pen he had prepared was red, and the ink on the paper appeared exceedingly glaring, imbued with an eerie quality. This strange sensation gradually calmed Wang Chuan's racing heart. Perspiration formed in his palms, and he felt a wave of tension. Before him was a spirit. If the stories he had read were true, then the wishful ghost immortal would ultimately bring calamity. Yet, despite his rational mind urging caution against making a wish, he found himself unable to resist this opportunity. For it was only through such supernatural power that he could find assistance. His love for his wife was profound, and he was willing to take a gamble for her. Ghost immortal, my wife has been bedridden for 4 years. Can you heal her legs? He uttered, his gaze fixed intently on the paper. His heart raced. The pen continued to move, marking a check on the page. As he beheld the mark, Wang Chuan's anxiety dissipated, replaced by a look of exhilaration. Indeed, the immortal could truly assist him. However, what would the cost be? If this entity were the wishful ghost immortal from the tales, there would surely be a price to pay. He was uncertain whether he could bear the cost. Ghost immortal, what must I sacrifice? Lin Yuan remained patient, slowly writing a single character on the paper. Luck? What is luck? Wang Chuan endeavored to calm himself. When negotiating with a ghost, one must exercise utmost caution. He needed clarity to avoid future regret. The pen remained still, as explaining this concept was too cumbersome. Lin Yuan found it tedious to elaborate. As long as one had a functioning mind, they could surmise the meaning of luck, without an answer. Wang Chuan refrained from pressing further, realizing his question may have been rather simplistic, especially since the post had contained explanations about luck. He then inquired, how much luck do I possess? Lin Yuan promptly pinned several words. A price must be paid to know. How much? This inquiry held a certain weight, akin to asking someone how long they might live. Such questions pertain to the future and are never simple. Lin Yuan sensed no yearning from Wang Chuan regarding this matter. Unless Wang Chuan willingly agreed to pay the price, Lin Yuan would not proactively assess his luck. In truth, it was Wang Chuan's folly. Had he asked how much luck a typical person possessed, Lin Yuan would have provided an answer. This question was fundamental knowledge, requiring minimal cost. Even if he posed 10 such questions, the impact would be negligible. Wang Chuan understood that the one inscribed by the ghost indicated 1 unit of luck. Yet, he was unaware of how much luck he possessed and hesitated to inquire further. What if the cost was substantial? After all, ordinary queries usually prompted direct responses from the ghost. He asked, "If my wish is granted, what will happen to me?" Lin Yuan remained silent, merely drawing a line beneath the words "pay the price." This too required a glimpse into the future to ascertain the answer. How much? Lin Yuan was unperturbed by Wang Chuan's multitude of questions. These ordinary inquiries would still yield some wish power, albeit in small amounts, accumulating over time. As long as the other party was willing to engage, he could talk until their demise. Wang Chuan hesitated momentarily, ultimately deciding against asking further. Each question he posed was akin to a wish. Most inquiries bore little value and consumed minimal resources, yet some questions held immense worth. He risked exhausting his luck with careless queries. However, one question remained imperative. "Ghost Immortal, I hope you can heal my wife's legs. How much luck will it consume?" The pen moved once more, inscribing a number on the page. 6th. Wang Chuan comprehended that 6 units of luck were required, though he could not ascertain whether this was a great deal or not. Yet, he knew one thing for certain. Had he insisted on asking those 2 previous questions, he would have regretted it immensely. His wife was bedridden, a grave matter, yet it required only 6 units of luck. Had he recklessly squandered 2 units on trivial inquiries, he would have been left in despair. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Chuan made his decision. "Ghost Immortal, I beseech you to save my wife. I am willing to pay the price." Upon uttering these words, the pen swiftly marked a check on the paper. Witnessing this mark, Wang Chuan's expression grew increasingly complex. This signified that their transaction had been sealed. He would sacrifice his luck, but his wife's legs would be restored. Yet what would be the outcome? Would it conclude tragically as in the stories? He knew not. No one could foresee the future. Any choice made in the present, whether good or ill, remained uncertain until the future unfolded. Only then would he discern the truth of it all. "Ghost Immortal, I have no further questions. Please take your leave." As soon as he finished speaking, the pen on the paper fell over, and the chilling air dissipated, as if everything that had transpired had been mere illusion. Wang Chuan leaned back against the sofa, feeling as though it had all been a dream. Suddenly, he shot upright, his face alight with excitement and fervor, and dashed into the bedroom. "Darling, we're not getting a divorce. Your legs will surely heal." Chapter 25. Liberation. Lin Yuan returned to his residence. It appeared that the stories posted by Su Xiaonan had indeed borne fruit. At the very least, Wang Chuan had sought to summon the wishful Ghost Immortal. He must have encountered Su Xiaonan's post, prompting such actions. If one is utterly intent on summoning the wishful Ghost Immortal, it is highly likely that Lin Yuan would appear. However, when it comes to other spiritual rituals, such as the Pin Spirit, one cannot predict what may be summoned. It is entirely possible that after Lin Yuan's arrival, he might encounter other spirits. Having a unique title for himself somewhat mitigates the likelihood of encountering other ghosts. Although he is capable of handling the majority of spirits, it does deplete his energy unnecessarily. For now, he merely needs to wait a few more days. Once Wang Chuan's wish is fulfilled and he returns the favor, Lin Yuan will acquire 0.6 units of willpower. Everything is gradually improving, and his willpower is sufficient for him to linger in the mortal realm for over 2 years. An increase in willpower will also enhance his abilities, extending the range of his perception. If someone were to summon a spirit of desire from a considerable distance, he would be unable to sense it. Currently, he can only perceive a significant portion of Zhongzhou City. Beyond this range, he finds himself powerless. This limitation poses a considerable drawback, and he must contemplate alternative solutions, Lin Yuan mused. Despite his continuous strengthening in the short term, he can only manage to sense 1 or 2 nearby cities. Previously, without the aid of Su Xiaonan, Lin Yuan faced insurmountable challenges, but now, this issue appears relatively easier to resolve, albeit still requiring an opportune moment. His reputation remains insufficiently prominent. Any actions he undertakes now yield limited results. However, The day when he will be recognized by the world is not far off. Husband, take me out for a stroll, Chinya said as she awoke in the early morning. She propped herself up with her arm, struggling to sit upright. Wang Chuan was roused by her voice, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and asking, "Wife, why are you up so early today?" It was 6 a.m., and he had the day off, allowing him to rest. Typically, Chinya would not call for him at such an hour. Yet, despite being awakened from a beautiful dream, he felt no irritation. "Could you take me out for a while?" "I haven't been outside in ages, of course." Wang Chuan sat up and began to dress. A week had passed since his transaction with the spirit, yet Chinya's legs had not yet healed. He even questioned whether he had perhaps indulged too much that day, hallucinating the existence of the spirit of desire. For the past few days, Chinya had been insisting on a divorce, and no matter how he pleaded, he could not sway her decision. Last night, they finally agreed that the divorce would be finalized the next day. As today was Sunday, the Civil Affairs Bureau was closed. This was their last day living as a married couple. After the divorce, Chinya would return to her hometown to live with her mother. He felt as though he could finally escape this turmoil. Yet, the thought of leaving her behind tugged at his heartstrings, given their over a decade of shared history. Once he finished dressing, Wang Chuan helped his wife with her clothes and assisted her with her morning routine. Finally, he lifted her into the wheelchair. After completing all the preparations, over an hour had passed, and it was nearly 8 a.m. For someone confined to bed, undertaking any activity was arduous and required reliance on others. For the past 4 years, he had helped his wife with these tasks daily. He had grown weary of it all. Yet today, perhaps because their time together was limited, he felt no fatigue at all. "Darling, where would you like to go?" he gently inquired, knowing that on their final day together, he would not refuse any of her wishes. This could serve as a fitting farewell to their more than 10 years of love. "Let us just wander around." After a moment of thought, Chinya suggested, "How about the park over there? I remember we used to visit often. It's been years since we last went." Wang Chuan nodded in agreement. There was indeed a park nearby that they used to frequent, but ever since Chinya's paralysis, they had not returned, as she had refused to go out, and he had not insisted on taking her. Descending the stairs, Wang Chuan pushed the wheelchair forward slowly. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of beauty. He wished time could freeze at that instant. Memories flooded back, and he regretted agreeing to the divorce. However, without it, he felt trapped in a quagmire of despair. Soon, they arrived at the park. Being a Sunday, it was busier than usual, bustling with life, and vendors were selling their wares nearby. After a while of strolling, Chinya suddenly exclaimed, "I'm hungry, husband. Let us grab something to eat?" "Sure, what would you like?" At that moment, Wang Chuan could not decline any of his wife's requests. They purchased some food, and nearby was a gazebo equipped with stone tables and benches. Wang Chuan wheeled his wife over, and they began to eat in silence, the atmosphere feeling heavy and somewhat awkward. Stealing glances at his wife, Wang Chuan sensed something different about her today. There was a faint smile on her face. Since her paralysis, such smiles had been a rarity for Chinya. "Husband, after we finish eating, I'd like some water. Could you please get some for me?" "Of course, I'll be right back." Wang Chuan stood up. A vendor selling drinks was a few hundred meters away. After taking a few steps, he turned back to glance at his wife, feeling as though he had overlooked something important, but unable to pinpoint what it was. He continued onward. As Wang Chuan's figure receded, Chinya's smile gradually faded, replaced by a resolute expression. She began to turn the wheels of her wheelchair, moving away from the gazebo. The ground was uneven, but she paid no mind, her eyes fixed solely on her destination. Not far ahead lay an artificial lake, deep enough for her purpose. She maneuvered her wheelchair towards the water's edge, her gaze locked onto the lake's surface. After a brief moment of hesitation, she pushed herself off the wheelchair with determination, tumbling to the ground. Ignoring the pain, she clawed at the earth, crawling forward with an unwavering resolve. Just a few more meters. If she could traverse this distance, she would be free. For 4 years, she had contemplated such an escape, but her paralysis had rendered her powerless to act. Even the thought of suicide had felt impossible. Today, however, she finally had the opportunity to take action. Her current existence felt devoid of hope and utterly meaningless. She was grateful for her husband's meticulous care over the past 4 years. Yet she no longer wished to continue living. Her existence had become a burden, a source of sorrow for everyone. Death would bring closure, release for all. Soon, she reached the edge of the lake. Without any hesitation, she plunged into the depths. With a splash, the sound of her fall echoed, the frigid water enveloping her instantly. She felt the pressure of the water surrounding her. An overwhelming calm washed over her. Finally, she could attain liberation. While the instinct for survival is inherent to humanity, there are moments when individuals prefer death, as life becomes too agonizing to bear. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding gripped Wang Chuan's heart. In that instant, he comprehended the significance of the smile on his wife's face. It represented her desire for release. He swiftly turned and ran back. Upon returning to the gazebo, he found it devoid of his wife's presence. His heart sank. He had feared this possibility. In that moment, panic surged within him. His mind blanked. No, I must find her. He realized just how deep his feelings for his wife remained. A resolute thought surged forth. No matter what, he would not abandon her, even if she were destined to remain unable to stand. Wife, wife. He called out desperately, frantically searching for any trace of her. Before long, he spotted the wheelchair by the lake's edge. In that moment, everything clicked into place. He looked at the water and saw Qinya struggling beneath the surface. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove in. He could not bear to watch his wife perish before his eyes. The water was not particularly deep, reaching only to his chest, yet for the paralyzed Qinya, it could prove fatal. He swam swiftly towards her, grasping her form and pulling her back towards the surface. His cries attracted the attention of many nearby, who rushed to their aid. Soon, both of them were pulled from the water. Qinya had not been submerged for long. When she was rescued, her mind remained relatively clear. In a frenzy, she screamed, her hands striking Wang Chuan's body repeatedly. Why did you save me? Why wouldn't you let me die? She had finally found the opportunity she had yearned for, only to have her husband intervene just as she believed she could end it all. Overcome with despair, she wept helplessly. Why won't you let me die? I am nothing but a burden. I cannot endure this life for even a single day longer. Must you drive me to madness? Qinya's expression grew increasingly twisted. Though you take pleasure in watching me suffer, living like a wretched creature, is that what satisfies you? Her demeanor bordered on madness as she vented her emotions. Wang Chuan held her tightly, offering comfort. Darling, please don't do anything rash. We want to proceed with the divorce. I will care for you for the rest of my life. Do you have any idea how painful my existence is? I truly wish to die. I beg you, let me go. Wang Chuan found himself at a loss, unable to provide the comfort she needed. He understood her pain better than anyone. Were he in her position, he might also long for an end. Yet, he could not bear to witness her demise. Wife, let us go home first. We can talk when we get back. He lifted Qinya into his arms. But she struggled against him as he gazed at his frenzied wife. Tears streamed down his face. All their suffering stemmed from her legs. If only they could return to normal, their lives would not have spiraled into such despair. But reality had unfolded as it had, and no one could change that. Even amidst the hardships of life, one must press on. He disregarded Qinya's struggles, holding her close as he forged ahead. This was a responsibility he was willing to shoulder for a lifetime. After only a short distance, Qinya suddenly cried out, "Put me down, quickly. My legs seem to have sensation." Chapter 26. Restoration of health. Qinya's face was alight with excitement as she desperately pushed against Wang Chuan, yearning to touch the ground and ascertain the condition of her legs. What did you say? Wang Chuan was taken aback by his wife's words, unable to believe his ears. I think I can feel my legs. They have sensation. Upon finishing her declaration, Qinya controlled her calves and gently wiggled them. Look, see, my legs can move. Her emotions were uncontainable, excitement and joy radiating from her countenance. Wang Chuan, too, was astonished. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. Qinya's legs had indeed moved just moments ago. She excitedly pinched her thigh, feeling a slight sting. It had been so long since she had felt anything. Her legs had felt as if they were non-existent. But now, it was undeniable. Her legs were truly on the path to recovery. Husband, please let me down. She was eager to experience the sensation of her feet on the ground, a feeling she had long yearned for. All right, be careful. Wang Chuan embraced his wife from behind and gently lowered her. equally curious to see if Qin Ya's legs had genuinely returned to normal. Finally, her feet met the long-missed ground, and she felt as though she were stepping onto a soft cloud. She tentatively lifted her foot, experiencing a surreal sensation as it rose slightly. Pinching the back of her hand, she felt a twinge of pain. This was not a dream. Her legs were indeed improving significantly, yet at that moment, Wang Chuan still held her from behind, reluctant to release her, uncertain if she could stand unaided. "Husband, please let go of me. I want to try." "Okay, but be cautious, I'm going to let go now." Wang Chuan slowly released his grip, as if caring for a toddler taking its first steps. The moment his hands left her, Qin Ya felt her legs give way, and she nearly collapsed. Wang Chuan rushed forward to support her. "Be careful, it's still no good. I feel no strength in my legs." With Wang Chuan's assistance, Qin Ya steadied herself, a hint of disappointment crossing her face. Wang Chuan quickly reassured her, "Wife, don't lose heart. At least your legs are much improved. This is just the beginning, and they will surely recover." "Yes." The dejection on Qin Ya's face was soon overshadowed by joy as she nodded. In the past, Wang Chuan had often spoken such words to her, and she had never believed a word. She knew her legs all too well, but now she was filled with belief that her legs would indeed heal. For she had glimpsed hope. The greatest fear is the absence of hope. As long as there is hope, any adversity can be overcome. "Husband, let me try again. Perhaps I just need to get used to it." "All right." Wang Chuan steadied her body once more. "Be careful. I'm going to let go, Danamim." With Qin Ya's confirmation, Wang Chuan slowly released his grip. This time, she did not immediately fall. Instead, she stood for several seconds, igniting excitement in both of them. Yet soon, her legs began to tremble, and within moments, she could no longer sustain herself. Wang Chuan, witnessing this, quickly supported her again. Though it was but a small victory, tears of joy flowed from both their eyes. For long years had passed, filled with suffering due to Qin Ya's condition, rendering life devoid of hope. She had even contemplated suicide. Yet now, everything was beginning to change for the better. Even if Qin Ya could not walk just yet, at least they could see the glimmer of hope. Wang Chuan embraced his wife tightly from behind, tears cascading down onto her. In that instant, he felt that the trials he had endured over the years had not been in vain. They were finally on the verge of triumph. "Wife, your legs are finally healing," Qin Ya cried out, releasing all the grievances she had suffered due to her legs over the years. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never have made it to this moment. Wife, let us return home to change clothes, and then we shall go for a checkup." Earlier, Qin Ya had jumped into the lake, her clothes still damp. Yet, in their joy, they had only just now realized it. "Yes, let us hurry back." Wang Chuan gazed at his wife's face. Though her eyes were wet with tears, her expression was filled with joy in that moment. He felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After changing into dry clothes, Wang Chuan promptly took Qin Ya to the hospital where she had once received treatment. After the examination, even the doctors were astonished. While they could not explain the sudden improvement, it was evident that Qin Ya's legs were indeed recovering, and quite well. However, due to the prolonged period of paralysis, her body was still not accustomed to the sensations. Based on her current condition, it was anticipated that within a month, she should be able to walk normally. During this time, following the doctor's advice, Qin Ya engaged in rehabilitation exercises at home. Merely 3 days later, she was able to walk with the aid of assistive devices. As she witnessed the gradual recovery of her legs, her spirits lifted day by day. For someone in her condition, nothing could bring her more joy than the prospect of regaining her health. Each day, she would walk around the room, savoring the beauty of being able to move. As Wang Chuan observed his wife's legs gradually regaining strength, he felt a mix of happiness and a flicker of concern. The sudden improvement in her condition should be linked to the wish he had made to the wishful spirit that fateful day. Otherwise, there was no explanation for the miraculous recovery of his wife, who had been paralyzed for 4 years. Though he had consumed alcohol that day, he had not been intoxicated. What had transpired was undoubtedly real. The wishful spirit existed, and it could indeed grant wishes. The post he had seen online was likely true, at least to some extent. His wish had been fulfilled, but what price would he have to pay in return? What form would that payment take? To the spirit, his cost was luck, yet for him, losing luck was not the issue. The concern lay in the consequences that might arise from such a loss, and that was what troubled him. He swiftly retrieved his phone and searched for the thread where he had first seen the post. The poster had shared a new update, recounting a different story. The content described a girl who summoned the wishful spirit and used it to kill her enemies. Yet, shortly thereafter, she too was killed. Was this an example of an equivalent exchange? He suddenly felt a chilling similarity between himself and that girl, though she had sought to take a life, and he sought to save one. To the spirit, there was no discernible difference. The spirit would not concern itself with the morality of the situation. As long as a price was paid, it would grant any request. This left him with an unsettling feeling. To have the wishful spirit fulfill a wish was a process of equivalent exchange. If the spirit restored his wife's legs, would he face a fate akin to hers? Fear gripped him, sending a shiver down his spine. The person posting these stories knew something. Her username was Nan Nan. Wang Chuan immediately sent her a private message. "Hello, may I ask if the stories you shared are true? I followed the methods in your post to summon the wishful spirit, and my wish for my wife's legs to heal has come true. I wish to know if this is indeed connected to the wishful spirit." After sending the message, a sense of unease lingered within him, prompting him to send another. "Please, if you see this, respond to me, I beg you." He put his phone away, tucking it into his pocket, his face still etched with worry. That moment, his wife, engaged in her rehabilitation exercises at home, looked up at him. "What's wrong, husband? You seem quite unhappy. What happened?" "It's nothing." Wang Chuan shook his head. There was no need to burden his wife with this matter. Moreover, it was too far-fetched for her to believe. He smiled and stood up from the sofa, walking over to her side. "All right, don't tire yourself too much. You can't keep exercising. You still need plenty of rest." As he watched his wife, the unease in his heart gradually shifted to joy. Even if a price had to be paid, at the very least, his wife's legs had begun to heal, and the disaster he feared had yet to arrive. Perhaps it would not come at all. Chapter 27. Luck is not constant. Su Xiaonan sat before her computer, browsing through various job postings on a recruitment website. She surveyed the dizzying array of opportunities. She couldn't help but sigh. None of these positions offered compensation comparable to the one she had previously secured. However, a series of injuries had led to her dismissal from her job and had caused her to be blacklisted by the personnel of Longqing Group. She was now compelled to seek new employment. Yet, good jobs were hard to come by, and she had no desire to settle for unsatisfactory options. Unless she relocated, which was not feasible at the moment. She could not leave this city. As a servant of the spirit, she was not permitted to depart without authorization. Furthermore, even if she could leave, she was too afraid to do so. Though save Jiang Hui. Her luck was at an all-time low, and the thought of what might occur beyond the spirit's protective reach sent shivers down her spine. If she were to face a series of unfortunate events again, constantly being hospitalized, she would genuinely contemplate ending her own life. Alas, her situation was dire. She had graduated only to find herself unemployed. After submitting a few resumes, she closed the webpage in resignation in regard to those employment opportunities. She was not entirely dissatisfied. Rather, she felt compelled to make a choice out of necessity. Yet, what weighed heavier on her was the uncertainty of whether those companies would even consider her. Leaning back in her chair, she stretched languidly before reopening the forum. Following the guidance of the elusive spirit, she posted about the desired spirit's capabilities. Uncertain of whether her words would bear any fruit, she found herself grappling with conflicting emotions. As the spirit's envoy, she was now deeply intertwined with its fate. Should the spirit grow stronger, she too would reap indirect benefits, such as an increase in her own fortune. This fortune was essential, as she yearned for Jiang Hui to regain her clarity. However, she simultaneously dreaded such an occurrence, for she wished to avoid the recurrence of past tragedies. The experiences she and Jiang Hui endured revealed that while the spirit could grant wishes, it could also bring forth calamity. As the envoy, she had disseminated this information, leaving her no pretense to deny her involvement in the tragedies that ensued. Yet, she had no room for regret. The covenant bound her. Fortunately, the spirit placed few constraints upon her, allowing her to lead a relatively normal life. Upon opening the website, she noticed a private message. The post she had shared garnered a modest readership, and occasionally, she received private messages. Clicking on the notification, she was startled by the message's content. The sender's nickname was a default system-generated username, a string of meaningless letters and numbers. However, the message sent a chill down her spine. Had someone truly summoned the spirit? Su Xiaonan was taken aback. The likelihood of such an event was slim. The individual must first possess belief and, moreover, be located in Zhongzhou, for distance would render the spirit unresponsive. Yet, against all odds, it had occurred. The sender emphasized their urgent need for a response, indicating a palpable sense of desperation. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xiaonan resolved to reply. This individual might be facing a dilemma, one intricately linked to her own fate. Perhaps her experiences could be of assistance, and she could not stand idly by. Regardless of whether her efforts would yield results, she felt compelled to try. This was not an act of betrayal against the spirit, for the spirit was indifferent to such matters. As long as the wish was fulfilled, the spirit bore no concern for the wisher's fate. Su Xiaonan pondered for a moment before typing a few words on her keyboard and hitting send. I am here. How are you? Wang Chuan gazed at his phone, feeling a measure of his unease dissipate. He had finally received a response from the poster. This person might possess vital information that could help him avert impending disaster. Without delay, he replied, I am well at the moment, though I feel a lingering sense of unease. Has the desired spirit truly granted my wish? If so, what must I sacrifice? No sooner had he sent his message than he received a reply, if you have made a wish to the spirit, then without a doubt it has. As for what you must sacrifice, I cannot predict the future, only speculate. How much fortune have you lost? 6 points. Wang Chuan responded promptly. An ordinary individual typically possesses around 10 points of fortune. Reading this message, Wang Chuan finally comprehended that the fortune he had relinquished amounted to nearly half of his own. This was no trivial sum and would undoubtedly have significant repercussions. His fingers trembled slightly as he typed. What will happen to me? Uncertain, came the reply, but you must exercise extreme caution. The sudden loss of such fortune signifies that your current fortune no longer aligns with your circumstances. You are bound to lose something until your fortune aligns with your situation. Consequently, your luck will likely deteriorate. Wang Chuan hastily inquired, will this affect those around me? Not necessarily. If you are particularly unfortunate, your family may feel some impact. Just as when one person suddenly passes, their family cannot remain unaffected. However, the influence will be indirect. Should anything befall those close to you, it is likely due to their own circumstances and not your doing. Upon reading this message, Wang Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least the calamity would befall him alone, not his family. Does this mean I might encounter unforeseen events? Is it enough to remain vigilant? I cannot predict what may transpire with you. The spirit's notion of equivalent exchange merely entails the reclamation of your fortune. What occurs after you lose it is beyond the spirit's purview. It will neither target you nor offer assistance. Theoretically, if you remain cautious, you should have a chance. As he contemplated the information shared, Wang Chuan fell into deep reflection. While he was indeed fated to face some calamities, these misfortunes were not insurmountable. If he could guard against them, he might avert disaster altogether. Now aware of the impending threats, he believed that with sufficient caution, he could navigate through. Yet, must he remain on guard for a lifetime? To live perpetually in fear and trepidation? But who could guarantee that he would never falter? Just then, the other party sent another message. Let me share one more piece of information, which may be considered good news. A person's fortune is not static. It can be lost, but it can also increase. Perhaps there is a way for you to enhance your fortune, thereby avoiding the calamities that may befall you. Fortune is not fixed. Upon reading this line, Wang Chuan felt as though he had glimpsed a beacon of hope amid the darkness. If that were the case, as long as he lived, he held the reins of his destiny. Objective factors may be immutable, yet human agency is not without merit. Fate is never predetermined. It is subject to change. He promptly replied, Thank you. What you have shared is invaluable to me. If it can assist you, I am delighted. Wishing you good fortune. Wang Chuan lamented, Fortune seems elusive. I merely hope that misfortune's impact on me remains minimal. Then may you triumph over adversity. Should anything arise, feel free to reach out. I wish to know about your progress. Certainly. Wang Chuan set aside his phone, suddenly filled with newfound confidence. He recalled a phrase often found in cultivation novels. My fate is mine to determine, not dictated by heaven. His situation closely mirrored this sentiment. The fortune he had lost bore similarities to the heaven referenced in that saying. Both represented immutable conditions that wielded influence over individuals. Now, he was determined to harness his agency to combat the impending misfortune. Life should indeed be governed by oneself. He was resolute in his ability to conquer the so-called heavens. As for Su Xiaonan's actions, Lin Yuan was fully aware, yet he remained indifferent. Assisting others, while not within Su Xiaonan's assigned duties, was not prohibited by the covenant. Moreover, bound by the covenant, Su Xiaonan was incapable of any act of betrayal, not out of choice, but due to necessity. Furthermore, her actions benefited Lin Yuan as well. Should wishers invariably face dire consequences, over time, they would be deterred from making wishes. Knowing that fortune could be altered, they would be driven by desire, clinging to a sliver of hope. Yet, how could one hope to defy fate so easily? Aside from the heroes of stories, most individuals would be crushed by destiny. Chapter 28. Emphasis on stability. Another fortnight passed. Wang Chuan had yet to perceive any extraordinary occurrences in his life. Though he had lost fortune, everything around him remained normal. He did not feel particularly unlucky. In fact, he sensed that his circumstances were improving. Qin Ye's condition had markedly improved. While she could not yet engage in vigorous activities or stand or walk for extended periods, she was now fully capable of self-care and could even assist him with household chores. He no longer expended the immense energy he had devoted to caring for his wife over the past few years. Nor did he return home each day utterly exhausted. With life becoming more hopeful, his mood had lifted considerably, and he found himself with renewed vigor, leading to greater success at work. Each evening, he returned home without the burden of household responsibilities and enjoyed the lovingly prepared meals by his wife. Though such a life was not extraordinary, it was light and joyful. For someone who had experienced despair and darkness, that was more than enough. It felt as though he had shed an immense weight, lightening his entire being. Earlier in the day, Qin Ye had undergone a follow-up examination at the hospital, where the doctor announced that her recovery was remarkable, nearing the level of an average person. Their story had spread, garnering media attention and interviews from television stations. Their 4-year journey, marked by unwavering support for each other, was profoundly moving. In this world, young couples like them were few and far between. Unencumbered by children and still youthful themselves, they could have easily abandoned one another for a better life. Thus, their steadfast commitment was all the more poignant. In recent days, they had received donations from compassionate individuals, both monetary and material. During the 4 years of Qin Ye's paralysis, Wang Chuan's career had suffered greatly, resulting in a significant drop in income. These contributions had greatly alleviated their financial burdens. The ease of their lives even led Wang Chuan to temporarily forget his precarious circumstances. No, he must not become complacent. The current tranquility might simply be a fade to lull him into a false sense of security. Fortunately, he remained vigilant. He had lost a substantial portion of an ordinary person's fortune, and it was improbable that nothing would come of it. He had discussed this issue with Su Xiaonan, who suggested that perhaps Qin Ye's recovery had resulted in an increase in her fortune. Recently, the smoothness of events was not attributed to him, but rather to Qin Ye. Therefore, he must not let his guard down now. Everything he possesses at this moment was painstakingly regained. Should he lose it again? He would truly be shattered. In the following days, he became increasingly cautious. If he could avoid going out, he would certainly do so. Aside from commuting to work and returning home, he rarely lingered outside. Qin Ye's leg had nearly healed, allowing her to live normally without any issues. Occasionally, she wished to take a stroll with him, but he always excused himself, citing work commitments. In essence, he did everything within his power to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. If he could remain at home, he would not venture outside. Days passed, and unexpected situations began to arise around him. For instance, one day, Qin Ye asked him to stop by the supermarket after work to purchase a few items. After completing his shopping, he prepared to cross the street and was waiting at the curb for the traffic light. At that moment, a vehicle sped through the intersection just as the green light was about to turn red. In a hurry to get past, coincidentally, a teenage boy dashed across the road, perhaps believing the light was still green and that no cars would be coming. The driver, realizing he was about to collide with the boy, instinctively swerved, losing control of the vehicle and heading straight towards Wang Chuan. Fortunately, Wang Chuan had been exceedingly vigilant, having anticipated the potential mishap and managed to dodge just in time. The car narrowly missed him, and he even felt the rush of wind as it zoomed past. Thankfully, the incident concluded without harm. Had he not been in such a heightened state of alertness, he might have been struck by that vehicle. This incident made him acutely aware that his luck had suddenly diminished, beginning to affect him. Yet, he considered this a blessing in disguise. Had no accidents occurred, he might have become complacent, which would have posed a greater danger. This experience sharpened his awareness and made him even more cautious. The following day, a faulty power outlet in his home began to leak electricity, though he was initially unaware of it that moment. He had just plugged in his phone charger, only to find that the phone displayed no signs of life. Instinctively, he reached for the outlet to check if the plug was properly seated. Fortunately, his hand halted just before making contact with the outlet. In a state of heightened alertness, he donned insulated gloves and tested the outlet with a voltage tester, only then realizing it was indeed leaking electricity. Thankfully, his excessive caution prevented him from directly touching the power strip. Otherwise, a serious incident could have occurred. The consecutive incidents that posed no harm to him instilled a greater sense of confidence. Accidents are termed as such precisely because people fail to consider all possible outcomes. However, with sufficient caution and thorough consideration of every scenario before undertaking any task, one can entirely avert unforeseen events. Following this, he enlisted the help of a friend who worked as an electrician to inspect the electrical systems in his home, eliminating all potential hazards and retiring any appliances that had seen better days. Now, his abode had become considerably safer, minimizing the likelihood of a repeat of the previous electrical mishap. In the evening, Chinya returned from her walk and approached him, sitting beside him on the sofa. Ever since she regained her ability to walk normally, she had taken to going downstairs for a stroll every night, though Wang Chuan had yet to accompany her, as he was fearful. Suddenly, Chinya wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "Darling, tomorrow, a friend of mine is coming to visit. Let us go to the airport to pick her up. Then we can spend the day together to celebrate. Since I've recovered, we haven't had a proper celebration." "To the airport?" Wang Chuan frowned. "Why not let her take a taxi here? We can prepare some meals at home." "That won't do." Chinya quickly shook her head. "I've already promised to pick her up. Besides, I have something to ask her. Now that my leg is better, I can't just stay at home all the time. I want her to help me find a job. She has been doing well these past few years and has a vast network." I mentioned it to her and she agreed. Moreover, she's coming all this way to see me. It would be rude not to. Seeing the pleading look in Chinya's eyes, Wang Chuan wavered. Going out did indeed carry the risk of unforeseen events. Theoretically, leaving the house meant exposing oneself to such possibilities. However, he could not isolate himself from social interactions for the rest of his life. He would eventually have to venture outside. During these days, he had been driving to work and, as long as he exercised sufficient caution, he believed he would avoid any dangerous situations. Furthermore, Chinya's reasoning was difficult for him to dismiss. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "All right then, I'll drive tomorrow, and we'll go to the airport to pick her up." "Great," Chinya beamed, getting up. "She arrives at 3 p.m. tomorrow, so I'll reserve a restaurant for dinner. And we can go out to eat together." Observing his wife's joyous expression, Wang Chuan felt a twinge of regret, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Perhaps he should not have agreed. Any outing could potentially lead to an accident. Although he could not completely detach himself from society, he still believed in avoiding risks whenever possible. Moreover, these days were crucial. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he felt. No, they absolutely could not go. The route to work was familiar to him. Despite the heavy traffic, as long as he remained cautious, he would not encounter any accidents. However, the way to the airport was unfamiliar, and vehicles outside the city tended to speed, making an incident quite possible. Although he had promised his wife, he realized he could still back out. He quickly devised a plan. He would feign illness. Tomorrow, he would pretend to be unwell, but he would arrange for someone else to help his wife pick up her friend. This way, the situation would be perfectly resolved. With a deep breath, he resolved that regardless of whether going out would lead to an accident, he would not take any risks. Anything that could be avoided would be, with a focus on maintaining stability. Chapter 29. A difficult decision this day was Saturday, and Wang Chuan had agreed to accompany his wife to the airport to pick someone up. However, around 10 in the morning, he sat on the sofa, cradling his head with his hands, watching his wife mop the floor in the living room. "Honey, what time are we heading out to pick her up?" Chinya paused her work, contemplating. She arrives at 3 p.m., so let us leave at 1:30 p.m. That should give us a little over an hour." Wang Chuan furrowed his brow, his face contorted in pain. "All right, we still have some time. I'll rest for a bit. My head is hurting." Only then did Chinya notice something was off with her husband. She hurried over, placing her hand on his forehead, and asked with concern, "You're not running a fever. What's wrong?" "It's nothing," Just an old ailment. It's merely a headache, likely from not resting well last night. Wang Chuan had suffered from such issues before, occasionally experiencing headaches and dizziness, and Qinya was aware of this. Is it serious? Do you need to take some medicine? No need. Resting a bit should help. It's always like this, and medicine doesn't really do much. I just hope it won't interfere with your plans. Don't worry about that. Your health is more important, Qinya insisted. After a moment's thought, she added, if it's too much, don't worry about going this afternoon. I can manage on my own. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment that her husband could not accompany her, she understood that his health was paramount. It would be reckless to have him drive while unwell. Should I arrange for someone to take you? Qinya, lacking a driver's license and unable to drive herself, had previously enrolled in driving school but had not completed her lessons before the accident. No, it's fine. You go rest. I'll find someone myself. After saying this, Qinya helped Wang Chuan to their bedroom, encouraging him to lie down and fetch some medicine and a glass of water for him. Take some medicine, then get some good rest. Wang Chuan accepted the water and the painkillers she offered. He drank the water but discreetly hid the pills when his wife wasn't looking. After all, he was pretending to be ill and did not want to take unnecessary medication. In truth, taking the medicine wouldn't have posed any issue, but for now, he prioritized caution above all else. He lay down in bed, while Qinya left the room to continue her chores in the living room. Watching her depart, Wang Chuan felt a pang of guilt. He had hardly accompanied Qinya outside lately, and she had even complained about it. Yet he truly had no choice. He needed to endure this period. If something were to happen to him, their family would once again plummet into the depths of despair. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qinya left. Wang Chuan got out of bed, finding that his legs felt a bit numb from lying down. He took a moment to recover, then stood up, stomping his feet on the floor to alleviate the numbness. This sensation had occasionally surfaced over the past few days, though it was usually mild, and he did not pay it much mind. He had to adhere strictly to his principle of avoiding going out whenever possible and minimizing his outings. He recalled what Su Xiaonan had mentioned. She had once made a wish to a ghostly being, which had only cost her 1 point of luck. Yet, she still faced a string of misfortunes, requiring multiple hospitalizations and ultimately losing her job. Wang Chuan, on the other hand, had expended 6 points of luck. For him, each outing was a perilous venture. Over the course of more than 10 days, Wang Chuan continued to adhere to his cautious approach. During this time, no further dangerous incidents had occurred. His wife had found a job and had begun working. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan's performance at the company over the past month had been exceptional, and his superiors had hinted at the possibility of a promotion. His manager had always recognized his capabilities, but due to familial obligations, he had been unable to focus on his work. Now that the family issues were resolved, and his recent performance had been satisfactory, it was only natural for his superiors to entertain such thoughts. 2 months have elapsed since he made a wish to the ghostly deity. Although he has lost 6 points of fortune, everything around him seems to be improving. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Has my luck perhaps returned? Aside from those 2 perilous incidents, he has not encountered any misfortune. Recently, everything has been progressing positively. It is possible that fate, in an attempt to lull him into complacency, is brewing a greater catastrophe. Alternatively, the ghostly deity might not be as terrifying as depicted in tales, and the price of granting wishes may not be as grave as he feared. With proper handling, it could be evaded. He thought of Su Xiaonan, picked up his phone, and sent her a message detailing his recent circumstances. Since those unfortunate events, I have returned to normal and have not faced any further dangers. Moreover, only good things have happened around me lately. Dio, you think I have escaped? Not long after sending the message, he received Su Xiaonan's reply that I am uncertain, but I believe such occurrences cannot persist indefinitely. Since you have evaded them, things should improve moving forward. However, caution is still warranted. Do not let your guard down. You are right. I too cannot afford to be careless. The more tranquil it seems, the more vigilant I must be. Lately, aside from going to the office, I have only returned home, rarely venturing elsewhere, and at most, I go to the supermarket for supplies. If I can avoid going out, I will certainly do so. Yes, as long as you can evade it. Over time, your fortune will gradually restore itself. I believe my luck is indeed on the mend. Recently, he has experienced considerable smoothness in his endeavors, leading him to think that perhaps his fortune is indeed recovering. Could it be that these anxious days will not last much longer? He seemed to glimpse the dawn of hope. Once he surpasses this hurdle, he can return to a normal life. Although this period has been quite distressing, It pales in comparison to the ghostly deity curing his wife's legs, liberating him from a life devoid of hope and light. The suffering he endures now is truly trivial. Concluding his conversation with Su Xiaonan, Wang Chuan rose from the sofa, preparing to head to the kitchen. Qinya had just started her shift and has been particularly busy these days, usually returning home around 7 or 8 in the evening. He has been the one cooking during this time. Just as he stood up, he felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing onto the floor. A familiar tingling sensation coursed through his legs, but this time, it was intense, making it nearly impossible for him to stand, as if countless needles were pricking him. The sensation in his legs compelled him to return to the sofa. Previously, he had only experienced occasional leg numbness. But today, the condition seemed to have suddenly worsened. After a while, the feeling gradually subsided, and he carefully stood up, only to find that every muscle in his body felt weak. Should I go to the hospital for a checkup? Logically, he should, but he hesitated. A sudden feeling overcame him, as if some unseen force compelled him to leave the house today. Having not experienced any anomalies for many days, would breaking his long-held strategy today lead to trouble? Perhaps this was another trial he must endure. A bit of leg numbness should not be a grave issue. If he refrains from going to the hospital, it should not pose a problem. Yet, it could also be a precursor, a signal that something is amiss with his health. If he neglects to seek medical attention, could the situation worsen? For a moment, he found himself at an impasse. It felt as though he stood at a crossroads, with two paths before him, one of which led to ruin. Yet, he had to choose a path to follow. This was exceedingly difficult. The future was uncertain, and regardless of his choice, he could very well end up on the wrong road. During his period of indecision, the symptoms gradually faded, and his body returned to a near-normal state. It no longer seemed like a serious issue, but he still felt the need to seek an opportunity to visit the hospital. However, it must not be today. Now that night had fallen, traveling to the hospital, whether by car, taxi, or on foot, carried the risk of unforeseen accidents. Furthermore, these past few days had been exceedingly stable, a tranquility reminiscent of the calm before a storm. He had a nagging feeling that perhaps this was the final trial he would face. If he could evade it, all would proceed smoothly. Fate seemed to be guiding him, urging him to leave and seek medical attention. Yet, having lost 6 points of fortune, his destiny appeared bleak. He must resist fate. If that were the case, he would do the opposite. He made a decision. These days were crucial. He would not leave the house, nor would he go to the office, conveniently taking his annual leave. Having resolved to remain steadfast, he would do so without exception. No one, not even fate, could compel him to leave his home. Chapter 30. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. In anticipation of potential unforeseen events, Wang Chuan requested leave from work, having not stepped outside for several consecutive days. He firmly believed that as long as he remained at home and exercised sufficient caution, no unexpected occurrences could befall him. After all, he was intimately familiar with his home and was certain that there was nothing within that could pose a danger to him, as long as the building stood. This was the safest place in the world. Surely, it would take a significant upheaval for something to go awry. If he could just endure a few more days, everything would improve. His reasoning was sound. However, the nature of accidents is that they are unexpected, arising when least anticipated. If one could foresee them, they would not be classified as accidents. One morning, after Qinya had left for work, Wang Chuan awoke to a sharp pain in his lower back. He reached to locate the source of the discomfort and, upon pressing gently, his expression contorted in agony. It hurt immensely, and the source of the pain was his lumbar spine. How could this happen? He had not engaged in any strenuous activity in recent days. Based on his experience, such pain typically results from intense physical exertion. Yet, he had not partaken in any such activities lately. Attempting to rise from the bed, he discovered a pervasive weakness throughout his body, particularly in his legs, which felt numb and stiff. Struggling to get out of bed, he moved about a bit, alleviating some of the symptoms, but the pain in his lower back persisted. Wang Chuan did not dwell on it. He still believed this was merely fate attempting to force him out of the safety of his home. Here, he felt secure. It was once he ventured outside that trouble could arise. The previous 2 incidents had occurred suddenly, as if some unseen force was targeting him. He would not be deceived. Moreover, his current physical issues were not serious enough to warrant a hospital visit. Most individuals with minor ailments do not rush to the hospital at the first sign of trouble. They might take some medication or visit a nearby clinic, hoping to weather the discomfort. It is only when the situation becomes unbearable that one seeks medical assistance. Particularly for those in their prime, who are generally healthy, they may have never set foot in a hospital. A minor ailment could resolve itself with a day or two of rest. He applied a topical plaster to himself, reasoning that if it worsened, it would not be too late to seek medical attention then. He absolutely could not leave the safety of his home at this moment. The following day, the symptoms he had been experiencing not only failed to improve but actually intensified. He awoke in the morning, roused by pain, as even without touching his lower back, it throbbed painfully. Whether sitting or lying down, any slight pressure on his back sent waves of agony coursing through him. "What is wrong with you?" Qinya, awakened by his distress, rubbed her eyes and inquired with concern. Wang Chuan's face contorted in pain. His lumbar spine ached intensely. How could this be? Seeing his expression, Qinya was instantly alert, her sleepiness replaced with anxiety. "Let me take you to the hospital." She hurriedly dressed and helped Wang Chuan rise from the bed. However, as soon as he sat up, he cried out in pain. Seeing this, Qinya was even more alarmed. Recalling that the wheelchair she had previously used had yet to be disposed of, she quickly fetched it and assisted Wang Chuan into it. "Hold on. I will take you to the hospital." "Okay." The pain overwhelmed Wang Chuan, leaving him indifferent to anything else. Even the potential for accidents along the way was irrelevant. He needed to go to the hospital. The rapid deterioration of his condition filled him with a profound sense of unease. Observing her husband's expression, Qinya sensed that something was gravely wrong and immediately called for an ambulance. The nearest hospital was approximately 4 or 5 kilometers away, and given that it was rush hour, the roads were congested. Even the ambulance faced delays. They spent about half an hour before finally arriving at the hospital. Medical personnel swiftly transported Wang Chuan to the emergency room, where they assessed his condition and conducted a consultation. After preliminary emergency care, the pain in Wang Chuan's body had significantly diminished. Yet he remained plagued by a deep sense of anxiety. He suddenly realized that he might have made a grave error in judgment. He had been so focused on avoiding potential accidents that he had neglected to pay heed to the abnormal condition of his body. However, the nature of accidents is that they are unforeseen. Perhaps this sudden medical emergency was indeed serious. Soon, a doctor entered the room to explain his condition. It is acute myelitis caused by a virus, and it has become quite severe. The virus has spread and affected your nervous system, which is why you are experiencing numbness, weakness, or stiffness in your lower limbs. Why did you wait so long to come to the hospital? If you had come a couple of days earlier, we could have controlled it. The current situation is somewhat grim. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Wang Chuan's mind went blank. His fears were validated. Leaving him in a state of shock, Qinya looked at the doctor, her face filled with urgency. What will happen? Can he be treated? The doctor's expression was tinged with regret. If it had been a few days earlier, there wouldn't have been a significant issue, but his inflammation has spread rapidly and is now affecting his nervous system. Should there be any further deterioration, the patient risks lower limb paralysis. Lower limb paralysis? A tempest of shock surged within Qinya's heart. She found it unbearable. Her legs were perfectly fine. Her family was finally on the right track. So why had her husband's health suddenly taken a turn for the worse? Couldn't fate allow them to live in peace? Qinya gazed at the doctor, pleading, "Doctor, I implore you, you must save him. My husband cannot become paralyzed. We are willing to pay any sum." The doctor shook his head helplessly, explaining that sometimes it is not merely a matter of money. Observing the distraught Qinya, the doctor offered reassurance, "We will do everything in our power. We have convened the experts of the entire hospital to discuss a treatment plan. We will exert our utmost effort. Recovery is not an impossibility." However, upon hearing the doctor's words, Qinya's expression did not improve. His tone was laden with resignation, almost implying that hope was already lost. In that moment, Qinya felt as though all her strength had ebbed away, nearly collapsing to the floor. She turned to her husband, who sat in a daze, his eyes filled with despair. She rushed to him, crouching down to grasp his hand. "Darling, don't worry. Everything will be all right. The doctor said there is still hope, and no matter the cost, we will pursue treatment, and I will always be by your side. We will face any calamity together. You must hold on and not give up." Yet, as he looked into his wife's tearful eyes, Wang Chuan mechanically shook his head, remaining silent. yet his vacant gaze spoke volumes. He understood that hope was a distant dream. In that instant, he was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness, as if an invisible hand was mercilessly orchestrating his fate. That hand was destiny, a force against which he had no power to resist. Regardless of his vigilance, misfortune would inevitably befall him. He did not believe that his choices had been misguided, for no matter what actions he took, they would be futile. Every decision led to erroneous outcomes. Before him lay only a road to ruin. Even had he sought medical attention sooner, what was meant to occur would still have transpired. Before destiny, he felt like a small boat adrift on a tempestuous sea, destined to be swept away by the merciless waves of fate to its inevitable conclusion. Perhaps this was the inescapable fate he was bound to endure. Chapter 31. The inexorable fate. Su Xiaonan had not been able to contact Wang Chuan for over half a month. She sensed that perhaps something had befallen him. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to remain unresponsive to her messages. However, having never met him in person and lacking familiarity, she could not discern what had transpired. Previously, she had thought that Wang Chuan's situation was improving, which filled her with regret regarding the events surrounding Zhang Huihui. Had they been more cautious at that time, or if she had not allowed Zhang Huihui to care for her in the hospital, perhaps they could have averted such a tragic outcome. This notion plagued her relentlessly, causing her considerable distress. But now, upon learning that Wang Chuan had likely encountered a mishap, she realized that even had they exercised utmost caution, Zhang Huihui would still have faced troubles. This was evidently fated. From the moment luck had departed, disaster had already been set in motion. Wang Chuan had been so careful, never stepping outside, yet problems still arose. She felt a sense of sorrow and guilt, as everything was somehow intertwined with her. Had it not been for her words, Wang Chuan might not have become entangled in the affairs of the supernatural. Days passed, and when she finally received a reply from Wang Chuan, she learned of his dire fate. I am ill with acute myelitis. Now, I am disabled. Just as she was about to respond, she discovered he had blocked her. Clearly, Wang Chuan still harbored resentment towards her. Believing that had it not been for her, none of this would have occurred, Su Xiaonan did not hold it against him, yet she felt a certain discomfort. Wang Chuan's wife was well, yet he had suffered misfortune, and their lives had reverted to their former state. No, perhaps it was even worse than before. This was the price of wishing upon a supernatural entity. While desires might be fulfilled, the cost was indeed unbearable. Life is inherently imperfect. When people grow discontent with their circumstances, they invariably seek to remedy the shortcomings in their lives. The supernatural can indeed assist in addressing these deficiencies. Yet it is merely a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. When one issue is resolved, another will inevitably arise. In their attempts to remedy these new problems, people are likely to make new wishes. Ultimately, they will realize that even when wishes are granted, life does not improve as a result. They are simply inching closer to the abyss. Once the act of wishing is initiated, it becomes an inescapable cycle, leading one to their demise. Su Xiaonan rapidly typed away at her keyboard, transcribing these thoughts onto her computer before publishing them. She transformed the experiences of Wang Chuan and Qinya into a new narrative, posting it on a forum. This was a task bestowed upon her by the supernatural, a duty she could not defy as a messenger. Yet, she hoped that this story might awaken those who were teetering on the edge of despair. Even if it could prevent just one tragedy, it would be worthwhile. Simultaneously, she wished for Wang Chuan to see her post, to endure this ordeal, and to find his own way out of the darkness without resorting to further wishes upon the supernatural. Otherwise, his circumstances would only worsen. Yet, who does not understand such reasoning? When individuals have tasted the allure of wishing, they become indifferent to all else. Moreover, what Wang Chuan faced was an endless darkness and despair that he could not navigate alone. After posting the story, Su Xiaonan followed her usual practice and replied using a pseudonymous account. This would enhance the post's visibility, allowing it to reach a broader audience, even though she felt a twinge of resistance to such actions. She had to comply. Having completed this, she noticed several private messages in her own account and casually clicked to view them. What a load of nonsense. Why are you soliciting so many bots to flood the thread? Are you out of your mind? Upon reading such unfounded insults, Su Xiaonan's heavy mood transformed into indignation. Although her post had not garnered a massive following, collectively, they had reached around 3,000 or 4,000 viewers. It was normal to receive some criticism. After all, The internet is filled with all sorts of people. Yet, she would not tolerate it. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. Who does she think she is to dictate what I can or cannot post? Why not focus on your bedridden parents instead? Send. Block, a seamless act, and Su Xiaonan felt considerably lighter. Well done, keep up the good work. Read a message of encouragement, but Su Xiaonan refrained from replying, unless one was insulting her. She typically did not respond. She then opened the last private message. The sender's profile picture appeared to be that of a young girl with the nickname Shanshan Never Late. Sister, I find your writing quite intriguing. Is the supernatural entity real? I really want to try it. Best not to. She thought, if you truly summon the supernatural, it will only bring you trouble. After replying, Su Xiaonan suddenly felt regret. She should not have responded. Especially not with a cautionary remark, as a messenger of the supernatural. She certainly could not claim that it was a fabrication, in this context. Any response she made would be inappropriate, only serving to pique the other person's curiosity. Originally, the other party might have just been speaking casually, but her reply would only deepen their impression, increasing the likelihood of their attempt. Yet, it was too late to retract. Just as she was about to close the webpage, she noticed another notification, a new private message. Sister replied to me, so happy. I'll give it a try. If there aren't any supernatural entities, I'll come back to trouble you. Su Xiaonan immediately felt a wave of concern. She was not afraid of the other person seeking her out through the internet, but rather, she wished to prevent anyone from coming to harm. Every moment, people were dying in this world, and such occurrences did not concern her. She was indifferent. However, the matters surrounding the supernatural were ones she had disseminated, and she could not act as though those tragedies were unrelated to her. She had grown too fearful to respond to any messages. For no matter how she replied, the outcome would be contrary to her intention. This was why, as a messenger of the supernatural, she advised others against summoning the entity, yet such actions were not prohibited. Leaving the computer, Su Xiaonan moved to the window, lost in thought. Initially, she believed that the supernatural was neither good nor evil, that it would not solely bring about calamity. Her assistance to the supernatural might not necessarily constitute wrongdoing. Yet, the more she pondered, the more she realized that the vast majority of individuals could not genuinely benefit from the supernatural. The more wishes people made, the worse their situations became. Wang Chuan was a prime example. Was there truly no way for people to resist their fates? According to the supernatural's assertions, it was indeed possible. Luck is not a constant. As long as one can increase their fortune, everything would improve. She herself was a testament to this. Having made 2 wishes to the supernatural, her luck must have plummeted, yet she was sheltered by the entity, and thus, her life was free from excessive troubles. Furthermore, becoming a messenger of the supernatural would gradually enhance her fortune. Even after her contract expired and she lost her status, she would still possess more luck than others, making her endeavors more likely to succeed. Therefore, she could assert that her fate had indeed been altered by the supernatural. However, the supernatural would not intervene in the lives of others. Once people lost their luck, evading the consequences became exceedingly difficult. After a while, she returned to her computer, only to discover yet another new private message. It was from the same girl with the nickname Shanshan Never Late. Sister, who exactly are you? How did you know? There truly is a supernatural entity. I've really summoned it. How wonderful, thank you. Love you to bits. As she read those words, Su Xiaonan's expression shifted dramatically. Perhaps, she had inadvertently harmed yet another individual. She noticed yet again that her previous post had received an additional reply, still from the user named Shanshan Buzadeo. A surge of excitement coursed through her veins. She truly hadn't anticipated that the wish-granting ghost would be real. Indeed, she had summoned the ghost, and it had fulfilled her desire. She urged everyone with unfulfilled wishes to hasten and make their requests to the wish-granting ghost, who was said to respond to all entreaties. Upon checking, she discovered that the reply had been posted just moments ago. Such a response was nothing out of the ordinary, as her alternate account frequently left similar comments. Those who saw the post would likely dismiss this reply as merely another of her alternate account's musings. Only she understood that this was genuine. This individual had truly engaged in a transaction with the ghost and had received what they desired. She promptly opened her private messages with that person and inquired, "May I ask, what wish did you make to the ghost?" Chapter 32. The present dilemma that night. Wu Shanshan found herself alone in the dormitory. It was Saturday, and her 3 roommates were either out with their boyfriends or had returned home. A recurring pattern each week. She had just entered her junior year at a rather ordinary university. Although it bore the prestigious name of Zhengzhou University, the reality was quite different, with vast disparities in quality. The tuition fees, however, were exorbitantly high, far surpassing those of comparable institutions. Most of her classmates hailed from affluent families. Otherwise, they would not be able to afford such an establishment. Particularly, her 3 dormitory mates were all clad in designer clothing. Sporting luxury handbags and using exceptionally expensive cosmetics in their presence, she often felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. In truth, her own family background was not so dire. Her parents, while not wealthy, provided her with everything she needed and had never treated her poorly. Otherwise, given her scores on the college entrance exam, attending any university would have been a distant dream. Yet, the peril of comparison haunted her. In juxtaposition with her classmates, she felt like a rustic outsider. The clothes she wore, the bag she carried, and the cosmetics she used were all of markedly lesser quality. Prior to entering university, she had always been an object of envy, as her allowance was consistently more generous than that of her peers. Now, this stark contrast left her feeling disheartened and occasionally even self-deprecating. Although her relationship with her roommates appeared amicable, an unbridgeable chasm lingered between them. She struggled to integrate into their circle due to her significantly different financial circumstances. In her relentless pursuit of comparison, the funds her family provided soon proved insufficient, leading her down a treacherous path, borrowing from online lending platforms. Currently, her total debt across various platforms had surpassed $50,000. Initially, she managed to juggle multiple accounts for repayments, and for a time, it seemed manageable. However, as time wore on, the accumulating interest spiraled out of control, and her debts burgeoned. By the time she realized the extent of her predicament, it was already too late. She could no longer borrow from any platform, and repayment deadlines loomed ominously. In 3 days, she was required to make a payment. Failure to do so would result in defaults across all her online loans. She could only imagine the harassing calls that would flood in, potentially involving her parents and friends, exposing her financial troubles to nearly everyone. The thought left her utterly despondent, contemplating how she could ever face her parents again. Although she had options, including the possibility of confiding in her parents, she dreaded the disappointment they would feel upon discovering that their usually obedient and sensible daughter had fallen into such a dire situation. The mere thought of facing her parents with this burden was more excruciating than death itself. If only the wish-granting ghost were truly real. She recalled a story she had recently encountered online. Though it was rather mediocre in writing, the content deeply resonated with her. She yearned for the wish-granting ghost from that narrative to be real. She had even sent a private message to the author, despite knowing that wishing upon the ghost came at a cost. Yet for those facing insurmountable difficulties, the prospect of resolving their immediate troubles could compel them to pay a price far exceeding the burden. The wish-granting ghost, capable of fulfilling any desire, adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange, akin to a living bodhisattva. However, such beings could not possibly exist in reality. They were mere fabrications of stories. She set her phone aside and climbed into bed. Just as she lay down, she checked her phone one last time and noticed the author had replied to her message, cautioning her not to attempt summoning the ghost, as it would only bring her trouble. Surprised by this response, she had expected the author to dismiss it as a fabrication. Although many commenters had claimed the wish-granting ghost was real, they were clearly fabrications, likely from the author's alternate accounts. Yet, this reply piqued her curiosity. What if those replies were not from the author's alternate accounts, but authentic? Perhaps the reason for the consistent IP address was that one could only summon the ghost in Zhengzhou City. Once this thought took root, the urge to experiment became irresistible. She genuinely wished for the wish-granting ghost to be real, which was precisely why she had been so invested in following the story. Despite its mediocrity, why not give it a try? Even if it turned out to be false, there was nothing to lose. But what if it were true? Without hesitation, she responded to the post's author and then rose from her bed. In the dormitory, she was entirely alone. It was late at night, and most people were asleep, leaving the building in a profound silence. The timing, the location, and the circumstances were all favorable. All she needed were a pen, a sheet of white paper, and perhaps a candle. Fortunately, all these items were readily available in her dormitory. Although she still believed it was highly improbable that this would work, the impulse to try was overwhelming. If she didn't attempt it, she wouldn't be able to sleep that night. The dormitory lights were already off, and she used her phone for illumination as she lit a candle on her study desk beneath her bed, dripped some wax onto the surface, and secured the candle in place. Turning off her phone's flashlight, the room was now illuminated solely by the flickering candlelight. The atmosphere suddenly felt ominous, sending a shiver down her spine. She had never been particularly brave, and being alone in the dormitory made her uneasy. The thought of engaging in such a spiritual game heightened her anxiety. What if she truly encountered a ghost? But isn't that what I want? To see a ghost? She recalled the looming deadlines for her loans, and suddenly, the specter of ghosts seemed far less terrifying. A ghost might not harm her, but the debt collectors certainly would not show her any mercy. In comparison, she found the ghost more endearing. She sat at the desk, laid an A4 sheet flat, and placed a pen atop it with her hands clasped together. She closed her eyes and silently invoked the wish-granting ghost. Approximately a minute later, Wu Shanshan opened her eyes to scrutinize the paper. Unsurprisingly, the pen remained unchanged. Sighing, she lamented, of course, nothing occurred. The good news was that she hadn't seen a ghost. The bad news was that she still hadn't seen one. This outcome was hardly unexpected, as she had never truly believed in ghosts. She felt less frightened now, rising to wash her face before returning to her desk. Gazing at the paper, she felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. What if the ghost simply hadn't heard her? Perhaps she should try once more. If that didn't work, then she could go to sleep. She clasped her hands together again, staring at the pen on the paper, and closed her eyes. Wish-granting ghost, I implore you to appear. If you do not come now, I shall retire for the night. Upon opening her eyes, the pen remained where it was, still lying innocently on the paper. Indeed, relying on ghosts was futile. She had to depend on herself. Disheartened, she stood up and extinguished the candle on her desk. However, just as she blew out the candle, a fleeting image remained in her vision. The pen had inexplicably stood upright on the paper. That was Wu Shanshan stumbled back in shock, feeling an overwhelming chill envelop her, her entire body trembling. The pen had risen. Had she misperceived it, or was? She struggled to calm her racing thoughts, placing her hand on her chest. Just a moment ago, it had been a fleeting glimpse. Perhaps she had indeed seen it incorrectly, yet she needed to ascertain the truth. Otherwise, she would be unable to find peace in the evenings to come. Her hands immediately began to search the desk for her phone. In the darkness, she couldn't locate her phone, but her fingers brushed against something icy cold, colder than ice itself. She swiftly withdrew her hand. A sense of dread washing over her as an eerie chill seeped into her being, leaving her feeling utterly frozen. Terror surged through her, and she was at a loss. The ghost had truly arrived. In her panic, she turned to flee but collided with the bed's railing, pain shooting through her head. This pain jolted her back to reality, gradually calming her nerves. She had summoned the ghost to fulfill her wishes. Now that the ghost had arrived, why should she be afraid? If she missed this opportunity, not only would her wish remain unfulfilled, but she might also invite calamity upon herself. After all, she had called upon the ghost. If she fled, leaving it behind, would it spare her? Gathering her courage, she trembled as she returned to her seat. Ghost, I apologize. I was merely frightened. I did not intend to show you any disrespect. After calming her chaotic emotions, she recalled where she had placed her lighter and relit the candle once more. The flickering flame of the candle illuminated the darkened room, allowing her to grasp the situation before her with clarity. The pen stood poised upon the paper, as if gripped by an invisible hand. It has truly come. Witnessing this unfolding reality, Wu Shanshan felt her mind struck by an overwhelming surge. She pressed her hand against her chest, feeling the wild rhythm of her heart, a mixture of astonishment, fear, and joy coursing through her. After taking several deep breaths, she finally calmed herself. Are you the wish-granting ghost? She inquired, and no sooner had she uttered the words than she observed the pen moving across the paper. Forming a checkmarked S, she gazed at the writing. Emotions of excitement, anxiety, and trepidation intertwined within her heart, akin to a tangled mass. Yet, upon recalling the difficulties she faced, only surprise remained. Regardless of whether the future held fortune or misfortune, at least the current predicament could be resolved. Chapter 33. Ghost Immortal. I desire wealth. Wu Shanshan suppressed her exhilaration, clasping her hands together before her. Ghost Immortal, I have a modest wish. Could you assist me in realizing it? Upon finishing her plea, she carefully focused on the pin, which swiftly began to dance across the paper, soon spelling out a few words. All who seek shall receive. Observing the inscription, Wu Shanshan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Indeed, it was akin to the tales she'd heard. Those stories must hold truth. The ghost immortal could fulfill any wish. All she desired was a sum of money, a mere trifle to alleviate her immediate troubles. A matter of little consequence for the ghost immortal. My wish is for some money. On .50,000 would suffice. Yet, as soon as she uttered this, she hastily amended, no, not 50,000. I would prefer 100,000, if that is possible. She considered that having summoned the wish-granting ghost with such difficulty, she ought not to settle for a paltry sum. 50,000 would merely cover her debts, insufficient for maintaining a dignified existence. 100,000, combined with her household allowance, would sustain her until graduation. By the time she completed her studies and entered the workforce, financial matters would likely pose no issue. Nonetheless, she yearned for even more, yet hesitated to ask for an excessive amount, aware that this transaction required reciprocity. She would owe a debt for the wish granted. Uncertain of the consequences of losing her fair share of fortune, she decided to treat this as a mere trial. Holding her breath, her gaze fixated on the pin upon the paper, her heart fluttering with apprehension. What if the ghost immortal refused her request? The pin swiftly marked a check. For Lin Yuan, this was a trivial matter, easily accomplished, as long as the other party was willing to pay the price. The desired amount was of no concern. Upon seeing the writing, Wu Shanshan exhaled deeply, a smile breaking across her face. The weight that had pressed upon her, constricting her breath, had vanished. She felt an unparalleled lightness envelop her. The immediate troubles were finally resolved. With this sum of money, she need no longer fret about the impending repayment deadline. Thank you so much, Ghost Immortal. However, what must I offer in return? Lin Yuan inscribed a number on the paper, signifying a cost of 2 points of fortune. This was the price Wu Shanshan would pay to receive her 100,000. While money holds a fixed value, Lin Yuan altered destinies to fulfill wishes. Thus, the fortune expended varied from person to person. For a wealthy individual seeking 100,000, the cost might be negligible, whereas a destitute soul might exhaust all their fortune yet still fall short of that amount. The requirement for expending fortune depended on the wishmaker themselves. Hypothetically, if a wishmaker possessed the power to annihilate the world with a mere flick of a finger, their wish to do so would incur no cost. Though Wu Shanshan found herself in debt, 100,000 was not an exorbitant sum given her family circumstances. Therefore, expending 2 points of fortune was sufficient. 2 points of fortune? That doesn't seem excessive, Wu Shanshan mused. Lacking a full understanding of its significance, she merely felt that the number appeared modest. However, the implications of more or less hinged upon her total fortune. She promptly inquired, "May I ascertain how much fortune I possess?" For standard inquiries, the cost expended is minimal. Should the other party ask, Lin Yuan could provide an answer while simultaneously gaining the wishmaker's intent. However, this particular question required at least 1 point of fortune to uncover. Lin Yuan could not directly consume her fortune to offer a response. He inscribed on the paper, "Pay 1 point of fortune." Everyone is inclined to know the answer to such questions. Yet few are willing to pay the associated price. Upon reading those words, Wu Shanshan quickly waved her hands. "I no longer wish to know." Although this was crucial information, expending fortune equivalent to 50,000 for an inquiry yielding no tangible benefits was simply not worthwhile. It would be more pragmatic to request another 50,000 instead. Wu Shanshan resolved not to ask, believing that losing 2 points of fortune would bear no significant consequence. After all, it merely equated to the fortune represented by 100,000. Could her life truly be worth only that amount? She resolutely rejected such a notion. Ghost Immortal, when may I receive the money? In what form will it arrive? With the repayment deadline looming, she earnestly wished for promptness. Otherwise, the money would serve no purpose. The paper soon revealed 2 words. At this moment, upon reading those words, Wu Shanshan heard the vibration of her phone. She glanced at the pin, and moments later, realization dawned upon her as she hastily checked her phone. The message indicated a change in her bank account balance. Stunned, she noticed that her account had received a deposit of 0.1 yuan. Yet, she had requested 100,000. Just as she was about to inquire with the Ghost Immortal, She registered that her balance now displayed over 700. Previously, she had only 700 yuan in her account. This 100,000 appeared without any trace of a transfer, as if it had materialized from thin air, or rather, as if it had always belonged to her. Wu Shanshan understood that this was undoubtedly the extraordinary power of the Ghost Immortal. I have received it. Thank you, Ghost Immortal. You are truly my savior. With hands clasped in reverence above her head, she bowed earnestly, her excitement surging as she asked, Ghost Immortal, if I have further wishes, may I summon you again? The pen marked another check on the paper, and Wu Shanshan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Rubbing her hands together in anticipation, "At present, I have no further desires, Ghost Immortal. Please return to your realm." No sooner had she spoken than the pen toppled over, rolling off the paper and landing on the table before falling to the floor with a soft thud. Has it departed? Wu Shanshan sensed the atmosphere around her returning to normal. The eerie feeling dissipating entirely. The Ghost Immortal had indeed left. Call it forth, and it would arrive. Bid it farewell, and it would depart, clean and decisive, without lingering or hesitation. Moreover, it fulfilled every request in her eyes. This was no mere ghost. It was akin to a living bodhisattva. No, it surpassed mere bodhisattvas. Bodhisattvas could not be summoned, but the wish-granting ghost could truly be called forth. Previously, she had feared ghosts, even shying away from mildly frightening films. Yet, this wish-granting ghost had transformed her perception of the supernatural. Gently patting her chest, she sought to quell her excitement, having just experienced an incredibly magical event, one akin to a dream. Reflecting on dreams, she checked her bank balance once more to ensure she wasn't hallucinating. She pinched her cheek to confirm she was not dreaming. She must give the Ghost Immortal a 5-star review. Suddenly recalling a post she had seen earlier, she quickly opened her phone. First, she sent a private message to the original poster. After sending it, she commented on the post, briefly recounting her experience and fervently praising the wish-granting ghost, akin to a devoted follower. Having completed these tasks, she still found herself too exhilarated to sleep, tossing and turning in her bed. The recent experience was simply too extraordinary. Anyone who underwent such an event would surely remain exhilarated for a long time, perhaps never forgetting it. Opening her phone, she saw that the poster had replied to her message, asking her what wish she had made. Wu Shanshan, still brimming with excitement, promptly replied, I merely asked the Ghost Immortal for a bit of money, and it was granted immediately. It was utterly fantastic, resolving my urgent need. Thank you so much, sister. Had it not been for you, I would never have known about the wish-granting ghost. You have opened the door to a new world for me. On the other side of the computer screen, Su Xiaonan read Wu Shanshan's message, sensing the genuine joy radiating from her words. With a resigned sigh, she reflected that if the money was merely for urgent matters, it would be acceptable. However, if this led to a mindset of easy gains and a fixation on acquiring money effortlessly, it would spell disaster for Wu Shanshan. After pondering for a moment, she replied, How much fortune did you expend? 2 points. Came the quick response. 2 points of fortune was no small matter. In the past, she had lost just 1 point and faced a cascade of misfortunes. Nonetheless, the impact was generally not severe. At least it would not lead to life-threatening situations like Zhang Huihui's or leave one bedridden like Wang Chuan. She considered this and began typing swiftly on her keyboard. Wu Shanshan, somewhat dismissive, replied. Su Xiaonan realized she needed to make her aware of the seriousness of the situation. The fortune of an ordinary person typically peaks around 10 o'clock, with some experiencing abundance while others encounter scarcity. If one wishes to engage in a transaction with a spirit, caution is advised. It is of little consequence to convey this to the other party, for if they inquire, even a spirit that grants wishes would respond. She merely hopes that upon grasping the gravity of the situation, the individual can temper their desires. She does not wish to witness a life extinguished due to matters associated with her. Soon, she received a reply, and upon reading the message, she realized that she should have refrained from speaking out. Each person is distinct, and she ought not to counsel anyone. Having said so much, she expressed her gratitude to her sister for sharing this information. Previously, she had harbored some concern because she had inquired about her fortune from the spirit, who had not divulged any details. The post you shared indicated that if one's fortune is excessively low, it could lead to death. Now, she felt completely unburdened by worry. Chapter 34. The appearance of a person matters. The transaction with Wu Shanshan had granted Lin Yuan an additional 0.2 points of willpower, bringing his total to 2.8. According to the tier of energy classification, he remained at the level of a wandering spirit, and among wanderers, he was relatively weak, still far from achieving the status of a vengeful spirit. Despite Su Xiaonan's numerous posts, the conditions limiting summons meant that very few sought him out. The reputation of the wish-granting spirit was still quite lacking, but such matters could only be rectified with the passage of time. Change could not be expected within mere months. He had ample time and felt no urgency. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Moreover, he was certain that Wu Shanshan would summon him again. As a student, Wu Shanshan had no means of earning money, and the appearance of the wish-granting spirit had alleviated her immediate financial concerns. Having tasted the sweetness of this experience, her desires would only grow more insatiable. Without the existence of a spirit capable of fulfilling wishes, many find it difficult to manifest their desires, resulting in repression of unfulfilled longings. However, when there is a pathway to fulfillment, yet the costs remain elusive and intangible, it becomes exceedingly challenging for individuals to rein in their desires. They often harbor a sense of luck, believing that nothing adverse will occur. Thus, although Wu Shanshan had expended only 2 points of fortune, her fate had irrevocably transformed. Yet Lin Yuan harbored no concern for Wu Shanshan's destiny. His humanity was diminishing, and he scarcely cared for himself. Regardless of the individual or circumstance, as long as the price was met, a wish would be granted. Wu Shanshan was so exhilarated that she found it impossible to sleep throughout the night. However, the following morning, she awoke feeling invigorated, her complexion betraying no signs of her sleeplessness. With such a remarkable experience, it was only natural for her to feel elated. She considered herself incredibly fortunate. Just as her loan was on the verge of default, she had summoned the wish-granting spirit, who had even provided her with financial assistance. Such an experience felt nothing short of miraculous. Last night, when she couldn't sleep, she had repaid all her online loans in advance. Now, she could be described as free of debt. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a liberating sensation. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, she ordered an extravagant takeaway. Previously, due to the impending loan default, she had been reluctant to spend a single penny, concocting various excuses to request money from her family. Yet, even that money had proven insufficient, leaving her in a state of financial strain. Now, however, she felt no trepidation regarding her finances. After repaying her debts, she still had a little over 50,000 remaining. Among her peers, she was relatively affluent. She could comfortably sustain herself until graduation, especially since her family continued to provide her with pocket money. She firmly believed that once she graduated and began working, she would never face poverty. As she enjoyed her takeaway, the dormitory door swung open suddenly, and Wu Shanshan looked up. A girl entered, sporting deep brown hair. A tall stature and clad in a black lace dress, complemented by high heels and carrying a light red handbag. Her exquisite face bore a subtle makeup that radiated confidence and nobility, resembling an unattainable goddess in Wu Shanshan's eyes. This girl was Chen Linyan, Wu Shanshan's classmate and dormitory mate. Wu Shanshan admired her greatly, not merely in fondness but with a sense of reverence and envy. Chen Linyan's demeanor exuded grace and confidence. Reminiscent of a young lady from a wealthy family, Wu Shanshan felt a deep-seated admiration for her, devoid of jealousy. She simply aspired to emulate that persona. Chen Linyan, why are you back so early today? The girl, Chen Linyan, lived in Zhongzhou City and returned home nearly every week, sometimes even opting to stay home on Sundays since their Monday class began at 10 in the morning. Upon entering the dormitory and finding it empty, she returned out of boredom. Are you the only one here? Yes, I'm not sure where the others went on Friday. Chen Linyan approached Wu Shanshan, her bright eyes glancing at her with a smile. What's up? You seem particularly happy today. Wu Shanshan's cheeks flushed slightly. Really? Have I not always been like this? Chen Linyan shook her head. No, today feels different. You seem to have become even more beautiful, flattered by her praise. Wu Shanshan offered an embarrassed smile, yet she too felt that something was different about her today. Perhaps it was due to her newfound lightness of spirit. Today, she truly felt elated, and with sufficient funds at her disposal, her confidence had significantly increased. This might explain why Chen Linyan remarked on her enhanced beauty. Have you eaten yet? Wu Shanshan gestured to the food on her desk. If you haven't, feel free to join me. Chen Linyan shook her head. I had something to eat before coming up. After finishing her meal and tidying up, Wu Shanshan sat back down when Chen Linyan remarked, "I'm so bored. Why don't we go out for a stroll?" Wu Shanshan hesitated momentarily but realized that aside from binge-watching shows, there was little else to occupy her in the dormitory, so she nodded in agreement. "All right then, where shall we go?" Chen Linyan stood up. "I am not sure. Let us just wander around. I drove today." The two exited the dormitory and found Chen Linyan's car parked along the roadside. It was a blue BMW 3 Series, a vehicle Wu Shanshan had previously admired, harboring dreams of owning one herself someday. However, such a car would cost over 300,000, far beyond her current means. Her family's car was only just above 200,000. It was impossible for them to purchase something so extravagant for her. Once inside the car, as Chen Linyan changed her shoes, Wu Shanshan couldn't help but watch her with an unmistakable gaze of envy. After changing her shoes, Chen Linyan straightened up and turned to her. "What's wrong? Do you need something?" Wu Shanshan quickly shook her head, fearful that Chen Linyan might discern her thoughts, which would be rather embarrassing. Chen Linyan drove them around the outskirts of Zhengzhou City, where the scenery was quite delightful. In the afternoon, they visited a high-end shopping mall, filled with expensive items that Wu Shanshan had never encountered before. Upon entering, she felt an inexplicable sense of restraint. Her inner insecurities made her feel out of place, as though she did not belong in such an environment. Chen Linyan, well acquainted with the place, led her to a CAF for drinks before they strolled around. In a clothing store, Chen Linyan spotted a dress she liked and took it to the fitting room to try it on. Wu Shanshan picked up a nearby garment, glanced at the price tag, and gasped inwardly. The seemingly unremarkable outfit was nearly 2,000, equivalent to her monthly living expenses. The dress Chen Linyan had chosen was likely even more expensive. At that moment, a female sales associate approached them, politely inquiring, "Excuse me, which item has caught your eye? You're welcome to try it on." After assessing Wu Shanshan, the associate retrieved another dress from the rack. "I believe this one would suit your elegance quite well. Would you care to try it on?" Wu Shanshan quickly shook her head. "I'm just browsing, waiting for someone." The associate reassured her, "It's perfectly fine not to purchase. You can still try it on. It truly would compliment you." Gazing at the dress in the associate's hands, Wu Shanshan's eyes lit up, and she nodded. "All right, I will try it on." She took the dress, gently caressing the fabric, which felt soft and silky to the touch. The color was indescribably unique, exuding an air of sophistication. After entering the fitting room and changing, she stepped out to catch a glimpse of herself in the mirror. Surrounded by the reflection, she experienced a sudden sense of awe. Indeed, one's appearance is greatly influenced by attire. Today, she gained a deeper understanding of this adage. A well-crafted garment could genuinely elevate one's presence, transforming their demeanor entirely. Furthermore, high-end clothing differed significantly from ordinary pieces. Even garments of the same color displayed discernible disparities in design and craftsmanship. It was these subtle distinctions that defined their quality and status. The impact when worn was also remarkably different. "How do you find it beautiful?" The associate approached Wu Shanshan, smiling warmly at her. At this moment, words were unnecessary, for the dress suited Wu Shanshan exquisitely, enhancing her aura to a remarkable degree. She found herself reluctant to take it off. Chapter 35. She is a swan song. Wu Shanshan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, spinning around, captivated by the unfamiliar yet stunning image that stared back at her. She suddenly felt a stirring within her, realizing that she too could become the person she had long admired. The shop assistant stood beside her, waiting for a moment before softly inquiring, "So, how do you like it? Beautiful?" Wu Shanshan hesitated for a brief instant before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, she was quite enamored with it. The only drawback was its steep price. Earlier in the fitting room, she had glanced at the tag, noting that a mere dress commanded over 3,000 yuan. That was undeniably exorbitant. Having endured previous tribulations, she had sworn to herself to refrain from frivolous spending. The online loans had nearly crushed her, and the mere recollection of that time still sent shivers down her spine. Initially, it had only been a few thousand yuan, which she managed to repay with her family's allowance. However, as the borrowings escalated, the allowance became insufficient, forcing her into installments. Before long, she found herself unable to even service those installments. Consequently, she resorted to borrowing from other online lending platforms. At first, she believed she could maintain a precarious balance for an extended period. Yet, some platforms charged exorbitant interest rates, and within less than 2 years, She had accumulated a debt of 50,000 yuan. Despite having developed a penchant for lavish spending during the accumulation of her debts, such attire remained prohibitively expensive for her. The funds she had borrowed did little to enhance her quality of life. These were not the luxuries that someone of her standing should indulge in. Nevertheless, the price was still too high. Wu Shanshan felt a twinge of embarrassment as she uttered these words. The shop assistant smiled, remarking, "A fine garment does tend to come at a premium. After all, quality matters, and you certainly wear it well. It suits you magnificently." Wu Shanshan found herself in agreement with the assistant's assessment. The clothes she had previously worn had also cost several hundred yuan, and she had always considered them quite decent. Yet after the comparison, she could not deny that the higher price had its justification. As she pondered, Chen Linyan emerged from the fitting room, her face registering mild surprise upon seeing Wu Shanshan. "So, what do you think? Does it look good?" Wu Shanshan asked. Chen Linyan scrutinized her closely before nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, it looks splendid. Unfortunately, it is a tad pricey." Wu Shanshan's face was awash with regret. She understood that this was beyond her means, yet she found it difficult to part with the garment in favor of her old clothes. It is true," Chen Linyan concurred. "The clothing here is indeed quite costly." The assistant interjected promptly, "If you purchase 2 items, we can offer a 10% discount." Though the discount was modest, considering the 3,000 yuan garment, it was unlikely to become truly affordable without a substantial markdown. Nonetheless, Wu Shanshan felt a flicker of temptation at this suggestion and glanced at Chen Linyan, her eyes questioning. Chen Linyan asked, "Could you possibly grant us a larger discount?" The assistant, appearing somewhat flustered, replied, "I'm afraid that's not feasible. This is already our store's lowest discount." "Very well then," Chen Linyan concluded. Turning to Wu Shanshan, "What do you think?" "All right," Wu Shanshan acquiesced, feeling a pang of regret. Yet, she reminded herself that she still had 50,000 yuan. Spending a few thousand would leave her with a considerable amount. As long as she refrained from purchasing such expensive items in the future, the remaining funds would suffice. Indulging in a single luxurious piece occasionally was not unreasonable, and it wouldn't lead her down the same path again. Moreover, she truly adored it. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that the floodgates of desire could open with just a small indulgence. Wu Shanshan wrapped her old clothes, and the two of them paid for their purchases before exiting the store. No sooner had they left than Chen Linyan received a phone call. After hanging up, she turned to Wu Shanshan and said, "My boyfriend just called. He's coming to find me. Would you care to join us for a meal?" "Your boyfriend?" Wu Shanshan was aware that Chen Linyan had a boyfriend, though she had never met him. She quickly shook her head. "I wouldn't want to be a third wheel. It's perfectly fine. There will be others joining us, and it's almost mealtime," Chen Linyan reassured her. "Perhaps I should just take a taxi back." Wu Shanshan felt somewhat out of place. Being an outsider, "Ts me who should feel awkward asking you to take a taxi back." Chen Linyan insisted, grasping her arm with a smile. "There's a handsome guy coming along. It would be great for you to meet him." Wu Shanshan's cheeks flushed slightly, but she hesitated. "Oh, just consider it accompanying me for a meal." Seeing that Chen Linyan genuinely wished for her company, Wu Shanshan relented with a nod. "All right then." An hour later, Chen Linyan's boyfriend arrived, and the two of them wandered through the mall once more. Wu Shanshan spotted a pair of shoes that perfectly complemented her newly purchased dress. Upon glancing at her old shoes, she suddenly found them unattractive. It was only through comparison that one could discern such disparities. She had resolved not to overspend, yet she continually encountered items that captivated her. Having already splurged on an expensive dress, she felt that any complimentary pieces should not be subpar. After a moment's hesitation, she made up her mind to purchase the shoes as well. They were significantly more affordable than the dress, costing just over 1,000 yuan. Clad in her new shoes and wearing her new dress, she gazed at her reflection in the mall's mirror and felt utterly transformed. Her foundation was not lacking. The reason she had often felt inferior to others was a deeply rooted sense of inadequacy. This inadequacy stemmed from her financial limitations. Her attire always seemed to pale in comparison to others. It dawned on her that one's aura and confidence required enhancement. Previously, without the right embellishments, she appeared plain and unremarkable. Yet intrinsically, she was no less than anyone else. The disparity between her and Chen Linyan was merely a matter of wealth. Chen Linyan hailed from affluence while her own background was more modest. That was all there was to it. Had their positions been reversed, she might have surpassed Chen Linyan significantly. A confident smile graced her face. She resolved to bid farewell to her former self. Reminiscent of an ugly duckling, she envisioned herself as a swan adorned with pristine feathers. They continued to stroll through the mall, and although Wu Shanshan admired many items, this time she resisted the urge to purchase more. She recognized that she had indeed spent quite a bit that day. Before long, Chen Linyan's boyfriend arrived. Wu Shanshan had been curious about the type of man who could win Chen Linyan's affection. Upon meeting him, however, she felt a sense of disappointment. He was slightly older than them, perhaps in his early 20s, with an unremarkable appearance. He was not particularly tall, barely reaching 175 centimeters, standing only slightly taller than the high-heeled Chen Linyan. However, it was the man beside Chen Linyan's boyfriend who captured Wu Shanshan's attention. This must be the handsome guy Chen Linyan had mentioned. He appeared to be around 21 or 22, significantly taller than Chen Linyan's boyfriend. His complexion was flawless, with a well-defined, oval face and a fair complexion that highlighted his sharp features. His physique was impressive, indicative of someone who worked out regularly. His arms bore noticeable muscle without being excessive, just perfect. Chen Linyan smiled at Wu Shanshan, teasing, "What's the matter? Are you so captivated by the handsome guy that you can't tear your eyes away?" Wu Shanshan felt her cheeks flush slightly as she hurriedly replied, "No, don't be silly. Let me introduce you," Chen Linyan said, pulling her forward. "Wen Yin, this is my childhood friend who has been studying abroad for the past few years and just returned." "Hello, I'm Wen Yin." The young man stepped forward, extending his right hand with a gentle smile that radiated warmth, akin to soft sunlight, making Wu Shanshan feel at ease. Wu Shanshan reached out and lightly shook his hand. "Hello, I'm Wu Shanshan." Initially, she felt somewhat awkward, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet soon, her confidence surged, and her voice became clear and polite. Chen Linyan added, "Wen Yin and I have known each other since childhood. He is 2 years older than me. Our families were neighbors and often engaged in business together. As we grew older, our parents expressed interest in matchmaking us. However, we are far too familiar with each other. Just thinking of his childhood self makes me laugh. We truly cannot be together." Wu Shanshan nodded, stealing another glance at Wen Yin, feeling a flutter of nervousness within her. He embodied every fantasy she had for a boyfriend, seemingly stepping right out of a romantic drama. Yet she quickly steadied herself, masking her inner turmoil. In the past, she might have felt unworthy of such a person, but now she exuded confidence. She recognized that she too was a swan. Chapter 36. Maintaining her persona. Wu Shanshan felt that her luck had been exceptionally good of late. After making a wish to the fortune deity, she had seemingly lost 2 points of luck. Yet, over the past 20 days, she had not felt the slightest impact from this loss. She recalled how Su Xiaonan had cautioned her before. Those words had initially unsettled her, but now they seemed somewhat alarmist. An ordinary person's luck might average around 10 points, with some having more and others less. Perhaps she was simply one of those fortunate individuals. Therefore, the 2 lost points were utterly inconsequential. Not only had she remained unscathed, but she had grown even luckier. Of course, there was another possibility. She remembered that the person who posted about luck had mentioned it was not fixed and could fluctuate. Could it be that Wen Yin was the reason her luck had increased? Just a couple of days ago, she and Wen Yin had officially established their romantic relationship, though it was not her first love. It felt infinitely sweeter than any initial romance she had experienced. Wen Yin possesses not only striking beauty but also a gentle demeanor, marked by her extensive knowledge and gentlemanly respect towards others. Furthermore, her family is affluent, and they generously invest in her well-being. Recently, she has been immersed in a blissful romance, which has infused her life with newfound passion. If one were to pinpoint a downside, it would be her recent extravagant spending. Initially, after repaying her online loans, she had around 50,000, but now merely over 10,000 remains. In just over 20 days, she has expended more than 30,000. However, this expenditure is justified, as it has all been invested in herself. Given her family's wealth, she cannot afford to wear her previous inexpensive clothing or use cheap cosmetics, as that would diminish her value. The more time she spends with Wen Yin, the more she recognizes his exceptional qualities. She is acutely aware that to sustain this relationship, she must elevate her own standards. Otherwise, how could she possibly be worthy of him? To align their social standings, she has fabricated a slightly embellished identity regarding her family background, allowing them to appear more compatible. After all, even Chen Linhan, who introduced them, is not fully aware of her family's situation. As they are not locals, thus, Whatever she claims will suffice. Yet, to make her identity appear more authentic, she feels compelled to showcase some luxury items. Consequently, she revisited her previous shopping center to acquire several quality garments. A necklace, 2 handbags, and a new phone, all of which required considerable expenditure. Money, indeed, is one of the most fleeting resources in this world. Had Wen Yin not been the one spending during their time together, she might have found herself devoid of even living expenses. Maintaining this facade is truly costly, but she is resolute in not allowing it to crumble, fully aware that such deception could lead to the loss of everything she currently possesses. With Wen Yan's birthday approaching, she has committed to gifting him something special. Additionally, she feels obliged to treat Chen Linhan to a meal, given her role in their introduction. Considering Chen Linhan's affluence, a mere ordinary restaurant would be insufficient. And to save face, she must also present her with a gift, certainly not a cheap one. As she counts on her fingers, she realizes that her remaining funds are woefully inadequate, with the bulk designated for Wen Yan's birthday gift. Recently, he has lavished her with gifts, one handbag alone costing around 20,000, a sum she had never dared to imagine spending on luxury. This particular item has evoked envy among her dormitory peers, including Chen Linhan, who has never owned such an expensive bag. This turn of events has left Wu Shanshan exhilarated, unable to sleep for several nights. Previously, she envied Chen Linhan. Now, the tables have turned, and she finds herself the object of envy. One day, Chen Linhan jokingly remarked that she regretted introducing Wen Yin to her, reminiscing about their childhood bond, lamenting that he now belonged to her. While she acknowledges that Chen Linhan and Wen Yin indeed make a fine pair, she feels no inferiority to Chen Linhan. Recently, she has meticulously selected a birthday gift for Wen Yin, mindful that the value of his gifts to her amounts to several tens of thousands. It is essential that she reciprocates appropriately. Otherwise, not only would her facade shatter in Wen Yan's eyes, but he might also perceive her as undervaluing their relationship. She has set her sights on a pair of watches, ideal for couples, symbolizing their bond and serving as an appropriate birthday gift for Wen Yin. However, the price is exorbitant, exceeding 20,000 for the pair. Other options seem inadequate, and anything cheaper would lack sincerity. Ultimately, the crux of the matter remains financial. She sighs, realizing that resorting to online loans is no longer a viable option. She has finally managed to extricate herself from that cycle and cannot afford to fall back in. Furthermore, the interest rates are exorbitantly high. The only solution to her predicament lies with the wish spirit. By summoning it and making a wish, she could obtain whatever she desires. Such a notion is exhilarating. In the past, she might have pondered the cost of such a transaction, yet after 20 days without incident, no troubles, no misfortunes, and her health intact, she wonders if perhaps there is no cost at all. Even if there is a price to pay, she believes it is one she can bear. Thus, she resolves to seek the spirit's assistance once more. This is the only solution she can contemplate. After all, losing a bit of luck is inconsequential. Money is there for the taking. This time, she intends to wish for 100,000, which should suffice, allowing her to refrain from further petitions unless absolutely necessary. Her recent expenditure is primarily due to her newfound relationship with Wen Yin, leading her to acquire numerous luxurious items to cultivate her persona. However, these purchases are not one-time affairs. She will not need to buy again in the future. Hence, wishing for another 100,000 should be sufficient. Yet, her worries resurface. Her concern is not about the potential repercussions of her wish on her future. Rather, she is uncertain if she can still summon the wish spirit. With a mix of trepidation, she waits for Saturday, the day she last successfully summoned the spirit. This time, however, she is entirely convinced of its existence and feels no fear. She holds deep gratitude for the spirit, which has resolved so many of her issues. That evening, her dormitory is empty, and although Wen Yin had invited her out for dinner, she declined, citing prior commitments. While she cherishes every moment alone with him, the task of summoning the spirit takes precedence. Moreover, she knows that being overly accommodating to a man could diminish her worth. Thus far, her relationship with Wen Yin has remained platonic. As the clock strikes midnight, Wu Shanshan retrieves paper and pen, lighting a candle and extinguishing the lights. Taking a deep breath, she clasps her hands together, silently beseeching the wish spirit to appear. Oh, wish spirit, please come forth. I truly have pressing matters to discuss with you. Grant me one last wish. At that moment, she is too anxious to open her eyes, fearing that the spirit may not heed her call. She cannot imagine losing everything she has gained. Only the spirit can help her preserve it all. Minutes later, she suddenly feels a chilling sensation, igniting her excitement. This sensation mirrors the one she experienced when the spirit first manifested. She promptly opens her eyes, and indeed, the pen on the paper is now standing upright. The spirit has not deceived her. Oh, spirit, I require your assistance once more. Please, I implore you to help me. Chapter 37. Descending into the abyss. Observing Wu Shanshan before him, Lin Yuan is not the least bit surprised. He had long suspected she would return to make another wish. Indeed, less than a month has passed, and here they are once more. Upon her arrival, he immediately notes the numerous new possessions cluttering her dormitory. Clothes, bags, shoes, almost overflowing the space. Her makeup appears more refined than last time, and her attire showcases a fresh style, making her look entirely rejuvenated. Lin Yuan surmises that these acquisitions are likely funded by her previous wish. This time, it seems she is once again seeking monetary aid. Spirit, you have finally arrived. I am immensely grateful. I require a bit more money, just like last time. I wish for 100,000. Is that acceptable? Wu Shanshan's expression radiates ease, clearly untroubled by the weighty implications of her request. Yet, this wish may very well lead her down a treacherous path. In truth, although her first wish cost her a mere 2 points of luck, the impact on Wu Shanshan's life has been profound. When one's luck diminishes, if it merely manifests as minor misfortunes, financial losses, or slight injuries, such occurrences are relatively benign, as they leave one's life trajectory largely unchanged. Though Wu Shanshan appears unharmed by misfortune, her life has irrevocably shifted onto a different course. A harsh descent into an abyss. At the time of her initial wish, despite her debts, the sum was trivial to her family. They were willing and able to assist her in repayment. If her circumstances were to become known, she would face little more than reprimands from her parents, who would undoubtedly cover her debts. Following this lesson, she might have emerged more resilient, avoiding further decline. Alternatively, even after her first transaction, had she managed to curb her desires and used the funds wisely to rectify her situation, there would have been potential for redemption. However, she has not done so, having failed to grasp the gravity of her choices. Once again wishing for money, she has placed herself beyond salvation. Yet, Lin Yuan will not intervene. This is Wu Shanshan's decision, and he merely fulfills her requests. He swiftly marks a check on the paper. Spirit, I knew you would agree. Thank you so much. Wu Shanshan's face lights up with excitement as her issues appear to be resolved. As for the cost, she is utterly dismissive of the notion of luck being of any value. Exchanging something deemed worthless for money seems entirely reasonable to her. Oh, Spirit, you are truly remarkable, akin to a living bodhisattva. Should I achieve great success in the future, I shall certainly erect a temple in your honor. Wu Shanshan was overwhelmed with excitement, yet Lin Yuan remained indifferent, for such words bore the same meaning as the casual invitation to dine together another day, nothing to take seriously. Moreover, he had no need for any temple. Gui Xian, I have no further matters to discuss. Until we meet again. As soon as she finished speaking, the pen on the paper fell, and Gui Xian departed. While Wu Shanshan received a text message from the bank notifying her of a deposit, it was similar to the previous message. 0.1 yuan had entered her bank account, yet the balance had increased by 100,000 yuan. Gazing at the balance on her card, Wu Shanshan beamed with joy. Lin Yuan returned to his own abode. From this transaction, he acquired approximately 0.3 units of willpower, as Wu Shanshan had expended 3 points of luck to gain the 100,000. This remained an equitable exchange. However, Wu Shanshan had changed since the last time. Her fate had shifted. Now, to acquire the 100,000, she must expend 3 points of luck. Wu Shanshan did not inquire, and Lin Yuan did not divulge. Yet, the outcome was the same, for she remained oblivious to the significance of luck. Presently, Lin Yuan's willpower had reached 3.1. Had it not been for Wu Shanshan summoning him today, he would have gone nearly a month without being called upon. This period had indeed been rather dull, and he contemplated sinking back into slumber. However, just as he was about to enter that stone's realm, he sensed another surge of willpower. After a brief moment of attunement, Lin Yuan discerned the identity of the summoner. This individual had previously called upon him, wishing for the healing of his wife's legs. To summon him again likely indicated the emergence of new troubles. Lin Yuan was not surprised. Those who had made wishes were bound to seek further wishes whenever the opportunity arose. Truth be told, had he been human, he would not have believed he could resist the allure of such wishes. People invariably harbor dissatisfaction with their lives and yearn to mend those imperfections. No one is exempt. Lin Yuan promptly followed the current of willpower, materializing before the other. Wang Chuan lay on his bed. Surrounded by chaos, various garments and personal items strewn haphazardly across the floor. His visage was gaunt and greasy, suggesting he had not washed his face properly in quite some time. His beard had gone unshaven for several days. The coarse stubble having grown long, he appeared as if he had aged considerably overnight. Nearly 2 months had elapsed since his illness was diagnosed. Although his condition had been stabilized and would no longer worsen, his lower limbs were now paralyzed. This sudden misfortune had dealt a heavy blow to him, leaving him in a state of confusion and emotional instability. Once his wife's legs had healed, everything seemed to improve. Both life and career flourished seamlessly. Yet, this was merely a fleeting illusion. He had painstakingly clawed his way out of despair, only to find himself plunged into another abyss. He had been cautious, confident in his ability to weather this calamity. However, the unexpected onset of illness had obliterated all he had. Life is indeed fragile. A single misfortune can abruptly extinguish a vibrant existence. Previously, it was his wife who had been paralyzed, and now it was he. It felt as though fate had conspired to ensure they could only struggle in this dark, murky chasm, forever unable to reach solid ground. Just moments ago, he had succumbed to his emotions, lashing out uncontrollably and engaging in a fierce argument with his wife. His unreasonable outburst had prompted Qinya to storm out, and she had yet to return. Yet, he felt this might be for the best, as he required solitude. The doctor had assured him there remained hope for recovery, provided he adhered to treatment. However, even if he were to recover, the process could span several years. There was also the possibility that years hence, he would remain unchanged. Regardless, his life had been irrevocably shattered. Even in the most favorable scenario, assuming he did regain his health in a few years, he would be nearing 40 by then. The treatment would likely deplete the majority of their savings, perhaps even necessitating the sale of their home. Approaching 40, having been detached from society for years, and with nothing to show for it, what could he possibly accomplish? The thought eluded him. Even with good health, such a life would hold no promise. Moreover, this was the best-case scenario. What if the outcome were even worse? If that were the case, he would find no reason to continue living. He understood that only the wish-granting Gui Xian could save him. Although the cost might be steep, this was his best option, the only option. With Qinya having stormed out, he knew this was his chance to summon the Gui Xian. He retrieved paper and pen from the bedside table, placing them atop it. The absence of candles was unfortunate, as he could hardly move. He reached out to switch off the bedroom light, leaving only a dim lamp aglow, casting a softer light throughout the room. It seemed the spirits preferred less illumination. Having completed these preparations, he felt utterly exhausted, his body in such poor condition. He lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and clasped his hands together over his chest. Gui Xian, I implore you, please manifest. Only you can save me, I beg you. At that moment, his heart raced with trepidation, for his greatest fear was the inability to summon the wish-granting Gui Xian. His entire existence hinged upon this entity. Provided the Gui Xian appeared, there remained a glimmer of hope. A few minutes later, he sensed the atmosphere growing cold, a sensation reminiscent of his initial summoning of the Gui Xian. He opened his eyes with excitement, laboriously turning his body to gaze at the paper and pen on the bedside table. The pen remained motionless, yet he could feel an otherworldly presence surrounding him. Gui Xian, is that you? No sooner had he spoken than the pen seemed to lift as if grasped by an unseen force. Standing upright on the paper, Chapter 38. Let others pay the price. Gazing at the pen poised upon the paper, Wang Chuan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. If possible, he would have knelt in reverence before the Gui Xian. Alas, his body would not permit such a gesture. Gui Xian, please forgive me. My physical condition constrains me to this position. I am acutely aware that my current plight stems from my wish to you, and this is the price I must pay. Nevertheless, I remain profoundly grateful to you, for you indeed healed my wife's legs. Enduring all this is my rightful burden. Having spoken, Wang Chuan glanced back at the paper, where the pen lay still. Perhaps the Gui Xian was indifferent to his thoughts, deeming them a mere ramble. He concluded it wise to get straight to the point and inquire about the information he sought. Gue Xian, due to my illness, I am paralyzed in my lower limbs and unable to move. I wish to request your aid in healing my legs. He rotated his sore neck and continued. May I ask how much luck I must expend? He turned once more to the paper and pin resting on the bedside table. The pin began to move slowly across the paper, and soon a single digit appeared. The distance was too great, and the dim light made it difficult to discern. Straining to prop himself up against the pain in his lumbar spine, he focused on the word inscribed on the paper. This bore significant implications for his life. 5. This was the number that manifested on the paper. It indicated that expending 5 points of luck would restore his body. Previously, he had consumed 6 points of luck to heal his wife. Now, to heal himself, only 5 points were required. Perhaps this was due to the severity of his condition being less than that of his wife's. In that moment, a glimmer of hope pierced through the darkness of his existence. Gue Xian, do I possess enough luck to save my life? Upon posing the question, Wang Chuan felt a rush of anxiety. This inquiry was of utmost importance to him. He dreaded the possibility of the Gue Xian writing something about needing to pay a price. Any cost was one he could not bear at this moment. However, this question, while crucial to Wang Chuan, held no significance regarding the necessity of a price for Lin Yuan. He was certain of the other's ability to determine if the price could be met. He scrawled a cross on the paper, indicating a negative response. Observing the mark, Wang Chuan did not betray any sign of disappointment. He had long prepared himself for this eventuality. An individual's luck typically maxes out at 10 points. To save his wife, he had expended 6 points. Recently, nothing had occurred to enhance his luck, and in fact, he had become a cripple. His luck could not be abundant, and it was unsurprising that it was insufficient. Yet, who said he must bear the cost alone? His wife's legs had been the subject of his wish, implying that the cost of the wish could be borne by another. From the outset, he had no intention of shouldering this burden himself. Not only could he not afford it, but even if he could, he would likely perish after making the wish. Such a course of action was out of the question. Whether he could afford it or not provided him ample justification to enlist Qinya's help in covering the expended luck. Gue Xian, if I wish for my wife to help me bear this cost, is that permissible? Lin Yuan marked another cross on the paper. Among individuals, each is a distinct entity. The one who wishes must be the one to pay, and no one can substitute for another. Wang Chuan, however, felt no despondency. It was inconsequential. He certainly could not decide for his wife whether or not to relinquish her luck. Yet, come another day, should Qinya summon the wish-granting Gue Xian and make a wish on his behalf, his legs could still be healed. The outcome would be no different. He believed that Qinya would never refuse him. Their bond was strong, and what he was willing to do for her, she would undoubtedly reciprocate. Though he had indeed brought her much trouble with his recent emotional instability during the time of her paralysis, he had remained steadfastly by her side. He was simply unable to come to terms with such a heavy blow at that moment. His wife, having experienced a similar ordeal, naturally understood. Moreover, despite Qinya's recent fatigue and poor mood, she was still doing her utmost to care for him. He retained a profound confidence in his wife. Furthermore, to heal his legs, only a minimal amount of luck, 5 points, was required. Qinya would have to invest far less, and it should not weigh upon her as it did on him. Thankfully, it was merely 5 points. Had it been any more, he would have hesitated to allow his wife to pay such a price on his behalf. This was also the reason he had not disclosed the matter of the wishful Ghost Immortal to her, but had instead sought clarity himself. Ghost Immortal, I am immensely grateful to you, but I currently cannot pay the price. May I ask that my wife make a wish to you in a few days? Lin Yuan sketched a tick on the paper. Of course, as long as your wife is willing, there will be no issue. Previously, Wang Chuan had expended his own fortune to heal Qinya's legs, and at that time, he had glimpsed her fate. The woman's luck was sufficient to cover the cost, as the restoration of her legs, a matter of such significance, had greatly enhanced her fortune. If she was willing, she could easily save Wang Chuan. A smile spread across Wang Chuan's face. He had not felt such joy since his paralysis. After nearly 2 months of darkness, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Ghost Immortal, thank you once more for your efforts. I sincerely hope that when my wife calls upon you next, you will appear. Lin Yuan remained unmoved. He would not provide any guarantees unless Wang Chuan was prepared to pay the price. To ensure his appearance upon being summoned was a cost Wang Chuan could not afford. However, if Wang Chuan were to book a specific time, he would be willing to appear then. After all, he had little to occupy his time and spent his days in slumber to conserve energy. Ghost Immortal, please take your leave, and I look forward to our next encounter. As soon as Wang Chuan finished speaking, the pen on the paper toppled over, rolling off the bedside table and onto the floor. Wang Chuan lacked the strength to retrieve it. He hastily searched beside his pillow and found his mobile phone. Excitedly, he attempted to call Qinya. The call rang for a while but went unanswered. His wife had hung up on him. Was she still angry? It was entirely my fault. My mood had been so poor during this time. And she had to care for me while also going to work, which was indeed a burden for her. It was only natural for her to be upset. Wang Chuan picked up his phone again and sent his wife an apologetic message. Meanwhile, on the overpass, Qinya leaned against the railing, gazing down at the vehicles below. Her eyes were swollen, clearly having cried moments ago. Beside her stood a man, watching her intently. Sensing his gaze, Qinya turned her head. "Thank you for coming all this way to comfort me. I truly appreciate it." The man shook his head, smiling. "It's nothing. You're my employee now, so it's only right to show concern for my staff." Qinya felt a wave of warmth in her heart. "Sometimes, I truly feel like I cannot endure any longer. I've been thinking every day that if I were to jump from this overpass, perhaps I wouldn't have to struggle so much. Thankfully, I met you. Had it not been for you, I might have truly done something drastic." The man, Yulu, was the owner of Qinya's company and a former classmate from her university days. He had once pursued her, but Qinya chose Wang Chuan instead. After graduation, they had lost touch, and Qinya had long forgotten about him. After her legs healed, she sought employment, and a close female friend introduced her to Yulu. During this challenging period, Yulu had been very supportive. Even though she had only recently started, he had granted her paid leave to care for Wang Chuan. Thus, she felt immense gratitude towards him, mingled with a sense of guilt. The pressure had been overwhelming for her, and without Yuli's encouragement, she might have truly broken down. This man had subtly become a pillar in her difficult life. "You have been incredibly strong. It's just that fate has not been kind to you. If you endure this phase, fortune will surely turn in your favor." Qinya nodded, gazing down at the street below, her frail body shivering in the cold wind. Yulu leaned closer, resting his arm on her shoulder. Qinya trembled slightly, her heart racing with unease. Instinctively, she wanted to push his arm away, but after a gentle nudge, she relinquished the thought. Ultimately, she was unwilling to disrupt the warmth of that moment. So much had transpired during this time, and she felt utterly drained. Deep down, she yearned for a shoulder to lean on. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from Wang Chuan. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to hang up. Chapter 39. The fish is not as good as the fisherman. After leaving Wang Chuan, Lin Yuan returned to his residence. Although the trip had been in vain, he felt no discontent. Such occurrences were quite normal. Moreover, having gone through this experience, either Wang Chuan or his wife would surely summon him again. Regardless of the outcome of their discussions, at least one of them would make a wish. Therefore, it could not be deemed a wasted trip, but rather a preparation for the next occasion. Just as Lin Yuan was about to return to his stone for rest, he sensed a faint flicker of will. Could someone be seeking me? This revelation surprised him. That evening, Wu Shanshan and Wang Chuan had called upon him in succession. He had barely returned when he felt the presence of Will once more. Prior to today, he had not sensed any for almost a month, yet now he was suddenly busy. This Will was quite weak. Perhaps the person was at a considerable distance or did not harbor much desire, merely summoning him for amusement. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan resolved to investigate. This was the first summon he had received in a month, and he welcomed the opportunity for engagement, for being a ghost was indeed quite dull. Following the trail of that will, Lin Yuan soon appeared before the individual. This was essentially the maximum distance at which he could sense will. Had the person been even slightly further away, or had Wu Shanshan not made a wish today, granting him an additional 0.3 of will, he would not have been able to arrive. Fate is indeed wondrous. Two individuals, entirely unrelated, could influence each other significantly. He grasped the pen resting on the paper, positioning it upright. However, the one summoning the wishful ghost immortal could not see him. It was a rather ordinary-looking young man. Seated at a table with his eyes closed, on the table lay remnants of cold dishes and several empty beer bottles, with only a pair of chopsticks remaining. Clearly, he had been drinking alone. perhaps troubled by some issue. Sensing something amiss, his complexion shifted, and he shivered. Abruptly opening his eyes, he felt as if the atmosphere had suddenly turned ominous. Upon opening his eyes, he quickly glanced at the table, and was immediately startled by the sight. A pen stood upright on the paper, its tip pointing downwards, but there was nothing around it to provide support. Such a phenomenon was utterly impossible. It defied the laws of physics. The only explanation was, there was a ghost, and what he had just done was summon one. This bizarre scene sent chills down his spine. He instinctively leaned back, nearly toppling over. After regaining his balance, he took deep breaths to steady himself. This ghost was summoned by him. Had he known it was indeed possible to call forth a ghost, he would have hesitated before proceeding. Now was not the time to panic. He had summoned the ghost, and if he fled in fright, it could lead to future troubles. It was best not to offend a ghost. Moreover, if the tales were true, the ghost he had summoned was extraordinary. This was a tremendous opportunity for him. He gazed at the pen standing on the paper, his heart racing, and after a moment, he cautiously asked, "Are you the wishful ghost immortal, who grants all requests?" As soon as he spoke, the pen drew a checkmark on the paper. Seeing this, the young man let out a sigh of relief. It was not some wandering spirit, which was a relief. His anxiety shifted to excitement. The wishful ghost immortal truly existed, validating the stories he had encountered online. The wishful ghost immortal posed no danger. At the very least, it would not directly harm anyone. Furthermore, the ghost immortal claimed to grant wishes, capable of fulfilling any desire. Having truly summoned a ghost, it meant he had a chance to alter his destiny. This was a longing he had harbored for a long time. Ghost immortal, I merely intended to try casually. I never imagined I would. I truly did not expect you would appear. Your presence brings me great joy and excitement. I do wish to make a request, but please allow me a moment to contemplate what it is I truly desire. The pen marked another check on the paper. Lin Yuan was unconcerned about waiting, as he was not particularly busy. The young man exhaled, quickly gathering his thoughts. As a typical individual, he had numerous wishes he yearned to fulfill. He wanted to be incredibly wealthy, to grow just a bit taller, to become more handsome, to wish for his parents' health, and to marry a gentle and virtuous wife. Like most, he found himself wanting far too much. However, he was acutely aware that the wish-granting ghost did not provide its services free of charge. The fulfillment of any desire inevitably came at a price. He could not afford such costs. Thus he had to ponder carefully. His name was Shuiyu, 21 years of age, having never attended university, and had been navigating the world for several years. Throughout these years, he had encountered numerous experiences, and he was no longer the naive youth he once was. He did not harbor many unrealistic fantasies. He understood clearly that to attain anything, one must pay the corresponding price. His wish to a ghost stemmed from the fact that this desire was beyond his own means to realize, compelling him to seek the assistance of these extraordinary beings. The price he would have to pay was undoubtedly steep. Recently, he had come across the stories shared by Su Xiaonan online. Initially, he had believed them to be mere tales, yet he found them intriguing enough to follow the author and eagerly await new updates, even gifting her. But at this moment, he finally comprehended that these were far from simple stories. Perhaps they were all true. At least the rules within them were in those narratives. Individuals who struck deals with ghosts invariably met with tragic ends. This was all due to humanity's inability to restrain its desires, of course. It was not solely that. He had also placed himself in the shoes of those wishmakers, contemplating what he would wish for if such a wish-granting ghost truly existed. Firstly, when people made wishes, they typically sought a specific item or the outcome of a particular situation. These desires were born from their own fortunes. Although their wishes might be granted, they often resulted in an imbalance. Their fortunes did not align with their current circumstances. Consequently, they were bound to lose something from another realm. Moreover, their capabilities were insufficient to retain what they acquired through their wishes, to avoid further losses. They could only continue wishing, but the outcomes would only deteriorate. Ultimately, they could do nothing but succumb to calamity. That time, he pondered that if he could realize a single wish, he would never directly ask the ghost for any material possession, but rather for skills or abilities. He wished to obtain what he desired through his own efforts. In such a case, even if he lost something, he would possess the capacity to recover it. He had many aspirations and a fierce ambition not to settle for mediocrity. Yet he understood that life is inherently imperfect. One cannot have everything, nor can one desire everything. Shui Yu contemplated. Thus, I can only choose one. If I must select but one, then without a doubt, it would be wealth. In truth, the predicaments of most individuals can be resolved with sufficient money. He was an ordinary person, neither particularly distinguished nor exceptionally lacking. Like the majority, he yearned for a life of ease and joy, yet he was a cog in the relentless 996 work grind. He longed for poetry and distant horizons, yet could only scrape by in the present. If only he had wealth, that contradiction would dissolve instantly. However, he would not directly wish for money, for he might not need a substantial sum. Even if he obtained it, it would soon be spent. He could not continuously expend his fortune in exchange for cash. What is easily gained can also be easily lost. Such actions would only plunge him into an endless abyss. An ancient proverb states, "It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish." He was a healthy individual, and at present, he faced no insurmountable challenges. To him, the ability to fish outweighed the fish itself. Therefore, rather than wishing for money, he preferred to wish for the ability to earn it, enabling himself to acquire greater wealth. Addressing the pin before him, he declared, "Ghost, I have realized what I truly need." Shui Yu's expression was resolute. This wish was unshakable. I wish for the ability to earn money. Chapter 40. The harshness of reality. Upon hearing Shui Yu's words, Lin Yuan found them quite amusing. Currently, he was the only one wishing to enhance his capabilities. It was indeed a unique proposition. Possessing the ability to earn would ensure a steady influx of wealth. Yet, ideas remain merely ideas. Imagination may be lush, but reality is stark. He marked an X on the paper, indicating denial. Shui Yu was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, he had been filled with fervor, even envisioning a future akin to a triumphant narrative, ascending to the pinnacle of life through his extraordinary abilities. However, he had never anticipated that his plans would be thwarted before they had even begun. "Ghost, do you mean to say it is unattainable?" Lin Yuan certainly could fulfill it, but the issue was that Shui Yu's wish lacked specificity. The ability to earn money was far too broad. Different industries demanded entirely different skill sets, and in many fields, Shui Yu was starting from scratch. If Lin Yuan were to make him a top-tier earner in any one domain, the price would be far beyond what Shui Yu could afford. Few individuals in this world could bear such a cost, and those who could would likely not wish for such a thing. Shui Yu was an ordinary person, lacking exceptional abilities in various respects. Even if Lin Yuan were to grant him exceptional earning potential in a specific field, the cost would still be significant. After all, moving from zero to the pinnacle of any profession is a feat that countless individuals strive for over a lifetime without success. He marked another X on the paper. Seeing the symbol, Shui Yu immediately inquired, "Ghost, do you mean to say that I cannot afford such a price?" He had some understanding of the wish-granting ghost. If the ghost could indeed fulfill wishes, then this was the only possibility left. Sure enough, he soon witnessed a confirming symbol appear on the paper. Shui Yu contemplated deeply. His wish indeed seemed a bit ambitious. The ability to earn money encompassed too many factors, and it was reasonable that he could not afford such a price. Aiming to reach the pinnacle of life through a wish was likely unrealistic, given that making a wish to the ghost required an equivalent sacrifice. Although he was indeed restless and ambitious, reality compelled him to narrow his focus. He could not aim too high, aspiring for immediate success, as the price was beyond his capacity to bear. If he wished to earn in a particular field, he merely needed to enhance the skills necessary for that industry. In that case, the price he would pay should be comparatively lower. Achieving excellence in any field is no small feat, yet once one reaches the top, life seldom remains unfavorable. Coming from a rural background, his family was of modest means. He had not even completed high school, lacking a degree or any serious vocational training. After graduating, he initially worked in an electronics factory for 2 to 3 years. Feeling increasingly bored and drifting through life, hope was nowhere to be found, as each day mirrored the last, devoid of excitement or vitality. After resigning, he yearned for a better job, one that might be demanding but at least offered prospects for growth. Unfortunately, lacking a degree or any skills left him at a loss for what to even list as his strengths on a resume. In this regard, he was utterly uncompetitive in the job market. Unable to find suitable employment, he ultimately became a real estate agent. Although the entry barriers for this position were low, earning a substantial income in this field proved to be quite challenging. After nearly a year, he had not saved much. In 1 month, he earned 15,000, but most of the time, his earnings were only in the thousands, with the lowest being merely a 2,000 some base salary. To be fair, some individuals did manage to earn considerable amounts. His inability to accumulate wealth stemmed from two reasons: insufficient capability and lack of effort. However, he believed he was putting in a decent amount of effort. While he occasionally became complacent, for the most part, he worked diligently in this aspect. He was not significantly lacking compared to others. The crux of the matter lay in his abilities. Those who earned more than him did so because their skills surpassed his. Lacking the requisite capabilities, no amount of hard work would allow him to surpass others. When he first started in this job, his skills improved rapidly, but after a certain point, further enhancement became exceedingly difficult. No matter how hard he tried, it felt futile. Some things are dictated by talent, which determines the upper limits of a person's potential, and no matter how hard he fought, that ceiling was difficult to breach. At times, he felt defiant, yet after putting in the effort, he had to admit that some things were simply beyond him. Perhaps his efforts fell short, but he was at least nearing his limits. At this juncture, what more could he do? He could not risk his life in the pursuit of success. Sometimes, he felt he should resign himself to fate. This was simply the person he was, someone destined to remain a lowly worker for life. After all, what he lacked was talent and capability. Everyone worked hard. Without the necessary skills and innate gifts, what right did he have to climb from the bottom? Yet, he was also a person of ambition. Unwilling to settle for mediocrity, even after being battered by society for so many years, the desire to change his destiny had not waned. Thus, when he encountered the stories of the wish-granting ghost online, a thought occurred to him: if this wish-granting ghost were real, how wonderful that would be. Even if it required an equivalent exchange, this ghost was akin to a living bodhisattva, for it could provide individuals with the opportunity to transform their fates. Some aspects of life are predetermined, while others are earned through effort. However, those innate elements heavily influence the extent of rewards one can reap from hard work. Breaking free from these preordained constraints is exceedingly difficult. Yet the wish-granting ghost could alter those immutable, unchangeable factors. He set aside all unrealistic fantasies and resolved to start within his own industry. Even if he could not achieve perfection, he would first strive to accumulate some wealth. He recalled a colleague at the store, someone who had always been the top performer in sales. That colleague, regardless of the time, exudes an unwavering confidence, always maintaining an air of composure. During interactions with clients, he consistently appears exceptionally professional and remarkably personable. In initial communications, he has already earned the trust of his clients, establishing a rapport akin to that of friends in a remarkably short span of time. In truth, many of the things he articulates are frequently erroneous, yet his self-assured and poised manner of delivery leads most clients to place their faith in him. Xueyu believes that, apart from his communication skills, he is no less capable than that individual in various aspects, yet his performance pales in comparison. What he lacks is precisely this ability to communicate effectively with others, and he is lagging considerably in that regard. It is not that he faces any barriers in communication. Socially, he operates at a normal level. However, therein lies the issue. Merely being of normal caliber does not elevate him to a standout position. At the very least, he must strive for excellence. With this realization, he resolved to enhance his social skills. He does not wish to remain merely a real estate agent forever. This ability will not only serve him well in his current role but, more importantly, even if he were to pursue other endeavors, it would expand his network and introduce him to numerous individuals. Should he decide to embark on an entrepreneurial journey or engage in business, this skill would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Thus, he made up his mind. Xueyu declared, "I wish to enhance my social abilities. Is that feasible?" After speaking, he anxiously gazed at the pen, awaiting the ghostly entity's response. If this too were unachievable, he would be left feeling quite helpless. The pen glided across the paper, marking a check. Observing this, Xueyu let out a profound sigh of relief. It seemed his aspiration was indeed viable. The first step toward altering the course of his life could finally be taken. However, what would be the cost? The ghostly entity spoke of a price in luck. If the tales were true, an ordinary person possessed approximately 10 points of luck. He had some understanding of luck. Should a person's luck be excessively low, dire consequences could ensue. Even if one were not to perish, they would encounter myriad troubles, hindering their ability to live normally. At this moment, he simply wished to ascertain whether the price was within his means. Ghostly entity, How much luck must I expend to fulfill this wish? Lin Yuan grasped the pen and inscribed a numeral on the paper. Point 6, Chapter 41, Bargaining. Gazing at the inscription, Shui Yu comprehended that the price he needed to pay amounted to 6 points of luck. This cost seemed quite steep. He was uncertain of his total luck, but it likely represented more than half of it. Such a sacrifice was unacceptable to him. In a story he had encountered online, someone had wished for the restoration of his wife's legs and had expended 6 points of luck as well. Yet now, that individual lay paralyzed in bed. Each person's fate is unique. Perhaps expending 6 points of luck would not lead to paralysis for him. Nevertheless, he truly dared not gamble. Taking a deep breath, he considered the cost of exchanging his luck for an enhancement in social skills to be disproportionately high. What if he ended up incapacitated without achieving anything? That would be utterly catastrophic. Could it be lowered? Shui Yu instinctively inquired. Much like when purchasing goods, feeling that the price was excessive, he pondered negotiating. But the counterpart was a ghost. Could that even be possible? He suddenly regretted voicing that question, fearing it might offend the ghostly entity. To his surprise, the entity marked another check on the paper. Shui Yu was taken aback. Had not the ghost stated that an equivalent amount of luck must be expended? Why was there room for negotiation? He hurriedly asked. Do you mean it is possible? As his words fell, the pen descended, drawing a vertical line on the paper. Shui Yu felt perplexed, pondering for a moment before a realization dawned upon him. He finally understood that while the principle of equivalent exchange remained unchanged, his standards could indeed be adjusted. He did not need his social skills to reach the pinnacle of global excellence. After all, he was merely a real estate agent at present. He did not require perfection, but rather a favorable cost-performance ratio. The abilities gained from expending 6 points of luck would naturally far surpass those achieved by expending a lesser amount. However, this was akin to allocating points in a game. Should he allocate all his attribute points to a single specialization, it would inevitably lead to deficiencies in other areas. Life requires a modicum of luck. He need not convert excessive luck into certain specialties. Adequate sufficiency would suffice. I comprehend your meaning. You are suggesting that I lower my standards to expend less luck, correct? Upon posing the question, another check appeared on the paper. Indeed, his conjecture proved correct. Then, may I expend 3 points of luck? Lin Yuan promptly inscribed a check on the paper. Shui Yu inhaled deeply, feeling a sudden wave of tension. Even if it were merely 3 points of luck, it could represent 1/3 of his total fortune. To trade 1/3 of his luck for something intangible was a gamble he was uncertain about. Yet he resolved to take the risk. This was a chance to alter the course of his life. A prospect worth pursuing. He did not wish to remain an ordinary worker for eternity. Who does not yearn for a life of splendor and brilliance? For such an opportunity, he was willing to take a chance. Driven by his profound dissatisfaction with his current situation, losing 3 points of luck would likely bring forth numerous troubles. Yet the enhancement in his abilities might enable him to navigate these challenges. Ghostly entity, I accept. I hope you grant me my wish. Upon concluding, the pen once more glided across the paper, marking another check. Shui Yu stared blankly at the paper before him, realizing that his transaction with the ghostly entity had been concluded. He had surrendered luck in exchange for something invisible and intangible. He remained uncertain of how this would influence the trajectory of his life. At that moment, another thought crossed his mind, prompting him to hastily inquire. Ghostly entity, may I ask one final question? Is a person's luck constant and unchanging? This question was pivotal. Whether luck was predetermined at birth or could be acquired later would determine if fate could indeed be altered. If it could not, would that signify that all he had done today was in vain? He watched the paper with a mix of anxiety and excitement, his heart racing. The pen inscribed 2 characters, can change. Upon seeing this, a smile involuntarily graced Shui Yu's face. A person's luck is not a fixed quantity. It can be influenced by subsequent circumstances, increasing or decreasing. One's efforts after birth are by no means futile. At birth, due to factors such as familial environment and genetic inheritance, individuals inevitably possess varying degrees of luck. These elements are fated and cannot be altered. Furthermore, opportunities and fortuitous encounters can profoundly impact one's life. While innate characteristics are predetermined, opportunities and timing are uncontrollable elements. Thus, for an individual, their efforts represent the only variable they can manage. Now, although Shui Yu's luck had diminished, he had redirected it towards enhancing his social skills. This ability could potentially increase the efficiency of his efforts, and effort, being the sole controllable factor among numerous conditions, would grant him greater agency over his life. However, the outcome remained uncertain. It depended on whether his efforts could compensate for the luck he had sacrificed. With hands clasped, palms pressed to his lips, his expression serious and respectful, he uttered, "Thank you, ghostly entity. Although it is an equivalent exchange, you have provided me with a chance to change my destiny, which is immensely significant to me. I hope we may meet again. For now, I have no further questions. I kindly ask you to return to your realm." As he finished speaking, the pen immediately toppled over on the paper, and the eerie atmosphere dissipated. Undoubtedly, the ghostly entity had departed. Shui Yu stared at the paper with its lingering inscriptions, lost in thought. Yet soon, the dullness in his eyes transformed into a spark of hope. His life now held the promise of change. Having made his choice, there was no turning back. He must exert greater effort than ever before to compensate for the luck he had lost. Otherwise, this transaction would only exacerbate his plight. That Shui Yu intrigued Lin Yuan, particularly with his final question. Lin Yuan understood his intentions. Shui Yu aspired to alter his circumstances through diligent effort, thereby enhancing his luck. He envisioned a cycle where he could subsequently trade again to improve other aspects of his abilities. In doing so, his life could indeed be transformed significantly. Perhaps he could craft for himself a life of unparalleled brilliance. He possessed a clear understanding, a well-defined plan, ambition, yet remained pragmatic, adept at restraining his desires. Moreover, he was still young, in the prime of his striving years. Such individuals indeed harbor potential. However, this path would be fraught with challenges. The only variable within his control remained his own effort. Yet what if he lost his passion and could not persevere? Or if his efforts proved insufficient to mitigate the impact of the luck he had forfeited? The situation would not improve. Once a person perceives their efforts as futile, they may completely surrender, losing the will to strive and, consequently, their luck. Shui Yu had been granted the opportunity to alter his destiny, yet it was merely an opportunity. The ultimate outcome lay in his hands. Shui Yu also prompted Lin Yuan to contemplate a possibility. What if there truly existed an individual akin to Shui Yu who succeeded in achieving all he envisioned? Through countless transactions with the ghostly entity, realizing all their wishes, to what extent might that person evolve? Nevertheless, such success was indeed a formidable challenge, particularly for the wishers themselves. For Lin Yuan, as long as the other party can afford the price. Nothing is particularly difficult. Chapter 42. The Chronicler of Stories. Over a month later, in the evening, Su Xiaonan logged into her forum account, as was her custom. Maintaining this account and disseminating information about the wishful ghost immortal was her current task, and it was all she needed to focus on for the time being. On this forum, she had garnered a modicum of popularity. Several individuals had commented on her posts, and she had received private messages as well. Although the stories she shared about the wishful ghost immortal did not attract a vast audience, she still had a handful of loyal readers. Some of them frequently urged her to post updates. She felt a sense of accomplishment and even wondered if she truly possessed a talent for storytelling. Perhaps she could consider writing some online literature. However, that was merely a fleeting thought, for she had recently secured a job that left her utterly exhausted. Generally speaking, the comments beneath her posts, aside from those from her own alternate account, were either requests for updates or baseless criticisms, accompanied by some utterly nonsensical remarks. The newly added comments mostly fell into these categories, which she typically ignored and rarely responded to. However, today, one comment caught her attention. The wishful ghost immortal is indeed real. Following the methods described above, one can truly summon the ghost immortal a month ago. I merely wanted to give it a try, not expecting to actually summon the wishful ghost immortal. My wish to the ghost immortal was to enhance my social skills. Nevertheless, I advise everyone to proceed with caution and not to make wishes lightly. At the very least, one should contemplate what they truly need and how to compensate for the fortune they lack once their wish is granted. Otherwise, one may find themselves in an even worse predicament. The individual recounted his experience of summoning the ghost immortal, and Su Xiaonan was nearly convinced of its authenticity. It appeared another person had discovered the wishful ghost immortal through the post she shared. This person was somewhat different. While others wished for the ghost immortal to resolve certain issues for them, this individual sought the ability to solve problems himself. Was such a wish even permissible? Su Xiaonan felt a twinge of surprise, yet this person's actions had sparked a new train of thought. The ghost immortal, in response to any request, must respond. It could even enable a paralyzed individual to stand again or resurrect someone who had just passed away. Enhancing a person's capabilities in certain aspects should not be an insurmountable task. She sincerely hoped that once his wish was fulfilled, his life would improve. Su Xiaonan genuinely wished this person well. The information she had disseminated was not intended to bring misfortune, and if it could bring happiness, she would feel content, even if she received no gratitude in return. At least her conscience would remain clear. She then began to review the private messages, one from a loyal reader encouraging her to continue her creative endeavors. Another contained insults, which she retorted as usual. However, one particular private message piqued her interest. It was from the individual who claimed to have summoned the ghost immortal. Su Xiaonan promptly opened it to read. It had been a month since that person had summoned the ghost immortal, and she wondered if he had encountered any troubles. Although she could do little, she was willing to provide information to assist him if possible. "Beautiful lady, who are you? I have searched online for a long time and still cannot find the origin of the wishful ghost immortal that you mentioned. It seems you were the first to post about the ghost immortal online, though you have extensive knowledge about it." Su Xiaonan replied, "My understanding is not significantly greater than anyone else's. The wishful ghost immortal is merely a legend passed down through word of mouth." Known to very FEW.No1 had previously posted about it online. Although she was an envoy of the ghost immortal, it had not revealed any additional information to her. Her comprehension was only slightly deeper than that of an ordinary person. She knew that the ghost immortal desired more individuals to be aware of its existence, yet it seemed indifferent, adopting a "if it happens, it happens. If not, so be it" attitude. Otherwise, as an envoy of the ghost immortal, she would not be so leisurely. Shortly after sending her message, she received a reply from him. "All right, understood. But thank you anyway. You have made me aware of the ghost immortal. Previously, I was living in a haze, nearly losing faith in life, feeling that my existence held no hope. However, ever since I summoned the wishful ghost immortal that day, I suddenly felt my life transforming." Su Xiaonan inquired, "What has happened since your wish was granted? I saw your comment. It has been a month, hasn't it? Although I currently feel good about myself, the actual circumstances are not as favorable, and my wish to the ghost immortal was to achieve breakthroughs in my career and earn more money. However, my situation has not changed at all. My salary has not increased this month, and I am even more exhausted than before. Yet, I still believe it was worth it. Least I have felt fulfilled during this time, and my efforts have yielded visible results due to my improved abilities. It's just that my luck has been too poor." Upon reading the message from the other party, Su Xiaonan replied, "Could you share more about it with me?" She was eager to learn, viewing it as an opportunity to gather inspiration for her own stories, and it was also part of her task. Of course, no problem that he readily agreed and soon sent another message. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just keep encountering minor mishaps at work. I am a real estate agent, and recently, while riding my electric scooter to meet a client, I was in such a hurry that I nearly had an accident. Thankfully, I was cautious. Although I took a fall, my injuries were not severe, but I missed the appointment with the client. We had almost finalized everything, and the probability of closing the deal was very high. However, due to this incident, the client became somewhat upset and had reservations about our company, ultimately purchasing the property through another agent. Moreover, such unexpected occurrences have been frequent lately, and I have inexplicably lost several potential clients." He continued, "Just a few days ago, I truly felt helpless. There was a landlord looking to sell a property, and I had a great discussion with him. In the end, he decided to give me exclusive rights to sell that property. Although the house had a history of a death, categorizing it as a haunted property, the price was significantly lower, and I still managed to find a client. The client was quite satisfied with every aspect of the house, although he had a slight concern, which was mainly about negotiating the price. The landlord happened to have a friend who was a streamer, so he invited his friend to do a live stream in the house for a night. The intention was to demonstrate that the house was entirely fine and alleviate the buyer's doubts. However, his friend was utterly outrageous, playing a ghostly game during the stream, and, more absurdly, he actually summoned a spirit. He was so terrified that he fled immediately, and my client, having watched that live stream, you can imagine the outcome. Although the client was uncertain if the streamer was merely playing a prank, he nonetheless developed a reluctance and resolutely refused to purchase that house. Sigh, I've lost quite a few deals because of these incidents. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly been the top performer in the office this month." After absorbing the other party's experiences, Su Xiaonan replied, "This may be due to a sudden loss of luck. Your fortune has diminished. Therefore, it's wise to remain vigilant, but luck is not constant. Over time, perhaps your fortune will improve. Once you get past this hurdle, everything will turn out well. Yes, I asked the ghost immortal, and it conveyed the same message to me. I will be more cautious. How much luck have you lost? 3 points, that's not too bad. It's not a significant amount. I hope you can truly achieve your desires. The other person's genuine wish was clearly to acquire more wealth, yet he had not asked the ghost immortal for money. Instead, he wished to enhance his abilities and earn through his own efforts. Su Xiaonan sensed that the individual was still filled with passion. If he maintained this fervor, he might indeed attain commendable results. Thank you for your blessings. I also believe I can persevere. Although my luck seems to have taken a downturn, my personal abilities have noticeably improved, and at the very least, I have had more potential clients this month. It's just that due to my unfortunate luck, I lost those clients. Although I am not currently earning more than before, I am still relatively young and do not bear too much pressure. Money is important, but hope is even more significant for me. Reading this passage, Su Xiaonan could feel the other party's confidence in his future. Perhaps this wish would indeed bring him some positive changes. Or perhaps those changes had already begun to manifest. Although he had experienced some misfortune, it had not significantly affected his life. This indicated that he had indeed compensated for the impact of his lost luck through his own efforts. As long as he persisted, there was no reason he could not achieve his goals. She sincerely wished him well. The other party inquired, if the wishful ghost immortal truly exists, then are the stories you posted all genuine? Su Xiaonan did not conceal the truth, stating that while there were elements of adaptation, they were indeed based on real events. Most of the endings are tragic, but I believe my story will not be a tragedy. Will you rewrite my experiences into a story and publish it? Su Xiaonan smiled and replied, if you don't mind, I certainly will. I also hope for an ending that differs from the rest. If there are any developments later, I will inform you. Though the future remains uncertain, I would find solace in having someone to document these experiences for me. Wishing you the best of luck. After concluding the conversation with this individual, Su Xiaonan closed the chat window, only to notice a new private message at her. The username belonged to Shan Shan, who never arrives late, a name that stirred memories within her. Over 2 months ago, this person had made a wish to the ghost deity. She wondered how things were for her now. Su Xiaonan opened the message and read, Sister, can we meet? Chapter 43. A Secret in the Dead of Night. Wu Shanshan stood upon a bridge, phone in hand, engaged in a call. Chen Lin Han, after evading me for so long, you finally answered. Her voice was not particularly loud, yet her expression was one of extreme ferocity, imbued with an overwhelming sense of hatred. The girl who once evoked her envy and admiration had now become the object of her profound loathing. She wished nothing more than to rend this person to pieces. On the other end, Chen Lin Han fell silent for a moment before responding with an apologetic tone. Wu Shanshan, I'm sorry, I can understand how you feel right now, and I know you must be angry with me, even harboring hatred. However, you cannot place all the blame on me. I was unaware. As soon as I learned the truth, I informed you. Wu Shanshan's face contorted further, her alluring and graceful attire clashing with her demeanor. So it's my misfortune, is it? That's not what I meant. Chen Lin Han's voice quivered with anxiety. If you must assign blame, it should be directed at him. Yes, Wen Yin. All of this stems from him. I am well aware that he is the true culprit, but you are hardly innocent yourself. Wu Shanshan's tone was laced not only with intense hatred but also with a hint of murderous intent. She longed to eliminate her adversary at that very moment. Don't think you can hide and evade responsibility. Just wait. If I ever lay eyes on you, you will discover the extent of your misfortune. In a fit of rage, Wu Shanshan hung up the call, realizing that further words were futile. Her opponent was resolutely determined to avoid her, and she had no means to confront Chen Lin Han. As for Wen Yin, he too was eluding her grasp. She was consumed by ire, yet had no outlet for it. Gripping the railing of the bridge with both hands, she gazed down into the icy waters below, her eyes reflecting the chill of the river. Her heart, too, was gradually succumbing to frost. Recent events replayed in her mind like a series of grotesque images. Ironically, she had once believed her fortune lay in those occurrences. Only now did she comprehend that they were but a demonic lure leading her into the abyss. The ghost deity had granted her wishes, yet it was the same entity that had wrought her current state. It had the power to assist her but chose not to. Initially, she had felt immense gratitude towards the ghost deity. The money it provided had indeed alleviated her troubles. However, the so-called deity was merely a monster masquerading as a benefactor. Its true malevolence now exposed. Yet, how could she confront a ghost when she couldn't even locate Qinlin Han and Wen Yin? Her anger could not be directed towards the ghost deity. Now she understood. Heavenly rewards do not simply fall from the sky. Only traps await. Everything had conspired to lead her into a snare, and she had only realized this after it was too late. Her life lay in ruins, devoid of any hope for redemption. Though she remained alive, her existence felt no different from death. No, to live in such a manner was far more torturous. There was another individual who had played a role in her descent into darkness. That person, too, deserved to suffer. If one were to trace the roots of her misfortune, it would lead back to that individual. Had they not tempted her to summon the ghost deity, none of this would have transpired. Her eyes blazed with a sinister intensity as she retrieved her phone and sent a message. "Sister, can we meet?" Uncertain if the recipient would respond. After all, they had never met and were complete strangers. She felt compelled to reach out. Yet, that individual was the source of her current plight. She stared at her phone, eagerly awaiting a reply. When it finally arrived, her expression morphed into one of ferocity. "Have you encountered trouble? It seems you anticipated my predicament." She scoffed, clenching her fists. "I will ensure you face trouble too." Su Xiaonan gazed at the message, taking a deep breath. It had been 2 months since she last heard from this person, and she had not reached out either. She understood that something grave must have transpired. When this girl made her wish to the ghost deity, Su Xiaonan had cautioned her, yet the warning had fallen on deaf ears. She had been utterly unconcerned about the repercussions. Su Xiaonan had sensed that trouble was inevitable for this girl. However, feeling responsible for the consequences, she couldn't turn a blind eye. She resolved to do what she could. She promptly replied, "What's wrong? Why the sudden request to meet? Are you in trouble?" Not long after sending her message, she received a response. "What makes you say that?" Su Xiaonan frowned. Could she have misjudged the situation? "It's just curious that you would suddenly contact me." "How are you doing now?" "I'm doing well, actually. Speaking of which, I owe you a hearty thanks." Su Xiaonan swiftly typed her reply. Her typing skills had improved significantly over this time. "Thank me for what?" "For introducing me to the ghost deity. Without you, I would have never known about its existence, nor would I be in my current situation, so I'm truly grateful to you." "That's unnecessary. You already thanked me before. Remember? Besides, it was the ghost deity that granted your wish. If you wish to express gratitude, you should direct it towards the ghost deity." She recalled that the girl had already expressed her thanks when summoning the ghost deity and having her wish fulfilled. However, Su Xiaonan was reluctant to accept such gratitude. If those who wished upon the ghost deity were only grateful when their outcomes were favorable, it implied that they would place blame upon her if things went awry. Hence, she wished to avoid any expressions of thanks. If there was gratitude to be given, let it be to the ghost deity. If there were grievances, let them also be directed at the ghost deity. She merely disseminated the information and did not wish to bear such burdens. That's not the same. If it weren't for you, I would never have summoned the ghost deity. Moreover, the ghost deity wouldn't care whether I thanked it or not. Indeed, the ghost deity lacked the emotional nuances of humanity, being a ghost after all. Su Xiaonan pondered for a moment before replying. "What transpired after your wish? Can you share it with me? Let us meet and talk." "Sister, I truly want to see you face to face and discuss everything." "Can we? But I'm quite busy," she replied, though in truth, she merely lacked the desire to venture out and meet this person. The girl was expressing her gratitude now, but what if future troubles arose? That gratitude could swiftly turn into resentment. "Sister, please agree. I genuinely wish to meet you. Consider it a small wish of mine." Seeing the girl's pleading tone, Su Xiaonan felt exasperated. Yet, as a woman, she was not easily swayed by such tactics. The more the girl insisted on meeting, the less inclined she felt to do so. Another message arrived. "Sister, my insistence on meeting isn't solely due to gratitude. There is something extremely important I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" Su Xiaonan sensed an urgency in the girl's tone. Convinced that there was something significant at play that warranted a face-to-face meeting. "It concerns the ghost deity and should be of great importance to you. It's a vital secret that the ghost deity revealed to me during my wish." Reluctantly, Su Xiaonan considered the intriguing nature of the secret related to the ghost deity. What could this girl possibly know? Why couldn't she share it online? "It's not possible. I must tell you in person. Once we meet, you'll understand why I must do this." Also, I see that your IP address is from Zhengzhou, so we shouldn't be too far apart. Su Xiaonan's curiosity was piqued. All right, when and where? How about tomorrow morning at Zhengzhou Square? Is that convenient for you? If not, we can choose another location. Zhengzhou Square is one of the most bustling areas in Zhengzhou City, filled with numerous large shopping malls and commercial streets. Frequented by many. It was not too far from her location. She could arrive in about 20 to 30 minutes. Besides, she didn't have to work tomorrow, giving her ample time. All right, tomorrow morning it is. How about 10 o'clock? Great, sister. It's a promise. We must meet. They exchanged contact information, and the girl sent her the exact address, Su Xiaonan then learned that the girl's name was Wu Shanshan. Upon viewing her profile picture, Su Xiaonan guessed she was likely younger, perhaps still in university. What secret could this be? Su Xiaonan found herself unable to fathom it, nor did she wish to speculate further. She would discover everything in due time. Chapter 44, Do Not Move Recklessly. At 9:50 a.m., Su Xiaonan arrived promptly at Zhengzhou Square, following the address provided by Wu Shanshan to a CAF. She scanned the establishment from the entrance and soon spotted a girl seated in a corner. Despite the sparse number of patrons, she easily recognized Wu Shanshan from her social media avatar. Wu Shanshan was engrossed in her phone, but sensing Su Xiaonan's gaze, she looked up. The gazes of the two individuals locked in a moment of recognition. Is that you, Sister Nan? I am Wu Shanshan. Wu Shanshan also recognized her, rising to her feet and turning towards her with a polite smile gracing her face. As she spoke, she waved enthusiastically at Su Xiaonan. Hello, I'm Su Xiaonan. Su Xiaonan approached and took a seat opposite her. Wu Shanshan continued her warm greeting. Please, have a seat, Sister Nan. Just yesterday, after they exchanged contact information, they had only engaged in brief conversation, merely sharing their names. However, this girl seemed rather familiar, incessantly calling her sister, which made Su Xiaonan feel a tad embarrassed. Su Xiaonan placed her bag on the table and sat down in the chair across from Wu Shanshan. I hope I haven't kept you waiting long. Wu Shanshan quickly shook her head. Smiling, not at all, I just arrived, and it isn't even 10 o'clock yet. Su Xiaonan's gaze rested on Wu Shanshan's face. She had always assumed Wu Shanshan to be a naive and straightforward girl. Yet, gazing at Wu Shanshan's countenance, she found that smile rather peculiar. This person exuded a depth that unsettled her, and the smile seemed to mask something hidden beneath. Sister Nan, what would you like to order? Wu Shanshan inquired, handing over the menu. Anything is fine, Su Xiaonan replied, pushing the menu back towards her. You decide. I have no preferences. Wu Shanshan summoned the waiter and ordered 2 cups of coffee along with some pastries. After the waiter departed, Su Xiaonan leaned in and asked softly, What made you want to find me suddenly? What is this secret about the ghostly immortals? Su Xiaonan had chosen to meet, primarily due to Wu Shanshan's mention of the ghostly immortals secret. Of course, she was also curious about Wu Shanshan's experiences during this time. She intended to document everything and adapt it into a story to share online. Wu Shanshan smiled, revealing a few pearly whites. Don't be hasty, Sister Nan. It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly as we enjoy our coffee together. Su Xiaonan nodded, her gaze still fixed on Wu Shanshan's face. Suddenly, she understood why Wu Shanshan's smile seemed unusual. It was as if her smile was a performance. Not just the smile, but everything about her seemed staged. What's wrong, Sister Nan? Do I have something on my face? Wu Shanshan's voice broke Su Xiaonan's train of thought, and she quickly shook her head. No, nothing at all. Please, continue. At that moment, the waiter brought their orders to the table. 2 cups of coffee and some snacks, placing them in front of them. Wu Shanshan lifted her coffee cup, gently blowing on it before taking a sip and leisurely stating, Sister Nan, if it weren't for you, I would have never known about the existence of ghostly immortals. I truly owe you my gratitude. Wu Shanshan's tone of thanks felt somewhat peculiar, yet Su Xiaonan did not perceive it. She shook her head. It's nothing. I merely shared some stories. There's really no need to thank me. Where should I begin? Let me start from the first time I summoned a ghostly immortal. Wu Shanshan began recounting her experiences. Some time ago, I found myself in urgent need of money due to certain circumstances, which were critical for me at that time. I felt overwhelmed by the situation and was quite agitated. Su Xiaonan glanced at Wu Shanshan's attire and the expensive bag she had placed on the table. They appeared rather costly. It seemed perplexing that Wu Shanshan would be in need of money. Still in school, with no income, yet using such extravagant items, one would question why she was lacking funds. She nodded, encouraging Wu Shanshan to continue. I saw the post you shared. And although I thought it was implausible, I genuinely hoped that the ghostly immortal from your story was real. With a somewhat playful mindset, I sent you a private message. Upon receiving your response, my curiosity was ignited. Thus, I decided to give it a try. To be honest, had you not replied the way you did, I might never have attempted it. Su Xiaonan felt a bit embarrassed. Her intention in responding to Wu Shanshan was to dissuade her from trying. Yet the outcome was quite the opposite. Wu Shanshan continued. What surprised me was that the ghostly immortal really did appear. I was terrified at first, but I quickly calmed down as I began to communicate with the ghostly immortal. I discovered that they were quite amiable, completely altering my preconceived notions about ghosts. I felt no fear at all. Thus, I made a wish to the ghostly immortal, asking for some money to alleviate my pressing situation. Before long, I found an additional 100,000 yuan in my bank account. After finishing her account, Wu Shanshan looked at Su Xiaonan. You must be aware of all this, right? Su Xiaonan nodded, recalling how excited Wu Shanshan had been when she sent her a message, urging her not to make any further wishes. What happened next? Did you summon the ghostly immortal again? Wu Shanshan nodded, letting out a sigh. That's just how people are. If something is too easily obtained, they won't cherish it. When you can acquire so much money just by making wishes, it surely dissipates quickly. Moreover, shortly after my wish was granted, I started dating a boyfriend who had returned from studying abroad. He was handsome, wealthy, and generous with his money. I didn't want him to perceive me as merely a woman who spends his money. So when he gifted me expensive presents, I felt compelled to reciprocate. Consequently, I spent most of that money in a short time. My boyfriend's birthday was also fast approaching, and I had promised to give him a gift. He believed my family was affluent, so I had to be generous in my expenditure. Otherwise, it would not only seem insincere but also tarnish my image. No wonder you found yourself in financial trouble. Su Xiaonan mused internally. And what happened afterward? You didn't summon the ghostly immortal again to wish for more money, did you? Yes, Sister Nan, you guessed it correctly, Wu Shanshan replied with a knowing smile. I summoned the ghostly immortal again, requesting another sum of 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaonan's concern deepened. Didn't I remind you not to casually wish upon ghostly immortals? What happened after you made that wish? Wu Shanshan's smile remained. Sister Nan, why not take a guess? Su Xiaonan furrowed her brows in contemplation. Wu Shanshan was already someone who spent lavishly and couldn't restrain her desires, treating misfortune as inconsequential. Logically, a person like her would have encountered incessant troubles by now. Su Xiaonan had only experienced a minor stroke of bad luck and had suffered injuries in quick succession. Wu Shanshan's circumstances would undoubtedly be more severe. So why did Wu Shanshan express gratitude towards her? Su Xiaonan realized that perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope, and this hope was likely linked to the secret Wu Shanshan had mentioned. Su Xiaonan shook her head. I can't guess. Perhaps you should tell me. Is it related to the secret of the ghostly immortals? Wu Shanshan nodded, smiling. Sister Nan, you are quite perceptive. Indeed it is. I sought out the ghostly immortal once more for an additional 100,000 yuan, and with this amount, my troubles were resolved. I am truly grateful to the ghostly immortal. Without it, I would have been at a loss for what to do. Su Xiaonan sighed, realizing that relying on the ghostly immortal to effortlessly fulfill one's wishes would only lead to insatiable desires. Desire, like a flood unleashed, would inundate everything in its path. Suddenly, Wu Shanshan's expression shifted dramatically as she looked at Su Xiaonan. Sister Nan, do you think I have become utterly depraved? Su Xiaonan contemplated nodding but felt it inappropriate, as they were still not well acquainted. Instead, she shook her head. It is understandable. Perhaps most people would be like that. It is easy to transition from simplicity to luxury, but the reverse is far more challenging. Wu Shanshan blinked. Yes, I have also come to realize that what I am doing is wrong. Yet, I find myself unable to control it. I truly cannot. Knowing that there lies a chasm ahead, I can only take one step at a time. For at that moment, I was desperate not to lose everything I had. After finishing her thought, she took another sip of coffee, then grabbed her bag and rose to her feet. Sister Nan, please wait a moment. I need to use the restroom. Su Xiaonan nodded. While she was indeed curious about the secret Wu Shanshan spoke of regarding the ghostly immortals, she was not in a hurry. After Wu Shanshan left, she idly perused her phone, sipping her coffee and nibbling on the pastries laid out before them. Before long, she heard the sound of Wu Shanshan's footsteps approaching from behind, and she put her phone down to glance back. Wu Shanshan nodded at her and walked over, but instead of returning to her seat, She stood beside Su Xiaonan. Looking up at Wu Shanshan, she asked, "What's wrong? Sister Nan, please remain still." Suddenly, Wu Shanshan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Moments ago, she had embodied a lively and cheerful girl, but now she seemed to transform into a woman with sinister depth. Her hand rested on Su Xiaonan's back, her expression contorted with malice and resentment. "Sister Nan, you would do well not to move. I possess something in my hand, and should it prick you, I assure you, you will regret it for a lifetime. Present, I can still control it. But should you choose to act rashly, the consequences would be dire." Chapter 45. Her revenge. Hearing Wu Shanshan's words, Su Xiaonan's face paled, a chill creeping up her spine, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Wu Shanshan's words were laced with threats and bitterness. Sensing the aura emanating from her, Su Xiaonan had no doubt that this woman wished to dismantle her completely. As Su Xiaonan prepared to take action, Wu Shanshan's piercing gaze swept over her, coldly stating, "You would do well to believe me. I am capable of it. Do not alert anyone nor make any sudden movements. However, if you are intent on seeking your own demise, I shan't stop you." Su Xiaonan's eyes darted around, and from the corner of her vision, she noticed that Wu Shanshan was holding a syringe, its needle ominously aimed at her back. "What do you intend to do?" Su Xiaonan felt a surge of panic. She had no idea what the syringe contained. However, judging by Wu Shanshan's demeanor, it was undoubtedly something perilous, likely a poison of some kind. She struggled to regain her composure, striving to suppress the urge to flee. The slightest movement could result in that needle piercing her skin. Observing Su Xiaonan's compliance, Wu Shanshan continued, "Sister Nan, didn't you want to know what has transpired with me? I will reveal everything to you now. After receiving that sum of money, I purchased a birthday gift for my boyfriend. Spending over 20,000 on his birthday, I presented him with the gift, and he was overjoyed. He even gifted me a necklace, claiming it was worth more than 40,000. But that was merely his assertion. In reality, the necklace was nothing more than a piece of trash, not even a high imitation. Worth at most a few hundred." Wu Shanshan's expression grew increasingly animated, her face contorting into a sinister grimace. At that time, I was blissfully unaware, convinced that everything he gifted me was genuine, luxurious, but in truth, they were all imitations. Behind my back, he derided me as a vain, unworldly gold digger, delighted by a heap of worthless trinkets. Wu Shanshan chuckled bitterly, shaking her head. Regrettably, I realized far too late. Reflecting upon it now, I was nothing more than a joke. It is no surprise he spoke of me that way. I do possess a penchant for vanity, yet my family's circumstances cannot sustain such pretensions. I in university. Witnessing several affluent girls in my dorm donning expensive garments and carrying luxury bags made me feel like a rustic bumpkin. I felt utterly inferior, and in my desperation to bridge that gap, I resorted to borrowing money online. Only recently, when I found myself unable to repay my debts, did I consider seeking help from the supernatural. Unfortunately, from that point onwards, I spiraled deeper into despair, and now I find myself ensnared in a chasm from which there seems to be no escape. Tears streamed down Wu Shanshan's face, a manifestation of her genuine remorse. Just a single misstep had led her life to this dismal state. In hindsight, her cravings for vanity seemed utterly senseless. Moreover, the lives of those she envied were not as idyllic as she had imagined. The girls she longed to emulate merely projected an alluring facade, concealing inner turmoil. Wu Shanshan's expression was fraught with complexity. Had she known all of this sooner, her fate would have been entirely different. Among the 3 girls in her dorm, 2 shared similar family backgrounds with her. Their seemingly endless resources were merely a result of their relationships with men in their 30s or 40s. Yet even so, most of the luxury items they flaunted were high-quality fakes. Even Chen Linyan, whom she had envied, though her family was somewhat better off, was not as glamorous as she appeared. Her car was an older used model, far from expensive, and many of her clothes and bags were counterfeit. Regrettably, she had been oblivious to these truths at the time, fixated on competing with them. Looking back now, she realized she had been foolish. Su Xiaonan began to comprehend the grim reality of Wu Shanshan's situation. Wu Shanshan's resentment towards her was palpable, a desire to eliminate her. Su Xiaonan scoffed. "What are you trying to convey with all this? You hardly seem remorseful." Wu Shanshan shook her head. "You will soon understand. This all stems from my boyfriend. When he presented me with such extravagant gifts, I was genuinely touched. That evening, I intended to return to my dorm, but he made more intimate advances. Despite knowing each other for just over a month, I thought his generous gestures indicated true affection. I acquiesced. I felt I had no choice. Refusing him after he had spent so much would only incite his anger. From that moment on, we began spending more time together. And then? Su Xiaonan furrowed her brow, feigning interest while internally plotting her escape. However, extricating herself was proving to be exceedingly difficult. The syringe loomed too closely. The mere act of reaching for her phone could provoke Wu Shanshan's ire. Thus, she resolved to remain still. Wu Shanshan continued. A few days ago, Chen Linyan called me with alarming news. That revelation shattered the illusion of happiness I had clung to. Rendering me a mere fool, Su Xiaonan inquired, "What happened? Did your boyfriend cheat on you?" Wu Shanshan shook her head. "If it were merely that, I wouldn't be in such dire straits." Suddenly, she laughed, but the mirth was laced with malevolence. Had I not neglected to engage with the supernatural, none of this would have transpired. Therefore, you are the root of it all, Sister Nan. How should I express my gratitude to you? A chill coursed through Su Xiaonan at Wu Shanshan's words, which seemed to carry an array of hidden daggers. Those icy blades pierced her very being. At that moment, Su Xiaonan was restless, longing to stand and flee. Sister Nan, please sit. Don't you wish to hear the rest of the story? It is of utmost importance to you. Wu Shanshan's voice was tinged with madness and intense hatred. Su Xiaonan hesitated under her gaze, but ultimately chose to remain seated. After a moment, Wu Shanshan leaned closer and whispered, "My boyfriend has known Chen Linyan since childhood. They were once classmates. It was Chen Linyan who introduced us a few days ago. She called to inform me that during the years my boyfriend spent abroad, his private life was utterly chaotic. Recently, he was diagnosed with a disease. Guess what it is?" A flicker of panic surged within Su Xiaonan. "What does that have to do with me?" she thought, already suspecting the answer but too terrified to voice it. Merely the thought of those two words made her tremble. She finally grasped the nature of the syringe in Wu Shanshan's hand. "How could it not concern you? You are the source of it all." Nan, sister." Wu Shanshan leaned in closer, her voice a mere whisper, akin to the buzz of a mosquito. Yet Su Xiaonan heard the words clearly, filling her with dread and despair. AIDS. Chapter 46. Harnessing power. Su Xiaonan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The urge to rise coursing through her, yet Wu Shanshan pressed her down. She dared not make any sudden movements, knowing that provoking Wu Shanshan would only worsen her plight. Gradually, she regained her composure. Although she might not necessarily contract the virus, the thought of it filled her with revulsion and fear, akin to a toxic toad suddenly crawling onto her foot, from which she could not shake off. Though people generally understood that HIV was not easily transmitted, most would shun any contact with such individuals. Society would label them as having a chaotic private life, subjecting them to disdain and scorn. Even sharing a meal with them would be unacceptable to many, let alone the present circumstance, where Wu Shanshan held a syringe aimed at her. "Don't move, Sister Nan. Any sudden motion could lead to disaster." Wu Shanshan's tone held a playful edge, yet it was chilling. "The syringe contains my blood. After Chen Linyan's revelation, I went to the hospital for an antibody test. I believe you can guess the outcome. But you cannot fathom the depths of my despair at that moment. It felt as though the entire world had lost its meaning." Su Xiaonan lowered her gaze to the table. "Shouldn't your wrath be directed at that man? He is the one who transmitted the virus to you. They have long since hidden away, too fearful to face me. But your attempt to shift blame is futile," Wu Shanshan retorted with a cold laugh. "It seems you anticipated my misfortune all along. According to your reasoning, the supernatural robbed me of my luck, leading to this outcome, correct? You, or the so-called supernatural, are the true source of it all. You could seek the supernatural for help. It can even resurrect the dead. Surely it could save you too." Wu Shanshan's expression darkened. "Dio, you think I haven't considered that? I sought its assistance the very day I received my diagnosis. But it told me I could not afford the price. My fortune has already been squandered." In a furious whisper, Wu Shanshan exclaimed, "It is this entity that has caused my plight, yet it refuses to save me. It is a demon. I am powerless against it, but you? Well, you are left with no choice." Su Xiaonan felt a shiver run down her spine. "What you are doing is illegal. Do you think I care?" She realized then that Wu Shanshan had lost her sanity, capable of committing any act. Negotiation was futile. She slowly opened her clenched fist, staring at her hand. A token-like object faintly materialized in her palm. Inscribed with a single character, a wish, this was bestowed upon her by the otherworldly spirit. As a messenger, she is able to harness the spirit's power, albeit in a highly limited capacity. The extent of the power she can wield is contingent upon the karmic debt she has incurred for the spirit, essentially reflecting what she has sacrificed for it. She remains uncertain about the exact magnitude of the power available to her. Nevertheless, at this moment, she can only hope that this object will prove effective. Su Xiaonan slightly lifted her head and glanced at Wu Shanshan, contemplating that even if you were afflicted, you would not perish. You still have a lengthy lifespan ahead. There is no need for such drastic measures. Your actions will only bring harm upon yourself. Moreover, even if you harbor hatred towards me, it does not guarantee that you can inflict any real damage. If you cease your actions now, I shall consider this an incident that never transpired, and I will refrain from contacting the authorities. You speak so lightly, as if the contagion does not affect you. Very well, since you appear indifferent, then allow yourself to experience the same torment that I endure. Wu Shanshan's gaze transformed into one of sheer malevolence as she thrust the syringe towards Su Xiaonan. Yet, in the next instant, Wu Shanshan let out a sudden cry of pain, her wrist seemingly struck by an icy force. The chilling agony coursed through her wrist, causing her to drop the syringe in her grasp. Wu Shanshan's face was etched with astonishment as she stumbled back, examining her wrist, finding no trace of injury. And the strange pain had dissipated. Su Xiaonan hastily rose, a flicker of delight illuminating her expression. The power lent to her by the spirit was unexpectedly effective. She quickly kicked the syringe away and turned her gaze towards Wu Shanshan. "Who on earth are you?" Wu Shanshan's countenance was filled with terror. She still could not comprehend the bizarre occurrence, as if Su Xiaonan possessed some extraordinary power. Su Xiaonan shook her head, anger and disappointment mingling on her face. "I extended an opportunity to you. Had you relinquished your intentions earlier, I might have spared you, for you were not yet beyond redemption. But now, I am left with no choice but to alert the authorities." Upon saying this, she reached for her phone on the table, but Wu Shanshan's expression shifted abruptly. She drew a knife from her bag and lunged frantically at Su Xiaonan. "What gives you the right to lecture me? You shall perish." Reacting swiftly to Wu Shanshan's reckless advance, Su Xiaonan kicked a nearby chair into the path between them. Having experienced the spirit's bestowal of power, she felt an unwavering confidence in her ability to evade harm from Wu Shanshan. Furthermore, she had consistently engaged in fitness activities and had a few sets of dumbbells at home that she practiced with during her leisure. While she might not match a man in strength, Wu Shanshan, with her slender arms and legs, seemed like an opponent she could easily best, if not for the knife in her hand. The chair obstructed Wu Shanshan's charge, colliding against her legs. Yet, she felt no pain. Forcefully pushing the chair aside and continuing her relentless pursuit of Su Xiaonan. With no avenue for escape, Su Xiaonan could only once again draw upon the spirit's power. A sharp pain surged through Wu Shanshan's hand, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Seizing the moment of her daze, Su Xiaonan surged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Wu Shanshan. At this point, she felt no sympathy. That kick was delivered with full force. Wu Shanshan staggered back, crashing into a table behind her. "What is happening?" A staff member from the CAF, noticing the commotion, rushed over to inquire. This staff member was a tall young man in his 20s, and Su Xiaonan shouted at him, "Quickly call the police. She has gone mad and is trying to kill me." Wu Shanshan's face twisted in resentment and despair, her expression contorted. "Indeed, you are connected to that spirit. You are the reason I have become this way. You all deserve to perish." In that moment, she appeared utterly deranged, lunging forward once more. At this juncture, she had cast aside all concerns and fears. She seized Su Xiaonan, attempting to bite down on her. For a moment, Su Xiaonan found it difficult to push her away. However, the CAF staff rushed in, restraining Wu Shanshan alongside Su Xiaonan. Despite being pinned to the ground, Wu Shanshan struggled fiercely, her strength seemingly augmented, making it a challenge for them to hold her down. At that moment, Su Xiaonan noticed Wu Shanshan's pupils had become unfocused, as if she had lost her sanity. Has she truly lost her mind? Chapter 47. Seeds of doubt. Before long, the police arrived, subduing the frenzied Wu Shanshan and taking her away. After gathering information, Su Xiaonan was summoned to the police station to assist with the investigation and provide her statement. Others at the scene were collecting evidence and reviewing surveillance footage. In an office at the police station, Su Xiaonan awaited the officer who would take her statement. After a while, a man in his 30s dressed in uniform entered. At first glance, Su Xiaonan found him somewhat familiar. Before she could speak, the officer initiated the conversation. What a coincidence. Do you remember me? Officer Zhao, if I'm not mistaken. Su Xiaonan recalled their previous encounters. This was indeed their third meeting. When Li Xian had died, Zhang Huihui had been considered a suspect, and Officer Zhao had visited her in the hospital to inquire about certain details. Later, when Zhang Huihui encountered her own troubles, Officer Zhao had sought her out again. Su Xiaonan remembered his name, Zhao Yinhui. Her impression of him was not particularly favorable. It wasn't that he had done anything wrong. It was simply that he had treated her as a suspect during their initial meetings, asking her numerous questions that had left her feeling somewhat irked. This officer was astute and had a penchant for probing into details, which had overwhelmed her at the time. Yet, this was merely Zhao Yinhui's commitment to his duties. Yes, you remember correctly, Zhao Yinhui nodded, indicating that their paths had indeed crossed by fate. Su Xiaonan understood that he was not trying to forge a rapport. His words carried an undercurrent of suspicion. In truth, Su Xiaonan also felt that something was amiss. Within such a short span, she had found herself entangled in numerous incidents, all of which were of a criminal nature. However, she could not voice her concerns. Forcing a smile as she replied, "It is indeed quite a coincidence." Zhao Yinhui's expression shifted back to seriousness. "How did you come to know her?" Following this, he added, referring to Wu Shanshan, "We are not well acquainted. We met online. I have been writing stories on the internet, and she is one of my readers." Su Xiaonan recounted the circumstances of her acquaintance with Wu Shanshan. She deliberately omitted the details of Wu Shanshan truly summoning the spirit. It was crucial that her identity as the spirit's messenger remained concealed. While this matter might not affect the spirit, it could have repercussions for her. Fortunately, she had not engaged in any actions that would leave the authorities with concrete evidence against her. Even if the police were to scrutinize their conversations, she would firmly assert that they were merely jesting, a playful interaction between an author and her readers. As a writer, it was entirely normal to share such banter with those engaging with her work. Even if the truth were to emerge, she would maintain that she had no knowledge of the spirit's authenticity. Zhao Yinhui typed swiftly on his keyboard, transcribing Su Xiaonan's account. His expression remained neutral, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Subsequently, he inquired, "Do you know why she insisted on meeting you?" Su Xiaonan shook her head immediately, stating, "Initially, I was unaware. She insisted on telling me that she had summoned the spirit and claimed to have a secret to share. While I was skeptical, I felt a tinge of curiosity to understand what she was about, so I agreed to meet her. It was only when she pointed the syringe at me that I finally realized she was not just unwell. There were deeper issues at play." That Su Xiaonan pointed to her head. "I believe she must have been mentally unstable for quite some time. After all, being afflicted with HIV is a tremendous burden that is incredibly difficult to bear." Su Xiaonan suddenly realized that her ability to lie had significantly improved. Remarkably, she felt no nervousness whatsoever. The falsehoods flowed effortlessly from her lips. Zhao Yinhui said nothing in response. In fact, Wu Shanshan had indeed gone mad. At present, Wu Shanshan remained at the police station, incessantly spouting nonsensical ramblings, lunging at anyone she encountered with the intent to bite or claw. Her mental state had deteriorated severely. After posing a few more questions, Zhao Yinhui printed out the documents from the computer and placed them before Su Xiaonan, requesting her signature. Su Xiaonan meticulously reviewed the contents, confirmed their accuracy, and then inscribed her name upon the paper. "Is that sufficient, Officer Zhao?" she inquired, glancing at Zhao Yinhui. "Am I free to leave?" Zhao Yinhui nodded, smiling, and replied, "Yes, you may go. Thank you for your cooperation." "Then I shall take my leave," Su Xiaonan said, feeling a sense of relief as she gathered her belongings and prepared to exit, only for Zhao Yinhui to call out to her unexpectedly. "Wait a moment." Su Xiaonan froze, her previously relaxed demeanor tensing once more. She turned around and asked, "What is it?" "I have one more question for you." "Not in my capacity as a police officer, but as an individual," Zhao Yinhui said, his smile carrying an enigmatic weight. "Is that acceptable?" His tone suggested that Su Xiaonan would find it difficult to refuse. A flicker of unease coursed through her, yet her expression remained composed. "Of course, please ask." Zhao Yinhui began, "Does the wish-granting spirit you wrote about truly exist?" Su Xiaonan felt the atmosphere around her grow suddenly colder. Why would Zhao Yinhui pose such a question? Had he uncovered something? After a brief pause, she shook her head and replied with a smile. Officer Zhao, rather than asking me, why not try summoning it yourself in the dead of night and see if you succeed? Zhao Yinhui nodded, chuckling softly. He certainly did not believe in such absurdities. Nevertheless, he keenly sensed that Su Xiaonan appeared to be concealing something. If there is nothing else, then farewell. Su Xiaonan waved her hand and turned to leave, inwardly wishing never to cross paths again. Upon exiting the police station, she immediately shed her outer garment and discarded it. The clothing now felt repugnant to her. Once home, she changed into an entirely new outfit, tossing all her previous clothing into the trash. Some of those garments had been recently purchased, and she felt a pang of regret over their loss. However, thoughts of Wu Shanshan compelled her to part with them. Reflecting on the day's events filled her with dread, leaving her with lingering trepidation. Were it not for the power of the spirit, Wu Shanshan's retribution might have already been realized. Clearly, she must exercise greater caution in the future and refrain from meeting others indiscriminately. She sensed that matters concerning the spirit could escalate, as the creator of those tales, her identity would inevitably become sensitive. Although she had committed no crime, who could predict the outcome? Zhao Yinhui's final question was not posed lightly. It felt like a probe, suggesting that a seed of doubt had been sown in his mind. Perhaps the police would not take any drastic measures against her, but these circumstances would certainly not bode well for her. Why did she suddenly feel as though she had become a criminal? Su Xiaonan tapped her head, overwhelmed by a sense of anxiety. The troubles instigated by the spirit left her untouched, yet she bore the brunt of their consequences. If she continued to disseminate those stories, it was only a matter of time before calamity struck. Spirit, you wouldn't truly wish to bring about my demise, would you? Su Xiaonan prayed, aware that her supplications held no weight. Her understanding of the spirit was limited, yet she knew well that it possessed little in the way of emotion and would not care for her well-being. All the troubles it attracted would be hers to resolve. Chapter 48. Please, Spirit of the Pin. At present, Lin Yuan's wish power stood at 3.4. In terms of energy, he remained at the lower echelons among wandering souls. However, it must be noted that within this realm, those more powerful than him were exceedingly rare. After all, the underworld enforcers were not idle. In most instances, spirits were dealt with before they could grow into formidable entities. This world simply did not possess the conditions conducive to the emergence of mighty specters. Hence, even disregarding his unique abilities, Lin Yuan could hardly be deemed weak from an energy standpoint. Yet, few individuals sought his wishes. Even Su Xiaonan had made her utmost effort, but the wish-granting spirit still struggled to attain notoriety in such a short span. In this world, the prevailing belief held that ghosts did not exist. Introducing a new concept to the populace invariably demanded time. Moreover, individuals outside this city were unable to summon him. Even if they learned of the wish-granting spirit and attempted to invoke it, they would likely dismiss it as mere fiction. At this juncture, it was already past 1 a.m. when Lin Yuan suddenly sensed a surge of wish power emanating from a distance. Upon further investigation, he discerned that the individual was not attempting to summon the wish-granting spirit, but was engaged in ants with the spirit of the pin. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The person's desire to encounter a ghost provided him an opportunity to enhance his presence. Following the trail of the wish power, he arrived at the designated location. Upon encountering the summoner, Lin Yuan noted with surprise that it was someone he recognized. However, this familiarity was merely his own interpretation. To the other person, they were evidently strangers. Lin Yuan had seen him just days prior when this individual had attempted to hold ants, resulting in Lin Yuan's own unexpected appearance, which had frightened the man into fleeing, a testament to his timid nature. This time, having chosen a different venue, it was curious that he dared to engage in such games once more. Having summoned the spirit of the pin on 2 occasions, it was clear that they were somewhat fated to cross paths. Of course, the primary reason lay in the scarcity of spirits. It was likely that Lin Yuan was the only ghost in that vicinity. Thus, whether the individual sought to summon a spirit or not, it would invariably be Lin Yuan who manifested. Yet, this person acknowledged the existence of ghosts and still dared to play such games. Surely, he would not be frightened off again this time. Lin Yuan extended his hand and grasped the pin, letting his eerie aura seep into the other's grasp. In that instant, the man before him opened his eyes wide. glancing around in a state of alarm, his expression a complex amalgamation of fear and astonishment. Even though he could not see, he could certainly feel. Another hand gripped the pin alongside his, mirroring the circumstances of his previous invocation of the spirit of the pin. Sure enough, not long after, the pin began to move uncontrollably across the paper, drawing a perfectly round circle, as if crafted with a compass. He shivered, his breath growing heavy, a primal urge to flee welling up within him. Yet he managed to restrain himself. The spirit of the pin had indeed appeared, which was precisely what he had desired. Gazing at the circle upon the paper, he slowly inquired, "Spirit of the pin? Have we not met before?" His name was Wang Yuan, a live-streaming host. About 7 or 8 days prior, he had encountered a minor mishap during a broadcast. On that occasion, a friend had invited him to stream from a rather peculiar house, a haunted dwelling. His friend had rented the property to a couple, the husband of whom was a notorious gambler and a heavy drinker, frequently resorting to domestic violence. One fateful day, inebriated, the man had fatally struck his wife. Consequently, the house became known as a haunted site. His friends sought to sell the property, yet such a house, marred by a tragedy, was hardly easy to dispose of, as few would be willing to overlook its dark history. At that time, the real estate agent had indeed found a potential buyer who was somewhat hesitant. Thus, Wang Yuan's friend conceived the idea of hosting a live stream in the house to demonstrate that it was devoid of any supernatural presence. Although Wang Yuan had been a streamer for a year or two, he was hardly a prominent figure, merely scraping by in pursuit of greater viewership. He had frequently altered his content and style. Yet perhaps due to a lack of talent or the overwhelming competition in the industry, he had seen little success. At that moment, he had been pondering what to broadcast next when he readily agreed to his friend's proposal. As it not only provided him with monetary compensation but also alleviated his content-related woes, it was a fortuitous arrangement. Additionally, the infamous case had occurred merely 2 years prior, and the public still held some recollection of it. Streaming from such a house could potentially attract viewers. To that end, he undertook extensive preparations, researching the details of the homicide online and devising various games. These would not only enhance the entertainment value of his stream, but also serve to reassure viewers that the house was, in fact, ghost-free. However, the events that unfolded were utterly absurd. He had inadvertently summoned a ghost. When the stream commenced, the sensationalism surrounding the haunted house drew considerable attention, and at its peak, over 1,000 viewers tuned in. He participated in several games, such as peeling an apple before a mirror and playing rock, paper, scissors with his reflection. Despite his apprehensions, he felt a measure of relief when nothing extraordinary occurred, allowing him to relax. Subsequently, viewers unleashed their imaginations, suggesting various games, and he received numerous tips in the process. For the first time, his stream garnered such a massive audience, and that day, he received gifts totaling 700 to 800. At the urging of his viewers, he decided to play the spirit of the pin game, having saved it for last to build anticipation and maximize potential earnings. By the time he prepared to engage in this game, it was nearly 2 in the morning. Originally, he had intended to conclude the stream afterward and retire for the night, but he could hardly have imagined what would transpire next. Under the watchful eyes of his audience, he had, remarkably, summoned the spirit of the pin. At that moment, he was utterly dazed, staring at the circle on the paper, his entire body trembling. After a brief pause, he finally came to his senses. Frightened, he bolted away, leaving behind the live streaming equipment in the room. If it had been an ordinary place, it might have been manageable. However, it was a haunted house, a room where someone had died, involved in a murder case. The sudden occurrence of such abnormalities would terrify any rational person. Upon returning home, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease and even fell ill, gripped by fear for several days, as if his worldview had been shattered. It took him several days to ask a friend to retrieve his streaming equipment. At that time, his friend was utterly exasperated with him, nearly berating him to death. Had it not been for his live stream, his friend's house might have sold by then, perhaps at a slightly lower price. But following his dramatic episode, that house would be difficult to sell for years to come, unless the price was drastically slashed, resulting in a loss of at least several $100,000. While houses with a history of murder could still find buyers who would dare purchase a property rumored to be haunted. After he recuperated, he suddenly noticed that his platform account had gained a significant number of followers, with many sending him private messages expressing concern for his well-being. Through those messages and screenshots shared by viewers, he learned that after he fled that day, the audience in the live stream had observed the pin standing upright on the paper, only toppling over after a while. A heated debate ensued among viewers, eager to determine whether he had truly encountered a ghost. During the days when he refrained from streaming, speculation ran rampant, with some even believing he had perished. These conjectures only intensified the fervor surrounding him. He had never experienced such a surge in popularity. On the first day of his return to streaming, the number of viewers nearly doubled in the live stream. He addressed the various inquiries from the audience. Some firmly believed he had indeed seen a ghost, while others suspected he had employed some trickery. Regardless, it was undeniable that his popularity had genuinely increased. Unfortunately, this surge did not last long. Within 2 days, he returned to his previous state. That time, he felt somewhat disheartened, realizing he might have missed a remarkable opportunity. An avalanche of fortune had descended upon him, yet he managed to evade it. Sensing that the residual warmth of that fervor still lingered, he felt compelled to give it another try. Although there were risks involved, the potential rewards were self-evident. If successful, he could very well become a prominent streamer. Not necessarily the best, but certainly in a better position than he currently was. The incident with the pin spirit could be seen as both his misfortune and his fortune. Regrettably, he could no longer return to his friend's house. As that friend had severed ties with him, he would never allow him to stream from that house again. Thus, he rented another apartment, not far from his friend's place. However, after several attempts to summon the pin spirit again, he was unsuccessful. His popularity rapidly declined due to the previous live streams, as viewers had not come for him, but for the pin spirit. After analyzing the reasons, he deliberately chose a timing for this live stream that was similar to the last. This was his final opportunity. If the pin spirit did not appear again, all those who had been following him, regardless of their belief in him, would gradually forget about the incident. Fortunately, the pin spirit finally made an appearance. He struggled to suppress the anxiety and fear rising within him. At that moment, sweat beaded on his forehead and palms. He slightly turned his head to glance at the live stream's comments. Initially sparse, the comments suddenly multiplied. The pin spirit had arrived? Could it be? Was it truly present? That circle drawn was exceedingly eerie. Surely, it was something he had sketched himself. How could anyone draw such a perfect circle? Let him remove his hand and see if the pin would topple over. Glancing at the comments, Wang Yuan realized that the audience was intrigued, and his opportunity had arrived. Yet, this also posed a crisis. The audience was merely there for the spectacle. Only he understood the extent of his own fear and trepidation. However, no matter how intense the fear, it paled in comparison to desire. Chapter 49. The death of the pin spirit. Wang Yuan was acutely aware that the viewers in his live stream had come solely for the pin spirit. All his popularity stemmed from the fact that he had previously summoned the pin spirit. Nevertheless, the majority of viewers in the stream did not believe him, thinking he was merely creating a topic to attract traffic. Yet it was precisely the allure of the unknown that captivated people's interest. Wang Yuan took a deep breath, facing the camera, and said, "Dear viewers, the pin spirit has arrived. However, I cannot be certain if it is the same pin spirit I summoned last time. I am unaware of any dangers involved. Aside from the last occasion, I have never interacted with a pin spirit before, and I do not know what will happen next. I am terrified. Please, at the very least, send me some gifts, or I will lack the courage to proceed." Despite his fear, Wang Yuan could not forget the importance of gifts. As a streamer, his livelihood depended on them, and that was also the purpose of his broadcast. "Keep it up, streamer. I've sent you some gifts. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think we're stupid? We won't send anything." Wang Yuan ignored the comments. Right now, he had to continue with this game. He turned his gaze toward the pin on the paper, acutely sensing that an unseen presence was surely before him. Yet, perhaps it was better not to see it. If he did, he might be even more terrified. He cautiously asked, "Hello, pin spirit, have we met before?" He sought to confirm whether this was indeed the same pin spirit he had summoned last time. On that previous occasion, he had fled immediately after summoning it. But aside from a slight fever that night, nothing else had occurred. Moreover, whether the fever was related to the pin spirit was uncertain. In any case, this pin spirit should be relatively safe, right? Of course. There was risk involved, but for the sake of fame and fortune, taking a little risk was undoubtedly worthwhile. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a mysterious force exerted upon the pin. And at that moment, he found himself unable to control it. The pin tip slowly drew a checkmark on the paper. The meaning was clear. It affirmed his words. This was indeed the pin spirit he had summoned last time. Wang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. If it was a familiar spirit, the chances of safety might be somewhat higher. Thank you, pin spirit, for gracing us with your presence. I apologize for my previous rudeness, and I wish to make amends for my earlier disrespect. After speaking, he turned back to the camera. Dear viewers, the pin spirit has responded to me. It is indeed the same one I summoned last time. This is my first time communicating with the pin spirit like this, and I am genuinely frightened. Please send me some gifts to encourage me. His voice trembled with anxiety, unsure if his actions in the live stream might provoke the pin spirit. However, the purpose of summoning the pin spirit was to stream, and even if it risked inciting the spirit's displeasure, he had to proceed. Otherwise, what was the point of summoning the pin spirit? Yet, he had prepared himself. If it indeed led to the pin spirit's wrath, he would flee immediately. If you don't send gifts, then don't bother streaming. Streamer, remove your hand. If the pin is still standing, I'll send you a sports car. Yes, remove your hand, and I'll send you a sports car too. You won't get any gifts like this. Although Wang Yuan was a small streamer, he understood one principle. He could accommodate the audience's requests, but he must never fulfill them immediately. Otherwise, where would the gifts come from? Those who claimed they would send gifts would never truly do so. If he complied, they would immediately feign ignorance. Thus, the more interested they were in something, the more he had to keep them in suspense. Ignoring the comments, he addressed the camera again. Does anyone have questions for the pin spirit? No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly felt the pin in his hand move. A chill ran down his spine, and he became tense, hastily turning his head to look at the pin on the paper. He could no longer control it. The pin tip swiftly wrote several words on the paper. The words were crooked and eerie, grotesque. Those who seek shall receive. Gazing at the 4 characters on the paper, Wang Yuan felt a jolt of anxiety, but moments later, a sense of delight washed over him. It seemed the pin spirit had heard his conversation with the audience. These words were a response to both him and the viewers. Those who seek shall receive, as long as there were questions. The pin spirit would surely answer. Perhaps he could even ask the pin spirit for a small favor, making the content of the live stream more engaging. This was undoubtedly a boon for him. Most importantly, he felt no malice emanating from this pin spirit. Even though he had streamed without permission, which could be seen as disrespectful, the pin spirit had shown no signs of anger. Perhaps it had tacitly accepted his actions. Thank you, pin spirit. I am truly grateful. If there is anything you need me to do within my capabilities, I will certainly comply. After finishing, Wang Yuan looked at the camera. The pin spirit says that those who seek shall receive. If you have questions, let me know, and I will ask on your behalf. But before that, please send a wave of gifts. I am taking a considerable risk here. Wang Yuan observed as the number of viewers in the live stream steadily increased. Yet the gifts remained scant. Isn't that your own handwriting? And it's so poorly done. Streamer, ask the pin spirit how it died. Yes, streamer, ask that, and I'll send you a plane if you do. I also want to know how the pin spirit died. If you don't ask, there won't be any gifts. Seeing those comments, Wang Yuan felt a headache coming on. The audience was undoubtedly reveling in the spectacle. Everyone knew that failing to inquire about the cause of death or the grievances involved was a crucial rule when summoning the pin spirit. Although this spirit of the pin appears to have a pleasant disposition, who knows what might transpire should it be asked a question. Furthermore, since this spirit has not provoked him, why should he take the initiative to provoke the pin spirit? If he were a ghost and someone deliberately transgressed boundaries to incite him, he too would feel anger. Host, since you dare not inquire about the cause of death, might you ask if this pin spirit perished in that previous house? Wang Yuan felt speechless. There was little distinction in that question. Yet he realized that even now, the individuals in the live stream did not truly believe he had summoned the pin spirit. He contemplated and turned to gaze at the pin in his hand. Since the pin spirit claimed to respond to all requests, it should acquiesce to minor matters. Now, he merely needed the spirit to manifest something extraordinary, thus demonstrating to the audience that he had indeed summoned the pin spirit. Moreover, if something truly unusual occurred, he might achieve fame. Such peculiar occurrences tend to captivate people's attention. He ceased interacting with the audience and stated, Pin spirit, I shall now remove my hand. May you grasp the pin on your own? If you please, this was something the audience had shown great interest in previously, and rather than prolonging their anticipation, it seemed prudent to proceed with this demonstration. The pin immediately drew a checkmark upon the paper. This was a small wish of Wang Yuan's. No matter how minor, Lin Yuan would surely fulfill it. Observing the symbol on the paper, Wang Yuan could not suppress a smile. This pin spirit was rather amiable and accommodating. As long as he allowed the audience to witness something extraordinary, the live stream would be significantly enhanced, and the viewers would bestow upon him greater trust. The gifts should also be plentiful. Wang Yuan turned to face the camera. Dear viewers, the pin spirit has consented. The moment has come for you to witness a miracle. Please, shower me with gifts, just over 100, and I shall immediately release my hand, allowing you to see whether the pin spirit is indeed present. Lin Yuan also glanced at the comments. He was indifferent to Wang Yuan's method of soliciting gifts. Wang Yuan's idea was quite astute, and furthermore, the expenditure of luck was minimal while yielding commendable results. Should the livestream truly gain popularity, even if he did not become a leading host, earning 1,000 or 800 a day would certainly be achievable. Additionally, as long as he could maintain the momentum, it would result in a sustainable income. This cost-effectiveness far surpassed making direct wishes to a ghost for various items. However, aside from luck, there existed another force, karma. Whether human or ghost, actions that transgressed established rules would attract karmic repercussions. The paths of humans and ghosts are distinctly separate. Ghosts cannot influence the affairs of the living, nor can humans exploit ghosts for their own purposes. Utilizing a ghost in a live stream would inevitably incur karmic consequences. Humans possess a physical form and thus have a greater capacity to endure karma than ghosts, yet there are limits. Such a live stream might be manageable over a few sessions, but excessive transgressions would surely result in backlash. This was a matter Wang Yuan dared not question, nor should Lin Yuan speak of it. Chapter 50. Requesting the pin spirit to locate someone. Wang Yuan stared at the live stream interface. Indeed, a few viewers had sent him some gifts, though not many. The comments were predominantly urging him to commence the proceedings. We know you want gifts, so hurry up. Once you show us something, we will naturally shower you with gifts. Just put on a good show, and gifts will surely follow. Wang Yuan did not believe a single word of it. After finally piquing their interest, and with the pin spirit's agreement, he could not begin without gifts. This method proved effective, and shortly, the live stream had nearly amassed the number of gifts he desired. Alright, dear viewers, now I shall showcase what's next. Prepare to witness a miracle. As soon as Wang Yuan finished speaking, a flurry of comments erupted. Don't deceive us, or we want refunds. This is definitely fake, or he is pulling some trick. Do you really believe in a pin spirit? I regret this. Refund me. Wang Yuan was unconcerned. Those demanding refunds had likely contributed nothing. He turned his gaze back to the pin in his hand, feeling the unseen hand still resting upon it. Watch closely. See if I deceive you. Wang Yuan slowly released his grip, gradually withdrawing his hand from the table, palms open in the air. Yet the pin remained upright on the paper. Witnessing this, Wang Yuan felt an exhilarating rush. Pin spirit, thank you. The comments exploded once more. Oh my, it's real. 666, it can really stand up. Could there truly be a pin spirit? This is fake. Why can't I summon it? Actually, there's a person on the other side, but they added effects, so we cannot see them. Indeed, look closely. There's a part of the screen that seems to be shaking, giving a blurry impression. It's true. If you don't look closely, you won't notice. What a letdown. Could it be that the camera captured the pin spirit and was affected? Good explanation. No wonder all the supernatural videos are so blurry. Wang Yuan examined the live stream screen carefully. Indeed, there was a portion of the image that appeared to be trembling, albeit subtly. The area that was shaking corresponded precisely with the location in front of him, likely where the pin spirit resided. However, it mattered little. Much like the various supernatural videos circulating online, regardless of their authenticity, few would genuinely believe. Nonetheless, whether or not they believed, there remained a desire to watch. Moreover, given that this was a live stream, it provided a sense of novelty, and he had already received a considerable number of gifts. Furthermore, he did not require everyone to believe in the pin spirit. An overly convincing act might inadvertently invite trouble. Dear viewers, you've all seen it, correct? I did not touch that pin. It stands upright on the paper because the pin spirit currently holds it. Now you should believe that I have truly summoned the pin spirit. Dear viewers, please follow me. I am the only host on the internet who has successfully summoned the Pin Spirit, and I have done so twice. You are worth following. Once more, comments flooded in, but Wang Yuan paid them no heed. He turned his attention back to the pin, seizing the moment while the audience was still excited and curious. He could prompt the Pin Spirit to perform further actions. After all, the spirit had claimed to respond to all requests. Pin Spirit, my name is Wang Yuan. Could you write my name on the paper? No sooner had he finished speaking than the pin swiftly inscribed 2 characters on the paper. Wang Yuan. Observing this scene, the comments erupted once again. I told you there was a Pin Spirit. It's real. The Black Hat speaks. Nonsense. Obviously there's a person on the other side. Can't you see how the image is distorted? Host, ignore those black hats. Wang Yuan watched the lively discussion in the live stream. Although the debate was incessant, the gifts continued to flow in. As the audience showered him with gifts, the popularity surged, and the viewer count climbed steadily. Soon, the actual viewership exceeded 2,000. For a small host like him, this was truly significant. Though he was still far from his goal of fame, he understood that this time, he had made the right gamble. If all went well, he might indeed carve out a name for himself in the live streaming world. His aspirations were modest. Earning a few hundred to 1,000 each day would suffice. He again addressed the viewers in the live stream. Do you have any questions? Feel free to type them in the comments, and I can ask the Pin Spirit on your behalf. No sooner had he finished speaking than several comments appeared. Ask the Pin Spirit if it's male or female. Really, I still want to know how the Pin Spirit died. Inquire if the Pin Spirit has a boyfriend or girlfriend. Should I burn a few offerings for it? Host, perhaps it's best to refrain. If you truly anger the Pin Spirit, it could lead to trouble. The comments were filled with absurdity, leaving Wang Yuan feeling quite vexed. These individuals seemed determined to push him to the brink. Let us refrain from asking such blatantly offensive questions. While the Pin Spirit is indeed a ghost, it has not provoked us. Mutual respect should still be maintained. He was resolute. He would never pose such inappropriate inquiries. As preserving his life was paramount. At that moment, Wang Yuan noticed a viewer had sent him a private jet gift. This gift, valued at 300 yuan, was substantial for a small host like him. Wang Yuan immediately expressed his gratitude. Soon after, the individual who had gifted him sent a message. I have a question I wish to ask the Pin Spirit. Please be sure to inquire on my behalf. I want to know the whereabouts of my son. Your son? Upon reading these comments, Wang Yuan keenly sensed that this might lead to something intriguing. What's the matter? Please elaborate. The individual's nickname was Yang Shi, which was also his real name. He quickly shared his story in the comments. He had a son, 6 years old, who had been missing for 3 years and was now 9 that day due to some unforeseen circumstances. He had been unable to pick his son up from school on time, arriving over 10 minutes late. However, upon reaching the school, he discovered that his son was already gone. He immediately reported it to the police. Yet, after several days of searching, they had found no trace of the child. For years, he had been searching, spending a considerable amount of money. Yet there had been no news. He was on the verge of despair, ready to give up. But today, he had stumbled upon this live stream and witnessed Wang Yuan genuinely summoning the Pin Spirit. This sparked a thought within him. Could he, through the Pin Spirit, inquire about his son's whereabouts? Although he held no real hope and was uncertain of the authenticity of the Pin Spirit, the mere thought compelled him to give it a try. What if it worked? If Wang Yuan truly summoned the spirit of the pin, yet failed to inquire, he would regret this missed opportunity for the rest of his life. Broadcaster, please assist me by asking. If we could indeed ascertain the whereabouts of my son, I would be eternally grateful. Even if there are no results, I shall continue to bestow gifts upon you. This inquiry is far more significant than the frivolous questions posed by those who merely seek entertainment in the barrage of comments. Moreover, should we succeed, it would greatly benefit him as well. Rest assured, my friend, I shall certainly assist you in this matter, and gifts are unnecessary. While he may desire monetary compensation, he cannot compromise his principles. The other party has already sent gifts. This small favor is still within reason, as it is part of his live streaming content. For now, let us prioritize helping Brother Yang Shi by inquiring about his son's whereabouts. If we can clarify this matter, it would indeed be a virtuous deed. Having said this, Wang Yuan turned his gaze towards the seemingly invisible yet likely existent figure before him. Spirit of the Pin. I wish to pose a question on behalf of an audience member in the live stream. Wang Yuan recounted the information of the individual named Yang Shi, including details about his son. and provided contact information along with a photograph of the missing child. He held the photo up, directly facing the pin before him. Spirit of the pin, this is the photograph of the missing child. His name is Yang Xian. Could you tell us where he is now? Lin Yuan glanced at the photo and the information Wang Yuan had provided, which was more than sufficient. Retrieving knowledge of past and present events was exceedingly simple for him. He swiftly marked a check on the paper. Witnessing this affirmative symbol, Wang Yuan's face illuminated with surprise. He had not anticipated the spirit of the pin possessing such capabilities. This was indeed remarkable. Assisting others was one aspect, but the main advantage was that if they truly succeeded, he too would gain considerable fame. Just imagine, a broadcaster who summoned the spirit of the pin in his live stream and, through it, helped someone locate their long-lost son. Such an occurrence, even if it did not trend, would certainly provide him with ample viewership for an extended period, potentially elevating him to the ranks of a major broadcaster. Furthermore, benefiting others while benefiting oneself. What could be more delightful? Spirit of the pin, where is he now? The pin moved swiftly, and new words soon appeared on the paper. Pay the price. Chapter 51. It is the wish-granting ghost. Upon seeing those 4 words, Wang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. The ghost inscribing the words "pay the price" on the paper was enough to instill unease. The spirit of the pin demanded a price. But what could that price be? A wave of dread washed over him. Surely, the spirit of the pin would not demand his life? Yet, the request seemed reasonable. When seeking assistance, it was only fitting to offer something in return. The crux of the matter lay in discerning what that price entailed. What must he sacrifice to obtain this information? Wang Yuan pondered. If the cost were not severe, he could bear it, as it would ultimately benefit him as well. However, if it were substantial, he would be unable to comply. While he felt genuine sympathy for the brother's plight, he could assist only to a degree. Any considerable loss on his part was unacceptable. Soon, a single character appeared on the paper. Luck? Luck? What could that mean? After he voiced his question, the pin ceased its movement. After a moment, it marked an X on the paper. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow but surmised its meaning. The spirit of the pin likely preferred not to elaborate, perhaps finding it difficult to explain. After all, the spirit communicated through writing. That moment, he glanced at the barrage of comments. The comments were chaotic. Filled with various opinions, some condemned him for exploiting a father searching for his lost child, while others defended him. There were also accusations that everyone involved was a plant. Yet, his live stream's popularity was undeniably increasing. The brother's attempt to utilize the spirit of the pin to locate his child was inherently captivating. He paid little heed to the insults, having long grown accustomed to them, but one comment caught his attention. Broadcaster, have you heard of the wish-granting ghost? The spirit you summoned may indeed be the wish-granting ghost. I'm not certain, but I read about it online. I used to be skeptical, but the spirit you've summoned bears a striking resemblance to the wish-granting ghost. If it is indeed the case, it might truly reveal the whereabouts of that brother's child. You should ask the spirit. The wish-granting ghost? I see. Allow me to inquire. Wang Yuan turned, somewhat perplexed, and asked, might you be the wish-granting ghost? If so, he could have that audience member explain what the wish-granting ghost entailed. Once again, a check appeared on the paper, indicating affirmation. Wang Yuan paused, feeling a jolt of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the information from the comment was accurate. The name wish-granting ghost was new to him, but it was easily comprehensible. Now, he understood why the spirit of the pin had initially stated that those who seek must also give. Before him stood no ordinary ghost. The name suggested a being capable of fulfilling wishes. He turned towards the screen to see that individual had sent another message. Indeed, this is incredible. Let me take a moment. I can hardly believe it. It's like a dream. How could such a being truly exist? Wang Yuan immediately asked, do you have any knowledge about the wish-granting ghost? I only know a little, but I'm not certain of its authenticity. Someone posted various threads online recounting tales of the wish-granting ghost. When trading with the ghost, one must expend luck. Each person possesses around 10 points of luck, though it may vary. The explanation is rather complex. But luck generally influences one's fortune and fate. It is quite significant. If your luck diminishes, you may experience misfortune or inadvertently alter your destiny. If it were to vanish entirely, it could result in death. However, I have heard that the wish-granting ghost is generally benevolent, with minimal danger. Very well, I understand. Wang Yuan contemplated before turning again, asking, as for the wish-granting ghost, how much luck must I expend to ascertain this information? A number appeared on the paper. 2, Wang Yuan reflected. It did not seem like a substantial amount, yet this was something that could affect one's fate, and thus could not be carelessly discarded. Such a cost was intangible and unpredictable in its consequences, making it something not to be taken lightly. If it were for his own matters, he might willingly expend 2 points of luck. However, since this was another person's issue, he could not accept sacrificing his own luck. I apologize, but the wish-granting ghost requires me to expend 2 points of luck to provide an answer, and thus, I genuinely cannot comply. You know this amounts to 1/5 of my luck. Broadcaster, I implore you to assist me. Expend my luck instead, please. Just ask once more that I beg you. This is of utmost importance to me. Very well, Wang Yuan responded, turning again to ask, Ghost, is it permissible to expend his luck? As soon as he posed the question, an X appeared on the paper. The distance was too great, and without any object related to that individual, Lin Yuan could not sense his will. Wang Yuan immediately inquired, why is that? Is it because he is not present here? A check appeared on the paper. Brother, the ghost says it is impossible. He must be here in person. Thus, Wang Yuan found himself at an impasse. Engaging in a transaction with a ghost inherently posed risks. He could not sacrifice his own luck to aid another. At that moment, the individual sent another message in the comments, stating, Broadcaster, it might be best not to converse casually with ghosts. Every action you take or question you pose to the ghost requires the expenditure of your own luck. While it may seem minimal at first, over time it can accumulate into something serious. Upon reading that comment, Wang Yuan nodded in agreement. Everything in this world comes at a price. How could a ghost assist him in his live stream without expectation? He sought to utilize the wish-granting ghost, and the wish-granting ghost was equally utilizing him. It was a mutual exchange, devoid of any unearned benefits. Thank you, but I must regretfully decline. I cannot afford such a price. The pen immediately marked a check on the paper. At that moment, Wang Yuan received a message on his phone. It was from someone named Yang Shi. Anchor, I implore you to assist me. I am unable to reach you within a short time frame. And if I miss this opportunity, I am uncertain whether another will present itself. I have been searching for 3 years, and I truly do not want to relinquish this chance. I understand you may have to pay a price, and I cannot expect your help without compensation. I can offer you money. How does 300,000 sound? 300,000. Wang Yuan felt a stir of temptation. At 27 years of age, he had not a single cent saved, let alone 20,000. His parents were becoming increasingly distressed over his marriage. Dowries, wedding houses, the financial burden was overwhelming. Yet, when it came to his own affairs, he felt utterly powerless. Times, he genuinely saw himself as a scoundrel, having squandered so many years without achieving anything substantial. Even the car he owned was financed by his parents. If he could secure 300,000, it would alleviate much of his parents' stress. Furthermore, if he could truly assist this individual in finding his son, the entire situation would gain significant traction, bringing forth undeniable benefits for him. Perhaps fearing his skepticism, the individual promptly transferred 20,000 to him. I do not know what the wishful ghost is, nor do I care if it is real. But regardless of the outcome, this is yours. However, if I can indeed find a clue regarding my son, I assure you that I will pay the remaining balance, provided the lead is genuine. Wang Yuan stared at the transfer notification on his phone. Hesitating for a moment, he could sense the other party's urgency, an overwhelming desire to do anything for his son. He accepted the payment and replied to the individual, All right, brother, I agree. Wang Yuan put away his phone. Facing the camera, thank you to the viewers in the live stream. I have reached an agreement with brother Yang Shi, and now I am willing to pay the price to inquire about the whereabouts of his son. He then turned to the pin before him. Wishful ghost, I apologize. May I change my mind? I am willing to pay the price. Please answer my earlier question and help me find Young XN's whereabouts. Chapter 52. A fiery opportunity. Zhang Yuan gazed at the pin on the paper. He too could not ascertain whether the wishful ghost could truly assist the brother in locating his child. He was uncertain if his own fortune would be squandered in vain. Nevertheless, since the brother had provided the funds and it could potentially aid in his live broadcast, taking a gamble seemed reasonable. If the wishful ghost were a fabrication, then the so-called fortune might also be illusory. Should it fail, he likely would not incur substantial losses. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged. Regardless of the viewers' belief in the situation, their curiosity was insatiable. Humans inherently possess an interest in the unknown. Under the collective gaze of all, several lines of text appeared on the paper. One was a location, and the other, a name. Wang Yuan recognized the location but was perplexed by the name. Chui Jiao, ghost. What does this name signify? Is it the current name of Yang Xian? The pen then marked a tick on the paper. Wang Yuan nodded in excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, the information provided by the ghost appeared credible. Addressing the camera, he said, "Brother, did you see the information given by the wishful ghost?" "I saw it, thank you." "Anchor, I am preparing to drive over immediately. It's a bit far, but I should arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Please extend my gratitude to the wishful ghost. If I truly find my son, I will place the ghost's tablet in my home and honor it for a lifetime." Wang Yuan conveyed the brother's message. Lin Yuan remained silent. Such matters were inconsequential to him. Unless he was on the verge of disappearing, such worship held no significance. At least for now, the source of his energy depended solely on willpower. Wang Yuan continued, "Ghost, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. You are truly divine." For him, the situation had reached a satisfactory conclusion, and the live stream could be wrapped up. The discussions surrounding the wishful ghost were evidently real, and over time, they could influence his fortune. Moreover, this live broadcast left a tantalizing cliffhanger. Whether the brother named Yang Shi could locate his son. The audience would surely find this matter intriguing. Concluding now was appropriate. As the live stream came to an end, he hoped there would be another opportunity to summon the wishful ghost. "Please take your leave, wishful ghost. Until we meet again." At this juncture, Wang Yuan felt a pang of anxiety. As the saying goes, it is easy to invite a deity, but difficult to send them away. What if the ghost lingered, insisting on depleting all his fortune? However, his fears were unfounded. Shortly after his words, the pen suddenly toppled over on the table, and the eerie presence beside him dissipated. "It's gone?" Wang Yuan sighed in relief. This wishful ghost was far more agreeable than he had anticipated. He then turned to the camera and faced the viewers of the live stream, only now noticing the multitude of gifts being showered upon him, urging him not to let the ghost depart. Yet now, it was too late. He had already bid farewell to the ghost. Summoning it back would only invite trouble. Upon glancing at his earnings from the live stream, he noted it amounted to over 1,000 yuan, his highest single-session revenue yet, and the broadcast had not even been lengthy. It seemed people were indeed captivated by such peculiar occurrences. "Thank you, everyone. However, the ghost has already departed, and it is too late to say anything now. I previously invited you to ask questions, yet you insisted on causing a ruckus. Now there is nothing I can do." Many expressed regret, while others remained skeptical. Could that brother be a plant? Look at the screen. That blurry spot just vanished, didn't it? I told you. There was definitely someone opposite the anchor, holding the pen and writing the words. That man claiming to have lost his child is probably just a decoy. If he is using this to gain sympathy and traffic, I can only wish him the best. Surely it's fake. What kind of clout-chasing anchor could summon a ghost to aid his broadcast? Although the barrage of skepticism was loud, the support for him was equally robust. This ongoing controversy was not unwelcome. At least it indicated that people were genuinely interested in the unfolding events. He also hoped that the brother could indeed locate his son, both as a blessing for a man who had spent 3 years in search and as an anticipation of greater fame for himself. I know many of you doubt that I truly summoned the wishful ghost, believing everyone involved to be a plant. But as a small-time anchor, I hardly make enough from a single broadcast to afford such theatrics. Yet, it matters not. The truth will ultimately prevail. Wang Yuan paused before continuing, and regarding that brother, he genuinely lost his child. I hope those who criticize can show some decency. I am sincerely grateful to my supporters. Let us conclude here for today. I must sign off, and I urge everyone to get some rest. You may follow me, and we shall see if that brother can really find his son through the information provided by the wishful ghost. I believe we shall have an answer within the next few days. I will keep in touch with that brother, and if he is amenable, I am willing to witness this extraordinary experience in person. After signing off, Wang Yuan's emotions were a whirlwind of excitement mingled with trepidation. Thankfully, the entity he had summoned was the wishful ghost, rather than a malevolent spirit. Otherwise, he could have found himself in dire straits. Yet, the wishful ghost seemed rather pleasant to deal with. He promptly searched online for information about the wishful ghost. There was scant relevant content available. Even if there were, it bore no relation to the wishful ghost he had summoned. Eventually, he stumbled upon a thread in a paranormal forum where the poster, nicknamed Nan Nan, had shared numerous stories about the wishful ghost. The wishful ghost described in those tales bore a striking resemblance to the one he had summoned. This individual appeared to possess considerable knowledge about the entity. After a moment's thought, he sent a private message to this person, briefly outlining his summoning experience with the wishful ghost. However, it was late at night, and the recipient might not see it right away. He then recalled the brother searching for his son and hastily contacted him via messaging software. He had resolved to conduct a live broadcast on site. This would allow him to learn the outcome in real time, and broadcasting live could elevate the situation's visibility, boosting his own fame in the process. Of course, there were risks involved. If they failed to find anything, it would merely become a farce. The other party quickly answered the call. He was currently driving, and the car was in disarray, suggesting he was engaged in a heated argument with someone. After listening for a while, Wang Yuan surmised that Yang Shi's family likely did not believe him and were disputing the matter. However, upon learning that Wang Yuan intended to come over, Yang Shi expressed immense welcome. Wang Yuan searched for the address on the map. He decided to set off immediately. If he departed now and took a break along the way, he would likely arrive by tomorrow afternoon, which was timely. If he could broadcast the event in its entirety, he would undoubtedly achieve viral fame upon discovering Yang Xian. Thus, he disregarded any potential exhaustion, leaving his house and heading straight for the parking lot, determined to embark on his nocturnal journey. As he approached his car and reached for the door, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. He felt as though some sinister presence brushed against him, sending a chill down his spine. This sensation was reminiscent of when he had summoned the wishful ghost, yet distinctly different. The coldness that accompanied the wishful ghost's arrival had invaded his body from the outside. However, this chilling sensation emanated from within his very being, spreading like flames and instantly engulfing his entire body. Alongside this coldness, he also sensed a perilous and fearsome aura. Strangely enough, all of this originated from within him, as if his body were issuing a solemn warning. Wang Yuan's body involuntarily trembled. Fortunately, that sensation dissipated swiftly, and the surroundings returned to normal. What could this mean? He had never encountered such an experience before. The recent events felt like a reminder from his body, cautioning him that certain actions could no longer be pursued. He had an inkling of what those actions were. The only audacious and dangerous thing he had done recently was seeking the assistance of a spirit medium for his live broadcast. It seemed he could no longer continue down this path. In any endeavor, excess can be detrimental. For him, as long as he could effectively harness this surge of attention, his life would improve significantly. There was no need to invite further trouble or seek out additional thrills. Yet, he still intended to go to that place, as it represented a rare opportunity he had worked hard to attain. To forfeit such a promising chance would be akin to taking his own life. Chapter 53. I want to become a ghost spirit medium. You have finally arrived. I was beginning to worry that you might not come today. In the wheelchair, Wang Chuan's demeanor was a stark contrast to that of a month ago. That evening, he had his wife assist him with a thorough cleansing, shaved his beard, tidied his hair, and donned fresh attire. Casting aside the remnants of his former despondency, he appeared significantly more vibrant, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person compared to a month prior. Lin Yuan glanced at Wang Chuan before him. Having just concluded a live broadcast, he had not yet returned home but sensed Wang Chuan's fervent desire, prompting him to come over. Upon seeing Wang Chuan's appearance, Lin Yuan understood the outcome of the situation. Previously, Wang Chuan had mentioned wishing to use his wife's fortune to wish for healing for his legs. However, now that his wife was not present, it was clear that they had reached an agreement. Although Wang Chuan appeared much more spirited, a resolute expression lingered on his face. His newfound composure concealed a deeper significance, a dignified farewell to this world. He was acutely aware that his next wish could cost him his life. Sudden paralysis and an inability to care for himself had rendered him self-conscious, sensitive, fragile, and despondent. Had it not been for the hope that the spirit medium could restore his health, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Yet now, that hope had vanished. It was not that Qinya had refused to assist him. Rather, he had not disclosed anything about the spirit medium to her. That night, after Qinya returned home, she revealed to Wang Chuan a significant piece of news. She was pregnant. It had already been over 3 months. In truth, Qinya had known for some time, but she had refrained from telling Wang Chuan because, at that moment, she lacked the courage to bring a child into the world. Her husband had just become paralyzed, and the costs of treatment were exorbitant, with the future still uncertain. While she did desire a child, its arrival at this juncture felt like a mistake. Yet, perhaps out of guilt, she felt compelled to inform Wang Chuan. Although she had remained faithful physically, she was aware that emotionally, she had faltered, yearning to escape the burdens that suffocated her and relinquish the weight of their home. Such thoughts filled her with self-reproach and guilt. Wang Chuan had devoted 4 years to caring for her, and yet, she found herself overwhelmed at the very beginning. In retrospect, she realized that she should never have entertained such thoughts. At that moment, she resolved that regardless of the challenges, she would bring this child into the world, considering it a way to atone for her perceived shortcomings toward Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan remained oblivious to Qin Ye's inner turmoil. But the news of her pregnancy filled him with a whirlwind of emotions. He longed for a child, yet he felt little excitement, overshadowed instead by sorrow and self-loathing. At present, he was incapable of fulfilling the responsibilities of a father. He could do nothing but be a burden. He could not allow Qinya to expend 5 points of fortune to save him. That could very well be half of her fortune. And if it were just the two of them, he might have considered it, but now there was an unborn child to consider. How could he bear to do that? Losing 5 points of fortune might not leave Qinya paralyzed like him. But what would become of the child in her womb? When his wife insisted on carrying the child to term, he found himself unable to voice his concerns. His heart was heavy with self-hatred and fear. He feared that the costs of treatment would deplete their finances, leaving them unable to raise the child. He feared that as the child grew, he would be unable to hold his head high due to his disability, leading to feelings of inferiority. Meanwhile, Qinya would be tasked with caring for both him and the child, bearing the weight of their burdens alone. How daunting that must be, even with the support of relatives. It would not be easy. At that moment, he truly understood why Qinya had chosen to leap into the lake in the park. If she were to die, it would be a release, freeing her from being a burden. What purpose did his existence serve if he could not even care for himself? Would he merely drag down his wife and child? He posed this question to himself countless times. Each inquiry inflicting profound anguish. Time and again, he entertained the thought that perhaps death would be the better option. If he were to die, their meager savings, though insufficient, would at least allow his wife to raise the child. As the child grew, life might become a tad easier. Even if his wife remarried, it would not matter, as long as their child was well cared for. He simply did not want to be a burden. Yet, the thought of death filled him with dread. He wished to witness the birth of his child, to know whether it was a boy or a girl, to hear its cries and laughter, to caress its cherubic face. There were countless things he longed to do, yet tragically, he found himself unable to accomplish any of them. For days on end, he wrestled with his thoughts, seeking justification for his continued existence. However, no matter how many reasons he found to live, they paled in comparison to the reasons he had to end his life. He even felt ashamed for still yearning to survive. During this tumultuous period, he endured immense suffering, until one day, he suddenly contemplated that perhaps there was a better way to attain everything he desired. He need not be a burden. He could witness everything he yearned for with his own eyes. He prepared a farewell letter and arranged for his affairs after his passing. Today, he finally took that decisive step. Spirit medium, it is truly wonderful that you have come. Previously, I attempted to summon you, but you did not appear. I made numerous attempts and feared you might not show up today. Thankfully, you have arrived. This is splendid. My final wish should now be within reach. He gazed at the pen standing upright on the paper, which remained motionless. He understood that the spirit medium had no interest in such matters. It merely required him to articulate his wish. However, he felt compelled to say a little more, even if he was speaking to a ghost. Engaging in conversation with it seemed beneficial, as he might not have another opportunity. Although he had come this far, he still expressed his gratitude. Thank you, benevolent spirit medium. I exchanged my legs for my wife's restoration. Initially, I truly regretted it. As much as I love my wife, I could not accept being a cripple, but now, everything has changed. I have a child on the way, and I cannot selfishly trade my wife and child for my legs. Yet, I also do not wish to burden them in my current state. Reflecting carefully, when I made my wish to you, I was already filled with despair and helplessness regarding my life. Sometimes I even thought that if I were to die suddenly, it might be a relief, as all burdens would vanish. At least you allowed me to experience a fleeting moment of joy before my demise, albeit a brief one, however, with the arrival of my child. I suppose I have not lost too much. Spirit medium, this will be my final wish to you. My desire is as he was about to utter those words, he hesitated. After all, once he spoke that sentence, there would be no turning back. Confronting death, anyone would feel hesitant. Yet ultimately, he dispelled that flicker of doubt. If there were ghosts in this world, why not become one himself? By transforming into a ghost, he would free himself from the constraints of flesh and no longer be a burden. Perhaps in another form, he could still protect his family. Spirit medium, I have pondered this for quite some time. It may very well be my best option at present. I entrust all my fortune to you, hoping only for a swift death, to become a ghost and be by my child's side. Would that be permissible? He was willing to surrender all his fortune to the spirit medium, not out of trust, but because he sensed that the spirit medium was likely an emotionless entity. Such a being would not deceive him but would act according to rules. Furthermore, he considered that his fortune might not suffice to fulfill his wish. Regardless, he intended to expend all his fortune, allowing the spirit medium to allocate it as it saw fit according to his desires, which might be more advantageous for him. After speaking, he anxiously fixated on the pen, fearing that his wish might be refused. However, before long, he found solace, as a tick mark appeared on the paper. Chapter 54. A new beginning. Gazing at the tick mark on the paper, Wang Chuan felt a blend of terror and an unprecedented sense of relief. Everyone experiences fear when faced with death. Even those who yearn for it may regret their choice at the brink. No one truly wishes to die. However, since his paralysis, his psychological state had undergone a profound transformation. As though countless heavy burdens were pressing upon his heart, subjecting him to endless torment. Now, those weights had vanished, granting him a newfound lightness. The prospect of becoming a ghost no longer seemed so dreadful. After all, the spirit medium was presumably a ghost too, and he found himself envious. If this wish could be realized, freeing him from the shackles of flesh, he would attain liberation. Yet he was acutely aware that he could never become like the ghostly immortal. Not every spirit could attain such a form. At this moment, his foremost concern revolved around the implications of becoming a ghost. He promptly inquired, "Ghost immortal, what will it be like after transformation into a ghost? Will I still retain my humanity?" This, of course, was an impossibility. Wang Chuan quickly recognized the folly of his question and hastily added, "What I mean to ask is whether I will still possess human emotions and memories. And if I can continue to think as a human, occasionally engage in activities." This inquiry held great significance for him. "Ghost immortal, I beseech you to answer me." If there were nothing left, he could not fathom the purpose of becoming a ghost. The ghost immortal was nearly omnipotent, yet he was merely an ordinary being, transformed into an ordinary ghost. After posing his question, he fixed his gaze intently upon the paper before him, his expression fraught with tension. Before long, the ghost immortal's response appeared on the paper, succinct and to the point. Upon reading this, a measure of his anxiety subsided, yet the ghost immortal's answer lacked specificity. Was it a significant portion or merely a minuscule fragment? The paper then revealed another word, small. This indicated that he would retain a small portion of his emotions and self-awareness, only fragments of his former self. He surmised that the remnants would likely consist of the strongest feelings he had experienced in life. Those which had formed his obsessions, that would suffice. After all, spirits lack corporeal forms, and it was natural to lose some aspects upon becoming a ghost. Will I cast a negative influence on my family? Lin Yuan marked a check on the paper, only to subsequently draw a line through it, both affirming and negating. Whether it would depend on Wang Chuan himself, he need not draw too close. Merely observing from a distance would suffice. Should he insist on prolonged, intimate contact, naturally, there would be repercussions. I understand, he thought, having grown accustomed to communicating with the ghost immortal. Knowing this was sufficient. "Ghost immortal, please grant me my wish and allow me to become a ghost. However, I would like to afford myself a few more hours to truly appreciate this world." Lin Yuan marked another check on the paper. When a person dies, they typically transform into a mindless remnant, adrift until they ultimately enter the underworld. Yet, if an individual possesses an intense obsession and a profound attachment to the mortal realm, Such emotions might allow them to become a wandering spirit. Lingering in the human world. Wandering spirits are quite weak and pose minimal danger. They remain in the human realm, retaining a small portion of emotions and memories. It is not impossible for them to occasionally observe their family. If one were to speak of danger, it arises if a timid person happens upon them, potentially causing fear and unforeseen consequences. This, indeed, constitutes the greatest peril of wandering spirits. In other respects, they find it challenging to actively influence the affairs of the mortal realm. Although Wang Chuan did not voice it, his wish undoubtedly entailed becoming such a wandering spirit. In truth, even if he had not expressed this desire, upon his death, he would still have the chance to become a wandering spirit, albeit not with absolute certainty. Yet, after making a wish, Lin Yuan could elevate that probability to 100%. He would assuredly become a wandering spirit, remaining by his family's side. Of course, there was also the possibility of being discovered by the emissaries of the underworld. Forcibly taken back, however, by imposing certain limitations, that likelihood could be reduced to zero. After all, he was merely a wandering spirit. As long as he did not incur karmic debt, he would not attract the attention of the emissaries. If he could remain undetected until the birth of his child, then his wish would be fulfilled. Beyond that, Lin Yuan would not concern himself. Whether his spouse would remarry or choose to remain single after his passing was of no consequence to him. As long as he could accompany his child as a ghost, that would suffice. Presently, he would neither be a burden nor miss the opportunity to witness his child's birth. This was indeed the best outcome. He stepped out onto the balcony, gazing into the night. It was deep into the night, shrouded in darkness, with only a few lights illuminating the surroundings. Yet, to his eyes, this darkness appeared profoundly beautiful in previous times. He had never perceived these sights as deserving of attachment. Perhaps it was the proximity of death that imbued everything with such allure. He could sense changes occurring within his body. All his organs were failing. The aura of death was spreading through him, and soon, his life would fade entirely. To behold this world as much as possible before his demise was the only action left to him. He persevered until dawn, witnessing the first rays of sunlight break upon the world. A moment he had not experienced in many years. As he beheld the rising sun, he could not help but exclaim, "It is truly beautiful." A smile graced his face, one that would forever be etched upon it. His hands fell weakly, and his eyes could no longer open. The sun emerged, dispelling the darkness. The world, as it always had, welcomed a new day, and he, too, embraced his rebirth, this time as a ghost. Chapter 55. The search begins. Wang Yuan arrived at the location specified by the ghost immortal around noon. Chui Family Village. Situated in a remote area of the central region, it was quite far from Zhengzhou City. The journey took longer than he had anticipated. He drove for nearly 10 hours straight, hardly pausing for rest. At times, he felt himself on the verge of dozing off, relying solely on sheer willpower to stay awake. Earlier in the morning, he had already begun live streaming from his car, building anticipation for this event. It was evident that the audience was genuinely intrigued by the unfolding situation. "I have just arrived at Chui Family Village, the very place where Brother Yang Shi's missing son, Yang Xin, is said to be," he announced, his face brimming with enthusiasm. "Let me show you the surroundings. It is indeed a very secluded area." As he spoke, he captured the distant scenery with his phone's camera. Fields, wasteland, and forests appeared on the screen. He slowly turned around, allowing the viewers in the live stream to grasp the locale he found himself in. At that moment, his live audience had swelled to 2,000 or 3,000 people. Although he had mentioned that Yang Shi would arrive in the afternoon, the viewers' excitement was palpable. Their curiosity about the situation was uncontainable. The prospect of a streamer summoning a pin spirit during the live stream was already extraordinary. Even more astonishing was that this pin spirit claimed to be a wish-fulfilling ghost immortal, providing information about a child missing for many years. This was undeniably remarkable. Regardless of belief, the audience could not resist the urge to uncover the outcome of this tale. Furthermore, if Yang Shi truly managed to locate his child, would it not imply that there existed a wish-fulfilling ghost immortal capable of granting any desire? Such a revelation would undoubtedly challenge the very fabric of their worldviews. Observing the flurry of comments and a continuous stream of gifts in the live chat, Wang Yuan felt a rush of exhilaration. He had never before experienced such fervor from his audience. Although his audience was modest in size, their engagement was vibrant. He sensed that he was on the cusp of becoming a sensation. Should Yang Shi succeed in finding his son, it would be a joyous occasion for everyone involved. Yang Shi's family would be reunited, and he would reap a substantial influx of viewers. Dear viewers, I am going to contact Brother Yang Shi now to confirm his situation. Until he arrives, we will refrain from taking any actions to avoid alarming the situation, he declared. Wang Yuan retrieved another mobile phone and contacted Yang Shi. Once the call connected, he immediately spoke. Brother Yang, I have arrived at Suijia village. To avoid alarming anyone, I am currently waiting at the village entrance and have not yet entered. How much longer until you arrive? On the other end of the line, Yang Shi's voice came through, accompanied by that of a woman, presumably his wife. Although Yang Shi's family was skeptical, they had come along as well. We should take another 3 to 4 hours to get there, Yang Shi replied, his tone filled with urgency, as he was eager to reach the village and ascertain the well-being of his son. However, the roads here were quite treacherous. Rest assured, Brother Yang, both I and the viewers in the live stream will support you. Once you arrive, we shall take action. Thank you, brother. My wife is also following your live stream, and we are immensely grateful for everything you are doing for us. Regardless of the outcome, at least more people will know about my son's situation, and for that, we are truly thankful. It's nothing. Given the circumstances, it's only right that I lend a hand. After hanging up, Wang Yuan addressed the audience in the live stream. Dear viewers, let us take a stroll around the vicinity to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings and enjoy the scenery. As Brother Yang will not arrive for a few more hours, Wang Yuan refrained from entering the village, instead meandering around its outskirts, keeping a safe distance to avoid arousing suspicion among the villagers, which could negatively impact the search for the child. The discussions in the live stream were quite fervent. Although most viewers suspected it was all a publicity stunt, the number of viewers continued to grow. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Yuan spotted a black vehicle approaching his direction, immediately recognizing it as Yang Shi's car. They had communicated about half an hour prior, and Yang Shi had found his way here thanks to Wang Yuan's guidance. Dear viewers, I see Brother Yang's car approaching. I will head over now. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, as comments and virtual gifs flooded the screen. The car came to a halt, and Wang Yuan hastily approached. Is this Brother Yang? He inquired. Just then, a man in his 30s, approximately 1.7 meters tall and slightly plump, emerged from the vehicle. The man's eyes were red, his face weary, and he bore an expression of anxiety mixed with a hint of hope. I'm Yang Shi. Greetings, host. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Thank you so much for your efforts on our behalf. It's no trouble at all. Both I and the viewers have been waiting for you for quite some time. Everyone hopes for your family's reunion. Now, let us discuss our next steps. As soon as Wang Yuan finished speaking, 2 more individuals exited the vehicle, a man and a woman. The woman was Yang Shi's wife, while the man was his brother-in-law. They regarded Wang Yuan with expressions of skepticism. Having not witnessed Wang Yuan's previous live streams, they were understandably doubtful. Yang Shi's wife had previously been displeased with her husband for giving Wang Yuan 20,000 yuan, believing he had been deceived. In truth, even Yang Shi himself held little hope. Yet after 3 years of searching, any glimmer of hope was too precious to abandon. Whether they would encounter a miracle or face another disappointment remained uncertain. And the closer they got to the answer, the more tense they felt. After a brief discussion, they resolved to inquire within the village first. If they could gather any information about Yang Xian, it would be ideal. That if not, they would contact the local police station for assistance. Wang Yuan, facing the camera, expressed his anticipation. According to the ghostly oracle, Yang Xian's current name is Cui Jiao. We have decided to begin our inquiries in the village. I will keep the live stream running to document our experiences. Thank you all for your support, and may we witness a miracle. At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream surpassed 5,000. Gifts poured in, prompting an uncontainable smile from Wang Yuan. As a relatively small streamer, he had never encountered such a scene. He had not even solicited gifts today, yet he received a considerable amount of donations. However, he was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. The higher his popularity soared, the more devastating his fall would be if he were to fail. Should he fail to locate Yang Xian, the viewers would undoubtedly lash out at him. While being infamous could still bring some notoriety, he feared he might be left with nothing but scorn. At that moment, he felt a twinge of anxiety. He could only pray that the ghostly oracle had not deceived him and that the 2 points of luck he had expended had not been in vain. The group of 4 set off towards the village. Each person's emotions varied, Yet they all shared a common goal, the earnest hope of finding Yang Xian. Chapter 56. His voice as the group entered the village, Wang Yuan continued to livestream. Engaging with the audience as they walked, the village appeared quite impoverished, with only a few dozen households, most of which were in a dilapidated state, some barely habitable. Like many villages, the younger workforce had migrated to the cities for employment, leaving behind only the elderly, women, and children in such a village. The likelihood of encountering outsiders was low, and their arrival immediately drew the attention of the villagers. Fortunately, the locals were relatively friendly. An elderly man smoking outside his home approached them, asking where they were from and whom they were visiting, perhaps mistaking them for relatives of a local family. The group intended to inquire further, but upon hearing the old man's voice, Wang Yuan quickly stepped forward. "Sir, we are looking for Cui Jiaoyu. Do you know where his family resides?" "Who?" The old man, hard of hearing, responded loudly. Wang Yuan raised his voice, "Cui Jiao." Upon hearing this, the old man shook his head, indicating he did not recognize the name. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, feeling a sudden wave of unease. Logically, in a village with so few inhabitants, how could someone not be known if they truly existed? Returning to the group, he noticed Yang Shi's face was also marked by disappointment and concern. He genuinely feared that this trip might be in vain. Over the years, they had experienced countless moments of hope, only to be met with disappointment time and again, each instance striking them deeply. Yang Shi contemplated briefly before speaking again. Although there are not many people in the village, some may be familiar with each other, but they might not know the full name. Especially concerning children, they may only know which family the child belongs to, but not the specific name. Wang Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was plausible. Cui Jiao was only 9 years old, and it was not surprising that the elderly man might not know his actual name. However, if they inquired about which family he belonged to, the old man might very well know. "How about we show him a picture?" Wang Yuan suggested, approaching the old man once more. "Sir, he is a 9-year-old boy." He then presented the photograph Yang Shi had sent him, showing Yang Xian at the age of 6. "This is how he looked back then. He is now 9. Have you seen him?" "What did you say?" "I didn't catch that," the old man replied, his expression shifting as he extinguished his cigarette and stood up, heading inside. "Sir, please don't go," Wang Yuan called out, but the old man ignored him, not uttering a word. Watching the old man walk away, a surge of excitement welled up inside Wang Yuan. "Brother Yang, I believe we may not have come in vain." He was confident. Judging by the old man's reaction, he had indeed heard them but chose to feign ignorance and returned home. This was a clear indication that Cui Jiao undoubtedly existed. But the old man was reluctant to disclose any information, hinting at a deeper story. If Cui Jiao had been taken by someone from the village, everything would make sense. After all, they were all part of the same community. One could easily offend others by speaking out. Yang Shi's expression also bore a hint of excitement as he recognized this detail. While he could not confirm that his son was here, at least there was hope, and as long as there was hope, that was sufficient. Yet he made a conscious effort to temper his emotions, not wanting to become overly elated. The more they hoped, the more they feared disappointment. They resolved to continue their inquiries within the village, going door to door. If they could not gather any information, they would approach the local police station to request access to household registration records. Regardless, they were determined to meet the boy named Cui Jiaoyu. As the group ventured deeper into the village, a woman in her 40s happened to emerge from her home. Spotting her, Wang Yuan hurried forward. "Excuse me, do you know where the family of Cui Jiao lives?" The woman paused, scrutinizing them with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "What do you want?" "We are relatives visiting the village, but we are having trouble finding our way around," he explained. The woman remained silent, merely shaking her head, indicating they did not seem to fit that description. Yang Shi stepped forward, producing a stack of cash. "Please, we beg you, tell us where he is." The woman glanced at the money, her eyes momentarily gleaming, and her hand twitched involuntarily, but she quickly withdrew it, falling silent. It was evident she was tempted. "Please, I implore you. It is crucial for us." Yang Shi pressed the money into her hand, pleading earnestly. The woman scanned her surroundings, hastily accepting the cash and stuffing it into her pocket. Then, she turned her head towards the east side of the village. "Over there, but don't say I told you." Upon hearing the woman's words, Yang Shi's face was alight with an uncontrollable excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, her statement at least confirmed the existence of Cui Jiao in this village. and it was highly likely that he had been taken in by that family. The information provided by the wish-fulfilling ghost matched perfectly. That Cui Jiao was most probably his son, Yang Xian. "Thank you, sister." Yang Shi expressed his gratitude, visibly moved. However, the woman said nothing further, hastily returning to the courtyard and closing the gate behind her. Wang Yuan was equally exhilarated. He noticed that Yang Shi's wife and brother-in-law were also visibly stirred. Initially, they had been entirely skeptical of those claims, and had it not been for Yang Shi's insistence, they might not have come at all, but now, they too were beginning to believe. "Brother Yang, let us hurry over. This time, your family is destined to reunite," Wang Yuan exclaimed. Turning to the audience in the live stream, he excitedly declared, "Dear viewers, we finally have news. Indeed, there is a person named Cui Jiao here, just as the wish-fulfilling ghost said. I have a strong feeling that he must be Brother Yang's son, Yang Xian. We are getting closer to the truth, and the answer will soon be revealed. Let us first wish for their family to be reunited." As Wang Yuan spoke, Yang Shi and the others could hardly contain their inner excitement as they quickly ran in the direction indicated by the earlier woman. Seeing this, Wang Yuan hurried to follow. Besides Yang Xian's family, he was perhaps the one most eager to find him. This information, gained through his efforts, also affected whether he would achieve fame. By the time he caught up with the three, he was already panting heavily. Suddenly, Yang Shi's wife came to an abrupt halt, her expression becoming somewhat strange, as if she were intently listening to something. Her gaze appeared dazed, as if her thoughts were ensnared by an unseen force. "What is wrong?" Wang Yuan finally found an opportunity to catch his breath and inquired of Yang Shi's wife. "Xiao Xian, I thought I heard him calling me. He is right there." Yang Shi's wife suddenly became overwhelmingly excited and changed direction, running northward while shouting, "He is there. I heard him. He is right there." Her voice, tinged with a kind of madness, startled Wang Yuan. Yang Shi was momentarily taken aback, but as he saw his wife running farther away, he had no choice but to follow. Wang Yuan, disregarding his need to catch his breath, ran after them, unwilling to miss a single moment. "Dear viewers, it seems my sister-in-law has discovered something. She appears to have heard Yang Xian's voice. Let us hurry and see," he gasped. "Now, I am also incredibly excited. Let us hope that it truly is their son's voice. Let us all pray and bless them together." As he spoke, he continued to breathe heavily while addressing the audience in the live stream. Meanwhile, the viewers were also flooding the chat with blessings. Many of them had been watching since noon, and after several hours, their emotions were fully engaged, yearning for a resolution to this extraordinary event. Chapter 57. The heart connection between mother and son. They followed Yang Shi's wife, running for about 200 meters, yet she showed no signs of stopping. In front of them lay vast fields and wasteland, causing Wang Yuan to doubt whether she had truly heard anything at all. After all, he had not heard any sound just moments ago. As they ran, Yang Shi called out loudly, "What is happening? Did you hear incorrectly?" Yang Shi's wife halted, her demeanor a mix of urgency and frenzy. "I heard his voice. Our Xiao Xian is right here. I heard him. I truly heard him. Why has it gone silent now?" she exclaimed, overcome with emotion. Wang Yuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had thought they were on the brink of a conclusion, only to encounter such a blunder. Yang Shi scolded. "What sound? You must have misheard." Yang Shi's wife was nearly in tears, insisting, "There is definitely something. I heard him call me mom. He is right here, sister." "I truly did not hear anything," Yang Shi's brother-in-law chimed in. "Sister-in-law, perhaps you miss your child too much and are experiencing an illusion. No worries. We are close to finding their home." Before Wang Yuan could finish, Yang Shi's wife suddenly shouted with fervor, "Found it. Over there. We have finally found it." She darted off toward the distance, prompting the others to follow suit. The group quickly ran out of the village and continued for some distance when Wang Yuan faintly heard the sound of children laughing. In the distance, a group of children was playing, their voices faint due to the distance. Yet, upon hearing that sound, everyone became electrified with anticipation. Yang Shi's wife was almost frenzied, shouting, "Xiao Xian! Mommy's here! Mommy's here!" They followed her as she navigated the rugged terrain until they spotted a pond. And just beyond it, several children were visible. Those children were playing by the water's edge, and one of them turned to look at them. At that moment, Wang Yuan saw that it was a boy, likely of a similar age to Yang Xian. For some reason, he was crying. while others nearby were trying to comfort him. Xiao Xian. Yang Shi's wife rushed forward, enveloping the child in her arms, holding him tightly against her chest. At that moment, countless emotions surged within her, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Xian, it's Mommy. Mommy has finally found you. Yang Shi's expression shifted from shock to boundless joy. He immediately recognized the boy as his son, whom he had been desperately searching for over the past 3 years. At that instant, tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks, and all emotions became overwhelming. He rushed forward, embracing his son tightly alongside his wife. Son, Daddy has finally found you. The boy cried even harder, and after a long while, he finally managed to call out for his parents, Dad, Mom. Even after 3 years, Yang Xian instantly recognized his parents. The family, after 3 long years, was finally reunited, nearly speechless in their overwhelming joy, embracing each other and weeping. Wang Yuan watched this scene unfold, his eyes growing misty, his heart swelling with happiness. Not only was he elated for the family's reunion, but he also felt a thrill at the prospect of his own rising fame. He had summoned the wish-fulfilling ghost, and through it, assisted in this family's reunion. All these events combined would surely propel his popularity to new heights. He felt as if he were dreaming and even pinched himself to confirm his reality. It hurt. Yet this was undeniably real. Dear viewers, they are finally reunited. Wang Yuan exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless. Let me catch my breath. He took deep breaths, capturing the moment of the family embracing and crying on his phone. The live stream chat erupted with excitement, an avalanche of comments flooding in. The host is a wonderful person. He truly helped this family reunite. Is this real? Am I seeing this correctly? Emotionally, I really hope this is true, but realistically, it seems utterly fabricated. Why do I feel like this is scripted? It doesn't seem like it. It feels so authentic. Authentic, my foot. How could you hear sounds from so far away? If this isn't scripted, I'll eat my hat. Indeed, after such a long wait, it was far less thrilling than I imagined. Could you at least throw in a twist? It feels as though that child was just waiting there. It seems too orchestrated. The acting is decent. I was drawn in. Observing these skeptical comments, Wang Yuan explained, I swear, this is absolutely true. Yet, some individuals, even when presented with undeniable facts, remain unconvinced. I do not blame you for your skepticism, as I also find these events astonishing. First, the wish-fulfilling ghost revealed Yang Xian's whereabouts. Then his mother, from such a distance, heard her child calling her. To be honest, I initially thought my sister-in-law was hallucinating, but now it appears that this may indeed be the bond between mother and child. Sometimes, there is a remarkable connection among family members. That is indeed so. It sounds unbelievable, yet many people have personal experiences of such phenomena. Thus, Wang Yuan's explanation garnered some acceptance among the audience. Host, I've been watching your live stream the entire time. I started when you summoned the wish-fulfilling ghost yesterday. It's so incredible. The wish-fulfilling ghost is real. There truly exists a ghost that can grant wishes. I feel like I'm dreaming. Can someone wake me up? Does anyone know how to summon the wish-fulfilling ghost? I've tried so many times but couldn't bring it forth. Host, can you help me summon the ghost? I also want to make a wish. In the barrage of comments, some expressed skepticism, others offered belief, while still others displayed interest in the wish-fulfilling ghost. Summoning the ghost for a few questions could potentially lead to reuniting long-lost family members. These events were indeed too extraordinary, and many wished to make their own wishes to the wish-fulfilling ghost. Such matters could wait for another time. Recalling the sudden sense of unease he had felt the previous night, Wang Yuan considered that perhaps it would be best to refrain from any further attempts at summoning the ghost. Continuing down this path might indeed bring about danger. At that moment, the number of viewers in his live stream had surpassed 7,000. And the gifts received that day had already amounted to 5,000 or 6,000. Just a few of the prominent viewers had directly gifted him around $2,000. He received a multitude of private messages. Aside from a few meaningless insults, the remainder comprised requests for assistance in summoning the spirit of the ghostly immortal, as well as inquiries about potential business collaborations. Regardless of the veracity of the situation or the beliefs of the people involved, it was evident that this matter was destined to become a viral sensation online. Whenever a topic garners attention, self-media outlets flock to it, sharing the buzz and propelling the entire event to new heights. At this juncture, this was merely the explosive beginning of his newfound fame, which was bound to escalate even further. This surge in popularity could easily be transformed into commercial value, and immense wealth had already begun to rain down upon him. Now, he merely needed to contemplate how to seize and retain all that was unfolding. If successful, he would become the next internet celebrity earning millions annually. At this moment, Wang Yuan was again addressing his audience in the live stream, stating, "For now, let us focus on Big Brother Yang Shi and his family, as there have been new developments." The new developments Wang Yuan referred to were that Yang Xian's adoptive parents and villagers had heard the news and were on their way to the scene. However, they had already reported the incident to the police upon locating the child, so the authorities were likely en route, mitigating any imminent danger. Ultimately, no conflict erupted between the parties until the police arrived to mediate the situation. In the following days, Yang Xian's biological parents conducted a paternity test, which confirmed their status as the child's true parents. Yet, Yang Xian's adoptive parents were reluctant to relinquish him easily, adamantly claiming that they had found the child, taken pity on him, and decided to adopt him. They had raised Yang Xian as their own son for years, treating him with utmost care. Yang Xian could attest to this. Although he was unclear about whether he was purchased or found, he acknowledged that his adoptive parents had indeed treated him well. Due to their economic circumstances, while they could not provide him with an extravagant lifestyle, they had never mistreated him or subjected him to physical punishment. They were willing to let him go, but insisted on compensation to account for the emotional and financial investment they had made over the years. The two parties engaged in prolonged negotiations, and ultimately, to avert future complications, Yang Shi agreed to pay them 50,000 yuan to bring his son home. Wang Yuan broadcasted the entire affair live, and as the story continued to gain traction over the days, it became one of the most discussed topics online. Consequently, Wang Yuan truly achieved fame. Prior to this incident, he had merely a few tens of thousands of followers, but now his count had soared to over 600,000. Gazing at his account, Wang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. For the first time, he realized that achieving his long-held aspirations could be this uncomplicated. However, attaining success did not guarantee its preservation. When one possesses nothing, there is no fear of loss. Yet, once one has acquired something, the greatest fear becomes losing it. He understood that all he had was due to the ghostly immortal's assistance. But if he ceased to engage with the immortal, how could he safeguard his current success? Chapter 58. The ghostly immortal's rise to fame. Now, Lin Yuan had been a ghost for nearly a year, and his interest in all matters was gradually waning. He was unaware of the happenings surrounding Wang Yuan, nor did he care. However, he could infer the online popularity of the ghostly immortal. When Wang Yuan summoned him during the live stream, viewers recognized him, and at that moment, he surmised that the ghostly immortal would indeed become a sensation. Currently, discussions about the ghostly immortal were somewhat overshadowed by reports of a UFO being shot down by a certain country. Yet it remained a trending topic online. Although mainstream media coverage was lacking, numerous self-media outlets and video bloggers persistently capitalized on the event's popularity, either through written content or video analyses. The prevailing opinion remained that Wang Yuan was engaging in a publicity stunt, exploiting the public's curiosity to create a sensational incident, with the family involved merely being actors hired by him. Despite Yang Shi's family later appearing on Wang Yuan's livestream to recount their experiences and present substantial evidence, skepticism and criticism persisted. Some video bloggers analyzed Wang Yuan's summoning of the ghostly immortal, noting that certain footage appeared distorted, suggesting it had been manipulated. Many streamers attempted to imitate Wang Yuan but ultimately failed to summon the ghostly immortal or the Pin spirit. In the end, one streamer conducted a live stream utilizing special effects to conceal an individual in the room, perfectly recreating the scene of Wang Yuan summoning the Pin spirit, further casting doubt on the authenticity of the event. The vast majority of those following the developments deemed it a farce, asserting that there are no ghosts in this world. Nevertheless, a minority steadfastly believed in the existence of spirits, for they had always held such beliefs. Even if the incident were fabricated, they would still affirm its truth if it supported their views. The two factions continuously clashed online, and coupled with Wang Yuan's frequent live streams and participation in various business activities, the event's popularity continued to soar. Although Lin Yuan was oblivious to these happenings, he could sense their impact. The number of individuals attempting to summon him had markedly increased. However, he did not alter his routine due to the surge in summoners. He continued to awaken around midnight, choosing one among those who called upon him to respond to. If none were present, he simply disregarded it. his interest in all matters had grown increasingly feeble. Even towards wishes, he could no longer personally attend to every individual's desires, as it was truly overwhelming. In light of this situation, he assigned Su Xiaonan a task, likely to be his final task. For as time passed, he might lose interest in even delegating tasks to his emissaries. Ultimately, he decided to let fate take its course. As long as he existed, everything would operate as it should. What form it would take was of no concern to him. Lin Yuan sensed the surrounding wishes. It was now midnight, and 5 individuals in Zhongzhou were summoning the ghostly immortal point. One could imagine that people across the globe were attempting to call upon him. He simply could not perceive those wishes. Since the explosion of interest in the ghostly immortal, Lin Yuan had helped 4 individuals realize their wishes. However, the number of people who had called for him was far from that figure. On the first day alone, dozens had attempted to summon him, yet most received no response, and the number dwindled over time. Today marked the 5th day, with only 5 individuals remaining. After all, many who sought to summon the ghostly immortal were likely driven by a fleeting impulse. Rather than any pressing need to make a wish, it was only natural that they could not maintain their efforts. Lin Yuan had fulfilled the wishes of 4 individuals, among whom one wished for beauty. Another desired admission to a prestigious university, and yet another sought to revive his struggling business. The last individual wished for his novel to achieve great success. Lin Yuan had assisted them all. Throughout the process of granting these wishes, he had accumulated 1.5 units of wish power, bringing his total to 5.5. Now, it was time for the 5th individual. He would randomly select one from the 5 who had called upon him today. It would be him. Lin Yuan followed the current of wish energy and materialized before the individual. This person was remarkably fortunate, for as time progressed, the probability of summoning the ghostly immortal diminished. Of course, this luck only pertained to the present moment. Whether it would continue to be so in the future remained uncertain. At midnight, a man sat upright at a table, his expression one of utmost reverence. A candle flickered on the table, beside which lay a piece of paper and a pen. Anyone familiar with the tale of the ghostly immortal would recognize that he was attempting to summon the spirit. The man's name was Han Liang, in his early 30s, currently with his hands pressed together, eyes closed in earnest prayer, filled with anticipation and anxiety, silently imploring, "Ghostly immortal, I beseech you, please come to me. I truly need your assistance. You promised to grant every wish. I have summoned you so many times. Please, you must respond." Previously, he had encountered stories of the ghostly immortal online, but had dismissed them as mere fantastical tales. Utterly impossible to be real at his age, he had long abandoned such fantasies. Yet, several days prior, he had witnessed a live stream in which the host successfully summoned the Pin Spirit before a captivated audience. It completely upended his worldview. The Pin Spirit even inscribed the words, "All wishes shall be granted." At that moment, he felt a peculiar familiarity, only to realize when the host inquired about a child's whereabouts that the Pin Spirit demanded a wish in exchange. In that instant, he suddenly contemplated whether the so-called ghostly immortal might indeed exist. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he sent a message in the chat, urging the host to inquire further. The Pin Spirit affirmed his queries. Eventually, when the host located the child based on the ghostly immortal's guidance, he could no longer deny the spirit's existence. Overwhelmed with excitement, he showered the host with gifts. Despite the skepticism surrounding the incident, with many claiming it was scripted and entirely fabricated, Han Liang remained steadfast in his belief in the ghostly immortal's reality. However, despite his attempts to summon the spirit multiple times, he had yet to succeed. No matter what he tried, the immortal simply would not appear. Yet, as he perused online posts, he stumbled upon a remarkable observation. All those who claimed to have summoned the ghostly immortal were located in Zhongzhou. This revelation filled him with exhilaration, as the host had also summoned the spirit from that very city. Previously, he had assumed that the similar IP addresses were merely the work of the original poster's alternate accounts. Now, it dawned on him that perhaps only in that location could one successfully summon the spirit. Thus, he took the high-speed train overnight to Zhongzhou City, where he conducted the ritual to summon the elusive ghostly immortal. Now, it was already the 3rd day, and if he could not summon the ghostly immortal soon, he would be compelled to abandon his quest. In such a case, he would have no choice but to resolve the issue through his own means. At worst, he would resort to taking a life in exchange for his own. Although he appeared to be honest, his inner self was remarkably resolute and unyielding, stubbornly adhering to his beliefs. Once he deemed something to be right, no amount of persuasion would sway him. In his youth, he had suffered greatly due to this temperament. Even now, having been tempered by society's harsh lessons, he still occasionally acted impulsively, especially concerning this matter. He could not allow that woman, who was clearly attempting to deceive him into marriage, to take away half of his assets. It was not merely a matter of money. It was a matter of principle. Ghostly immortal, I implore you, please come. Although he was prepared to face destruction rather than compromise, that was merely a last resort. He did not wish to ruin himself out of impulsiveness. Everyone desires to live well. It is simply that some circumstances leave no alternative. That moment, he suddenly felt a chilling and eerie presence beside him. Startling him, he hurriedly opened his eyes, only to see that the pen had inexplicably stood upright on the paper. Observing this uncanny scene, Han Liang's face bore no trace of terror, only delight. The ghostly immortal had finally arrived. Chapter 59. The true victim. Are you the ghostly immortal? I have traveled a great distance to Zhongzhou City with the hope of summoning you. And fortunately, you have come. At this moment, Han Liang was overwhelmed with excitement. Ever since he discovered that the ghostly immortal was indeed real, the idea of seeking the immortal's assistance to resolve his troubles had taken root in his mind. However, after numerous failed attempts, he was on the verge of giving up, so he was grateful that the immortal had finally appeared. He understood that there might be a price to pay, but he was not particularly concerned about such costs. After all, he had firmly resolved that he would rather face mutual destruction than allow that woman to take a single penny from him. He was unwilling to accept the injustice of his situation. He must seek retribution for himself. Throughout his life, he had never engaged in any unlawful activities nor harmed anyone. Yet, in his moment of blindness, he had married that woman and now faced a grievous price. He could accept the lesson learned and the losses incurred, but he could never accept that woman gaining any benefit from him. At that moment, the pen moved slightly, drawing a checkmark on the paper. As if to affirm his inquiry, "Thank you, ghostly immortal." Han Liang let out a sigh of relief. The existence of the ghostly immortal assured him that there must be other spirits as well. So he needed to establish the immortal's identity first. Immortal, I apologize for the imposition, but I seek your assistance to my wife. Her name is Lu Yuyan, or perhaps I should refer to her as my ex-wife. As we are currently embroiled in a divorce lawsuit, my wish is... He restrained his excitement and contemplated briefly. Clearly, he could not merely wish for Lu Yuyan to lose the lawsuit, as such an outcome would be meaningless. A defeat for the opposing party did not guarantee that they would be unable to claim his money, nor did it assure that they would face adequate punishment if Lu Yuyan were to lose. The most he could expect would be for the court to dismiss her divorce petition. That woman had effectively ruined him without incurring any consequences, which was utterly unfair. What he sought was justice. He wanted that woman to pay for her misdeeds. He had met Lu Yuyan over a year ago at a matchmaking event, where numerous women were present. Yet, he had immediately noticed Lu Yuyan and felt a strong attraction toward her. After a brief exchange, they learned about each other's basic circumstances. Lu Yuyan was 3 years younger than him. Although she came from a rural background, she was beautiful and possessed a delightful personality, making her an ideal candidate for a wife. Their interactions flowed smoothly, and they connected well. At that time, he was already 30 years old and, perhaps due to his overly honest nature, he had not had many romantic experiences, nor did he possess much experience with women. He was an exceedingly ordinary man. He had faced countless failures in matchmaking, and his parents were distressed over his single status. Approaching 60, they were anxious to see their son married while his peers had already become grandparents. Han Liang himself was troubled by these concerns. At this age, failing to find a partner would only make the future more daunting. He sometimes thought he might end up living a solitary life. Such thoughts were undeniably disheartening. While he lacked significant accomplishments, he had stable employment and his family was relatively well off, not significantly different from others. He had no bad habits, was neither short nor overweight. Yet the prospect of living alone was difficult for him to accept. When he encountered Lu Yuyan, he suddenly felt that this might be heaven's final opportunity for him, and he must seize it with both hands. Afterward, they exchanged contact information and chatted online for a while. The women he had met at matchmaking events before would often ignore him after adding him, leading to increasingly sparse communication until they eventually ceased responding altogether. However, Lu Yuyan was different. She never neglected him, even when her replies were delayed. she would provide an explanation. He felt that Lu Yuyan respected him and likely had an interest in him as well. Naturally, they arranged to meet again, and their subsequent encounters were enjoyable. He finally sensed that love had come to him. However, Lu Yuyan consistently rejected any intimate advances, merely stating that she was a rather conservative woman. At the time, he did not think much of it, assuming she was simply a good woman who valued her virtue. Moreover, during their dates, Lu Yuyan never pressured him to spend excessively and often sought ways to save him money while subtly hinting at the future. At that moment, he felt compelled to offer Lu Yuyan a commitment. He proposed marriage to her, but she hesitated, saying she needed time to consider. He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Having struggled to find a partner for so many years, he felt a sense of inferiority, convinced that he might not be worthy of such a woman. Yet, objectively speaking, his family resided in a major city, owning 2 spacious properties worth at least 4 to 5 million. As the only child, those properties would eventually belong to him. In contrast, Lu Yuyan came from a rural background with a modest income of 4 to 5,000 a month. After expenses, she might never be able to afford even half of one of his family's houses. However, the emotional scars he had endured made him somewhat dismissive of himself. During Lu Yuyan's period of indecision, he was filled with trepidation. Eventually, he received a message from Lu Yuyan, who explained that her hesitation stemmed not from a lack of desire to be with him, but rather from feeling unworthy of him due to her past marriage. Upon hearing this revelation, Han Liang felt a moment of wavering. He believed that no matter the circumstances, he should not settle for a woman who had been married before. Having barely dated, he found it challenging to accept such a situation. Yet, reflecting on the time they had spent together, he was reluctant to end their relationship easily. He inquired about the circumstances of her previous marriage. Lu Yuyan recounted her modest upbringing, explaining that her family had married her off to a man she did not love for the sake of dowry. After marrying, that man not only cheated on her but also subjected her to domestic violence, prompting her to seek a divorce through the courts. Their marriage was brief, lasting less than a year. Lu Yuyan added that she had been single for over 3 years, during which she had developed a profound fear of relationships and marriage until she met Han Liang, which gave her the courage to open her heart. At that time, Han Liang was blissfully unaware that all of this was merely a fabrication. In hindsight, he was filled with self-loathing for having fallen for such a cliché detail. Reflecting on their shared moments and learning about Lu Yuyan's past, his heart softened as he reasoned that even if she had been married before, it was a misfortune of circumstance, and he should not hold it against her. Additionally, he was already 30 years old, and if he did not marry soon, it would only become more difficult in the future. He realized that encountering a woman with whom he could connect on such a deep level, both in personality and appearance, was a rare opportunity. Furthermore, many women around the age of 30, even if unmarried, may have had cohabitation experiences, which, in essence, was not significantly different from marriage. Merely a matter of a piece of paper, he shared this decision with his parents, who, while initially hesitant about their son marrying a divorced woman, ultimately accepted the reality of the situation. In the end, Han Liang resolved to accept Lu Yuyan's past and marry her. At that time, Lu Yuyan's parents demanded a dowry of 180,000, which he learned was a standard amount in the region, so he acquiesced. However, when it came time for the wedding, Lu Yuyan's parents hiked the price, not increasing the dowry but demanding exorbitant sums for red envelopes, transportation fees, and other expenses. In total, these demands amounted to over 100,000, not to mention the costs associated with the wedding itself. Ultimately, they spent a total of 340,000, while the other party contributed nothing. Those demands were orchestrated by Lu Yuyan's parents, and at the time, Lu Yuyan defended him, trying her best to negotiate with her parents. But in retrospect, it all seemed like a farce. If Lu Yuyan had genuinely not wanted his money, her parents would have had no authority over the matter. Lu Yuyan was merely concerned that if her parents pushed too hard, Han Liang might walk away from the marriage, leaving them with nothing. Yet, at that time, he had not fully grasped this reality. Although the wedding preparations left him somewhat dissatisfied, after the marriage, he silently vowed to uphold his responsibilities as a man. He vowed to cherish this woman for a lifetime, striving to nurture their modest household and mend the wounds inflicted upon Lu Yuyan in her past. Yet, regrettably, after their marriage, life took a turn for the worse. He swiftly became the man his wife described as unfaithful and abusive. It was then that he realized that perhaps Lu Yuyan's former husband shared a similar fate. They were both deceived, and they were the true victims. Chapter 60. Evidence may not equate to truth. From the very day they wed, Lu Yuyin confided in Han Liang about the abuse she had endured from her previous husband, which had left her with psychological scars. She expressed a desire for them to sleep apart for the time being and to refrain from intimacy. She hoped that if Han Liang demonstrated exemplary behavior over time, she might genuinely accept him. Although the wedding arrangements left Han Liang feeling disgruntled, he respected her wishes, understanding that they were to share a lifetime together, and he wished to avoid discords so soon after their union. However, just a few days later, Lu Yuyin seemed to transform entirely. The gentleness she had once exhibited was replaced with a relentless barrage of provocations, seeking opportunities to quarrel. Though Han Liang possessed a commendable temperament and often bore with her antics, Lu Yuyin was unyielding, finding fault in the most trivial matters. It was as if she were deliberately seeking confrontation. Even the most patient individual has their limits, and within a month of their marriage, Han Liang struck Lu Yuyin for the first time. His blow was not severe, yet she wept inconsolably, threatening self-harm, and he could do nothing but offer profuse apologies. Ultimately, Lu Yuyin insisted on returning to her family home to allow both of them some time to reflect. After several days apart, Lu Yuyin returned, immediately informing Han Liang that his previous behavior had reminded her of her ex-husband, and she was unwilling to enter another pit of despair. They must draft a formal agreement. Otherwise, she would not feel secure. If he refused to sign, they would have to divorce. Having recently spent over 400,000 to marry her, the prospect of divorce was unacceptable to him. The agreement stipulated that he must respect Lu Yuyin, and should any incidents of domestic violence or infidelity arise, he would have to leave with nothing. Though this agreement held no legal weight, compliance depended solely on personal integrity. In a bid to ensure a harmonious life with Lu Yuyin, he signed the document. Yet, despite its lack of legal enforcement, the agreement effectively solidified the accusations of his infidelity and abuse. While he had briefly lost control, he did not believe it amounted to domestic violence. However, a few months later, he indeed strayed. He did not attribute the blame solely to himself, reasoning that human beings possess physiological needs. During that period, Lu Yuyin continued her incessant quarrels and forbade him any physical contact. Leaving him emotionally drained. One evening, in a fit of despair, he sought solace at a foot massage parlor. Before their marriage, he had never frequented such establishments, but from that day forth, it became a daily ritual. He discovered that not all women were aloof and reserved. The women there were eager to please him for a modest fee, providing him with the attention and affection he craved, unlike the dismissive treatment he received from his expensive wife, who even denied him intimacy. Inevitably, Lu Yuyin learned of his visits, leading to a tremendous uproar. She insisted on a divorce and demanded that he leave with nothing. Han Liang was furious, as his actions had stemmed from Lu Yuyin's refusal to engage with him. That day, in a fit of rage, he not only struck Lu Yuyin but also forced himself upon her. Subsequently, Lu Yuyin reported him to the police, but after their intervention, the situation was defused, resulting in his brief detention for violating public order laws. Upon his release, Lu Yuyin remained silent, vanishing for a period. He felt a twinge of regret and guilt, for he had indeed been unfaithful and had struck her. He hoped that once Lu Yuyin calmed down, they might have a constructive conversation and work towards a better future. At that moment, he harbored a flicker of hope for reconciliation. When Lu Yuyin returned, they did have an earnest discussion, and she agreed to try to make their marriage work. However, she insisted on managing the household finances, requiring that Han Liang turn over his future earnings to prevent him from visiting such establishments again. If he refused, divorce would be inevitable. Han Liang hesitated for a prolonged period but ultimately acquiesced. As the house had been registered in Lu Yuyin's name before their marriage, and he had already invested over 400,000 for their wedding, the thought of divorce just months after their union was unbearable to him. The sunk cost was too significant for him to extricate himself. With their savings dwindling to around 100,000, he capitulated. Yet, the more he yielded, the more Lu Yuyin pressed her advantage. Within mere days, she demanded that Han Liang's parents' property be transferred to her name, threatening divorce if he refused. Han Liang could not possibly comply with such a request, as he had begun to perceive troubling tendencies in Lu Yuyin. Determined to divorce and seize his assets, Lu Yuyin sought to claim half of his wealth after less than a year of marriage, which he found entirely intolerable. When he refused, she dropped the facade and took to social media. posting several narratives that recast their experiences in a light favorable to her. In her accounts, Han Liang was portrayed as a seemingly honest man with a cruel heart, accused of long-term abuse and infidelity, and of coercing her into sexual relations. She retained all evidence of her claims, including images of her injuries, their signed marital agreement, police reports, and documentation of his detention, all of which substantiated her allegations. Following this, Lu Yuyan leveraged the evidence and public sentiment to compel him to honor the agreement, divorce, and leave with nothing. At that moment, Han Liang fully grasped that he had been ensnared by this woman from the very beginning. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he struck Lu Yuyan again, this time with considerable force. Though he seldom lost his temper, when he did, no one could dissuade him. Given that his domestic violence was already established, he felt unrestrained. In that moment, he contemplated ending her life. This time, Lu Yuyan was prepared. Her family arrived shortly thereafter. Restraining Han Liang and calling the police, he was taken into custody once more, enduring weeks of confinement. This incident cost him his job, and all acquaintances regarded him as a domestic abuser and unfaithful husband. Upon his release, he received a court summons as Lu Yuyan sought to divorce him. From that point onward, Lu Yuyan became exceedingly cautious, and Han Liang could scarcely lay eyes on her, often only encountering her attorney. Clearly, Lu Yuyan feared for her safety in his presence. In court, Lu Yuyan's lawyer presented compelling evidence, attesting to the prolonged abuse she had suffered since their marriage, alongside his infidelity. Lu Yuyan had endured immense psychological strain, leading to a diagnosis of depression. She petitioned the court to dissolve their marriage, divide their shared assets, and sought compensation for medical expenses and emotional distress, totaling $150,000. After reviewing the evidence, the court deemed it credible and clear, granting all of the plaintiff's requests. Han Liang, of course, was dissatisfied and filed an appeal. The case is now set to be transferred to a higher court for a second trial. However, Han Liang consulted his lawyer, who indicated that without new evidence, the prospects of success in the second trial were slim. He might even face imprisonment due to the domestic violence allegations, especially given the case's notoriety online, with public opinion firmly aligned with Lu Yuyan. She was the victim, while Han Liang struggled to prove that his violent actions were provoked by her, nor could he demonstrate that she had exploited their marriage for fraudulent gain. He possessed no evidence to support his claims. While Lu Yuyan retained all pertinent documentation, including their signed agreements, medical assessments of her injuries, and police reports, all abundantly substantiating her narrative, in this legal battle, he was doomed to failure. Sometimes, evidence does not fully encapsulate the truth. Yet the law can only operate based on evidence. He now watched helplessly as the fruits of his labor were largely appropriated by that woman, leaving him powerless. Unless he resorted to extreme measures to eliminate her and her family, ensuring mutual destruction, he was left with no recourse. However, he truly wished to avoid such a path. If he were to take such drastic action, how would his parents cope? But now, everything had changed for the better. The wish-fulfilling spirit had appeared. As long as he articulated his desire, the spirit would surely grant it. His wish was for that woman, his ex-wife, Lu Yuyan, to receive the retribution she deserved. Her actions were nothing short of fraud, and she ought to face the full extent of the law's justice. She should be imprisoned. And no sooner had he uttered these words than a checkmark appeared on the paper, indicating the spirit's acquiescence to his request. Chapter 61. The outcome is inevitable. Gazing at the checkmark on the paper, Han Liang exhaled in relief. Since the wish-fulfilling spirit had consented, he hoped there would be no further complications. Entails. Such spirits are portrayed as omnipotent, and no matter how cunning Lu Yuyan might be, she could never hope to withstand the will of the spirit. He also understood that every wish comes with a price. However, at this juncture, he was indifferent to the cost, as anything would be preferable to resorting to murder. Yet, he remained curious about the price he would have to pay. Spirit, what must I sacrifice? The pen swiftly inscribed a singular digit upon the paper, 3. With a stroke of fortune, this affair would be effortlessly resolved. The fate of that woman had long been predetermined. Her secrets would inevitably be revealed. The wish that Han Liang had made was merely to reclaim justice for himself, requiring nothing additional from her, essentially aligning with her original outcome. After all, those who frequently traverse the riverbanks are bound to get their shoes wet. Lin Yuan now merely needed to adjust a few elements to expedite the occurrence of this event. Therefore, the expenditure would not be substantial. For Han Liang, this remained crucial, as even years later, when the woman's misdeeds came to light and she faced legal repercussions, it would be too late for him to reclaim his lost assets. Thus, it had to be now. Gazing at the number inscribed on the paper, he felt it was far less than he had anticipated. Losing 3 points of fortune paled in comparison to the loss of half his wealth. Moreover, fortune is not a fixed entity. It is conceivable that even without this transaction, he might still lose some fortune along with half of his assets. Hence, spending this fortune to safeguard his wealth seemed entirely reasonable. Furthermore, he had witnessed a live stream where Wang Yuan had forfeited 2 points of fortune in exchange for information regarding that child. Yet, despite losing 2 points of fortune, Wang Yuan had ascended to the status of a highly sought-after streamer. Seemingly unscathed by the loss, this demonstrated that not all transactions yield unfavorable outcomes. Additionally, should there be any adverse effects, he was willing to accept them. Ghost Immortal, the price is entirely acceptable to me. I hope you can fulfill my wish. After speaking, he glanced once more at the pen on the paper. Is there anything I need to do? If there is, I will do my utmost to cooperate. The pen marked an X on the paper. He need not take any specific actions, as everything would unfold naturally, and the desired outcome would materialize. Ghost Immortal, our court case begins tomorrow morning. Will everything be timely? A check mark appeared on the paper. Han Liang inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease wash over him. It seemed all matters were firmly within the Ghost Immortal's control. He felt a surge of excitement. Thank you. If I succeed, I shall devote the remainder of my life to honoring you. However, as soon as he uttered these words, the pen toppled over on the paper. The Ghost Immortal offered no response. For the Ghost Immortal was indifferent to his gratitude. This was merely a transaction. Yet, Han Liang's feelings of appreciation would not dissipate. This was beyond his capability. Without the Ghost Immortal, he would have lost far more. He remained seated in the chair for an extended period before finally rising. At that moment, he was somewhat eager to discover how the Ghost Immortal would resolve his predicament. However, he was certain he could not predict it. If he could have, he would not have been ensnared by that woman, left without recourse in due time. He would come to know everything. He had purchased a high-speed train ticket for the early morning. Departing now would allow him to return just in time for tomorrow's hearing. In typical civil cases, one could appoint a lawyer to attend on their behalf, but in divorce proceedings, both parties must be present. Furthermore, he wished to witness firsthand what the outcome of today's trial would be and how his wish would come to fruition. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Yuan could still sense that several individuals were attempting to summon the Ghost Immortal. However, since he had already fulfilled a wish for one person today, he would not go again. There were many seeking the Ghost Immortal's wishes, yet it was impossible for him to assist each one personally. That was simply unfeasible. Through these experiences, Lin Yuan had gained a deeper understanding of human nature. He could ascertain that even if wishing upon the Ghost Immortal merely consumed fortune, there would still be individuals lining up to summon the Ghost Immortal. Even at the cost of their lives, people often encounter many unsolvable dilemmas. An entity capable of fulfilling wishes holds immense allure for humanity. The cost is seldom a concern. People merely seek a means to realize their desires. For instance, earlier, he had observed in Han Liang's fate that he had a considerable probability of resorting to murder. Of course, once the Ghost Immortal appeared, Han Liang's likelihood of committing murder diminished to zero. For such individuals, even if it meant paying the price of their lives, they would still make wishes to the Ghost Immortal. However, all those wishing must queue. Nevertheless, once Su Xiaonan completes her assigned tasks, this queuing situation will significantly reduce, and the regional influence will also lessen at that time. All trivial matters will be handled by the envoy, such as communications with wishers. For Lin Yuan, this held little significance. He would leave it to the envoy while he focused solely on fulfilling wishes. The reputation of the Ghost Immortal had begun to spread, with many already aware of it. Should this trend continue, Su Xiaonan would soon be unable to bear the weight of this karma. This karma was originally meant for Lin Yuan to shoulder, but the presence of the envoy enabled him to evade it. This was the price of becoming an envoy. It was, in itself, a transaction. Addressing the impacts of karma was the envoy's own responsibility, and the contract with the envoy did not obligate the Ghost Immortal to provide assistance in this regard. Therefore, Lin Yuan would not concern himself with it, though the solution was not difficult. Su Xiaonan should be able to figure it out. 10 a.m., Han Liang was still in a taxi. Engaged in a phone call, a middle-aged male voice came through, that of the lawyer he had hired to represent him in the lawsuit against Liu Yuyan. Mr. Han, the hearing starts at 9. Will you be able to make it? The lawyer's tone held a hint of dissatisfaction, as the hearing was imminent, yet the party involved might not arrive. Just yesterday, Han Liang had confidently asserted that he would certainly be present. Han Liang, feeling quite anxious, replied with a tone of resignation, I'm currently stuck in traffic. It's quite severe, and I'm unsure if I'll make it in time. However, it's not too far. So I hope it won't be a major issue. You must make it. This is the second trial. If you don't have a valid reason for your absence, the court may rule against you. After hanging up, Han Liang gazed at the long line of cars stuck in traffic and felt a surge of frustration. Following his conversation with the Ghost Immortal, he had immediately taken a train back. The train had arrived at 6 a.m., and he had anticipated having a couple of hours to reach the courthouse. However, misfortune struck. There were not many taxis available at that hour, so he ordered a ride-hailing service, only for the driver to inexplicably take a wrong turn. This caused him to waste over 20 minutes, and ultimately, the driver canceled the order, forcing him to request another ride. That 20 minutes proved crucial. As a result, once he reached the city, he missed the timing when the roads were less congested and traffic began to build up. Now, after a full half hour, they had barely traveled a mile. Although there was still some time left, it was quite awkward. Even if he were to disembark immediately and take the subway, the likelihood of arriving on time was slim. The subway station would likely have a queue as well. Just as he was feeling exasperated, he suddenly recalled the summoning of the Ghost Immortal from yesterday. The Ghost Immortal did not require him to arrive at the courthouse promptly, regardless of his actions. The outcome he desired would inevitably transpire. With this thought, Han Liang's anxiety dissipated. For from the moment the Ghost Immortal had granted his wish, the conclusion had already been set. His presence or absence would not alter the result. 20 minutes later, at 8:30 a.m., Han Liang received another call from his lawyer, inquiring about his whereabouts. Han Liang's tone was calm as he replied, No need to worry. Traffic is something beyond anyone's control. However, it appears I will likely not make it. Upon hearing this, the lawyer also relaxed, recognizing that if the party involved remained so composed, there was little cause for alarm. Worst case, they would simply lose, as he had already lost in the first trial and held little hope for the second. Han Liang continued to reassure his lawyer over the phone, when suddenly, the lawyer's tone shifted dramatically, filled with shock, and the background became chaotic. This is too coincidental. It seems you need not worry anymore. Your wife? No, your ex-wife. She just got into an accident. Chapter 62. Such coincidence in the morning, Liu Yuyan, accompanied by her lawyer and family, arrived at the courthouse. Her mood was quite pleasant. With the hearing approaching, she felt no trace of anxiety, only anticipation. She was well acquainted with the courthouse, having participated in divorce proceedings before. Unless Han Liang could present groundbreaking evidence, the second trial would not overturn the first trial's verdict. The probability of her winning this case was nearly a certainty, if not absolute. Many proclaimed that marriage is a woman's second chance at life, a sentiment she wholeheartedly agreed with. Moreover, few could understand this saying better than she did. In just over a year, she had managed to secure nearly 2 million in wealth through marriage. Earning such money through conventional means would have been impossible. There was no faster route to wealth than ensnaring fools like Han Liang. The best part was that it was not illegal. She merely married, found herself dissatisfied, and sought a divorce. No one could object. Every aspect of this affair stood up to scrutiny, with ample evidence to support it in the eyes of others. She was a woman who had suffered misfortune, a victim who garnered sympathy as a perceived weakling. Countless individuals online supported her bold stand against the scoundrel, and she had become a symbol of independence and courage, garnering a substantial following. She believed that after this incident, she could strategically manage her online presence, leveraging her fanbase to possibly earn a significant income. At that moment, the lawyer beside her interrupted her thoughts, saying, Let us proceed inside. Remember my words. No matter what transpires, remain calm and refrain from speaking out of turn. I will handle everything. Liu Yuyan's attorney was a woman in her 30s, exceptionally skilled in handling divorce cases. They had previously collaborated, and Liu Yuyan found her to be quite professional. Since then, Liu Yuyan had consistently sought her counsel on legal matters, and the lawyer had provided her with numerous tips, instructing her on how to preserve evidence. The smoothness of her divorce from Han Liang could largely be attributed to her lawyer's invaluable assistance. Rest assured, sisterly, Lu Yuyin replied with a smile, glancing towards her parents. The lawyer's admonition was not directed at her, for she understood the gravity of the situation. It was primarily meant for her parents. Lu Yuyin's parents nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with smiles that betrayed their concealed joy. It was indeed a spectacle that they could smile so brightly after their daughter was divorcing due to domestic abuse. However, with over $1 million to be gained, their elation was certainly understandable. Lu Yuyin's father assured her, "Do not worry. I will say what needs to be said, and I will not utter a word that should remain unspoken." Lu Yuyin nodded. Just as they were about to enter the courthouse, a man's voice suddenly called out from behind, "Lu Yuyin?" Instinctively, Lu Yuyin turned to see who had called her. The man appeared to be in his 30s. Not particularly tall and somewhat portly. She felt he looked familiar, yet she could not immediately recall who he was. However, upon seeing her, the man erupted in anger, shouting, "It's you? Damn it, you filthy whore. I've been searching for you for so long. And you finally show up." Though she could not place him, Lu Yuyin sensed the hostility in his tone. After all, she was well aware of the kind of person she was. There were certainly many men who wished her harm. "Let us go inside," Lu Yuyin urged urgently, preparing to flee. She had no desire to entangle herself with an enraged man at that moment. As she attempted to escape, the man lunged towards her. His eyes ablaze with fury. Lu Yuyin's father hurried to block him, but being frail and only slightly over 5 feet tall, coupled with his age, he was no match for the man. The man shoved him aside, sending him crashing to the ground, then disregarding him entirely, he swiftly approached Lu Yuyin, seizing her collar and dragging her towards him. Lu Yuyin, being of slight build, was powerless to resist and was easily pulled down, her head striking the unforgiving ground, sending her hat tumbling aside. "You deceitful wench, how dare you swindle me? I'll kill you," the man bellowed, landing a punch on her face. Consumed by rage, he cared for nothing but inflicting pain upon her. It was only after receiving the blow that Lu Yuyin finally recognized him. Approximately 3 years prior, she had met a man through a blind date. After accepting his betrothal gifts, she discovered that his claims about possessing multiple properties were mere fabrications. He had no money, and the betrothal gifts were cobbled together from borrowed funds. Furious at realizing she had been misled by someone who was even poorer than herself, she fled that very night. She recalled that the betrothal gift amounted to 288,000, a sum that was, of course, non-refundable. Yet, she would never engage in deceitful schemes in the same city more than once. Regardless of the amount, she would take her leave to prevent situations like the current one. It was unexpected that she would encounter this man here today. As another punch flew towards her, Lu Yuyin felt as though the bones in her face might shatter. At that moment, she sensed the looming specter of death. Her lawyer urgently cried out for help, while her parents rushed forward, attempting to restrain the man. Yet, he struck her once more before the court personnel arrived, subduing him and preventing any further assault on Lu Yuyin. Bloodied and dazed, Lu Yuyin's parents hastily called for an ambulance to transport her to the hospital. This abrupt turn of events left both her lawyer and her parents in a state of shock. Clearly, after such an ordeal, Lu Yuyin would be unable to appear in court today. The trial would have to be postponed. Han Liang's lawyer, having witnessed the entire incident, relayed the details to Han Liang. "Quite the coincidence, isn't it? You can't attend, and now your ex-wife is also unable to appear in court. I didn't see it clearly, but it seems her injuries are quite severe. That man didn't hold back at all. She will likely need several days to recover, giving us time." The lawyer continued, "I overheard that man claim Lu Yuyin had swindled him. I'm unsure of its validity. But if true, it would greatly benefit you. Perhaps we can utilize this time to gather more evidence. If we can prove she has a history of fraudulent marriages, we could orchestrate a remarkable turnaround." The lawyer's excitement was palpable. Lu Yuyin had previously caused quite a stir to force Han Liang into a position of financial vulnerability, even sharing evidence of domestic abuse online, garnering significant public attention. Her intention was to leverage public opinion to compel Han Liang to honor the agreement and leave with nothing. Lu Yuyin's actions had indeed ignited substantial interest in the case online. If they could manage to reverse the second trial's verdict, it would greatly enhance Han Liang's career. Such occurrences were not uncommon. However, acquiring evidence to prove that the woman had married with the intent to defraud was quite challenging, particularly in Han Liang's situation, where he had indeed been violent, leading to his detention, complicating matters further. Yet, If successful, it would bolster his reputation. The lawyer spoke at length over the phone, but Han Liang's response was notably subdued. Although his tone seemed somewhat pleased, it did not convey genuine excitement, as if he had anticipated such developments. The lawyer even began to wonder if the man who had attacked Lu Yuyin had been arranged by Han Liang. Understanding the implication, Han Liang assured him, "Rest assured, this matter has nothing to do with me. I would never resort to such tactics. That would be foolish." Now, Han Liang was more convinced than ever that Lu Yuyin would face the consequences she deserved. The so-called ghostly retribution was indeed a promise made to be fulfilled. What surprised him was the manner in which events had unfolded. He eagerly anticipated what would transpire next, unable to contain his curiosity about the woman's fate. Chapter 63. The reversal of public opinion following Lu Yuyin's assault. The assailant was taken into police custody, where he divulged the entire story during questioning. His name was Chen Peng, and he had come across Lu Yuyin's post online a few days prior. In an effort to substantiate her claims of domestic violence, Lu Yuyin had shared photos of her injuries, which, although only revealing half her face marred with bruises, were enough for Chen Peng to recognize her immediately. He distinctly remembered the mole on her face, a unique feature that stood out. 3 years ago, shortly after they had met, he had been captivated by Lu Yuyin, leading them to decide on marriage. To secure her hand, he had paid a betrothal gift of 288,000, a portion of which had been borrowed. Yet, as their wedding approached, Lu Yuyin abruptly vanished. His fury had been immense, but despite searching extensively, she seemed to have disappeared without a trace. He had reported her disappearance to the police, but there had been no progress. With his family's already precarious financial situation, losing both money and love had left him in dire straits for years. Only recently managing to repay the borrowed funds, he felt that his life had been irrevocably derailed by that woman. At that time, he had vowed that if he ever found Lu Yuyin, she would pay dearly for her actions. Upon seeing her photo online a few days ago, he felt compelled to seek her out. However, in such a vast city, locating her was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. As luck would have it, he had little hope of success until one morning while walking, he spotted a woman exiting a taxi, her hat nearly blown away by the wind. In that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of her face and thought she resembled Lu Yuyin. He followed her to the courthouse, where his suspicions were confirmed as he witnessed Lu Yuyin engaged in a divorce proceeding. He called her name, and to his astonishment, she turned around. It was then that he was certain she was the very person he had been searching for. Consumed by memories of his past grievances, he could not restrain his rage and charged at Lu Yuyin, assaulting her. The police verified Chen Peng's account, confirming that he had indeed reported her disappearance. His claims were accurate. Lu Yuyin had taken his betrothal gift and then vanished. However, this alone did not constitute proof of fraud. She could easily argue that she felt they were incompatible or that Chen Peng had committed some wrongdoing, prompting her to leave in anger. As for the betrothal gift, since her phone had been lost, they had lost contact, and Chen Peng had not pursued repayment. As long as she returned the money now, it would suffice. One could definitively prove that her initial intent was to deceive Chen Peng for his betrothal gift. With the right handling, this would not amount to a crime. Nevertheless, during her divorce from Han Liang, Lu Yuyin had publicly shared these events online, garnering significant attention. Consequently, the news of her assault spread rapidly across the internet. The internet users have delved into the matter, uncovering the reasons behind Chen Peng's actions against her. Public opinion has swiftly reversed. Initially, a multitude supported Lu Yuyin online, yet now an equal number has risen to condemn her. Many harbor doubts, wondering if the alleged domestic violence was merely a fabrication orchestrated by Lu Yuyin herself. Her intent seems to be to elicit sympathy, manipulate public sentiment, and compel the male party to leave without any assets. Numerous personal details about Lu Yuyin have been exposed by netizens, and many of her photographs have surfaced online. Soon, another individual emerged, penning a denunciatory essay against Lu Yuyin. He claimed to be yet another victim of her deceit. His situation mirrored that of Chen Peng. After receiving a substantial dowry, Lu Yuyin vanished, leaving him unable to locate her. Furthermore, during their courtship, she employed various tactics to swindle him out of valuables worth tens of thousands. His total losses amounted to approximately 300,000. Currently, he has reported the matter to the police and urged others who have been deceived by Lu Yuyin to come forward and seek justice. This incident has garnered considerable attention, and the recent shocking turn of events has only heightened its prominence. Lu Yuyan has begun to experience the backlash of public opinion. Subsequently, another individual claiming to be Lu Yuyan's ex-husband recounted a story strikingly similar to that of Han Liang. He had just married Lu Yuyan, only to find himself divorced within a year. During their divorce, Lu Yuyan threatened him with evidence of infidelity and domestic violence, compelling him to acquiesce to her demands and relinquish the majority of their assets, which exceeded 1 million. He was aware of Lu Yuyan's dubious nature but felt powerless to act against her. Now, he too has reported her to the authorities, hoping for severe repercussions. Had it been only Chen Peng, Lu Yuyan might have escaped severe consequences, perhaps merely refunding the money, and her divorce proceedings with Han Liang would have remained unaffected, even if the judge suspected her marriage was a facade for financial gain. There was insufficient evidence. However, the current situation is markedly different. She is now facing the repercussions of public backlash, and as those she has wronged unite to denounce her, the magnitude of her actions is becoming evident. Individually, she could manage each issue and provide explanations, but collectively, they form a compelling chain of evidence that could expose her misdeeds entirely, and no matter how she attempts to justify herself, she cannot disguise the fact that she is engaged in fraud. In the hospital, Lu Yuyan was so enraged that she nearly dropped her phone. At that moment, fear finally gripped her. With public sentiment shifting against her, even if she avoids prison, she will surely be drowned in a tide of public scorn. It seems improbable that she could continue her deceptive ways thereafter, effectively severing her source of income. She promptly composed another post online, asserting that she did not recognize any of those individuals. They were all hired by her ex-husband to slander her. They are currently embroiled in a divorce lawsuit, and he seeks to use this method to defame her, coercing her to relinquish her rightful assets. The man, Chen Peng, who assaulted her, was also in his employ. Sisters, remain vigilant and do not fall prey to that scoundrel's deceit. Her claims indeed resonated with many. For those unaware of the truth but fond of conspiracy theories, her assertions appeared highly plausible. Many sympathized with her, yet such sympathy could not alter her predicament. These arguments might appease a portion of netizens, but they would not satisfy law enforcement, due to the considerable attention this case has garnered. The local police have prioritized it and summoned Lu Yuyan for questioning. Upon receiving the police summons, Lu Yuyan realized the gravity of her situation. At this juncture, no one could rescue her. Her attorney could only strive to secure a reduced sentence. She sensed, albeit vaguely, that an unseen hand was orchestrating the entire affair. She was merely recognized by Chen Peng, and suddenly, a torrent of revelations engulfed her, leaving her with no chance of redemption. Could it be Han Liang? She shook her head, dismissing the thought, for that man lacked the capability to orchestrate such a scheme. If Han Liang possessed such prowess, he would not have fallen victim to her manipulations. Han Liang learned of Lu Yuyan's summons and was also called in by the police. Authorities recognized that his marriage to Lu Yuyan was, in fact, a ruse, and he was summoned as both a victim and a witness. Han Liang entered the police station with a mix of excitement and anticipation. Cooperating with the investigation and recounting the entirety of his experiences with Lu Yuyan. As long as the police take this case seriously, Lu Yuyan's actions cannot withstand scrutiny. She is bound to face legal repercussions. After departing the police station, Han Liang consulted his attorney. Once the police initiate prosecution against Lu Yuyan for fraud, he would petition the court to annul his marriage to her. He would not need a divorce or a division of assets. Their marriage existed solely due to Lu Yuyan's deceit. If Lu Yuyan's crimes were confirmed, their union would be deemed illegitimate and could be annulled, essentially rendering it as if he had never been married. That woman had once loomed over him like a dark cloud. Now, it seemed that cloud was finally dissipating. All traces she had left in his life would soon vanish, as he basked in the sunlight. Han Liang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He felt fortunate to have enlisted the help of the elusive wishful ghost. What was once a mere ghost had turned into a pair of hands manipulating the fates of many. As for the consequences of losing his luck, he cared little at present. Chapter 64. Karma Su Xiaonan suddenly realized that her posts regarding the wishful ghost had inexplicably gained traction. During this period, she had been preoccupied with other matters and had not monitored her forum account. Thus, upon discovering the commotion, she was taken aback. The sudden popularity frightened her. The paranormal section had rarely attracted much traffic. Yet in recent days, it had experienced an influx of visitors. She simply could not fathom where all these people were coming from. Lately, after work, She had been studying website operation and web design to fulfill the tasks assigned by the wishful ghost. Consequently, she had no spare time or inclination to browse online information, rendering her oblivious to the events surrounding Wang Yuan and unaware that the wishful ghost had now attained significant popularity. However, from the comments, Su Xiaonan gleaned the reason for her post's newfound fame. This was simply outrageous. Someone had summoned the wishful ghost during a live broadcast, and in front of everyone, located a child missing for years. Su Xiaonan could hardly believe it and hurriedly searched for related information online. The incident had garnered considerable attention and was a hot topic of discussion among the public. She discovered that Wang Yuan had risen to become a social media sensation with hundreds of thousands of followers. Enjoying both fame and fortune, due to Wang Yuan's influence, viewers of the broadcast were naturally compelled to investigate the wishful ghost. Online, she was the only one to have shared stories about the wishful ghost. As the first to publicize the ghostly figure, she naturally attracted some attention. The comment section revealed that nearly everyone had come to her due to that particular event. Understanding the full scope of the situation, Su Xiaonan felt a wave of dread wash over her. Although she was the envoy of the wishful ghost, its newfound popularity did not bode well for her. Being the envoy sounded impressive and certainly had its perks. But fundamentally, she was merely a scapegoat bearing the weight of the ghost's karma. In the realm of yin and yang, humans and ghosts are destined to remain apart, and any breach of this rule incurs karmic consequences. Should a ghost initiate contact with a human, the ghost bears the karma. However, if a human reaches out to a ghost, the human must assume that burden. She had disseminated information about the wishful ghost. Thus, if anyone engaged with it as a result, she too would bear a portion of the karma. Essentially, nearly everyone learned about the wishful ghost through her. The more people believed in its existence, the greater the karma she would incur. If anyone made wishes to the ghost due to her actions, her karmic burden would escalate. In the past, when fewer people were aware, her stories held little influence, and the impact of karma on her was negligible. Furthermore, with the talisman provided by the ghost, she could harness its power to mitigate her troubles. However, everything changed after Wang Yuan's live broadcast. The impact of a live stream far surpassed that of a few posts on a forum. If this continued, the karma she would face would reach astronomical proportions. Even with the ghost's talisman, survival would become a daunting challenge. Additionally, being entangled in karma would not spare her from scrutiny by the underworld. Su Xiaonan sighed. This karma should have been borne by the wishful ghost, as it was the ghost that initially prompted her actions. Yet, as the ghost's envoy, the responsibility fell solely upon her shoulders. It was akin to her igniting a spark, which ultimately ignited a conflagration, a blaze that now threatened to consume her. Her recent experiences had made her acutely aware that this fire was unstoppable. The wishful ghost would inevitably gain public recognition. Human desires are insatiable. Beyond the impact of karma, the people and events surrounding her could also plunge her into peril. Previously, Wu Shanshan had sought to exact revenge on her, and the police officer named Zhao Yinhui was clearly suspicious that she was concealing a secret. As the ghost became known to the world, such issues would likely multiply, and a single misstep could prove fatal. Yet the wishful ghost remained indifferent to her fate. Regardless of her efforts, she could not elicit any additional assistance from the spirit known as Gu Xian, for the entity was utterly indifferent. How did it come to this? A multitude of troubling thoughts assailed Su Xiaonan's mind, making her feel as though her head were swelling. In the comments section, many individuals tagged her, seeking her explanations regarding Gu Xian or inquiring how to summon the spirit for their wishes, lamenting their own failures in doing so. Furthermore, there were numerous discussions about the authenticity of Gu Xian's existence. Of course, a fair share of skeptics questioned whether she was merely engaging in a publicity stunt alongside Wang Yuan. It was only these doubting comments that provided Su Xiaonan with a sense of familiarity. If all were of such a mindset, she would not bear so much karma. Amidst the sudden inundation of thousands of comments, her private messages were equally numerous. She had become the focal point of everyone's attention. Although it was Wang Yuan who had summoned Gu Xian during the live stream, she was the one who had disseminated the information. Naturally, everyone assumed she possessed more knowledge than Wang Yuan. You wish to leap into the river, yet you pull me down with you. Su Xiaonan inwardly cursed the host named Wang Yuan. Not only did she have to shoulder the karma, but Wang Yuan was equally culpable. They were both transgressors of the established order. However, bolstered by the spirit's power, the karma she bore would undoubtedly exceed that of Wang Yuan. Presently, she remained unscathed, but Wang Yuan's fate was uncertain. Taking a sip of water to calm herself, she glanced once more at the private messages, which were largely similar to the comments. Almost everyone sought her insight into Gu Xian in previous times. When the crowd was smaller, Su Xiaonan might have replied, but now, confronted with an overwhelming 99 messages, she felt no inclination to respond. Just as she contemplated shutting down her computer, an unexpected message caught her attention. Wang Yuan, the very host. Although she held a negative impression of him, curiosity compelled her to see what he had to say. Upon opening the message, she discovered he had sent her 5 distinct messages on different dates. The earliest was from 15 days prior, likely when Wang Yuan had first summoned the spirit. The remaining 4 were from recent days, the latest arriving that very morning. I am Wang Yuan, the one who recently summoned Gu Xian during a live stream. I truly wish to speak with you. You have not replied previously. I implore you to take a moment to respond. I find myself in trouble, and if you would be willing to assist me, I would be immensely grateful. Su Xiaonan needed no further contemplation to deduce the nature of Wang Yuan's troubles. Although he had made a wish to Gu Xian, it had only cost him 2 points of luck, hardly warranting significant trouble. Even if he were to encounter misfortune greater than her own, it would likely only result in minor setbacks, as the impact was merely temporary. With time, it would pass. Yet, a rising star in the world of streaming, speaking in such a humble tone suggested his current predicament was dire. The memory of Wu Shanshan's incident still haunted her. She understood well that she could offer no assistance. Each person has their own fate, and her interference would yield no benefit. Indeed, it could even breed resentment. While people could not directly confront Gu Xian, targeting her would be all too simple. Moreover, Wang Yuan had indirectly caused her distress. Witnessing his downfall should have brought her joy. She pressed down on her laptop, poised to close it, but halfway through, she hesitated and reopened it. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to be so ruthless. Perhaps this was a means of aiding herself. If he could amend his ways swiftly, their troubles might lessen. She had just searched for information on Wang Yuan and realized that what he was doing was akin to a form of self-destruction. However, she did not reply directly to his message. After pondering for a moment, she created a new document on her computer and began to type. She intended to craft a story based on Wang Yuan, making some alterations to address his inquiries. This was all she could do. Through these stories, she would reveal the rules surrounding Gu Xian, allowing people to comprehend the consequences of their actions for the choices they made. She would remain silent. Every choice comes with its own consequences. No one is exempt from this truth. Chapter 65. Nightmare warning. Wang Yuan jolted awake once more from a dream, his forehead and back drenched in sweat. The perspiration soaked his clothes, his heart raced, and his face bore an expression of sheer terror. The dream had felt all too real. In it, he found himself enveloped in darkness, in a sinister place. He knew not where he was, nor why he had arrived there. Yet, he sensed that it was undeniably perilous. His body trembled in fear, instinctively resisting the ominous surroundings, yearning to turn back, but his body was wholly unresponsive. His feet propelling him forward against his will. Beneath him lay black, soft soil, akin to walking upon clouds. Eerie, exquisite flowers blossomed on the sable earth, beautiful yet exuding a menacing aura. The elongated petals unfurled like dragon claws. Fiery red in hue, he recognized it at last. These were the flowers of the afterlife. He finally grasped that he had likely crossed into the realm of the dead. Fear compelled him to resist. Yet his struggle was futile. His body moved forward on the darkened soil, inexorably advancing into the treacherous floral thicket. As he stepped into that field of afterlife flowers, the bizarre blooms transformed. The slender, leafless stems morphed into human-like arms, the blossoms contorting into grotesque, claw-like hands point one by one. Hands emerged from the black earth, ensnaring his body. The icy grip felt as if he were being electrocuted. He screamed, desperate to escape, but found himself utterly immobilized. His body began to sink. The black soil below him seemed to transform into a quagmire, and those hands clutched him tightly, dragging him inexorably into the mire. Gradually, he sank deeper, over half of his body enveloped in the inky muck. Terror coursed through him, pushing him to the brink of despair, leaving only hopelessness in his heart. At that moment, a chilling voice whispered in his ear, "Do not struggle. This is the resting place of all the deceased." The voice was haunting, akin to a blade of ice piercing through his eardrums. Yet, He had no time to dwell on such matters. He shouted, "Let me go! I wish to leave. I am alive, a living person." He heard the voice again. "You are not dead yet?" "No, I am not dead," he exclaimed urgently. "I am still alive. Please, send me back." The voice drew closer, as if someone were whispering in his ear, "If you are alive, why do you seek contact with the dead?" He whipped around abruptly, confronted by an indescribably grotesque and terrifying visage. The face appeared to have decayed for an eternity, with rotting flesh and stark white bones clearly visible, caked in blackened earth, emanating an overpowering stench. He trembled uncontrollably, shivering, until he abruptly awoke from the nightmare. Yet the chilling aura and fear he had felt lingered on. In a panic, he surveyed his surroundings, scanning left and right. Nothing. There was nothing. He finally exhaled in relief. Such dreams were no novelty for him. During these days, he had reveled in the spoils of newfound fame, basking in public adulation. Yet no one knew the depths of his fear, nor how poorly he was faring, by aiding Yang Shi in recovering her child. He had garnered immense attention, catapulting him to overnight stardom. Various business collaborations flooded in, filling his coffers, and for the first time, he felt himself to be a public figure. To establish his persona, he even declined the 300,000 yuan offered by Yang Shi. As such an amount meant little to him. Maintaining his popularity meant that participating in any event could easily earn him that much in today's world. As long as one possessed notoriety, opportunities for monetization were plentiful. However, popularity inevitably waned over time. Thus, he seized the moment and signed with a streaming company. Though relatively small, the company held some renown in the industry, and he had become a key focus of their development efforts. They invested substantial resources in him, aiming to maximize the traffic generated, crafting his public image in hopes of sustaining his fame. Now, a successful livestream could yield sales worth millions, with him personally reaping profits of tens of thousands with ease, an unfathomable prospect for his former self. All he needed to do in the livestream was recount his tale of summoning the spirit and aiding Yang Shi in her plight. Alternatively, he could share the stories provided by the company regarding Gu Xian, subsequently promoting related merchandise, clothing and accessories emblazoned with the spirit's likeness. Items of little intrinsic value could be sold at exorbitant prices. As long as he presented them well, a portion of the proceeds would be allocated to constructing a temple for Gu Xian. As if offering incense to the spirit, participants would see their chances of summoning Gu Xian significantly enhanced. By framing it this way, sales would swiftly deplete, perhaps because people were desperately in need of a presence like Gu Xian. The company intended to forge a deep bond between Wang Yuan and Gu Xian, collaborating with various temples to fully develop the spirit as a major intellectual property. In the company's view, Gu Xian was a fabrication of Wang Yuan's, albeit a successful one. They believed that if they managed it well, Wang Yuan could remain in the limelight indefinitely. Wang Yuan himself believed that if he capitalized on it effectively, he could feast on the fruits of Gu Xian's existence for the rest of his life. Yet, not long after, just as he was riding high, he began to experience recurring nightmares. Endless nightmares plague him, each one bearing a striking resemblance to the last, and during these dreams, he feels an overwhelming sense of reality, as if the events unfolding are indeed tangible occurrences. Initially, he may have clung to a flicker of hope, but now he is resolutely certain that these visions serve as ominous warnings. A formidable force is cautioning him against certain actions. Previously, these warnings were veiled, yet today, they are glaringly explicit, indicating that his misdeeds are intrinsically linked to spirits. Although he has ceased summoning the desired spirits, the warnings persist and intensify. The reasons are not difficult to surmise. He need only possess a modicum of wisdom to comprehend the underlying cause. Despite refraining from invoking spirits, he has continued to share tales of them publicly, which has become the genesis of his warnings. However, he finds himself unable to refrain from narrating these stories, nor can he sever his connection to the spirits. His audience is comprised of individuals intrigued by the supernatural. Without the tales of these spirits, he would be rendered insignificant, unable to extricate himself from this predicament. To withdraw now would signify relinquishing all that he has achieved. If one has never possessed something, they remain indifferent. Yet once one has tasted success, letting go becomes an arduous task. He firmly believes that there must be a resolution to these matters. In recent days, he has sent private messages almost daily to the individual who disseminated information about the spirits, but has received no reply. In his spare moments, he visits temples to pray and has sought the counsel of a master. Yet his efforts have proven futile. He can only hope that the individual who posts online will eventually respond. This person was the first to share information regarding the spirits and must possess knowledge of the underlying truths, as well as the reasons for his current plight. Wang Yuan extracts his phone and navigates to the forum. No messages await him. The individual remains unresponsive, leaving him in a state of helplessness. He even entertains doubts about the person's well-being. However, just as despair threatens to engulf him, he spots a fresh story posted in the forum. You have finally updated. Wang Yuan feels a surge of excitement and hastily opens the post, hoping to glean the information he seeks from this narrative. Chapter 66. Only turn back. The fact that the other party is still posting indicates that they are alive and unharmed. Offering Wang Yuan a moment of relief, he imagines that this individual must be experiencing similar occurrences. Their actions are fundamentally indistinguishable. If he is facing such trials, it is reasonable to assume the same for them. Furthermore, the posts date back several months, with the earliest being 4 or 5 months old. The mere continuation of their posts suggests that they have not encountered any grave issues. Perhaps they will elucidate my questions. He clicks on the post by Su Xiaonan and begins to read her latest creation. Upon reaching the first paragraph, a look of astonishment spreads across Wang Yuan's face, for the protagonist of this tale is clearly modeled after him. The narrative makes no mention of the desired spirit, implying that his experiences are likely unrelated to it. Even if he had summoned a different spirit, such occurrences would still manifest. The story unfolds from a first-person perspective, where the main character inadvertently summons a spirit during a live broadcast. Initially gripped by fear, they soon realize that this event garners significant attention, leading to greater financial rewards. Ultimately, they succumb to temptation and resume their broadcasts, continuing to summon the spirit. The beginning mirrors his own story so closely that he is almost certain this tale will contain the insights he desperately seeks. Perhaps the author is responding to his inquiries in this manner. Why not simply tell me directly? Why must it be in such an indirect form? Yet, it is evident that the poster has seen his private messages. Their choice to respond in such a subtle manner likely stems from a desire to avoid direct entanglement with him. He continues to read, discovering that the subsequent events closely parallel his own experiences. The protagonist, having the ability to summon spirits, finds their popularity skyrocketing, as such bizarre phenomena are undeniably captivating. They gain considerable attention, transforming from an obscure streamer into a sensation. They begin to relish their newfound success, but this situation does not endure for long, as they sense something amiss. For instance, they are plagued by incessant nightmares. And even in daylight, they encounter bizarre hallucinations, or inadvertently stumble into peculiar places. One moment they are amidst a bustling city, and the next, the surroundings shift to something eerily desolate and uninhabited, as if they have crossed into another realm entirely. They struggle and run, barely escaping from these uncanny locations. Yet, upon emerging, they find themselves inexplicably back where they began. Those around them perceive them as lost in thought, but only they are aware of the near brush with death they have just endured. Reading this, Wang Yuan feels a chill. While not identical, the similarities to his own experiences are striking. It appears that the other individual indeed possesses a wealth of knowledge. If they are privy to such information, surely a solution exists. Wang Yuan presses on. I feel terror, an incessant state of anxiety. Over the course of a month, I have lost 30 to 40 pounds. I realize that if this continues, even if I do not perish, I will be driven to madness. I can no longer endure this. I must find a way to resolve this matter, no matter the cost. These sentiments mirror Wang Yuan's current psyche perfectly. He too has explored every avenue in hopes of surmounting his present challenges. Will he find a solution? At this moment, Wang Yuan has fully immersed himself in the role of the story's protagonist. During that time, I scoured various temples and monasteries in search of someone who could aid me in resolving this predicament. Now, I am quite affluent. I would willingly part with any sum if someone could assist me. Yet, regrettably, I have not encountered a single capable individual, and I have been swindled out of considerable funds. Ultimately, I found a reclusive sage atop a mountain. I know not his name, and he is elusive, but our meeting was undeniably fated. The sage immediately discerned my plight, accurately describing my current situation, and inquired whether I had engaged in any wrongful actions. I replied that I had never done so. Throughout my life, I have committed no wrongs. Though I cannot claim to be a paragon of virtue, I am certainly no villain. He shook his head and merely stated that the matter was not one of morality. The realms of yin and yang are as distinct as water and oil. Whether human or spirit, none may breach these rules. Do not attempt to engage with the other side, lest you suffer the consequences of karmic retribution. Upon hearing his words, I hastily recounted my recent experiences. The sage remarked that if my interactions with spirits were limited to myself, there would be no issue. Even if karmic consequences were to arise, they would remain within my capacity to bear. However, by continuously broadcasting my experiences to countless others, the karmic burden I now bear has approached its limit. I urgently inquired about a remedy. He shook his head and advised that it was not too late to turn back, or else I would inevitably reap the bitter fruits of my own actions. Thus, it was revealed that everything stemmed from the so-called karmic retribution. Upon reaching this point, Wang Yuan finally comprehended the nature of his tribulations. His current plight is not solely due to his interactions with spirits. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that he has divulged these spiritual encounters to many. He has fundamentally transgressed an unbreakable rule. With this understanding, his fear begins to dissipate. It is apparent that, according to the narrative, a solution exists. He hastily scans ahead. Hearing the sage's words, I immediately inquired about the specific actions I should take. The sage informed me that there were two courses of action. The lower path merely required me to cease my current endeavors, allowing the karmic effects to dissipate naturally. However, having accrued too great a karmic burden, I would inevitably suffer a shortened lifespan. This method was, of course, unacceptable, and I pressed for the higher path. The sage replied that it was equally simple. I must demonstrate to all that I had not genuinely summoned a spirit. For such entities do not exist, by alleviating the influence and relinquishing all that I have gained, the karmic repercussions would gradually dissolve, leaving me without further concerns. Upon reading this, Wang Yuan furrowed his brow. He would never consider such an option. This solution was one he could conceive on his own. What need had he for a sage's guidance? The implications of his dreams had become abundantly clear. If he simply ceased his current activities, everything would revert to normal. Compared to the protagonist of the story, he had not descended too deeply into this abyss. Yet, it was far from an easy feat. It meant relinquishing all that he had worked so hard to attain. In theory, it was simple. In practice, it was overwhelmingly difficult. Who could bear to part with the fruits of their labor so readily? His reasoning was not flawed. The protagonist of the tale had made a similar choice. I quickly asked the sage if there were any alternative solutions, for I was unwilling to comply. The wealth I had amassed was the result of my life-threatening struggles. To ask me to abandon it all was utterly impossible. The sage shook his head, stating that no other options existed, save for turning back. Yet I had just begun to savor the sweet taste of success. My career was flourishing, and my income was rising steadily. In just a year or two, I would earn what many could not in a lifetime. To suddenly relinquish everything was unfathomable. The sage remained silent, merely shaking his head before turning to depart. From his expression, it was evident that he had long anticipated my ultimate decision. Attaining something only to lose it does not equate to returning to a prior state. To ask me to forfeit all I had painstakingly acquired was akin to a death sentence. Wang Yuan felt a deep resonance with these words. They echoed his innermost thoughts. He was acutely aware that turning back was the path to safety. Yet, like the character in the story, he found himself unable to retreat. Perhaps there are alternative paths. Indeed, there must be. If one were truly to be consumed by karma, death would inevitably follow, and those who have posted such messages would have perished long ago. He continued to read on, eager to uncover the fate of that individual, for it might well mirror his own. Chapter 67. Writing one's destiny. After bidding farewell to the esteemed sage, I returned home. Now enlightened to the causality of events, and my fear had notably diminished. However, I would never adhere to the so-called sage's counsel. While his words might indeed alleviate my karma, they were far from the answer I sought. I was determined to discover my own resolution. At this juncture, Wang Yuan fervently thought, this is the truth. Destiny is firmly in one's own hands. Why heed the words of any sage? This sentiment was less directed at the characters within the story than at himself. What would transpire next? Would he alter his fate? Wang Yuan pressed on with his reading. Some fears, when indulged, only intensify. Yet once one sheds that trepidation, it becomes apparent that there is little to truly dread. I had come to recognize that the apparitions before me were mere illusions. Thus, what remained for me to fear? I had once faced dire financial straits, having endured those harrowing days, and I would never deem karma more fearsome than poverty. In the days that followed, life resumed its usual cadence, and perhaps due to a shift in mindset, the frequency of those illusions gradually diminished, eventually vanishing altogether. It had been many days since I had encountered such phenomena. All things strange had exited my life, and I was profoundly elated. For I had triumphed over the enigmatic unknown through my own strength, and my life gradually returned to normalcy. Although my online popularity had waned, I had accrued sufficient wealth during this time. Even if my fame were to vanish entirely, I would not revert to my former hardships. If this were to be the conclusion, Wang Yuan would be content. Yet he understood that this could not possibly be the end. He had read tales, nearly all culminating in tragedy. There was no reason to believe that this individual's fate would deviate from that pattern. Just as I believed I had weathered the storm of karma, I came to realize my error. As long as one continues their actions, karma will never dissipate. Those illusions served as warnings. Their disappearance signified that I was no longer in need of such admonitions. For I was beyond redemption. As for the specifics of my plight, it would be futile to divulge them to you, for the details are inconsequential. What you must grasp is that I am on the brink of death, and none can save me. This is my ultimate fate. Now, I implore you all, never engage in actions you ought not to. Whether human or spirit, none should pry into the realms beyond. Is this truly the end? Upon reaching this point, Wang Yuan felt a sense of disbelief. He yearned for more information, only to find the narrative abruptly truncated. He speculated that she seemed reluctant to divulge further details. Perhaps it was related to karma? His conjecture proved accurate. Su Xiaonan refrained from continuing the story out of fear of incurring additional karma. She merely wished to inform people of what should not be done, as the specifics would naturally become apparent through experience. Why would she risk pinning such tales? Yet, if death were inevitable, how had she survived? Was she not subject to the same consequences? Wang Yuan found himself dissatisfied with this conclusion, unable to accept it. Is it truly impossible to combat karma? He believed there must be alternative endings. He did not view the protagonist's choices as erroneous. Rather, they were decisions that many would make. There is a saying, without entering the tiger's den, how can one obtain the tiger's cub? Those who fear to venture into perilous situations have little claim to fortune. He had once summoned a spirit with great trepidation, yet when he perceived it as an opportunity, he seized it resolutely. Had he not done so, he would not have attained his current state. Now was the moment to convert his prior efforts into tangible results. He would not be intimidated by mere illusions or a fictional narrative. He promptly sent a private message to the poster. I have seen your story. Thank you for clarifying my doubts. However, I do not believe that is the protagonist's only fate. Your survival alone serves as proof. Wang Yuan was acutely aware that these stories had gained significant traction recently. The barrage of comments in his livestream indicated that many viewers had encountered these tales. The collective viewership of those posts had soared into the hundreds of thousands. Under such circumstances, how could the poster continue sharing? Did she not have to bear the weight of karma? Such a notion was preposterous, as their actions were identical. Furthermore, his understanding of the spirit that grants wishes was indirectly obtained through her. The karma she bore must surely exceed his own. The only conceivable explanation was that she possessed a means to resolve it all. Wang Yuan felt that if she could discover a solution, so too could he. It had been quite some time since he had received a response from her. It was improbable that she had not seen his message. She likely simply chose not to reply. You cannot intimidate me. I shall write a different ending. With that thought, Wang Yuan sent the message and closed his phone. Having unraveled these matters, he felt considerably less fearful now. The issues surrounding karma must surely have a resolution. While this individual might refuse to enlighten him, the spirit that grants wishes would undoubtedly assist him in times of necessity. He could consider invoking the spirit as the source of his endeavors. Surely, the spirit could provide aid. He had made a wish to the spirit, expending 2 points of luck. Yet he had not encountered any misfortunes lately. Rather, everything had proceeded smoothly. He surmised that his recent actions had indeed enhanced his fortune. After all, he had transformed from an unknown small-time streamer into his current status. If luck had not increased, such smoothness would be impossible. Nevertheless, he had privately attempted several times to summon spirits, whether by invoking the Pin spirit or through the methods described in those tales regarding the spirit that grants wishes. To no avail, he had yet to summon any spirits. The reason eluded him, but he was confident that as long as he persevered, he would eventually succeed in summoning a spirit. However, even if he could not, he would devise his own solutions. Ultimately, no one would compel him to relinquish all that he had achieved. He was not easily frightened. Lying in bed, Wang Yuan prepared to continue his slumber. Tomorrow heralded another live stream, one that the company had heavily promoted, purchasing considerable traffic. Thus, the audience would undoubtedly be larger. Should tomorrow's broadcast prove successful, the development of the spirit that grants wishes IP would progress much more smoothly. Though he pursued these endeavors for his own benefit, he had also inadvertently promoted the spirit. The spirit likely wished to gain recognition as well. After all, wishing is a transaction, and spirits would primarily benefit from it. It was a mutually advantageous arrangement. Perhaps the spirit would assist him, recognizing his efforts. Even if all else failed, there remained a path. A strategic retreat in the face of danger. If one withdraws at the opportune moment, one can maximize their gains. With this thought, he suddenly realized that many roads lay ahead. Turning back was not the sole option. For him, retreating led only to an endless sea of suffering. Upon reading Wang Yuan's message, Su Xiaonan shook her head in resignation. She chose not to respond, for if one was determined to perish, no counsel could deter them. Yet Su Xiaonan had grown indifferent. Having endured so much, she was no longer the person she once was.